A glamorous woman worth billions kneels down and begs for a sip of water. Kneeling in front of you, wagging her tail, begging for mercy. A devilishly shaped female fitness coach trades her body for a piece of bread. Voluntarily, she and her beautiful students exercise with you. Due to a natural disaster, 90% of the world's population turns into flesh-eating zombies. You unexpectedly discover that your backyard connects to this parallel world, bringing back a wealth of resources from the apocalypse to your own world. Returning to the apocalypse with food and weapons from your world, you are destined to become the strongest man in this post-apocalyptic world. Wife, don't you want you and your daughter to stop starving like this? Inside a villa, you smile as you look at the weak woman in front of you due to hunger. This woman appears to be in her 30s, with a perfect hourglass figure, exuding charm. The woman's name is Jing Ning, 38 years old, with a 17-year-old daughter, also the owner of this villa. Originally, Jing Lin was the general manager of a listed company, a typical strong woman with a strong career focus. However, everything changed here due to an incident a week ago. A week ago, a catastrophic event occurred in this world, with 90% of the global population turning into zombies overnight. In just a week, the entire world order collapsed. And you, 2 days ago, discovered that the gate in your backyard unexpectedly connected to this parallel world. When you discovered that this world is actually overrun by zombies, you didn't rush into this parallel world. Instead, you spent 2 days planning before pushing open the back gate and entering this world. And if you want to go back, just think about it, the gate to your backyard will appear, allowing you to return to the blue star side. After entering this parallel world, the first person you met was the woman in front of you. Once lofty, she now only pleads for a bit of food from you. After a week, the food stored in the villa had been eaten by him and his daughter. They have been hungry for 2 days now, not even a grain of rice has been consumed, and they are already dizzy with hunger. A few days ago, she was still hoping that her husband would bring them some food, but after so many days have passed, she knows her husband is probably dead. Jing Ling looked at the man in front of him and naturally understood the implications of the man's words just now. His face immediately changed, and his lips trembled slightly. You leisurely sat on the sofa, looking at the alluring mature woman in front of you. Then, you took out a hamburger, fried chicken, a bottle of mineral water, and a Type 92 pistol from your backpack, although this pistol is just a replica. As soon as you took out these foods, Jingling was immediately attracted to them. He even had the idea of wanting to snatch them directly. When he saw the gun you took out of your backpack, he shuddered all over, initially sparked with the desire to snatch it, but it was like being doused with cold water, instantly extinguished. You watched the change in expression on the face of the man before you, revealing a mysterious smile, then pointed the gun at the food and water on the coffee table. I have limited patience, you have 1 minute to consider. If you agree, you can have food like this every day. Your voice is very calm, but to the man before you, it sounded like an explosion. However, it also made his eyes light up slightly. He looked up at you, somewhat uncertain, and asked if following you could really mean having food every day. Of course, there are conditions. I like obedient women. If you choose to follow me but can't comply, I won't mind throwing you out to feed the zombies. At the mention of feeding the zombies, the man named Jingling shuddered. I promise, I can do it. Jingling is not foolish. He knows that his only remaining asset is himself. To survive in this apocalyptic world, he must find a powerful ally. Although he is unsure if the man before him can truly provide him with food, the fact remains that the man has a gun, which is undoubtedly very powerful in this apocalyptic world. At least by following the man before him, he no longer needs to worry about the person occupying the villa area. If he falls into that person's hands, it would truly be worse than death. Upon hearing Jingling's response, you immediately smiled, then unzipped your jacket and waved at him, signaling him. Upon seeing the situation, Jingling hurried over, crouched down, and tremblingly reached into the zipper. I'll skip the rest of the content that everyone may not like. Half an hour later, the door of the bathroom was opened, and you walked out refreshed. Following you, Jingling also emerged from inside, but with a difference. At this moment, Jingling's face was flushed, her hair and clothes slightly disheveled. Faintly, you could see her legs trembling slightly. Compared to her previously famished appearance, the current Jingling looked more alluring. You sat on the sofa, looking at Jingling with a faint smile on your lips. You are my woman now, no need to be so restrained. Relax a bit, I'm not a tyrant. As long as you behave, you can do whatever you want. I won't interfere. Hearing this, Jingling deliberately glanced at you again, realizing you weren't just speaking casually. This slightly relieved him. I will go look for food next. There are still some food and water left in the backpack, which I'll leave for you and your daughter. But before I leave, you have to do something for me. You said that. Upon hearing this, Jingling subconsciously tensed all over. You smiled and shook your head. I'm not asking you to take any risks. If there's gold in this villa, bring it all to me. Jinglin was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the task you wanted him to do would be this. After all, what use could gold have in a tomb? However, he didn't dwell on it or ask too much. As a smart woman who wants to survive in the apocalypse, it's best not to ask too many questions and just do what needs to be done. Yes, my husband bought me a lot of gold jewelry before, and also bought some gold bars. Let me go get them for you, Jinling said as she turned and went upstairs. Not long after, Jinling came down holding a wooden box. They're all here, totaling a little over 5 kilograms. You opened the wooden box and found that there weren't many gold jewelry pieces inside, just a few bracelets and earrings, with the rest all being gold bars. But when you saw these gold bars, your eyes lit up. In your world, the price for gold recycling is around 500 per gram, and the bars brought were all 500 grams each, with a total of 10 bars. This amounts to over 2 million, a profitable move. You didn't show this emotion, instead quietly closing the lid of the wooden box. Alright, I'll leave first. After I leave, don't open the door for anyone. If it's the person who took over this villa area, don't open it even if they come. Wait for me to return. Jingling nodded at the words. No need to remind me, he also knows this. If it falls into that person's hands, he and his daughter will be in big trouble. You arrived at an unmanned warehouse and directly opened the portal. After returning to your own world, you immediately contacted a friend who was in the gold recycling business without delay. The total gold is 5,093 grams. Your friend accepted it at 510 per gram, allowing you to make a one-time income of over 2,597,000. After receiving the money, you immediately returned to your own home. You started making plans for yourself. Although the preparations were complete last time, in the end, the gun was only a simulation. It's not very useful in the post-apocalyptic world. It would be best to get the real deal. You sat in front of the desk, using a notebook to record your plans. Firearms are completely banned in China, making it difficult to get them. Afterwards, you wrote down the names of several countries in the notebook. After careful consideration, you shifted your gaze to the notebook where Baba Yang was written. You had seen it on the internet before. Compared to citizens selling firearms in other countries, Baba Yang seemed much more casual. 2 days later, you appeared in a firearms store in Baba Yang. In the end, you bought 2 M1911s, 100 AK-47s, an RPG, and 10 grenades for 280,000 Longwa coins. Each firearm was equipped with 10,000 rounds of ammunition. With these items, you parked the car in a deserted place and directly stored all the weapons in the teleportation space. This teleportation space was only acquired after returning this time. After experiencing a round-trip teleportation, the teleporter was completely bound to you. With just a thought, you could summon the teleporter. Furthermore, through the feedback from the teleporter, each time you teleport in the future, your physical fitness will be enhanced. The teleporter contains a space of 10 cubic units, where anything except living beings can be stored. After storing all the items in the storage space, you kept a pistol loaded with bullets in your pocket. After buying weapons, there was still food left to purchase. Subsequently, you directly started to purchase food in the shop on Baba Yang's side. Fortunately, you could use Dragon Kingdom coins directly here, which saved a lot of trouble. After storing the purchased food in the storage space, you immediately returned to the hotel where you resided on Baba Yang's side. Closing the door, you directly opened the teleportation gate without hesitation and stepped inside. The next moment, you arrived in the post-apocalyptic world, and the current location is exactly where you came back from. Looking around, you found no zombies nearby, so you quickened your pace and headed towards Jingming's villa. It has been 2 days since returning, and the food left in your backpack, if saved a bit, should be just enough for the mother and daughter for 2 days. In the villa's room at this moment, Jingling was anxiously pacing back and forth in the living room. The food left by Zhang Chen 2 days ago had been finished by the mother and daughter this morning, leaving Jingling in uncertainty for the days ahead. Mom, will that man you mentioned really come back? Jingling turned to look at her daughter, a hint of difficulty on her face. Then, she let out a sigh and said, I'm not sure if he will come back. In the past 2 days, Jingling also told her daughter about the source of the food, but she concealed some privacy, not only letting her daughter know who was delivering the food. After hearing her mother's words, the girl named Yufu fell silent for a moment. In our homeowners group, the owner of Villa 2 mentioned that he had set up a shelter with food, and many homeowners have gone there. Shouldn't we go too? Saying this, Yufu took out her phone and opened the homeowners chat group to show Jingling the chat records. The screen displayed the message from the owner of Villa 2 saying he had set up a shelter and inviting everyone to go there. Below, there were also many messages agreeing to go, but all the senders were men. Naturally, Jingling was aware of these messages, but he knew more than Yufu. One of his friends in the villa area, upon seeing the messages in the homeowners group, took his whole family there. However, after going there, the men were forced to work as laborers. His friend was even used as a tool to satisfy desires and suffered inhuman treatment. Moreover, the owner of Villa 2 used to look at his daughter with possessive eyes, but due to the stable social order at the time, he didn't dare to do anything. But now things are different. If he dares to say a word in the chat group, mentioning that he is in the villa, the owner of Villa 2 will probably come over within minutes and take him and his daughter away. We can't go there. If we do, we'll be worse off than dead. Upon hearing Jingling's words, Yufu was stunned. He is quite young and has never experienced the treacherous side of human nature. He has always grown up surrounded by compliments. He is quite naive and doesn't understand the meaning behind Jingling's words. However, he is obedient and didn't make a fuss because Jingling didn't want to go. Just then, the door was suddenly knocked, and the occupants inside, Jingling and Yufu, immediately became alert. Jingling quietly approached the door, looked outside through the peephole, and felt a sudden surge of nervousness to his throat. What he feared most was the owner's stand-in at Villa 2. However, when he saw the figure of the man outside the peephole, his nervousness instantly disappeared, replaced by a hint of excitement. The fact that this man returned meant he had not abandoned the mother and daughter. Moreover, perhaps he brought back food this time. Thinking of this, Jingling immediately opened the door, allowing the man to enter the house. And this man was none other than Zhang Chen, who had just been teleported. It's okay if you didn't find food, as long as you returned safely. Jingling glanced at you, noticing you didn't have any food on you. Although a bit disappointed, he still comforted you. Yufu on the side curiously sized up the man in front of him. At this age, he was in the phase of admiring looks, and coincidentally, you had a bit of charm. Moreover, after several trips through the spatial doors, your physical fitness has been significantly enhanced, and your body proportions can be considered perfect. So, at the moment Yufu saw you, his eyes couldn't help but be fixated on you. Upon hearing Jingling's words, you smiled, shook your head, and then went to the coffee table. With a wave of your hand, you directly took out the food and drinks from the storage space. When they saw the sudden appearance of these foods on the coffee table, Jinglin and the mother-daughter pair Yufu were stunned. This is a superpower. Yufu's acceptance ability is stronger. When he saw you reveal this trick, he quickly associated it with this. Upon hearing Yufu's words, you simply nodded. You can understand it this way, but my ability can only store things. Expose the storage space, let them see. You have already considered this matter. Instead of always hiding it in the future, it is better to expose it directly. This way, when you bring a lot of food from your world in the future, you also save the trouble of explaining. Fanj, you are so powerful. You can get all these things. Yufu said admiringly. Upon hearing this, you smiled slightly, then looked at Jingling and said, you go first and make some dishes with these things. Jingling also smiled and nodded at the words, then carried the small bag of rice from the coffee table into the kitchen. Yufu, seeing this, also quickly took the remaining food to the kitchen to help the police and the people. The mother and daughter, seeing so much food, their mood at this moment swept away the previous gloom and became very joyful. However, just as they were about to start washing the vegetables, a faint knocking sound suddenly came from the front door. Zhang Chen heard a noise, a hint of surprise flashed across his face. He took out a gun and released the safety catch before arriving at the gate. Peering through the peephole, he immediately spotted two men outside, looking around anxiously. Damn, Wugu actually sent the two of us here. There are quite a few zombies around here. Alright, stop complaining. Be careful not to attract the zombies with your voices. One of the men at the villa's entrance looked displeased. After confirming that the zombies outside were not approaching, he continued, do you think Jingling and her daughter starved to death? The other man shook his head, I have no idea. If her man hadn't said she and her daughter were in the villa, I would have thought they were already eaten by zombies. Hearing this, the man who spoke earlier smirked, I heard Jingling is the most beautiful girl in this villa area. I wonder if Wugu will let us have a taste after bringing her back. At this, the other man also became interested. He said, it's quite possible. Don't forget, after Wugu finishes with those women, he always gives them to us. True, he. With that, both men revealed a lecherous smile. However, at that moment, the gate suddenly opened. The two men instinctively turned to look at the gate, thinking it was Jingling who opened it. To their surprise, a man opened the gate instead. Before they could speak harshly, they found themselves staring down the barrels of two guns. Zhang Chen looked expressionless at the two men. Come in. However, the men remained indifferent to Zhang Chen's words, even showing a hint of mockery on their faces. Bro, you think you can scare me with a fake gun? Do you think I'm easily frightened? Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, a bullet pierced through his head, and his body collapsed to the ground with a thud. His eyes widened in disbelief, never understanding how he died so abruptly. The man beside him was now petrified, standing frozen in place. Initially, he thought the gun in Zhang Chen's hand was fake. After all, obtaining a gun in Manhwa was nearly impossible, even in the apocalypse. That's why they weren't nervous when the guns were pointed at them earlier. However, he never expected the man in front of him not only had a gun but two. After eliminating the talkative man, Zhang Chen looked at the other man. Come in. Same words, same tone. But to the man, it sounded like a death knell from a demon. He shuddered uncontrollably, his previous arrogance and mockery vanished, replaced by sheer terror in his eyes. Don't kill me. I'll come in. This man, trembling, felt a fear of death stronger than when facing zombies while searching for food outside. Zhang Chen glanced outside, furrowing his brows slightly. After pulling the man into the house, he immediately closed the gate. The gunshot had attracted nearby zombies, but they came and went quickly. The zombies in the villa area gathered around but stayed only near the villa. Inside the villa, Jingling and her daughter Yufu, who were cooking in the kitchen, rushed out upon hearing the gunshot. Seeing the unfamiliar faces in the living room and the gun in Zhang Chen's hand, the mother and daughter understood the situation immediately. Jingling's face turned pale. She knew they were targeted by the owner of Billionaire. 2. However, upon seeing the gun in Zhang Chen's hand, she felt a bit relieved. She also felt fortunate that she hadn't gambled on whether Zhang Chen's gun was real or fake. After Jingling reacted, she glanced at the zombies outside the window, then quickly pulled the curtains shut. Zhang Chen sat on the sofa, looking at the man in front of him, and coldly said, "Speak up, about that Wu Gu you mentioned, and Jingling's husband." Just now at the door, Zhang Chen overheard their conversation clearly. He felt that in order to develop his own power in the apocalypse, he would inevitably come into contact with this Wu Gu. It would be good to first understand the specific information about this Wu Gu group. As soon as she heard information about her husband, Jingling immediately became nervous. Even Yufu was very concerned. After all, that was her father. Yes, as long as you don't kill me, I'll tell you everything. Faced with the fear of death, this person readily betrayed the Wu Gu he mentioned. Wu Gu is the security team leader of the entire villa area, with many batons, riot shields, several knives, and fire axes in his hands. I and others used to be security guards in the neighborhood. Because he controls a warehouse with a lot of food, we all follow him. The second villa is our shelter. The owner of the villa was killed by Wu Gu for resisting him. Anyone who speaks in the owner group is spreading Wu Ji's information. Those owners who echo Wu Ji's information in the owner group are the ones Wu Gu ordered us to rob their phones and send messages. Hearing this, Zhang Chen nodded slightly, gaining a rough understanding of this Wu Gu. Then he continued, "Tell me about Jingling's husband. Earlier at the door, you said her husband told you that Jingling and her daughter are in the villa?" Upon hearing this, Jingling felt thunderstruck, her body swaying involuntarily, but fortunately Yufu noticed early and supported her in time. Zhang Chen glanced at Jingling, then continued to look at the man in front of him. The man hurriedly said, yes. This morning we went out to search for supplies and found him in a hardware store. In order to survive with food to eat, he sold his wife Jingling and his daughter Yufu to Wu Gu. He is now inside the second villa, responsible for serving tea and water to Wu Gu. I've said everything. Zhang Chen nodded, looked at the man with a hopeful expression, raised his hand directly, and with a bang, shot him in the head. This sudden shot startled both Jingling and Yufu. Zhang Chen slowly stood up, then pointed at the body and said, "Clean up the body later." Later? Jingling was somewhat puzzled. Zhang Chen nodded, "Yes, the gunshot attracted the zombies around here. I'll deal with these zombies first." After that, Zhang Chen put away the pistol back into storage space, then took out an AK from the storage space. In the shocked eyes of Jingling and her daughter, he opened the curtains and the window. At the same time, in the owner group, because of Zhang Chen's gunshot, things started to get lively. Damn! Was that a gunshot just now? Someone in our villa area has a gun? Listening to the sound, it seems to come from the direction of villa number 14 or 15. Isn't that where Li Tianhua, Jingling's husband, lives? I've been worried about these zombies breaking into the house, but now they've been attracted away by the gunshots, which is great. This guy is finished. There are at least 500 to 600 zombies here. Attracting these zombies over, even with a gun, won't hold up. Our shelter in the second villa is still safe. There's no shortage of food here, no need to go hungry, and no need to worry about being bitten by zombies. Indeed, all owners, come quickly to the shelter in the second villa. In the owner group, as everyone discussed, the people in the shelter of the second villa once again started advertising. Meanwhile, in the living room of Villa No. 2, a burly man in his 40s with a fierce look on his face frowned. His gaze fell upon a trembling man covered in bruises, kneeling in front of him with patches of blue and purple on his body. He asked, "Li Tianhua, do you have any guns at home?" He had just calculated that the only ones left in the villa area were Jingling and her daughter. The sound of gunshots coming from that direction undoubtedly indicated that it was Jingling causing the commotion. To him, a gun posed a significant threat, akin to the sword of Damocles hanging over his head. Earlier, upon learning that Jingling was at home from Li Tianhua, he had sent 2 men to bring Jingling and her daughter over. However, upon hearing 2 gunshots from that direction, it was clear that the 2 men sent over had been taken out. Due to Li Tianhua's lack of precise information, he had lost 2 important men, which greatly displeased Wu Gu. He had Li Tianhua brought over and beaten for over 10 minutes. "Wu Gu, I really don't know," Li Tianhua cried. "Before the outbreak of the zombies, where could my family possibly get a gun?" Upon hearing this response, Wu Ji's frown deepened, clearly unsatisfied with the answer. However, upon further thought, Jingling was just a general manager of a company, and Li Tianhua was merely her personal assistant. Moreover, in their line of work, acquiring a gun might indeed be somewhat challenging. Wu Gu. At that moment, a man beside Wu Gu approached and said, "If you can get your hands on this gun, not only will it intimidate the villa area, but it will probably also deter the shelters in the surrounding neighborhoods." Wu Gu nodded at the words, showing great interest in the gun in Zhang Chen's hands. "But how do we get this gun?" The man thought for a moment and said, "Let 2 brothers follow Li Tianhua to bring Jingling and her daughter over." Jingling probably acted defensively upon seeing 2 strangers, and coupled with the disrespectful behavior of the previous 2 brothers, she ended up taking them out. Li Tianhua is her husband, so once Jingling sees him, she should lower her guard. By then, the gun will be easily within reach. Upon hearing this, Wu Ji's eyes lit up instantly, a hint of a smile appearing on his face. He then looked back at Li Tianhua and walked over to pat his shoulder. "You know, I have plenty of food here. As long as you bring your wife and daughter over, I can make you my brother and you'll enjoy the same treatment as my other brothers. How about it?" Wu Gu looked at Li Tianhua and continued, "Although your wife has a gun, without food, once you go over, even if you use your wife's gun to kill the brothers who go with you, you'll eventually starve to death. As long as you bring them over, you won't go hungry, and you can have your way with the women in the shelter." Upon hearing this, Li Tianhua immediately said, "I agree. I'll bring the brothers over right now." Having been here for 2 days, he wasn't blind and could see how comfortable Wu Ji's men were living here. Calling this shelter a paradise for Wu Gu and his men wouldn't be an exaggeration. All he needed to do was bring his wife and daughter over, and he could enjoy all of this. He agreed without a second thought. Seeing Li Tianhua's agreement, Wu Ji's smile grew even wider. He then gestured to the 2 men beside him. "Once the zombies over there disperse, you 2 will go with Brother Li." On the other side of Jingling's villa, after the second gunshot, the zombies that had gathered due to the gunfire began rushing towards the villa. Originally, this villa had a wall around it, but for some unknown reason, a section of the wall collapsed. Zhang Chen had always entered and returned through this point. When the zombies from outside approached, they could easily enter the villa through this collapsed area. At this moment, Zhang Chen leisurely stood in front of the collapsed section with an AK in hand, waiting for the zombies to enter. Zhang Chen pulled the trigger, and a series of bullets shot out of the barrel. After crossing several times, Zhang Chen's physical fitness had improved significantly. The AK-47's recoil was almost negligible, and his shooting was steady. At such a close range, he almost hit headshots with every shot. The zombies outside, upon hearing the gunshots, became even more frenzied and rushed towards the collapsed wall. After emptying a magazine, Zhang Chen replaced it with a new one and continued firing. Soon, the bodies of the zombies piled up, blocking the collapsed area. Zhang Chen climbed onto the wall and estimated that there were still over 500 zombies running towards them. He decided to stand on the wall and shoot indiscriminately since he had plenty of bullets to spare. After more than 10 minutes of continuous gunfire from Zhang Chen, the zombies were finally completely eliminated. Job done. Zhang Chen grinned as he looked at the zombies lying on the ground. Although he had taken care of the zombies, it had cost him a lot of ammunition due to his mediocre marksmanship, but Zhang Chen didn't mind. Just then, he noticed that the commotion he had caused had attracted more zombies from outside the villa area. However, since he had stopped firing, these zombies began aimlessly wandering within the villa area. Zhang Chen jumped off the wall, stowed away the AK, and entered the house. Inside, Jingling and Yu Fu breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Zhang Chen return. They had been on edge watching Zhang Chen face so many zombies alone through the window. Little did they know that besides a handgun, Zhang Chen also had an AK-47. After all the zombies were taken care of, Yufu was very happy, while Jingling's beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration. She thought that the more weapons Zhang Chen had, the stronger they would be, and the safer she and her daughter would be. That was Jingling's thinking. She firmly believed that clinging to Zhang Chen's thigh was the right choice. She was a very smart woman, capable of making connections between different aspects based on a single event. She didn't foolishly believe that her beauty alone would keep Zhang Chen by her side in the future. In the apocalypse, a beautiful appearance held little value. With such powerful weapons in Zhang Chen's hands and the ability to secure a large amount of food, in this post-apocalyptic world, he could easily have goddess-level girls willingly warming his bed if he expressed a desire for company. To ensure Zhang Chen wouldn't abandon her, she needed to demonstrate her usefulness. She couldn't afford to be just a pretty face with no skills. Fortunately, she believed in her managerial abilities, hoping that in the future, when Zhang Chen established his own shelter, her skills would prove valuable. Especially after learning that her husband had betrayed her and her daughter for a meal, her desire to cling to Zhang Chen's thigh grew stronger. She was deeply disappointed and even resentful towards her husband for pushing them into the abyss for a mere meal. If Li Tianhua were to appear before her, she would definitely rip out his heart to see if it was truly black. Get rid of the two bodies. Jingling smiled faintly upon hearing this, then whispered a few words to Yufu before going alone to move the body in the living room. Yufu came swiftly to Zhang Chen's side. Fan Ge, let me give you a shoulder massage. With that, Yufu sat on the sofa and gently moved Zhang Chen's head onto her lap. She placed her hand on Zhang Chen's shoulder and started massaging it. Under Yufu's touch, Zhang Chen relaxed completely. Feels good. Shortly after, Jingling had the two bodies removed. Upon re-entering the room, she saw Zhang Chen thoroughly enjoying Yufu's massage and silently praised her daughter. She then said softly, Zhang Chen, take a rest, I'll go to the kitchen and prepare the meal. Go ahead, I'd love to taste your cooking. Alright, just wait a moment. Jingling entered the kitchen and soon the aroma of food filled the room. Zhang Chen turned to look at the busy figure in the kitchen, feeling the gentle massage on his shoulders, a slight smile appeared on his lips. This is truly a heavenly life. Fan Ge. Just as Zhang Chen was contemplating, Yufu's soft voice suddenly reached his ears. Looking up, Zhang Chen noticed Yufu blushing, seeming very shy. What is it? Yufu said, I know, in this post-apocalyptic world, Fan Ge is willing to take care of me and my mother. I'm really grateful to you. But we have nothing to repay you with, so. Zhang Chen looked at Yufu, whose face was turning red, and chuckled, so what? So I. Yufu took a deep breath, then spoke rapidly, so please let me repay you properly, Fan Ge. Tonight, after my mother falls asleep, come to my room, I won't lock the door. With that, Yufu blushed even more and couldn't continue massaging Zhang Chen. She got up from the sofa and hurried upstairs. Hearing Yufu's words, Zhang Chen was momentarily stunned. When he snapped out of it, Yufu was already gone. Well, Zhang Chen smiled in the direction Yufu had left. But thinking that Yufu's figure was no less attractive than her mother's, maybe, it's not a bad idea. Should he try to have them both at the same time? The thought excited Zhang Chen. No, he should eat first and then act. Zhang Chen really wanted to experience if the scenarios in the book were as thrilling as they seemed. However, as Zhang Chen was lost in his thoughts, Jingling emerged from the kitchen with the meal. Not seeing Yufu in the living room, Jingling was slightly surprised. Jingling asked, where is that girl Yufu? Zhang Chen smiled, she went upstairs, I'll go call her down. With that, Zhang Chen stood up, but as he was about to go upstairs, a knocking sound echoed through the room. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking was light but immediately caught the attention of the two inside. Zhang Chen and Jingling turned to the direction of the front door. Open the door. A faint voice came from outside, Jingling, it's me, Tianhua. Upon hearing this familiar voice from outside, Jingling's previously good mood instantly soured. Seeing this, Zhang Chen patted her shoulder lightly, indicating she shouldn't worry. He then took out his gun, loaded it, and walked to the front door, peeking through the peephole. 3 people. The one in the middle, with a swollen face, must be Li Tianhua. The two beside him, like the previous two, were probably Wu Ji's henchmen. Zhang Chen purposely pulled back the curtain to look outside. The zombies that had been attracted by the gunshots were now wandering near Villa 1 and 2, still quite a distance away from here. Without hesitation, Zhang Chen opened the door. Outside the door, Li Tianhua, who was still anxiously waiting, had not seen the door open for a long time, and his anxiety grew. Just as he was about to continue knocking on the door unexpectedly opened from the inside. However, before he could even feel happy, his expression froze as he saw the person who opened the door. In this apocalyptic world, a stranger appeared in his house. Especially with his wife and daughter still at home, it was easy to imagine what would happen. A nameless anger surged from within him. He was about to step forward to pull Zhang Chen out, but then, with a loud bang, his head took a heavy blow from the gun butt, and Zhang Chen dragged him into the house. The two henchmen beside Li Tianhua had initially wanted to help, but when they saw the weapon in Zhang Chen's hand, they hesitated. Seeing this, Zhang Chen coldly looked at the two. "Come in." The two subconsciously shuddered and then timidly walked in from outside. They looked at each other, seeing fear in each other's eyes. This was completely different from what they had planned before. In the living room, Jingling repeatedly slapped Li Tianhua's face hard, not holding back at all, even hurting her own hands. The effect was evident. After being slapped several times by Jingling, Li Tianhua's already bruised face visibly swelled up at a rapid pace. "Li Tianhua, you've lost all conscience." Jingling trembled with anger. "I and Yufu are your wife and daughter, and you actually agreed to hand us over to that bastard surnamed Wu just for a meal. Are you still human?" Jingling was not incapable of cursing, but when anger reached a certain point, it clouded her thinking. "Wife. I'm sorry, wife, I was wrong. Forgive me this time, I really know I was wrong." Li Tianhua tried to reach out to hug Jingling's leg, attempting to seek her forgiveness. However, Jingling stepped back, creating distance, and Zhang Chen kicked him to the ground. Just then, footsteps sounded from the direction of the stairs. Upon hearing it, Jingling quickly said to Zhang Chen, "Can you spare him for now? We still have some scores to settle with him." Zhang Chen nodded slightly at her words. Seeing Zhang Chen's nod, Jingling immediately smiled. "Well, I'll go and comfort my daughter first, I'll leave for a while." The commotion downstairs caught the attention of Yufu upstairs, prompting her to come down to see what was happening. However, as she was halfway down the stairs, she met Jingling coming up, who then led her back upstairs. After Jingling went upstairs, Zhang Chen sat at the dining table, eating while looking at the three people in front of him. "What do you think I should do with you?" Zhang Chen glanced at the batons carried by the two henchmen. He continued, "How about this, you three, break one leg and one hand each, and I'll let you go, how about that?" Zhang Chen's voice was calm, as if having a casual conversation. The faces of the three changed upon hearing this. Li Tianhua hurriedly said, Zhang, you promised my wife just now, you can't kill me." Zhang Chen glanced at him indifferently. "You two just need to break one hand each, and each of you break one of Li Tianhua's legs, then I'll let you leave." Upon hearing this, the eyes of the two henchmen lit up. Zhang Chen continued calmly, "After I finish eating, if it's not done yet, I'll throw all three of you out to feed the zombies." Really let us go?" One of the henchmen swallowed nervously and asked shakily. Zhang Chen, "Of course, I keep my word." "Good." As soon as the words fell, the thug acted decisively. He took out his baton and viciously struck his own left hand. With a loud crack, his left hand fractured instantly, contorting in an unnatural way. A sharp, piercing pain shot through him, causing him to break out in a cold sweat, but he dared not utter a sound, enduring it forcefully, afraid that crying out would displease Zhang Chen. This resolute action even surprised Zhang Chen. After a moment, when he could somewhat adapt to the pain of his broken hand, the thug picked up the baton again and headed towards Li Tianhua. Seeing this, Li Tianhua wanted to dodge, but before he could get up, another thug pinned him down. Watching the approaching thug, Li Tianhua panicked. He quickly looked at Zhang Chen and said, Zhang Yi, spare me. Spare me. I can offer you my wife to enjoy, she's so beautiful, you will surely like her. Please, don't let them break my legs, I beg you." However, Zhang Chen impatiently waved his hand. In response, one of the thugs who was holding Li Tianhua tore a piece of cloth from his own clothes and forcefully stuffed it into Li Tianhua's mouth to prevent him from making any noise later. Watching the thug on the other side raising the baton, Li Tianhua's inner fear was magnified infinitely, his eyes almost bulging out. Bang! As the shin bone of one leg was broken, Li Tianhua's widened eyes turned bloodshot, veins popping on his forehead. Zhang! Mr. Zhang! The thug who had done all this looked at Zhang Chen expectantly. Zhang Chen waved his hand, "You can go." Hearing Zhang Chen's words, the thug seemed to hear the most wonderful language in the world, and a look of ecstatic joy gradually appeared on his face. The other thug, seeing this, also became excited. Taking a deep breath to brace himself, he followed suit. Both of them held their broken hands, not uttering a word even though they were in pain. On the other hand, Li Tianhua, who had already had both legs broken, had completely passed out from the pain. Zhang Chen wiped the oil stains from his mouth and said, "Go back and pass a message to that Wu Ji. Coming to cause trouble for me repeatedly, I have to return the favor. I will go kill him in 2 days. Let him be prepared these 2 days. Let's see if he can withstand it." After speaking, Zhang Chen impatiently waved his hand, indicating they could leave. Following Zhang Chen's instructions, the two thugs did not hesitate at all. After expressing their gratitude to Zhang Chen, they ran off. Jingling and Yufu upstairs heard no more movement in the living room downstairs, so they came down from upstairs. When they saw Li Tianhua lying unconscious on the ground, with his legs completely deformed, Jingling's face showed only a slight surprise, then she remained indifferent. On the other hand, Yufu was genuinely startled when she saw Li Tianhua's condition. However, Jingling had already analyzed all the details with her earlier upstairs, so she fully understood what her father had done. Although she felt sorry, she knew he deserved it and wouldn't plead with Zhang Chen. In the past, she had little memory of Li Tianhua, mostly spending time with Jingling. Compared to Li Tianhua, who always scolded and disciplined without asking for reasons, Jingling was much better. Moreover, with the apocalypse looming, Li Tianhua had sold her and her mother to a devil just to survive. With all these factors combined, Li Tianhua had lost his qualification as a father in Yufu's eyes. Zhang Chen naturally noticed the reactions of the two women and was quite satisfied with them. He calmly said, "Jingling, go get a rope and tie up his hands." Upon hearing Zhang Chen's instructions, Jingling nodded and then headed to the storage room. After fetching a bundle of rope, she swiftly tied up Li Tianhua. Delicious. So delicious. It's just too delicious. Yufu, savoring the taste in her mouth, was on the verge of tears. In these past few days, they had consumed all the food available at home. As for the upcoming days, not to mention delicious food, just filling their stomachs seemed like a luxury. The provisions left by Zhang Chen earlier were mostly dry goods like compressed biscuits, far from being considered tasty. Now, after so many days, tasting fresh delicacies again made Yufu couldn't help but feel excited. Even Jingling, who had been very restrained in her eating habits before the apocalypse, couldn't help but speed up her pace of eating. It wasn't until the two of them had cleaned up all the delicious food on the table that they let out satisfied burps. They were content. Seeing the satisfied expressions on their faces, a slight smile curved on Zhang Chen's lips. After Jingling and Yufu voluntarily finished cleaning up the bowls and chopsticks, Jingling approached Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen said, "Don't you still have some scores to settle with him? He's all yours now. After you settle the scores, just throw him out to feed the zombies. I'll go upstairs to rest for a bit. If there's anything downstairs, come up and inform me." Jingling nodded, then glanced at Yufu. After a moment of silence, she said, "Yufu, you should go upstairs too and give Zhang Chen a massage to help him relax." She felt that what she had to do next should not be witnessed by Yufu to avoid causing unnecessary harm in her young heart. After all, in a way, he was Yufu's father. Upon hearing Jingling's words, Yufu obediently nodded. Subsequently, Yufu followed Zhang Chen upstairs. Yufu led Zhang Chen into a guest room, saying, "Brother Fan, this is the room Mom prepared for you. The bedding is all new. Mom's room is on your left, and my room is right across from yours." Zhang Chen nodded at her words and took a brief look at the room's decoration. It had to be said that being a standalone villa, even this single guest room's interior design surpassed the master bedroom where he slept. "And let me continue massaging your shoulders." As Yufu said this, her cheeks started to flush. Seeing the change in her expression, Zhang Chen smiled. "All right, go ahead then." With that, Zhang Chen lay down on the large bed, even taking off his shirt to make it easier for Yufu to massage him. However, when Yufu saw Zhang Chen's muscular upper body, she was instantly stunned. Six-pack abs and a well-defined waistline, his perfect muscular physique gave her a great visual impact. Yufu never expected that beneath his clothes, Zhang Chen had such a perfect body. Drool escaped her mouth, and she quickly wiped it away when she snapped out of it. Relieved that Zhang Chen hadn't noticed her embarrassment, she let out a sigh of relief. But at the same time, her face grew even redder. Zhang Chen merely smiled at Yufu's reaction. He was quite satisfied with his current physique. Before crossing the teleportation gate, he didn't have a big belly, but he didn't have any abs either. Now, after just a few crossings, his body had reached its most perfect state. "Come on, give me a massage," Zhang Chen said, lying on the bed and motioning for Yufu to come over. Yufu took a deep breath, her face flushed, and her heart beating faster at that moment. Walking towards Zhang Chen, she felt like her steps were floating. As time passed, while Yufu massaged Zhang Chen, occasional screams from Li Tianhua downstairs could be heard. However, Zhang Chen and Yufu turned a deaf ear to it. They continued to enjoy themselves and the massage went on. After more than an hour had passed, Yufu's body was so sore that she had no strength left at all. It was only then that Zhang Chen, feeling satisfied, got up and went downstairs. However, upon reaching the living room, he noticed the occasional silhouette of zombies passing by outside the window, likely attracted by Li Tianhua's screams. Seeing this scene, Zhang Chen furrowed his brow slightly but said nothing. When Zhang Chen came downstairs, Jingling immediately changed her expression, smiling, and said, "Zhang Chen, you're down?" Zhang Chen nodded slightly, looking at Li Tianhua lying on the ground. "Is it done?" Jingling nodded, her gaze shifting to Li Tianhua, devoid of any pity. Since the moment Li Tianhua said he would sell her and her daughter as goods to that security guard surnamed Wu, Li Tianhua had been dead to her. Zhang Chen said, "In that case, throw her out to feed the zombies." Upon hearing this, Li Tianhua, who had been groaning on the ground, immediately panicked. She pleaded, Don't kill me, please. Don't throw me out to feed the zombies." However, Zhang Chen remained unmoved, lifting Li Tianhua with one hand, opening the door, and walking out. Once at the edge of the wall, he simply tossed Li Tianhua out. Thud! Li Tianhua landed heavily on the ground outside the wall, attracting the zombies wandering nearby. With his legs broken, Li Tianhua had no chance of escape, only able to watch helplessly as the zombies closed in on him, gnawing at his body. Ah! Li Tianhua's screams echoed throughout the entire villa area, attracting more zombies to come and continue their assault on him. It wasn't until the zombies had completely engulfed Li Tianhua that the screams gradually faded, until there was no sound left. Standing on the wall, watching the zombies outside devour Li Tianhua, Zhang Chen then turned back into the villa. Inside the villa, Zhang Chen looked at the mother and daughter in front of him. He asked, "Are there any other individuals left in the entire villa area besides the shelter set up by Wu, from the second villa?" Jingling thought for a moment and then said, "Yes, yesterday a few friends from other villas asked me for food. They are aware of the situation at the second shelter, so they didn't dare to come." Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen nodded. "Contact them, tell them there is food here, and see if they dare to come over." Jingling nodded and began operating her phone. After sending out all the messages, Jingling said, "All 3 messages have been sent." Zhang Chen nodded, "Tell them that if they are willing to come, they should bring their gold from home." Just as Zhang Chen finished speaking, Jingling's phone chimed with a message alert. Jingling quickly opened her phone, and it was a reply from the 3 people she had contacted earlier. "Wooden blockhead, Ling Jia, are you really willing to give me food?" Jingling immediately replied, "Yes, I have plenty of food here. If you come over, I can give it to you." After sending the message, Jingling took a picture of the food Zhang Chen had brought back. The photo showed a bag of rice, meat, and various vegetables. After taking the picture, Jingling took a selfie and sent both photos over, proving that she was not deceiving them and was not being coerced. In this post-apocalyptic world, there were too many deceivers, and everyone was very cautious, afraid of encountering someone like Wu from the second villa shelter. Jingling continued editing her message, "I can tell you clearly that we have guns here. You must have heard gunshots before, right? They came from here. Here, you don't have to worry about Wu coming to bother you, and it won't be like at the second villa, where you would be treated as a tool for release. Wooden dumbbell, huh? So, what do I need to do if I come over to your place?" Jingling, "Just bring your family's gold over." Jingling, "Oh, I remember your family also has a jade bracelet, right? Bring that over too." Jingling, "As for other matters, once you arrive, you'll be responsible for helping with cleaning for now." At this moment, inside Villa No. 1, a petite woman around 5 feet tall with short hair was hiding in her room, holding her phone in her hands. Although she might look like a beauty, her current state of mind was really poor. Compared to Jingling, they were like night and day. She was the wooden dumbbell currently chatting with Jingling, whose real name was Zhong Yeye. Looking at the message Jingling sent on her phone, there was a glint of starlight in her beautiful eyes. To be honest, at first, when she saw Jingling's message, she was worried. Worried that Jingling might have been kidnapped by that person surnamed Wu. Then they would use Jingling's phone to send her messages. After all, these days, whenever the zombies around left, that security guard surnamed Wu would bring people to harass her. Fortunately, they didn't dare to make too much noise, fearing they would attract the zombies, allowing her to continue hiding safely at home. But when she saw the selfie Jingling sent, seeing Jingling's spirited appearance in that moment, she knew that Jingling was really doing well, definitely not suffering any abuse. Plus, seeing the photos of the food Jingling sent, the little one's stomach growled at just the right time. Should I go? Zhong Yeye was very conflicted. After experiencing the security guard surnamed Wu frequently bringing people to harass her, she was still somewhat afraid. However, the photos Jingling sent, the food looked so tempting. And Jingling's selfie, she looked so good. It really made her envious. These days, she basically only ate a little bit each day, but by now, the food had run out. Every day, she was so hungry that her vision blurred, feeling weak all over. Should I go then? Zhong Yeye tried to convince herself, Sister Ling is so kind, she shouldn't deceive me. At this moment, her stomach growled again. Do you also suggest I go? Alright then. Zhang Yeye rubbed her small belly, talking to herself. After that, she began rummaging through everything, bringing out all the gold jewelry and stored gold bars in the house. Following Jingling's instructions in the message, she found the emerald jade bracelet and packed everything up. These things might have been valuable before the apocalypse, especially the emerald jade bracelet, which her brother bought for over 4 million to give to her. But in the current apocalypse, all these things combined were not even worth a single loaf of bread. She didn't know why Jingling asked her to bring these things, but she did. Once all these things were ready, Zhang Yeye immediately messaged Jingling. Zhang Yeye, sisterling, I've prepared the golden jade, I'm coming over now. Zhang Yeye, if I get chased by zombies later, you have to save me, okay? After sending the message, it took a while before Jingling replied. Jingling, no problem. Jingling, if zombies chase you, the person on my side will help you. With Jingling's affirmative reply, Zhang Yeye finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, carrying her prepared items, she quietly opened the door. After looking around and seeing the zombies wandering in the distance, she cautiously stepped out, heading towards Jingling's villa. When she noticed zombies nearby, Zhang Yeye immediately crouched down, only continuing on her way after the zombies had moved away. Even though the two villas were only about 10 minutes walk apart, Zhang Ye ended up walking for over an hour before finally reaching Jingling's villa. It was all because of the incident with Li Tianhua earlier, which resulted in too many zombies near the villa, making it impossible for Zhang Ye to approach. She had to send a message to Jingling using her phone. Inside the villa, Jingling saw the message from Zhang Ye and immediately said to Zhang Chen, Zhang Ye from Villa 1 is nearby, but there are too many zombies around, and she dares not approach. Zhang Chen nodded in response. Where is she? Jingling quickly checked her phone and said, she's in the villa to our left. Zhang Chen nodded, then got up and headed towards the top floor, saying, you message her, I'll create some noise to attract the zombies later. Let her come over as soon as she hears the noise and sees the zombies leaving. Jingling nodded quickly, then continued to reply to Zhang Ye's message, relaying everything Zhang Chen had said. Soon, Zhang Chen arrived on the third floor, then entered a room in the opposite direction to where Zhang Ye was. He casually opened the window and saw 2 or 3 zombies wandering outside the villa's perimeter wall. Zhang Chen took out a grenade from the storage space, pulled the pin, and threw it forcefully towards the zombies' location. The grenade landed on the ground, creating a loud noise that immediately attracted the attention of 3 zombies, causing them to rush towards it. Boom! The intense explosion shredded the lower bodies of the 3 zombies and sent them flying. The loud noise also attracted all the surrounding zombies, causing them to run towards the explosion site like mad. When all the zombies had run towards the sound of the explosion, Zhang Ye quickly crossed over the collapsed wall of Jingling's villa. Jingling had already opened the gate by then. Seeing this, Zhang Ye's face lit up with joy, and she hurriedly darted into the house, with Jingling closing the gate behind her. Once inside, Zhang Ye finally breathed a sigh of relief. When she saw Jingling walking towards her after closing the door, Zhang Ye immediately went up to hug her. Zhang Ye said, Lingjie, thank you for taking me in, otherwise I would have starved. Jingling smiled and replied, alright, don't thank me. The one who agreed to take you in is not me, it's him. Jingling pointed to Zhang Chen, who had just come down from upstairs. At the sight of Zhang Chen, Zhang Ye's eyes lit up. This young man is so handsome. But realizing her thoughts, she quickly thanked him, saying, thank you for being willing to take me in. I will work diligently. Zhang Chen smiled and nodded lightly, saying, I'm Zhang Chen. You can call me by my name like Jingling does. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's introduction, Zhang Ye quickly said, I'm Zhang Ye, 30 years old, single. Oh. Before she could finish her sentence, Jingling playfully tapped her head with her hand, saying, are you here for a blind date? This remark made Zhang Chen and Zhang Ye both laugh. It was then that Zhang Ye remembered and quickly handed the package she had brought over to Zhang Chen. She was quite cunning, knowing that since Zhang Chen was in charge here, the items must be something he needed. Zhang Ye said, Fangu, this is all the gold my family has. I don't like hoarding these things usually, so we don't have much at home. Altogether, it's only about 7 to 8 pounds. Zhang Chen nodded, opened the package, and found 3 or 4 pieces of gold jewelry and 7 500-gram gold bars inside. It added up to about 3,500 to 3,600 grams. Compared to the gold in Jingling's house, it was indeed much less, but it still amounted to nearly 1.8 million. At this moment, Zhang Chen's gaze lingered on a jade green bracelet, hesitated for a moment, then casually picked it up. Jingling on the side remarked, I know you're collecting gold, Zhang Chen, and since it seems that Zhang Ye's family has a valuable pre-apocalyptic bracelet, I asked her to bring it along. This bracelet was a 30th birthday gift from Zhang Ye's brother, worth over 4 million. I don't know if it will be helpful to you. Zhang Chen nodded knowingly and said with a faint smile, yes, this will be very useful to me. Hearing this, Jingling's eyes immediately lit up and she said eagerly, I have some at home too, although the quality might not be as good. Before the apocalypse, bracelets were priced in tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. I'll go get them for you. With that, Jingling turned and headed upstairs. Zhang Chen didn't stop her. Jade was indeed a good item to exchange for money. When Jingling brought over her jade bracelets, Zhang Chen, along with the remaining gold, stored everything in his storage space. Zhang Yaya witnessed this scene, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise. What? What is this? Illusion? Superpower? Zhang Chen thought for a moment and chuckled, just consider it my superpower. I need these things to enhance and maintain my abilities. I see. Jingling nodded in understanding. Zhang Yan didn't continue the topic, instead, he looked at Jingling and said, check on the other two people you contacted on your phone, see what they're planning. And, Zhang Chen added, looking at Zhong Yeye beside him, you go to the kitchen and make something to eat, the ingredients are all there. At the mention of food, Zhong Yeye immediately perked up. She nodded eagerly, okay, I'll go cook now. She was so hungry. Finally having something to eat made her excited. Despite feeling nervous when entering Jingling's villa, she finally relaxed upon seeing the atmosphere inside. With her tense nerves easing, she suddenly felt even hungrier. Shortly after, Jingling put down her phone and said to Zhang Chen, the other two have agreed to come, but they have quite a few people with them. Zhang Chen wasn't surprised and asked, how many people? 6. Jingling replied, their husbands and children are also coming. Alright, let them all come, Zhang Chen said. If they were planning to establish a shelter, they couldn't just have a few people. Regardless of gender, Zhang Chen wanted them all. Because there were many things that women couldn't do, only by having both men and women could a shelter thrive. Also, ask them to bring their gold and jade from home. Jingling nodded, then proceeded to make arrangements on her phone. On the other side, in the second villa, Wu Ge looked at the two thugs with broken legs in front of him, his expression very grim. This was the first major setback he faced since establishing the shelter and taking over the second villa. The problem was, he didn't dare to strike back. He had always thought that the person protecting Jingling only had a handgun. But then he heard gunshots, damn it, they even had automatic rifles. What's more, just a while ago, he heard explosions coming from Jingling's villa. It was either grenades or explosives. How the hell was he supposed to deal with this? Even Wu Ge, despite his dark expression, was internally panicking. He had now made an enemy out of the man protecting Jingling. The other side had such firepower. What did he have? Dozens of batons and 7 or 8 fire axes. With just these weapons, if the other side attacked, he would have to face it head-on. He could also imagine that once the man who was sheltering Jingling finished dealing with his matters, it would probably be his turn to be dealt with. After all, there can't be 2 tigers on one mountain, and no one would agree to have another force lurking under their noses. He had thought about running away, perhaps to the neighboring district, but he couldn't bear to leave behind his current status and position. Over the past week, he had experienced what true imperial enjoyment felt like. Want to play with women? He could do it any time. Dislike someone? Just have them dragged out to feed the zombies. He couldn't bear to give up such pleasures. Wu Ge, you have to avenge us. One of the thugs with a broken hand cried in front of Wu Ge. However, Wu Ge impatiently waved his hand. I know. You two go take care of your broken hands first. After the 2 thugs with broken hands left, the remaining thugs didn't look too pleased. Wu Ge, the man behind Jingling seems a bit tricky. Should we go cause trouble for him? Without hesitation, Wu Ge replied, cause trouble? Are you out of your mind? If he only had a handgun, we could consider it. He's got damn automatic rifles and explosives. What do we have to cause trouble with him? Hearing Wu Ge's words, one of the thugs asked, then, what should we do? Wu Ge said, I'll contact Jingling on my phone later, take out half of our food and see if we can resolve this grudge. Zhang Chen, Wu Ge sent me a private message. Just then, Jingling suddenly said. Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow, smiling, oh, what did he say? Jingling replied, he said he wants to use half of their food to beg for your forgiveness. TCH. Hearing this, Zhang Chen disdainfully scoffed. Food? That was the last thing he lacked. If they had offered 100 or 80 pounds of gold, Zhang Chen might have considered it. But just food? While it might be precious to the people in this post-apocalyptic world, for Zhang Chen, he could have as much as he wanted. Zhang Chen said, no need to reply to him. After your 2 friends bring people over, I'll go and take down their shelter. Then, Zhang Chen thought of something else and added, when I'm dealing with that Wu surname at Billionaire, too, it might cause quite a stir, and the surrounding zombies will probably be attracted over. At that time, Jingling organized everyone to collect all the gold from the surrounding villas. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's instructions, Jingling immediately nodded. Evening quickly arrived, the sun had set. The people Jingling had contacted had all come over while the zombies were away. These 6 people, their mentality was almost the same as before with Zhang Yeye. They were all nervous at first, but when they entered the house and saw the situation inside, they all breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, seeing Zhang Yeye eating heartily at the moment, all 6 of them subconsciously swallowed saliva. These 6 people were already so hungry that they had no energy left. Zhang Chen looked at them, a smile on his face. He ordered, Jingling, arrange rooms for them. If they want to eat, let them go to the kitchen for now. After giving the order, Zhang Chen carried the gold and jade brought by these 6 people, a big bag full. It was almost 40 pounds, quite heavy. Jingling, arrange them. I'll go back to my room to rest first. If there's anything, tell me downstairs tomorrow morning. After saying that, Zhang Chen thought for a moment, and finally handed a handgun to Jingling. For now, Jingling's performance was good, and she had a good sense of self-awareness. Zhang Chen wasn't worried that she would turn against him because Jingling knew that only he could continuously bring food. Jingling is also a very cautious person who doesn't joke about her own life. After all, when they first met, Zhang Chen could scare her with a fake gun, let alone the later revealed superpowers. Since he was planning to build his own power in the future, these weapons he prepared were originally intended for his subordinates to use. Otherwise, why would he spend a lot of money on so many weapons? After handing the gun to Jingling, Zhang Chen took the things and went upstairs, entering his room and casually locking the door. He then stored all the gold and jade in the storage space. After doing all this, Zhang Chen took a deep breath, excitement gleaming in his eyes. The gold he obtained this time was more than 4 times the previous amount, a direct windfall. There was also a grandmother green jade bracelet, equally valuable, which would fetch a good price at an auction. Without hesitation, Zhang Chen opened the portal and stepped through. Downstairs at that moment, Jingling was somewhat absent-mindedly holding the heavy gun in her hand. The gazes of the others around were fixed on Jingling's hand, revealing a mix of surprise and envy. After snapping out of it, Jingling glanced towards the staircase, then a bright smile spread across her face. She was happy. In her view, Zhang Chen's actions undoubtedly showed his trust in her. Judging from his current behavior, at least in the future, when Zhang Chen established his sanctuary, she would definitely be one of the core figures. A belief grew in her heart. She must serve Zhang Chen even more diligently. Jingling calmly put away the gun, looked at everyone, and said, "Alright, you guys go to the kitchen and prepare some food. Tomorrow, we will go to the surrounding villas together to retrieve valuable items like gold and jade." Hearing this, the 6 newcomers showed a hint of difficulty on their faces. Seeing this, Jingling naturally knew what they were worried about. So she explained, "Tomorrow, Zhang Chen will lure away the zombies around, so there won't be any when we act. You can rest assured." Upon hearing Jingling's explanation, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and nodded in agreement. On the other side, Zhang Chen, who had walked out of the portal, looked around and found himself back in the suite of the hotel he had crossed through before. After checking out, Zhang Chen wasted no time and flew back to Longwa. The moment he got off the plane, Zhang Chen immediately called his buddy who collected gold. "Gangzi, can you handle a large quantity?" A slightly teasing voice came through the phone. "What can't I handle? Even if you bring me 10 pounds, I can handle it." Zhang Chen, "Probably over 40 pounds. "What?" A sharp voice came through the phone. "Did you say over 40 pounds? Zhang Chen repeated, "Probably over 40 pounds. The exact weight hasn't been measured yet. How about it? Can you handle it?" As Zhang Chen's voice fell, there was a rapid breathing sound on the other end of the phone. wait a moment, that's quite a lot. I can't handle it alone. Let me make a few calls first," the voice on the phone said before hanging up directly. Zhang Chen wasn't worried about this person on the phone trying to deceive him or anything. This Gangzi was his buddy from the same college dorm. Their relationship was very close. He knew this Gangzi's character very well. Generous, loyal, willing to spend money, known as a big spender behind his back. Of course, this guy was also very popular in school. As Zhang Chen walked out of the airport, Gangzi called again. "Son, I've contacted a few friends who can handle this amount. Where are you now?" Hearing Gangzi's voice on the phone, Zhang Chen's lips curved slightly. "Wait, what did you just say? I didn't catch that clearly. Who's the son?" "Dad, stop kidding. Just tell me where you are, I'll come pick you up." Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen immediately brightened up. "Don't bother, I just landed, still in Tanzhou. I'll be back soon." "Okay." Gangzi continued on the phone. "By the way, last time I was really curious, how did you get so much gold?" Zhang Chen organized his prepared lines and said, "Abroad, I found a way into the gold business." "Impressive. Alright, see you when you get back." When Zhang Chen returned to Yangcheng, met up with Gangzi and the others at the booked hotel, and sold all the gold, he was busy for quite some time. By the time he finished, it was past 1 in the morning. A total of 21,320 grams of gold, sold at 500 per gram, amounted to 1,066,000. With this money added to what was left in his account, it totaled nearly 13 million. Seeing this string of numbers in his bank account, Zhang Chen felt a surge of excitement. After Gangzi and his people left, Gangzi approached Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen, things are different abroad, especially in businesses like gold. Take it easy and be careful not to get carried away. I'm still counting on you to be my best man in the future. Zhang Chen nodded and made an okay gesture. Don't worry, I've got it under control. Alright then. Gangzi didn't press further. Zhang Chen continued, Gangzi, I have some valuable jade bracelets. Do you have a way to sell them? You managed to get jade too? Gangzi's eyes lit up. I'm actually thinking about my fiancé's birthday gift. Why don't you show me? Zhang Chen didn't hesitate, reached into his pocket, actually retrieving the bracelet given to him by Jingling from the storage space. Among his batch of bracelets, Jingling's gift was the least valuable. Although the two bracelets looked nice, one was priced at 60,000 and the other at over 110,000. These were the prices Jingling had paid, but realistically, they might not sell for that much. Seeing the two bracelets Zhang Chen brought out, Gangzi immediately took a liking to their style and purity at first glance. Although Gangzi wasn't familiar with the jade market, he could still distinguish good quality. Zhang Chen said, this one is cheaper, should be around 40 to 60,000, this one is pricier, around 90 to 120,000. I also have some jade here, worth more than these two, including an emerald. Upon hearing this, Gangzi was stunned. What? You even got emerald jade bracelets? What's the quality like? Zhang Chen replied, the quality is good, worth around 3 to 4 million. Wow! Gangzi widened his eyes. Zhang Chen, you're making it big. Well, I have a relative working at an auction house in Yangcheng. I'll help you get in touch. If you auction these jade pieces, you should get a very good price. Zhang Chen nodded, sure, go ahead and contact them. But I have to go abroad tomorrow, won't have signal there, we'll be back in a few days. We can auction them then. Gangzi agreed, alright. Holding the 60,000 bracelet from the two in front of him, Gangzi said, just sell me this one directly, let's settle at 60,000, deal? Zhang Chen agreed, sure. You're a buddy, no need for formalities between us. Gangzi laughed and scolded, you rascal. Be careful, I might give you an unpleasant nickname too. Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? With that, both of them burst into laughter. Gangzi said, alright, I won't chat with you anymore. It's late, I'm going home to hug my wife and sleep. A certain single dog doesn't know how comfortable it is to hug his wife at night. Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow. Sorry, I don't understand what you mean. I have quite a few women, I change who I hug every night. Gangzi was shocked, you rascal. With a wave of his hand, Gangzi turned away mercilessly. Those who don't share the same ideal should not conspire together. Your dad has left. However, as Gangzi reached the door and was about to open it, he remembered something. He turned back and reminded, it's much more dangerous abroad than in the country. When you have money, it's best to get some self-defense weapons. These things should be easy to get abroad, and hire some bodyguards. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen was touched. He nodded, don't worry, I value my life, I have automatic rifles, RPGs, grenades, and such. Gangzi was stunned, wow, that's intense. Still smiling, Zhang Chen said, alright, consider my worries baseless. Dad is leaving first. With that, he waved and left. Shortly after Gangzi left, Zhang Chen also left the hotel. Initially, Zhang Chen intended to go straight back to his residence. However, as he passed by a 24-hour convenience store, he stopped. After a brief thought, he entered the store. He bought some alcohol, beverages, and snacks before taking a taxi back to his place. The next day, when the sky was bright, Zhang Chen woke up from his sleep. He opened a portal directly and arrived on the other side of the apocalypse. When Zhang Chen came downstairs to the living room, many people had gathered there, each doing their own tasks under Jingling's arrangements. Seeing Zhang Chen coming down, everyone politely greeted him. Only Yufu looked at Zhang Chen with resentment. She had mustered up the courage yesterday, even leaving her door unlocked all night while preparing herself. But after waiting all night, Zhang Chen's room next door remained silent. This made Yufu doubt herself, wondering if she had no charm at all. Although she hadn't reached her mother's level, she was still quite attractive, being a school beauty back in the day. Yet Zhang Chen completely ignored her all night, leaving Yufu feeling a bit disheartened. Seeing Yufu pouting, Zhang Chen smiled and didn't pay much attention. He looked at the others and said, alright, everyone is here now, so after breakfast, we can start our operation. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, everyone became serious. Zhang Chen continued, I will lead all the zombies to the second villa. You all will follow Jingling and collect the gold and jade from the surrounding villas. Understood? Understood. Everyone nodded in agreement. With Zhang Chen attracting the zombies, their danger would be greatly reduced. Plus, Jingling had guns, so any stray zombies could be taken care of. Zhang Chen nodded, alright. Then he looked at Jingling and instructed, go to my room and bring down all the alcohol and beverages. Jingling went upstairs at his command and soon returned to the living room with a plastic bag containing 2 bottles of liquor and a large bottle of orange juice. Zhang Chen smiled faintly, after everyone returns, we'll celebrate with these. Upon hearing this, everyone became excited, especially the men present. In these days of the apocalypse, they lived in constant fear, even a bite of food was a luxury. But never did they expect that they could even drink baijiu after coming here. Brother Fan, don't worry, I guarantee it. Boom! A grenade fell on the gate of Villa No. 2, blowing it to pieces. The zombies, who were aimlessly wandering around, went crazy and rushed towards the noise. Inside Villa No. 2, Wu Ji's face changed as he witnessed what was happening outside. He had been worried about Zhang Chen attacking, but he never expected Zhang Chen to strike the very next day. Wu Ge was truly panicked at this moment, he wanted to escape, but when he saw the densely packed zombies outside the window, he felt a chill down his spine. Damn it, the zombies had surrounded them, how could he run? At the moment the grenade exploded, everyone in Villa No. 2 panicked, shrinking into corners trembling. On the top floor of Villa No. 3, Zhang Chen by the window watched as the zombies on the road below surged towards Villa No. 2. The explosion of the grenade was so loud that it attracted all the zombies in the villa area, with more zombies running towards Villa No. 2 from afar. On Jingling's side, upon hearing the explosion of the grenade, she saw the zombies outside quickly heading towards Villa No. 2. Immediately, she ordered, the zombies are leaving, everyone follow me. After saying this, Jingling took out the pistol Zhang Chen had given her, followed his instructions to release the safety, just in case. Then a group of people rushed towards the neighboring villa. Inside Villa No. 2, Wu Ge, seeing more and more zombies outside and the now shattered gate, looked increasingly grim. He quickly ordered his men, hurry, get something to block the gate, or we'll all die here. Boom! At that moment, amidst the zombie horde, another intense explosion shook the ground. Even a zombie whose lower body was blown off was thrown over the wall, landing in the courtyard of Villa No. 2. As soon as the zombies entered, a sharp scream echoed through the villa, everyone was terrified. Upon hearing the scream, the zombie with only its upper body immediately turned towards the house and crawled towards the villa gate. Behind this zombie, several others also entered the villa courtyard through the broken gate. Wu Ge, what should we do? More and more zombies are coming in now. If we don't figure something out soon, we'll all die. At this moment, the henchmen were all in a daze, arguing and making Wu Ji's head spin. Just then, a henchman suddenly rushed over, kicked Wu Ge in the chest while he wasn't paying attention, sending him flying. This blow at least broke 2 of Wu Ji's ribs, leaving him seriously injured. The henchman glared at Wu Ge writhing on the ground with resentment. It's all your damn fault. If you hadn't been thinking about Jingling, we wouldn't be in this mess. With that said, all the henchmen realized the truth and their gazes towards Wu Ge turned dangerous. They took out their batons and started beating Wu Ge mercilessly. Yeah, if it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have been targeted by Jingling's man. Should we hand this Wu guy over to them and see if they can help us drive away these zombies? This suggestion immediately sparked the henchmen's minds. Someone spotted Zhang Chen in Villa No. 3 across the way and said, it must be that person. The henchmen all looked over, and upon seeing Zhang Chen at the window on the 3rd floor of Villa No. 3, they all showed expressions of joy. Even a thug took out a horn and shouted towards Zhang Chen's direction, Boss, we've subdued someone surnamed Wu, save us, we'll hand over the person surnamed Wu to you. Ha! Upon hearing this voice, Zhang Chen looked towards the window of Villa No. 2 and saw a crowd gathering over there. However, due to the distance, he couldn't see their faces clearly, but Zhang Chen could guess that these people were probably Wu Ji's henchmen. He then took out a grenade, pulled the pin, aimed at the 1st floor window of Villa No. 2, and threw it. Boom! The grenade exploded, creating a large crater on the ground and instantly shattering the window glass. The commotion caused by the explosion immediately attracted all the zombies towards the direction of the villa. Seeing this scene, all the henchmen's eyes widened. Zhang Chen didn't need these henchmen of Wu Ge. After all, if they could betray someone surnamed Wu now, they could betray him one day too. Watching the zombies going crazy below, Zhang Chen clicked his tongue. It would be great to have a sniper rifle right now. It would be much easier to just get rid of these henchmen. Zhang Chen shook his head. Forget it, I'll get some from Baba Yang next time I go back. As time passed, Zhang Chen saw the people in Villa Number 2 moving furniture to block the broken windows, preventing the zombies from entering the house. Just then, Zhang Chen heard Jingling's voice through the earpiece. Zhang Chen, we've collected all the gold and other valuable items from the surrounding villas. Also, because I knew you wanted to gather the people from Villa Number 2, I had some bedding from the surrounding villas collected as well. Hearing this, Zhang Chen's smile became even more pronounced. Alright, arrange for everyone to have a big meal at noon as a celebration. And when the people from Villa Number 2 come over, I'll need you to make arrangements. After saying that, the communication was cut off. Zhang Chen was in a great mood. He didn't expect Jingling to be so thoughtful. In the future shelter, Jingling was a skilled manager. After ending the call, Zhang Chen took out an AK rifle and looked at the zombie horde below. Well, it's time for me to get to work. Zhang Chen said, let's clear out all these zombies in the villa area. Zhang Chen's plan was to turn the entire villa area into a shelter, not just one villa. The AK-47 continuously spewed bullets, shooting at the zombies below. Although Zhang Chen's marksmanship wasn't great, with so many bullets, he didn't need to aim properly. The zombies that were originally attacking Villa Number 2 below began to fall sporadically with headshots. After emptying one magazine, Zhang Chen immediately loaded a new one. 3 magazines. 4 magazines. More and more zombies fell with headshots. At the same time, the sound of Zhang Chen's gunfire also attracted the zombies towards him. Seeing the zombies gathering towards Villa Number 3, Zhang Chen simply stored the AK-47 in his storage space. Then he took out an RPG, aimed at the gathering zombies below, and fired a shot. Boom! The intense explosion made Zhang Chen's head buzz. The people in Villa Number 2 were dumbfounded by Zhang Chen's actions. Damn! Who is this big shot? He even has an RPG weapon. The gunfire continued for half an hour before finally stopping. The road below the entire villa was now filled with bodies. Not a single zombie could stand. Only a few zombies with shattered bodies were lying on the ground groaning softly. Zhang Chen put away the overheated barrel of the AK-47 and then walked downstairs. Before, Zhang Chen was worried about the gun barrel overheating. In the past half an hour, he had changed over 10 AKs. Coming downstairs, Zhang Chen took out his pistol, loaded it, and walked towards the direction of Villa No. 2. Bang! Bang! As Zhang Chen passed by those zombies still crawling on the ground, he shot them directly. By the time Zhang Chen reached the front gate of Villa No. 2, all the zombies in the villa area had been completely cleared out. What puzzled Zhang Chen was that despite causing such a commotion in the villa area, no zombies had been attracted from outside until now. Last time, just firing a few shots had drawn many zombies into the villa area. Zhang Chen looked at the gate of Villa No. 2 in front of him and temporarily set aside these thoughts. After dealing with the villa area, he would go out to check the situation. Bang! Zhang Chen kicked open the heavy security door, leaving a deep footprint on it. The people inside the house were already frightened birds. When they saw Zhang Chen coming in, fear was written all over their faces. Zhang Chen glanced at them and calmly said, I've cleared out the zombies in the villa area. Now, all of you go to Jingling's villa. With that, Zhang Chen waved his hand. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, everyone rushed out towards the door in a panic. Wu Ji's henchmen also wanted to join the crowd and leave together. However, Zhang Chen directly pulled them out. When he entered earlier, Zhang Chen had already figured out who the henchmen were and who were innocent based on their positions inside the house. As Zhang Chen dragged this person out and threw him to the ground, the henchman tried to defend himself. Bang! After a gunshot, the henchman fell to the ground, convulsed a few times, and then fell silent. This scene startled the innocent people, freezing them in place. Seeing this, Zhang Chen said calmly, you can rest assured and go to Jingling's villa. As for this Wu and his henchmen, the shelter I'm going to establish next doesn't need people like them. After Zhang Chen finished speaking, he looked at the henchmen and Wu Gu. As Zhang Chen's gaze fell on them, one of the henchmen was so scared that he wet himself and knelt in front of Zhang Chen. Big brother, please don't kill me. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, cutting off the henchman's words as he fell straight to the ground. A bullet had pierced his forehead. Witnessing this, Wu Ji's lips trembled in fear. He was ruthless, but he had never seen someone so quick to kill. Trembling, he pleaded, Big brother, spare me. I swear I'll never come back to the villa area again. Then, as if remembering something, he hurriedly added, I have a lot of food in the warehouse, I can give it all to you, spare me. Zhang Chen chuckled, if I kill you, all your belongings will be mine anyway. Bang! 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 With that, Zhang Chen fired several shots in succession until the magazine was empty. Wu and his henchmen were all lying on the ground, lifeless. As for letting these people go, Zhang Chen wasn't foolish enough to allow such potential danger. Was he supposed to wait for them to come back for revenge in the future? When Zhang Chen returned to Jingling's villa, he found that those who had come from Billionaire were now behaving very well under Jingling's arrangements, showing no signs of chaos. Seeing Zhang Chen return, Jingling's face immediately lit up with a gentle smile. Jingling came to Zhang Chen's side. Back already? Zhang Chen nodded, then leaned in close to Jingling's ear. Didn't expect you to be so capable. I'll reward you well tonight. Upon hearing this, Jingling blushed instantly. Zhang Chen patted Jingling's perky buttocks and said, Alright, these people must be starving. Let's arrange for them to eat first. After they finish eating, send people to the community warehouse to bring all the food here, and then have them thicken and raise the walls around the villa area. Jingling nodded at his words. She then took out her pistol and handed it to Zhang Chen. Glancing at it, Zhang Chen said calmly, Keep it. With more and more people in the shelter, it will be increasingly difficult to manage. This gun can come in handy when needed. Jingling, hearing this, put the pistol away again. After these days, she had long become like Zhang Chen's shadow, obedient to his every command. Jingling then went to arrange for people to cook. Currently, there were over 50 people in the entire villa, including the courtyard. With the amount of food stored in the villa, it would probably only last 2 to 3 days with so many people. However, there was still plenty in his storage space. With this few people, even if they ate for a month, they wouldn't finish it all. After Jingling finished the arrangements, she returned to Zhang Chen to report their findings. Jingling said, This time we only searched a few surrounding villas, and the gold we received added up to nearly 20 pounds. There were also some jade pieces, but the quality was quite average. Upon hearing Jingling's report, Zhang Chen nodded, as he had anticipated this. Not everyone stored as much gold at home as Jingling and Zhong Ye's family did. Jingling continued, However, we found a can of tea in one of the houses. The tea is very expensive, worth about 2 million. Hearing this, Zhang Chen's face showed a hint of surprise. He didn't like tea, but that didn't stop some wealthy people from enjoying it. However, selling this item might be troublesome, as he had no knowledge about tea at all. Zhang Chen shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it for now. He thought it might come in handy someday, so he might as well keep it in his storage space. He then said, Bring all the gold to me. As for the jade, since it's not valuable, you can keep it for yourself. At night, everyone temporarily slept in the living room of the villa. Jingling and the others had prepared bedding to ensure they wouldn't catch a cold at night. Tomorrow, they would allocate the current residences in the villa area to them. In Zhang Chen's room at that moment, just after he finished counting all the gold, the door suddenly creaked open from the outside. Zhang Chen turned to see Jingling sneaking into the room. Seeing her enter, a knowing smile appeared on Zhang Chen's face. Zhang Chen asked, Is Yufu asleep? Jingling nodded, blushing as she approached Zhang Chen. She had just finished bathing and was wearing a simple bathrobe. At this moment, her figure seemed magnified, the robe unable to fully cover her fullness, creating a tantalizing sight, fueling endless imagination. Looking at Jingling in this state, Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. He reached out and pulled her waist, saying, I promised to reward you tonight, but you took the initiative. Without waiting for Jingling to respond, he kissed her. As time passed by. Next door, Yufu woke up thirsty, opening her eyes groggily to the dark sky outside. It's already so late. After drinking some water, she glanced at the closed door, feeling a bit disappointed. She looked down at her cleavage and muttered, It's not small. Why is Brother Fan so indifferent? Just as she was feeling a bit disheartened, she suddenly froze. After waking up, she seemed to hear rhythmic sounds coming from the wall. Faintly, she even heard a woman's pleading voice. When she heard these sounds, Yufu's face turned red. However, after the embarrassment passed, she immediately reacted. Wait a minute. The room next door is Fan Ji's. Thinking of this, Yufu's mind exploded. Which little vixen dared to steal my first time? No, this girl has to see who this little vixen is. Yufu walked out of the room angrily and arrived at Zhang Chen's door, where the sounds inside the room became clearer. Listening to these sounds made Yufu, who was still angry, stop in her tracks. She barged in and ruined Fan Ji's good time, which didn't seem right. But Yufu pressed her ear against the door. For some reason, she felt the sounds inside the room were enticing, wanting to continue listening. And as she listened, she felt an itch in her heart and began to lose control of her fingers. Inside the room, Zhang Chen, sweating profusely, glanced in the direction of the door. Then he whispered to Jingling, Yufu seems to be eavesdropping at the door. What? Hearing this, Jingling, who had been working hard, instantly woke up. This caused Zhang Chen to gasp. He never expected Jingling, in her panic, to instinctively tense her muscles. Jingling's sudden movement caught Zhang Chen off guard, making him gasp. Unable to hold back, Zhang Chen, with a dark expression, retaliated, "What is she eavesdropping on at the door? I'll call her in." "No!" Jingling quickly stopped him. "It feels awkward to do aerobics with my daughter. I'm not ready." Oh. The night quickly passed. Yufu, with panda eyes, came downstairs to the living room and saw Zhang Chen sitting on the sofa smoking. When Zhang Chen saw Yufu coming out, a meaningful smile appeared on his face. "Oh, finally got out of bed?" Yufu glared at Zhang Chen resentfully. "This guy, she waited for him for 2 nights and someone else came and took the lead." Yufu glanced around the living room, where only a few older women were cleaning. "Good morning." Yufu asked, "Where are the others?" "Zhang Chen." "The others naturally went to repair the walls." "Zhang Chen, by the way, later you and your mother will go to the other villas that haven't been visited yet and retrieve things like gold and jade from those villas." "Oh." Yufu nodded lacklusterly. In the following days, everyone in the villa area worked diligently to repair the walls and make them higher and thicker. The current walls of the villa area were only 3 meters high, so if a small wave of zombies came, the walls would be like nothing. Since they wanted to turn the entire villa area into a shelter, reinforcing these walls was urgent. In the next few days, everyone in the villa area worked diligently. Fortunately, there were cement and lime in the villa area's warehouse, which they used directly. However, the villa area covered nearly 100,000 square meters, so building these walls was no small task. Currently, they only had over 60 people, so it would not be completed in a day or two. Jingling and the others also retrieved all the gold and jade from the entire villa area. It must be said that the original owners of these detached villas in the wealthy area were really wealthy. People like Jingling, who used to be a general manager of a listed company, could only be considered lower middle class here. More were like the Zhongye family, who already had a lot of industries. And this time, the gold they found in these villas added up to over 100 caddies. With a total weight of 113 caddies, plus some odds and ends, it's probably around 300 to 400 grams. Fei Chui also collected quite a lot, basically worth several 100,000 or even millions. Zhang Chen made a fortune in this wave. However, with so much gold, Gangzi couldn't possibly consume it all. Last time, with over 40 caddies, Gangzi had to find several people to eat it together. Let's not involve him with this gold for now. In fact, there are still many antiques in the villa area. But these things, Zhang Chen doesn't really have a use for them. The history of this world is completely different from his world's history. Bringing back these antiques, just by looking at the inscriptions, those experts would think they are unprofessionally forged. As for this gold, Zhang Chen is not in a hurry to sell it for now, as there is enough money in the bank account. When he finds a better way to sell the gold next time, he can still sell it. After the villa area's walls are reinforced, Zhang Chen gathers everyone to the central square of the villa area. The walls of the villa area are already done, and the next step is to establish the armed forces of the shelter. These days, Zhang Chen hasn't just been focusing on exercising with Jingling. He has been closely monitoring the people in the shelter, preparing for the upcoming armed forces. At this moment, Zhang Chen stands on a step in the central square, with Jingling by his side. At Jingling's feet, there is a large rectangular wooden box. Everyone looks at the wooden box under Jingling's feet with great curiosity, wondering what's inside. Zhang Chen said, "Songgu, Fengchang, Hubaime, Zhongye, Lilai." The 5 named individuals stepped forward. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's voice, 3 men and 2 women immediately stepped forward from the crowd. These 5 people have been observed by Zhang Chen during this period, and in his judgment, they are qualified candidates. Of course, Zhang Chen's judgment is not based on their strength but mainly on their character. Zhang Chen believes that in the apocalypse, the character of his armed personnel is crucial. If there were thugs like Wu Gu, who knows how they might end up one day. These people, in their work these days, whether in terms of character or execution, are among the top. Zhang Chen said, "Currently, our shelter has few people, so you 5 will temporarily serve as the armed personnel of the shelter." After the meeting, each armed personnel can receive welfare subsidies from Jingling. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, the 5 individuals' eyes lit up. They were originally from the villa area, so they could easily see the benefits. Being armed personnel, the welfare subsidies would definitely be better than regular members. Seeing the expressions on the faces of the 5 people, a slight smile appeared on Zhang Chen's lips. He continued, "Now, come and collect your weapons." As Zhang Chen's voice fell, Jingling opened the lid of the wooden box at her feet. Suddenly, the brand new AK-47s were exposed to everyone's sight. When they saw these weapons, everyone's eyes widened. Wow! AK-47s? So many? My goodness! This firepower is much stronger than Wu Ji's sticks and fire axes. Well, with these weapons, at least our security is more guaranteed. Later, amidst the discussions of the crowd, Jingling handed the 5 AK-47s to the 5 individuals. Holding the guns in their hands, feeling the weight, their hearts also became extremely excited. Zhang Chen looked at them. Of course, I give you weapons to protect the people inside the shelter. The weapons are only for external use. If anyone uses the weapons internally, I will directly shoot them. Their families will also be thrown out of the shelter to feed the zombies. Do you understand? Understood. The voices of the 5 people answering were very loud, each of them tightly gripping the guns in their hands as if they were treasures. Alright, meeting adjourned. With Zhang Chen's voice falling, everyone rushed towards Zhong Ye and the other 4. Each person congratulated and tried to get close to them. After all, as long as they maintained a good relationship with them, they would take care of them in case of any danger in the future, making them feel safer. Of course, there was also no shortage of envy from the others. After Zhong Ye and the others sent the crowd away, they arrived at Jingling's villa. Jingling had been waiting for them here for a while. Seeing them arrive, Jingling smiled faintly and took out 5 small cloth bags. She said, "These 5 bags are the benefits you will receive every month, one for each of you. Inside are some vouchers that you can use to exchange things with Yufu." This was something Jingling and Zhang Chen had come up with in the past few days. Everyone in the shelter would receive these vouchers based on their labor results. They could be roughly categorized as food, tobacco and alcohol, clothing, groceries, and various other vouchers. And now, Li Yufu was in charge of managing these things. Zhong Ye opened her bag and took out several small vouchers the size of 2 fingers. 10 kilograms of pork, 10 bottles of beer, 1 kilogram of candy. Zhong Ye's eyes lit up as she looked at the writing on them, almost instantly realizing the benefits of these vouchers. She glanced at her own small bag and found 7 or 8 vouchers inside. However, she quickly thought of a question. Can these things really be exchanged for? Jingling seemed to have noticed their doubts and said lightly, "You don't need to worry about not being able to get the things." Zhang Chen said that as long as you take the vouchers to Yufu for exchange, you will definitely get what you deserve, anytime. Next, Jingling rearranged the residences for the people in the shelter. With her villa as the center, the others were accommodated around it. Originally, there were quite a few people in the villa area, but now most of them had turned into zombies and were taken care of by Zhang Chen. Even though the number of people in the shelter was currently small, things were gradually getting on track. Jingling's management skills were indeed very good, and Zhang Chen didn't need to worry about much, just needed to oversee the general direction. As night fell, Zhang Chen was planning to show off his card skills and was about to invite Jingling to play poker when Li Lai dragged a tall, slender woman with long hair into the villa. Because Li Lai had a gun on him, the woman he caught had been trembling in fear the whole time, not daring to make a fuss at all. Afraid of upsetting Li Lai, she was directly shot dead by him. When they entered the living room of the villa and saw Zhang Chen and Jingling, Li Lai threw the woman in front of them and said, "Boss, I found this woman while patrolling just now. She was acting suspiciously, seemed like she wanted to sneak into our shelter to steal things." As soon as these words were spoken, the woman on the ground quickly apologized. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to, but I was just too hungry." Hungry? Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow, then gestured. Soon, Jingling brought over some leftover dishes and placed them on the coffee table. Looking at the delicious dishes on the table, the woman's eyes almost popped out. Her throat moved, and she looked at the dishes in front of her with a very eager expression. This was just a very ordinary dish, which before the apocalypse, she might have been picky about. But now, it was a huge temptation to her, the most delicious food in the world. "Zhang Chen, I have food. Whatever you need, just ask." Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, the woman's desire intensified. Zhang Chen continued, "I can also provide you with food, but what can you give me?" The woman was taken aback by Zhang Chen's words. I can be your woman. Can I?" However, Zhang Chen still looked at her with indifference. Obviously, this offer did not move Zhang Chen. Although the woman in front of him was indeed attractive, with a perfect figure even better than Jingling's, in the post-apocalyptic world, beauty was the least valuable. If she was willing to exchange one night for a meal, Zhang Chen was more than willing. It was just for fun, a mere novelty. Even Jingling was kept around because she could demonstrate her worth, which was why Zhang Chen allowed her to stay by his side. Seeing Zhang Chen unmoved, the woman realized that this offer did not sway him at all. Her heart sank. She gazed at the delicious food in front of her, a huge temptation for someone starving. But she dared not rush forward to eat, knowing that Li Lai's gun was not just for show. After a series of internal struggles, the woman finally gritted her teeth and said, "I was in the gym next to the villa before. There are several women in there who look similar to me in appearance and figure. I can bring them all to you." Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen was surprised. He asked, "How many people are still in the gym where you were before?" The woman hurriedly replied, "There are over a dozen people who were trapped in the gym when the zombie outbreak occurred." Zhang Chen nodded, then gestured to Li Lai and said, "Take him with you to bring those people from the gym here, and I will allow you to join my shelter." Upon hearing this, the woman's face brightened, her eyes showing a glimmer of hope. Zhang Chen pushed the dishes on the coffee table towards her and said, "Eat, then go." With Zhang Chen's permission, the woman no longer hesitated and dove in to eat heartily. As the delicious food entered her mouth, she almost cried from the taste. Ignoring her, Zhang Chen turned to Li Lai and ordered, "Go call Songgu and Feng Chang. The three of you will go together. Going together would increase safety in case of danger." Li Lai nodded, then left to find Feng Chang and Songgu who were patrolling near the wall. Not long after, the woman finished all the food on her plate, even licking the plate clean. Despite still looking unsatisfied, she appeared more energetic after eating. Soon, Li Lai returned with Songgu and Feng Chang. Zhang Chen handed them 3 extra magazines, saying, "Each of you take one as a backup, just in case." The 3 nodded, pocketing the magazines. They knew that going outside could be dangerous, and an extra magazine meant extra security. As they prepared to leave, Zhang Chen reminded them, "I've noticed something off outside the shelter recently. Keep an eye out when you go out and see what's going on." The 3 nodded and left the shelter with the woman. Zhang Chen had noticed this anomaly long before. After clearing out all the zombies in the villa area, even using grenades and RPGs, no zombies were attracted from outside. Initially, Zhang Chen thought the zombies had wandered off elsewhere, but after many days, he realized that there were no zombies in sight outside the shelter at all. I guess this is also the reason why this woman dares to come out and steal. This villa area, although not bustling before, was definitely not deserted. After the zombie outbreak, apart from the few zombies initially attracted by the gunshots, there couldn't be no zombies on the streets outside. Something is not right. In a world of zombies, not seeing any zombies might mean these zombies are up to something big. Perfect timing, Li Lai and the others can check the situation when they go out this time. If Li Lai and the others don't find out the reason, then he will have to go check it himself later. He must figure this out, or else when things happen, it will all be over. As night fell, after Zhang Chen brought Jingling back to the room for another intense activity, Jingling fell into a deep sleep, but Zhang Chen still seemed unsatisfied. Since passing through several portals, his physique had become stronger, and Jingling alone couldn't keep up. Zhang Chen looked at the sleeping Jingling, shook his head slightly, then left the room and went to the living room on the first floor. He planned to drink some cold water to calm down. However, as soon as Zhang Chen arrived downstairs, a noisy sound of footsteps came from outside. Zhang Chen turned to look out the window and saw Li Lai, Songgu, and Feng Chang, along with a dozen people, approaching from a distance. Before long, Songgu and the others led this group of people into the villa. "Boss, everyone is here, 6 men and 12 women." Zhang Chen nodded slightly, glanced at the group of people, noticing they were all quite good-looking. The men had handsome features and well-defined muscles, while the women were also attractive, with varying looks but great figures, some even showing hints of abs. Truly top-notch in terms of physique. At this moment, Songgu said, "Earlier, when we were trying to take them away, a man disagreed and got into a conflict with us, trying to grab our guns. I killed him." Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen calmly said, "If he's dead, he's dead, as long as you guys are okay." Then, Zhang Chen continued, "Have you found out anything about the zombies outside?" Songgu's expression turned serious as he replied, "We saw it. About 5 kilometers from our shelter, there's a large mall where zombies are converging from all directions. The mall seems full of zombies, with a large number lingering around the perimeter. However, there are too many zombies there, so we didn't dare to go in for a closer look. Just the zombies outside the mall alone, we estimate there are about 50 to 60,000. Upon hearing this data, Zhang Chen was stunned. "So many?" Zhang Chen roughly estimated. A large mall accommodating 200,000 zombies seemed like child's play, even if it only held 200,000. Adding the 50 to 60,000 outside, it was not a small number. It seemed like all the zombies in this area had gathered there. But, what could be the reason for all these zombies to gather there? "Brother Zhang, welcome. It's been a long time since you last came." After so many days, Zhang Chen returned to Baba Yang and found the arms dealer he had traded with last time. "Brother Saeed, I'm here." Looking at the arms dealer warmly welcoming him at the store entrance, Zhang Chen also smiled. Since Songgu and the others discovered the abnormality of the zombies last time, Zhang Chen had been suffering from insufficient firepower syndrome. With so many zombies, if a wave of zombies came towards their villa area, his meager weapons wouldn't hold up. After much thought, Zhang Chen decided to come back to buy some more from Saeed, just in case. Later, under Saeed's enthusiastic guidance, Zhang Chen entered his office. Saeed even politely handed Zhang Chen a cigar. "Zhang brothers, what do you plan to purchase this time?" said Saeed. "I have always remembered, Zhang brothers, that you mentioned last time, if you find the quality of my weapons good, you would make a large purchase." Zhang Chen nodded with a smile, "Of course." With that, Zhang Chen took out a list and handed it to Saeed. Saeed quickly reached out to take the list, and upon reading it, a look of surprise appeared on his face. He joked, "My goodness, Zhang brothers, are you buying so many weapons to go to war?" Zhang Chen replied, "Yes, I plan to attack the country of Chou." Upon hearing this, Saeed burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, well, I wish you success." After a brief exchange of jokes, Saeed said, "Zhang brothers, you are trustworthy. Please wait a moment, I will have someone prepare the weapons listed for you." Zhang Chen nodded in agreement. Saeed made a phone call, listing all the weapons on the list for preparation. After calculating the total price of the list, Saeed said, "Zhang brothers, the total for this list is $1,060,000. I can round it down and make it an even 1 million, how about that?" Zhang Chen nodded and asked, "Can I make the payment with gold this time?" "Of course, my brother." Saeed replied, "I don't think anyone would refuse gold. Converting it to gold, you would only need to pay 14 kilograms of gold." Zhang Chen nodded, then placed his backpack on the table in front of Saeed. He took out 28 500-gram gold bars from the backpack, which were actually taken from his storage space, just concealed in the backpack. Saeed's eyes lit up at the sight of the gold bars. "Zhang brothers, you are a friend I can trust. From now on, you are my brother in life and death." Saeed's excitement was palpable. Although he owned a military store, in Baba Yang, shops like his were a dime a dozen. This large order was the first of its kind for him. Zhang Chen's purchase almost emptied his store of weapons. With such a substantial income, how could he not be excited? He eagerly shook Zhang Chen's hand, "Happy cooperation." Zhang Chen also smiled, "Happy cooperation." This time, Zhang Chen purchased a wider variety of weapons. He bought only 10 bulletproof vests, and 2 M24 sniper rifles, which he intended to use for his own pleasure. In addition to these, Zhang Chen also bought 2 Gatling M134 machine guns, each priced at over $40,000. The most purchased items were grenades, RPG rounds, and bullets. Due to the Gatling guns, which were heavy on ammunition consumption, he bought over 1 million rounds of 7.62 caliber bullets alone. Saeed's military store was practically emptied by this order. Saeed would probably have to source additional ammunition from surrounding stores to fill such a large quantity. Fortunately, whether it was the M24, AK-47, or Gatling, they all used 7.62 caliber bullets. As for the bullets for the 2 pistols Zhang Chen carried, there were still plenty in his storage space, so he did not purchase any this time. This data alone explained why Saeed jokingly asked if Zhang Chen was going to war when he first saw the list. After all, just these weapons alone would be considered a strong arsenal in the small countries of Africa. After waiting for over 2 hours, Zhang Chen finally saw Saeed return to the office. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, Saeed excitedly said, "Zhang brothers, I have prepared everything you need, you can take them whenever you want." Zhang Chen nodded at the words, then gave Saeed an address to deliver to. The address Zhang Chen gave Saeed was a warehouse that Zhang Chen had temporarily rented. After all, the amount purchased this time was quite large and couldn't be taken away like last time. So, before meeting Saeed, Zhang Chen had rented a warehouse in the suburbs to conveniently store everything. As time passed, after Saeed's men delivered the weapons to the destination, they left. Saeed had initially wanted to invite Zhang Chen to hang out, but Zhang Chen declined. Back at the warehouse, Zhang Chen stored everything in the storage space. Later, he bought many other things at Baba Yang's and then opened the portal again, entering the post-apocalyptic world. This time, Zhang Chen's figure appeared directly in Jingling's villa, in his own room. By then, Jingling had been waiting in the room for a while. At first, Jingling was startled to see a sudden portal. But when she saw Zhang Chen walking out of it, her expression turned from surprise to excitement. Jingling wasn't surprised by Zhang Chen's appearance. She had known for a long time that Zhang Chen possessed spatial superpowers, and the portal before her was indeed a spatial one. Excitedly, Jingling said, "Zhang Chen, has your power gotten stronger?" Zhang Chen was taken aback. "Why do you say that?" Jingling replied, "Because I've never seen you use this power before. Is this a spatial portal that ignores distance?" Zhang Chen nodded and followed her lead. "Yes, but currently only I can use it. Others can't enter the portal." "I see," Jingling's eyes lit up. "So, in the future, if you encounter any emergencies while looking for food outside, you can come back directly. It seems that you should collect gold and jade quickly to make your power stronger, so you'll be safer." Hearing this, Zhang Chen smiled faintly. He noticed that this time, crossing the portal to the post-apocalyptic world had significantly enhanced his physique. He had already noticed this when he first crossed over. After sending Jingling away, Zhang Chen couldn't wait to take out a small knife. He wanted to test whether his current physical strength could withstand the knife's attack. Initially, Zhang Chen just made a few cuts on his palm with the knife, increasing the force each time. When he found no marks on his palm, he exerted all his strength and stabbed the other hand's palm. Thud! The powerful force made a muffled sound against the tabletop. Zhang Chen was astonished to find that the knife in his hand had split open. However, the palm of his other hand that was stabbed still had only a very small mark, not even breaking the skin. Excited by this discovery, Zhang Chen was thrilled. I wonder if my current physique can withstand bullets. Zhang Chen casually threw the broken knife into the trash can, but he stopped the experiment and didn't actually take out a gun to try. He felt it was unnecessary. With his current physical strength, even if he couldn't withstand bullets, it probably wouldn't take long. Zhang Chen even felt that if he continued to use the portal like this, one day in the future, he might be able to withstand a missile with his body. Thinking of this, a scene suddenly flashed in Zhang Chen's mind. A man walking out of a nuclear explosion. At this thought, Zhang Chen couldn't help but smile and shake his head. It was hard to say when that day might come, but that didn't stop Zhang Chen from feeling content at that moment. After tidying up a bit, Zhang Chen left his room and went downstairs to the living room. As soon as he entered the living room, he saw Zhong Ye looking for snacks to exchange with various coupons in her hand. The moment Zhong Ye saw Zhang Chen, she immediately greeted him with a smile. Lauda, hello. Zhong Ye had a carefree personality, and her way of greeting was quite unique compared to the others. Zhang Chen nodded with a smile and casually asked, what are you doing? Zhong Ye replied, I'm looking to exchange for some snacks with Yufu. It's been a while since I had some, feeling a bit greedy. Zhang Chen inquired, aren't you on patrol today? Zhong Ye nodded, yeah, it's my day off today, hee. Just then, Yufu finished counting the snacks Zhong Ye needed and walked out of a room. This room contained supplies brought over from Zhang Chen's world, under Yufu's care. Seeing the snacks, Zhong Ye's eyes lit up with joy. After taking the exchanged items, she happily said, thanks. Lauda, I'll go first. Zhang Chen was a bit puzzled by Zhong Ye's sincere use of Lauda to address him. In his memory, Lauda was not a good term, often associated with a certain white-haired individual who couldn't let opponents have their way. After Zhong Ye left, Zhang Chen entered the room where supplies were stored and took out everything left in his storage space, except for weapons, placing them in the room. Yufu, on the side, widened her beautiful eyes at the sudden increase in items. She was also very happy because finding so much food meant their lives would improve. Fang Ge, you found so much food again. Zhang Chen nodded with a smile, yeah, this should be enough for the shelter residents for a long time. After that, Zhang Chen headed towards the door to check the walls around the shelter. He instructed Yufu to stay there and promised to bring her a game console next time. However, as Zhang Chen took a step, he felt Yufu tugging at his clothes. Zhang Chen turned to look at Yufu, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Yufu lowered her head, her ears turning red. In a soft voice, she said, Fang Ge, I saw you in your room at night. Her voice grew softer, and Zhang Chen couldn't catch the rest of her words. Zhang Chen chuckled, looking at Yufu, so? Yufu hesitated, it's just, I feel like you never seem satisfied each time, so, I can help you. Oh, Zhang Chen teased, how can you help? Despite Zhang Chen's playful tone, Yufu's next actions left him stunned. Yufu squatted in front of Zhang Chen, unzipped his pants, and reached inside. What followed was left unsaid. The room was filled with a subtle tension. After about 15 minutes, Yufu, who had been eating all along, felt her mouth muscles sore. Seeing Yufu in this state, Zhang Chen smiled, let's stop here for today. Yufu was clearly a novice, and Zhang Chen didn't expect her to perform at a certain level. He decided to leave such tasks to Jingling, as Yufu's skills were far inferior. However, Yufu seemed determined, I can still do it. With that, she proactively closed the door and locked it, then approached Zhang Chen. After a moment of fumbling, she removed her underwear. Soon after, the room was filled with sporadic sounds, accompanied by Yufu's struggling moans. Fortunately, Jingling was currently outside arranging personnel for the shelter, and there was no one else in the entire villa. Yufu was completely inexperienced, and throughout the spar with Zhang Chen, she was constantly suppressed, unable to fight back at all. Half an hour later, Yufu felt her head starting to get a bit fuzzy. An hour later, Yufu was completely out of energy by now. She felt like she was flying over and over again, completely dazed, finding it difficult to control her movements. Until the battle in the room ended. Zhang Chen opened the door and walked out. Li Yufu was drenched in sweat, her face flushed, hands on the wall, legs wobbly, and she walked out tremblingly. Then she collapsed directly on the sofa. This time, she had completely exhausted her strength. At the same time, she realized deeply that having a good physique was really crucial. She was just too weak. She must exercise more in the future, preferably ask Zhang Chen for advice on the most effective way to train. Zhang Chen once again gathered the armed members. He planned to search all the surrounding buildings while the zombies were still gathering, to find all the valuable items like gold inside. Jingling leaned close to Zhang Chen and whispered, "Less than 2 kilometers south of the villa area, there is a jewelry store." Thinking of this, Jingling's eyes lit up, excitement on her face. Jingling tried to suppress her excitement, continuing to whisper to Zhang Chen, "I remember there are many gold bars in that jewelry store. Definitely more than all the gold in our villa area combined." Oh? Hearing this from Jingling, Zhang Chen also became interested. He had spent 28 pounds of gold at Saeed's last time, and currently, the inventory in the storage space was only about 100 pounds. Although this gold seemed like a lot, it wouldn't last long once used. Now, hearing Jingling's words, Zhang Chen was naturally very interested. "Zhang Chen, alright, so, the destination of this operation will be this jewelry store." After that, Zhang Chen looked at Zhong Yaya, Songgu, and the other 5 people across from him, saying, "You guys will come with me later." Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, all 5 of them nodded in unison. Although they didn't know what Zhang Chen needed the gold for, since Zhang Chen had given the order, they would follow. Then, Zhang Chen handed out 5 sets of bulletproof vests to the 5 people. After they were all dressed, Zhang Chen led them to set off. Originally, Jingling also wanted to go with them, but Zhang Chen stopped her. Although there weren't many people in the shelter at the moment, they still needed someone trustworthy to guard it to prevent any accidents. Besides, Jingling also had a pistol given to her by Zhang Chen. If there were any troublemakers in the shelter, she could shoot them directly. Soon, led by the 5 people, Zhang Chen headed towards the jewelry store. Zhong Ye and Song Gu were originally residents of the villa area, so they were very familiar with the route here, which saved them from taking many detours. 2 kilometers were not far, but walking on foot still took quite some time. 20 minutes later, the 6 of them arrived at their destination. Due to the zombies gathering towards the center of this area, there wasn't a single zombie here at the moment, it was empty. However, along the way, the 6 of them encountered other survivors. These survivors seemed to have come out to look for food since there were no zombies on the road, but when they saw Zhang Chen and the others wearing bulletproof vests and holding weapons like AK-47s, they all backed away in fear. In the apocalypse, sometimes human hearts were scarier than zombies. Especially when these survivors saw Zhang Chen and the others with guns, they naturally ran away as far as they could. When the 6 of them arrived at the entrance of the gold shop and saw the closed door, Zhang Chen was about to smash it open directly. To their surprise, the door was locked from the inside. Was there someone inside the gold shop? It had been almost half a month since the zombies had been rampant. What could there possibly be to eat inside the gold shop? Estimating that anyone hiding inside would have starved to death long ago. Without a word, Zhang Chen smashed the glass door, and the 6 of them rushed in. Since there were no zombies around, even if they made some noise, it wouldn't matter. Zhang Chen said, "Take all the gold jewelry, forget about the boxes, they take up space." The other 5 immediately unzipped their backpacks as ordered, quickly emptied the gold jewelry from the display cases into their bags. Zhang Chen went through a door, intending to find the safe inside. Those gold bars mentioned by Jingling couldn't possibly be displayed on the counter, they were probably inside the safe. However, as soon as Zhang Chen entered the room, he saw a thin, lifeless body lying on the ground. The body, which had been motionless, suddenly stiffened and turned its head towards Zhang Chen, emitting a low, eerie groan. Slowly, it stood up and began to walk stiffly towards Zhang Chen. With a glance at the zombie in front of him, Zhang Chen noticed a clear bite mark on the palm of its hand. Obviously, this poor soul had been bitten by a zombie before seeking refuge in the gold shop. Zhang Chen immediately pulled out his gun. At such close range, there was no need to aim. Bang! The zombie fell to the ground, a bullet hole in its forehead. Hearing the gunshot, Song Gu and the others hurried in. Zhang Chen waved them off. "It's fine here, you guys continue packing the gold." Song Gu, who by May, and the others nodded, then turned and went back to the main hall to continue packing the gold. After searching through several rooms in the house, Zhang Chen finally found where the safe was stored. He pulled out the safe and placed it on the empty floor, then grabbed the edge of the safe and began to exert force. As Zhang Chen's strength increased, the safe's door began to deform until a gap big enough for a few fingers to fit through appeared. With all his might, Zhang Chen tore the entire door off. Even Zhang Chen himself was a bit shocked by his rough display. It was the first time he realized just how strong he was. Looking at the deformed alloy door in his hand, he tossed it aside and turned his gaze to the safe. Inside, there were shining gold bars, estimated to be over 100 of them, and there were 4 more places like this to store safes. After calculating this data, even Zhang Chen was surprised. Why would a gold shop store so many gold bars inside? Shouldn't they be kept in a bank instead? Although Zhang Chen had some thoughts about it, he didn't dwell on it. After all, this was a great deal for him. He casually stored all these gold bars into his storage space. Moving on to the next few safes, Zhang Chen repeated the same actions, tearing off the alloy doors and storing the gold inside. In just this step, there were over 400 gold bars, each weighing 500 grams. This was a huge profit. Lauda, we've collected all the gold from the display cases outside. Just as Zhang Chen finished storing the gold bars from the 4 safes into his storage space, Zhang Yuyu ran in. Zhang Chen nodded slightly and asked, "How much?" Zhang Yuyu replied, "Altogether, it's about 160 pounds. Upon hearing this data, Zhang Chen was stunned. So many? In his impression, the gold jewelry displayed in the jewelry store ranged from a few grams to tens of grams at most. Some might weigh a few hundred grams, but that was rare. So, altogether, it could amount to over 160 caddies? Zhang Yeye nodded. Yes, the people from the villa area often visit this jewelry store, so the jewelry here is heavier and more exquisite compared to other stores. But mainly, there are several pure gold ornaments, each weighing over 20 caddies. Hearing this, Zhang Chen nodded, "I see." Then waved his hand. "Once the gold is collected, let's leave." With that, Zhang Chen walked out of the room, and the other 5 individuals carried backpacks filled with gold jewelry, following him out of the store. The 6 of them swiftly crossed the deserted street and headed towards the villa area. At this moment, on the buildings on both sides of the street, the survivors who cowered on the upper floors and dared not come down, looked puzzled at Zhang Chen and the others below. Is this the apocalypse? What's the use of gold now? If I had such weapons, I would have gone to loot food long ago. A middle-aged man in a building room, looking down at Zhang Chen and the others, muttered to himself. Behind him, a young man said, "They have guns, should we join them?" But before he could finish, a woman interrupted, "Join them for what? Can anyone with access to guns be considered good? If we follow them, we won't even know how we'll die." Seeing this, the young man immediately said, "But our food is almost gone. If we don't find a way out soon, our family of 3 will starve to death." The middle-aged man by the window looked uneasy, unable to make a decision for a moment. The young man continued, "Mom, Dad, think about it. They have guns, following them will definitely be safer than hiding alone at home. And they just raided the jewelry store, completely ignoring supermarkets and convenience stores, which means they have plenty of food. Even if they have bad personalities, at least we won't starve or get bitten by zombies." Well, hearing the young man's analysis, the woman who spoke earlier began to look hesitant. After a moment, the man by the window saw Zhang Chen's figure almost reaching the end of the street below. And at that moment, he noticed that survivors from the neighboring buildings were also coming down and following those few people. Seeing this, the middle-aged man clenched his teeth and said, "Let's follow them." Upon hearing his words, the young man's face lit up with joy. The middle-aged man continued, "Bring all the remaining food we have." "Okay." The young man immediately took action, packing all the food from the fridge into a bag, and then gathered some clothes and other essentials for the family of 3. After a brief preparation, the 3 of them also descended the stairs and quickly caught up with Zhang Chen and the others. In this post-apocalyptic world, one could perhaps survive an encounter with zombies by being cautious. But when it came to other survivors, it was uncertain. Unless they could join a powerful shelter, things might be a bit better. "Boss, there are quite a few people following us." On their way back, Hubaimei approached Zhang Chen and said. Zhang Chen nodded slightly. He had long noticed the people behind them but had not said anything. It was indeed strange. When they first went to the jewelry store, the survivors they encountered almost ran for their lives upon seeing them. Now, after looting the jewelry store, these people followed them instead. Zhang Chen was very clear about their intentions for following. After all, it wasn't complicated, a little thought made it clear. "Zhang Chen, if they don't cause us trouble, we don't need to worry about them for now. If they follow us back to the shelter, we'll state our conditions. If they agree, we'll take them all in." The others nodded silently at his words, then continued to walk alongside Zhang Chen. The zombies they had scouted in the mall last time weighed heavily on their minds like a large stone. The entire shelter only had 6 armed personnel. Even with Jingling, there were only 7 of them. As for why there were so few, they all knew the reason. Although Zhang Chen had high requirements for selecting armed personnel, the main reason was that there were too few people in the shelter. If there were more people, there would definitely be more than just a few armed personnel like them. Now, Behind them, the number of people following them had reached an estimated 50. If all these people were to join the shelter in the future, even if only 2 or 3 armed personnel were selected from them, the pressure on them would be greatly reduced. As time passed, when they arrived at the shelter gate, Jingling, who was observing from the lookout tower at the entrance, came out to greet them as soon as she saw Zhang Chen and the others returning. "Jingling, you're back. Did you encounter any danger on this trip?" Zhang Chen smiled and shook his head. "Not really, but I did come across a zombie locked inside the jewelry store, and I took care of it." Hearing this, Jingling breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good." Zhang Chen also smiled. After all, almost all the zombies in this area have gathered in that mall. There shouldn't be much danger outside now. Jingling nodded with a smile. "That's true. Let's go inside the shelter first." However, Zhang Chen refused. "Wait a moment." After speaking, Zhang Chen turned to look, and at a distance of 100 meters from them, those who had followed them were gathered there. Each one of them looked at each other, none daring to step forward. After a moment, a young man finally walked out from the crowd, mustering up the courage to ask, "May I ask if we can join your shelter?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen looked at him, a slight curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. Song Gu and the others smiled faintly at his words. "Zhang Chen, of course you can." Upon hearing this, everyone's faces lit up with joy. When they first left their original hiding place, they wanted to take a chance, but they didn't expect the other party to actually be willing to accept them. They were now at their wits' end, having run out of food. If they could join a shelter, as long as there was food, they were willing to do anything, even if it meant getting dirty and tired. "Zhang Chen, however, to join my shelter, you must follow the shelter's arrangements. Anyone who disobeys the rules, disrupts the order of the shelter, or maliciously stirs up conflicts, I will feed them all to the zombies." Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, everyone nodded eagerly, their faces filled with excitement. They wholeheartedly agreed with this. Zhang Chen continued, "Those who agree can enter the shelter, those who disagree, get out of here." As Zhang Chen finished speaking, the people opposite them began to act, walking towards their direction. Seeing this group of people approaching, Zhang Chen said to Jingling beside him, "Jingling, arrange these people." Jingling nodded and smiled. "I've had an idea recently, and we could use some more people, so their arrival is perfect." Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow. "What idea?" Jingling replied, "We have a large garden in our villa area, but it seems useless in the current situation. Moreover, the garden is quite spacious, so I plan to renovate it, plant some fruit trees or vegetables, or even turn it into a breeding ground." Zhang Chen nodded slightly. "Alright, you go ahead with it, let me know if you need anything." "Okay." When these people arrived, Jingling led them away. As Zhang Chen and the others entered the shelter's gate slowly closed. Upon returning to the villa, Zhang Chen took a comfortable bath and planned to go to his room to count the gold he had received this time. However, as he reached the second floor and passed by Li Yufu's room, he noticed that her door was open, and faint sounds were coming from inside. Zhang Chen was a bit surprised and casually pushed the door open. He found Li Yufu lying on the bed watching a colorful video on her tablet. Li Yufu seemed deeply engrossed in watching, unaware of Zhang Chen entering the room. At this moment, her cheeks were flushed, and her eyes sparkled. She wanted to learn some experiences from the video to regain some confidence for her next interaction with Zhang Chen. Smack! At that moment, Zhang Chen, who had approached her, playfully patted her perky buttocks. Li Yufu was startled, almost reflexively hiding the tablet under the covers. Zhang Chen chuckled and teased, "Why are you still watching these things? If you want, you can just try it yourself." With these words, Li Yufu's face blushed even more. Her mind started racing, trying to come up with some excuses. However, before she could think of anything, Zhang Chen spoke again. "Perfect timing, after a busy day, help me relax a bit." "Ha?" Li Yufu was stunned, not yet grasping the meaning behind Zhang Chen's words. The next moment, she saw Zhang Chen pounce on her. After more than an hour, the battle finally ended, and Li Yufu was so exhausted that she fell into a deep sleep. Watching the sleeping woman in front of him, Zhang Chen shook his head slightly. He realized that with the increasing number of times he passed through the teleportation gate and enhanced his physique, it seemed not entirely beneficial. It made him feel uncomfortable, like the current situation. Zhang Chen then left Li Yufu's room, planning to take a cold shower to cool off. However, as he opened the door to his room, he heard footsteps coming up the stairs. Zhang Chen turned to look and soon saw Jingling walking up from downstairs. Jingling had just finished dealing with the new group of people, arranging their accommodations and tasks. After being busy for so long, Jingling was a bit tired and planned to rest in her room. But as she met Zhang Chen, who was opening the door, a smile immediately appeared on her face, and she walked over to him gracefully. About to greet him, she suddenly caught a strange smell. Jingling leaned closer to Zhang Chen and sniffed carefully. Having interacted frequently with Zhang Chen during this period, she almost instantly recognized the scent. Her face turned red all of a sudden. She hadn't expected that Zhang Chen had just engaged in a deep interaction with someone. Jingling subconsciously glanced at Zhang Chen and, upon seeing a certain bulging area, she understood everything, and her smile grew even wider. Although she didn't know which little vixen had taken advantage of Zhang Chen behind her back, it was clear that this person's combat power was lacking, not a match for Zhang Chen. Jingling said, "It seems like you, Zhang Chen, haven't had enough fun yet, have you? Right when I finished up, do you want to come in and exchange some driving experiences with me?" Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow, as he had this intention. "Let's go." He put his arm around Jingling's waist, opened the door, and walked in. Jingling's experience was obviously much richer than Li Yufu's. When discussing driving experiences with Zhang Chen, she could even talk about how to enjoy speeding with various postures. Zhang Chen was truly enlightened by this. Perhaps because Jingling knew that Zhang Chen had just exchanged car skills with someone, this time she almost brought out all her hidden skills. Time passed by slowly, and soon it was evening. Unsurprisingly, Jingling, who was already a bit tired, fell into a deep sleep just like Li Yufu. Zhang Chen left feeling satisfied, planning to go downstairs for a drink. However, just as Zhang Chen arrived in the living room, the light was dim, so he casually pressed the switch on the wall. But the light did not come on. Looking at the unresponsive light, Zhang Chen was stunned for a moment. He then took out a tester to check the socket. No power. Is the power starting to go out? Zhang Chen shook his head slightly, as he had anticipated this. After all, with the outbreak of zombies in this world, places like power stations were left unattended. The fact that the power grid could last for half a month before shutting down had already exceeded Zhang Chen's expectations. Fortunately, he had purchased a generator and solar panels in advance to deal with power outages. However, since the power grid had not yet encountered any issues, these items had been sitting idle in the warehouse. Now they could finally come in handy. Zhang Chen then had someone install the solar panels. Although they were installed, they couldn't be used today, as it was already getting dark. Zhang Chen didn't plan to use the generator at the moment either. There were no zombies around, so he didn't have to worry about the noise from the generator attracting them. However, the noise from the generator was just too loud. He couldn't stand the constant noise in the dead of night. So, after the installation of the solar panels, Zhang Chen returned to his own world, planning to rest well for the night. Speaking of which, since he obtained the portal that allowed him to enter this post-apocalyptic world, he rarely returned to his own world. Every time he came back, it was always in a hurry with things to do. After finishing his tasks, he quickly went back to the post-apocalyptic world. As soon as he returned to his own world, Zhang Chen's phone immediately started ringing with a series of message alerts. Upon checking his phone, most of the messages were from Gangzi. The content of these messages roughly informed Zhang Chen that a relative of his from the auction house had made an appointment to visit on July 5th. He was asked to bring the jade to meet him. However, what surprised Zhang Chen was that Saeed had also sent him a message, and the content of this message brought him quite a pleasant surprise. The message was not very coherent, with many typos. After all, Saeed was not from the Dragon Kingdom, so it was already impressive that he could send messages to Zhang Chen in Chinese characters. But Zhang Chen managed to understand it. The message roughly mentioned that he had a friend in need of a large amount of gold urgently, so Saeed asked if Zhang Chen still had gold bars like last time. At that moment, Zhang Chen was thrilled after reading Saeed's message. Since Gangzi couldn't handle so much gold, he was thinking of finding someone else, but unexpectedly, Saeed had brought him such a wealthy client. So Zhang Chen replied to Saeed, informing him that he would visit Baba Yang in a few days, and they could discuss it then. Since Zhang Chen didn't know this person well, he didn't disclose how much gold he had for the time being, keeping a cautious attitude. After sending the message, Zhang Chen glanced at the calendar, July 4th. He chuckled and shook his head, surprised at the coincidence of his return this time. He replied to Gangzi's message, informing him that he would come to see him tomorrow. After replying, Zhang Chen lay down on his large soft bed at home. However, as time passed, he began to feel increasingly uneasy, sensing that something was missing. There was no Li Yufu, no Jingling. TSK. Zhang Chen shook his head wryly. This gentle town is really... In the post-apocalyptic world, the next morning, Jingling woke up early from her sleep and found no sign of Zhang Chen in the room. She got up, freshened up quickly, and went downstairs. Just as she reached the ground floor, Li Yufu said, "Mom, Songgu and the others said the shelter lost power." Lost power? Jingling's eyes flickered with surprise, then she pressed the light switch on the wall. The living room lights immediately turned on. Jingling, but the power is on, right? Li Yufu, it's because Fango had solar panels installed in our villa last night. However, only our villa has them for now. The other villas haven't installed such things yet. I see. Jingling nodded slightly, quickly associating Zhang Chen's absence with the situation. Zhang Chen never woke up this early before. If he was nowhere to be found early in the morning, he was probably out using his superpowers to search for power-generating equipment. Without dwelling on it further, Jingling left the villa, planning to visit the shelter again to check for any oversights in her arrangements. However, as she was halfway through the shelter, a sudden explosion sounded. Everyone in the shelter, who had been busy, immediately turned to look in the direction of the noise. The explosion was far away from them, and their view outside the shelter was blocked by tall buildings, so they couldn't see what was happening. At that moment, Jingling saw Feng Cheng patrolling and quickly pointed in the direction of the sound, asking, "Did you check that area when you went out last time?" Feng Cheng's expression turned serious as he nodded and said, "Yes. That direction is where the shopping mall where the zombies gather is located. And judging from the sound, it's likely coming from there." Hearing Feng Cheng's words, Jingling's eyes showed a hint of surprise, and she instinctively looked towards the direction of the explosion. Could it be that survivors from other shelters had also noticed something unusual there and decided to eliminate those zombies? Just then, 3 or 4 more explosions followed in succession. Jingling was now more certain that survivors had clashed with the zombies. But if they were just ordinary survivors, could they have such firepower? Could it be the military coming? Jingling quickly took out her phone, wanting to check online if any survivors around the mall had posted what they saw. However, upon turning on her phone, she found that there was no network. Power outage last night, and now the network was down today? Jingling looked towards the direction of the explosions, pondering. As time passed, she noticed that the explosions seemed to have stopped. This discovery left Jingling and Feng Cheng puzzled. If it was indeed the military, wouldn't they have more firepower? Feng Cheng then asked, "Should I go out and check the situation?" After a moment of thought, Jingling shook her head. "No need, it's too dangerous to go out now. We might encounter a large number of zombies. We just need to stay in the shelter." Looking at Feng Cheng, Jingling continued, "Go inform the other 4 to be on alert during this time. Let's see if those people will come over to us." Feng Cheng heard Jingling's instructions, nodded, and then turned to inform the other 4 people. At the same time, on Zhang Chen's side, he hailed a taxi and headed towards Gangzi's store. The moment he arrived at Gangzi's store, Zhang Chen immediately spotted a woman sitting there, dressed in a black suit, with a cold and aloof demeanor. She had a faint smile on her face as she chatted with Gangzi. Seeing this woman, Zhang Chen couldn't help but be stunned. Honestly, in terms of figure and appearance, this woman was no less than Jingling. Moreover, her aura was somewhat similar to Jingling's, giving off a strong independent woman vibe. However, unlike Jingling, the woman in front of him, in her small suit and ponytail, appeared more competent. As the two chatted, they heard the commotion at the door and turned to see Zhang Chen walking in. "Fan Ge, you finally made it." Gangzi's face lit up with joy at the sight of Zhang Chen, as if he had been liberated. He rushed over excitedly and gave Zhang Chen a big hug. Gangzi said, "Sis, let me introduce you. This is the buddy I told you about, doing gold business abroad." The woman sitting on the sofa initially had a calm expression upon hearing Gangzi's words. But as Gangzi mentioned that Zhang Chen was doing gold business abroad, a look of surprise finally appeared on her face. Doing gold business abroad was not something an ordinary person could get involved in. With a faint smile, she approached Zhang Chen and extended her hand. "Hello, I'm Zhang Manju, currently the general manager of Yangcheng International Auction Company." Zhang Manju's voice carried a hint of coldness, matching her demeanor. Seeing this, Zhang Chen also reached out and lightly shook hands with Zhang Manju. He then said, "Hello, Gangzi has already introduced me, so I won't repeat myself." Zhang Manju nodded with a smile and went straight to the point. "Fang Gang told me that you have a batch of valuable jadeite here. I have some expertise in jadeite, could you show me?" Without a word, Zhang Chen took out a jadeite bracelet and placed it in front of Zhang Manju. He then proceeded to display 6 more pieces of jadeite. These 7 were the most valuable pieces of jadeite that Zhang Chen had collected. The remaining bracelets were worth around tens of thousands, and he didn't bother showing them. With the presentation of the emerald jadeite, Zhang Manju's eyes were immediately drawn to it. The more she examined it, even under light and with instruments, the brighter her eyes became. It wasn't until several minutes later that Zhang Manju finished inspecting all the bracelets. The quality of this emerald jadeite bracelet is indeed very good, ranking among the top emeralds. Zhang Chen was stunned. "Emerald?" Zhang Manju nodded. "Yes. Many people classify emerald as jadeite, while some consider it imperial green jadeite. In reality, it is quite different from jadeite and belongs to the 4 major gemstones. The value of this emerald jadeite bracelet is estimated to be no less than 4 million. If auctioned at our company, it would conservatively fetch no less than 5 million. Afterward, Zhang Manju looked at the other jadeite bracelets and said, the value of these is much lower, probably only worth a few $100,000. However, these designs are exquisite, and I believe they could still fetch a good price at auction. If you decide to entrust them to our company for auction, I can take charge and only charge 3% of the final selling price as commission. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Chen nodded. Given the speed at which he was currently acquiring funds, he wasn't too concerned about these few million. Alright, I'll leave it to you then. Just send me a message after it's done. Zhang Manju nodded and smiled, saying, sure. I'll call you to share the good news when it's done. Don't bother calling. Zhang Chen shook his head. There's no signal where I do business, so calls won't go through. Just send a message, and I'll reply when I see it. Okay. Next, after Zhang Manju had carefully stored away all the jade and emeralds, they exchanged contact numbers. Zhang Manju still had many matters to attend to at her company, so she didn't linger. After she left, Gangzi finally let out a long breath. How come you didn't flinch in front of her imposing presence? Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow and jokingly replied, I'm used to a woman with a similar aura. We sleep together often. After a while, you become immune to that kind of aura. Gangzi? Zhang Chen chuckled, forget it, I won't stay any longer. I have to make a trip abroad for some business matters. Gangzi, alright, come back soon, I'll treat you to a feast. Zhang Chen, OJBK. With that, Zhang Chen waved and left. Without lingering, Zhang Chen immediately began preparing to head to Baba Yang after leaving Gangzi's place. Upon arriving at Saeed's shop, Saeed greeted Zhang Chen with a bright smile. Zhang brother, you finally come. I've been messaging you for days. Zhang Chen smiled, sorry, there's no signal where I do business, so I haven't seen them. As soon as I saw your message, I rushed over. Saeed said, come, have tea with me in the office. When I heard you were coming, I specially bought premium tea from your Dragon Country tea merchant, over $5,000 per pound. It's for entertaining you, I heard you Dragon Country folks like this. Hearing this, Zhang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. The misconception that Dragon Country people all like tea was just like the misconception that they all knew martial arts. Saeed continued, my friend, upon hearing of your visit, came over immediately and is now waiting in my office. As they spoke, Saeed pushed open the office door, and they entered together. As soon as they entered the office, Zhang Chen spotted a white face, about 1.65 meters tall, weighing around 200 pounds, sitting on the sofa, earnestly operating a phone. He seemed to be in contact with someone, but judging by his expression, things didn't seem to be going well. Upon hearing the commotion at the door, he turned his head and looked over. When he saw Zhang Chen beside Saeed, the chubby man's eyes lit up. He naturally knew who Saeed had just welcomed outside, and he had come for this purpose. It seemed that the chubby man's matter was quite urgent. Before he could even introduce himself, he directly said, is this the friend Saeed mentioned who has gold for sale? How much gold do you have? I need a large quantity. Saeed added, this friend of mine is in the gold purchasing business. His company's task is to purchase 200 pounds of gold every month. Originally, he had a stable trade deal with a gold mine in Africa, but recently, there was a war, and the mine was taken over by rebel forces. In a hurry, he found me, wanting to inquire about anyone selling gold. I see. Zhang Chen nodded, gaining a rough understanding of the situation. He then said, I must tell you, I happen to be in the gold jewelry business, and I have a batch of gold to sell. Just wondering, what price are you willing to offer? The fat man glanced at Syed and then, after a moment of contemplation, said, the current price of gold is $72.03 per gram. If you're selling in large quantities, I can offer you $73 per gram, how about that? Upon hearing this price, Zhang Chen's eyes showed a hint of surprise. $73 were roughly equivalent to over 510 Dragon Kingdom coins, a significant increase from the previous period. Despite the increase of only $0.07 per gram in large quantities, this would amount to a substantial sum. Zhang Chen nodded slightly, then extended his hand with a smile, pleasure doing business with you. Seeing Zhang Chen's gesture, the fat man also smiled and quickly shook Zhang Chen's hand, pleasure doing business with you. After withdrawing his hand, Zhang Chen asked, do you still need to purchase how much this month? The fat man hesitated slightly upon hearing Zhang Chen's question, then inquired, how much can you provide? I can provide as much as you need. Zhang Chen exuded confidence, even if you need a ton, 10 tons, give me some time, and I can get it for you. When Zhang Chen said this, not only the fat man but even Syed beside him showed a look of astonishment. Seeing Zhang Chen's confident demeanor, they knew he wasn't joking, he could indeed procure such a large quantity. For a moment, both of them regarded Zhang Chen with more weight. They were not fools, naturally, They understood that someone who could guarantee obtaining so much gold couldn't be simple, especially Syed, recalling the firearms Zhang Chen had purchased from him some time ago. Coupled with Zhang Chen's identity as a gold merchant, it was almost as if he was imagining him as a spokesperson for some African warlord. The fat man was also excited. He guessed that Zhang Chen's identity might not be simple, but he didn't mind. Or rather, it was better if it wasn't simple. This way, he wouldn't need to go looking for new trading partners as before. At this moment, the fat man also reacted and quickly introduced himself. That's great. Oh, I forgot my manners. I'm Andy Brown, just call me Andy. Zhang Chen, I'm Zhang Chen. Tell me, how much do you need this time? Andy, I still need 160 caddies of gold this month. After speaking, Andy added, at the same time, I hope to sign a contract with Mr. Zhang to provide me with 200 caddies of gold per month. Zhang Chen, no problem. I will have the gold you need ready tomorrow. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, Andy's face lit up with joy, and he also breathed a sigh of relief. Excitedly, he said, thank you so much, Mr. Zhang. This task has been weighing on me so much that I couldn't sleep well recently. To be honest with you, if I don't complete this task, my bonus for this year will be gone. Later, you must let me thank you properly. Let Syed take us to the most comfortable place here. I'll make sure you have a good time. Zhang Chen shook his head. I appreciate the sentiment, but I'll pass on the fun. I have a lot of things to take care of. Get the contract ready. After signing it, I have other matters to attend to. Tomorrow, I will tell you where to make the exchange. Andy looked hesitant upon hearing this. Syed shrugged beside him and said, Zhang is a busy man. I've invited him before, but he's too busy. Andy nodded in understanding. After Andy prepared the contract, and both signed it, Zhang Chen left. Later, Zhang Chen found the owner of the rented warehouse and decided to buy the temporary warehouse he had rented. Fortunately, these things were not as valuable here as in the Dragon Kingdom. Zhang Chen purchased the warehouse for just $100,000, which was around 700,000 Dragon Kingdom coins. The next day, Zhang Chen arranged to meet Andy in the warehouse and took out all the gold Andy needed in advance from the storage space. Mr. Zhang, this place is quite hard to find. Andy looked around, realizing they were in the suburbs, making it inconvenient to locate in a place like Baba Yang. Zhang Chen didn't explain and simply said, please wait here for a moment. He then went back into the warehouse and brought out a large wooden box containing the gold, placing it in front of Andy. At first, Andy thought the box only contained a small amount of gold because Zhang Chen carried it so effortlessly. However, when the box landed with a heavy thud, Andy was stunned. Mr. Zhang, you are really strong. As Zhang Chen opened the lid of the box and Andy saw the gold inside, a weight was lifted off his shoulders. The following process involved tedious weighing and purity testing. Once everything was done, Andy exclaimed excitedly, fantastic, Mr. Zhang. The purity of this batch of gold is exceptionally high, and I have finally completed my task for this month. Looking forward to our next collaboration. Andy handed Zhang Chen a check with a sum written on it. Mr. Zhang, this is the payment for this transaction. After their deal was concluded, Andy hurriedly left. Zhang Chen didn't linger either. He purchased a lot of solar power equipment on Baba Yang streets, along with various other items. He also bought plenty of seeds, as he remembered Jingling wanted to plant them in the shelter. Additionally, he bought fertilizers and other supplies. After making all the purchases, Zhang Chen deposited the check amount into his bank account. Currently, his savings had exceeded 50 million, reaching over 58 million. There were still 400 pounds of gold in the storage space untouched. If all this gold were converted into cash, his savings would likely exceed 1 billion. Feeling content, Zhang Chen opened the portal once again and stepped through. Arriving in the post-apocalyptic world, he pushed open his door and walked out. However, as soon as he descended the stairs, he saw Jingling, Songgu, and the others discussing something in the living room. Zhang Yaya said, Sister Ling, in my opinion, we shouldn't let this group in, we should just expel them. Hu Baimei added, indeed, they have completely violated the rules of the shelter. Songgu remarked, I'm so angry just looking at this group, I really want to get rid of them. Li Lai expressed, who isn't angry? They not only attracted the zombies but also want to act like bosses in our shelter. I don't want to pamper them. Who the hell was a boss before the apocalypse? Feng Cheng suggested, sister-in-law, since the boss isn't here, why don't you make a decision and just get rid of this group? Hearing their conversation, Zhang Chen furrowed his brows slightly. Upon entering the living room, he inquired, what happened while I was away? Welcome back, Zhang Chen. Jingling's face lit up upon seeing him. The others, who had been looking troubled, became excited upon seeing Zhang Chen. He nodded with a smile, yes, I brought back a lot of solar power devices this time. But let's set that aside for now. Can you tell me what happened and what you were discussing earlier? What happened after I left yesterday? Jingling explained, it's about what happened after you left yesterday. A group of people engaged in a firefight with the zombies in a mall, but they were outnumbered and fled to our shelter. Because you said there were too few people in the shelter and needed more personnel, I let them in. But once this group came in, they wanted to take over the shelter, completely disregarding the rules. And they are armed, which is causing us a headache. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen immediately furrowed his brows. How many of them are there? Jingling replied, 10, with 10 police pistols and 10 Type 95 automatic rifles, all equipped with bulletproof vests. Jingling continued, these people must have broken into a police station and obtained weapons from there. They probably had some high explosive weapons like explosives before, but they used them all up when dealing with those zombies. After listening to Jingling's words, Zhang Chen nodded, gaining a rough understanding of these people. He then asked, where are they now? Jingling hesitated for a moment, not understanding what Zhang Chen was planning, but still answered, they are in the previous villa number 2, probably drinking inside right now. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen nodded, then with a wave of his hand, 6 RPG launchers and a box of shells appeared on the ground in front of him. Jingling remained calm at this sight, as she had known about it beforehand. However, this scene truly shocked the 5 of them, including Zhong Yaya. What was going on? Before they could fully process their shock, Zhang Chen spoke up. Zhang Chen said, one for each person, grab them all. The AK-47 magazines I gave you earlier, they are still full of bullets, right? Everyone snapped out of their daze, nodding one by one, they are all full, loaded with bullets. Zhang Chen said, alright, each of you take an RPG, follow me to villa number 2, we'll set off some fireworks for them. Gulu. The 5 picked up the RPGs from the ground, feeling the weight in their hands and the metallic sheen, making them swallow nervously. Who exactly was their leader? The way he brought out these RPGs moments ago was completely baffling, and now there were so many RPGs? Let's go! After everyone armed themselves, Zhang Chen picked up the box of RPG shells and led the 5 of them towards villa number 2. Meanwhile, inside villa number 2, the 10 people were happily drinking beer and singing. Various foods were laid out on the table, all scavenged and not from the shelter. After all, there were still Zhong Yaya and the others in the shelter. Although they were armed, they valued their lives and had not yet clashed significantly with Zhong Yaya and Jingling. They had not interfered with Li Yufu's warehouse management either. The girls in this shelter are so damn hot. Koen Go, when are we going to take over this place? I can't wait any longer. Gotta admit, these rich folks know how to have fun. Damn, the women around here are so beautiful. Especially that woman in charge, Jingling, she's like a seductress, can't help but lose control every time I see her. You bastard, you dare to have thoughts about that woman? She belongs to Koen Gu, but that Jingling's daughter, and those girls who clearly work out often, they are so attractive, feel like they are oozing allure. Damn, they even want to assign us tasks. Especially that Feng Chang, always glaring at us coldly, I really want to take him out directly. Listening to these words, Koen Gu, the leader of the group, chuckled, hee, just hold on a few more days. Let's wait until we fully understand the background of these people before making a move, it will be safer then. By that time, Feng Chang, as well as Song Gu and Li Lai, those 3, you can do whatever you want with them, even if it means killing them. After finishing speaking, Koen Gu immediately changed the subject, saying, forget about all that, let's drink. Hearing this, the other 9 people also showed excited expressions on their faces, raising their beers one after another. It was as if they were celebrating their future occupation of this place. Looking at the lewd expressions on their faces, it seemed as if this shelter was already in their hands. However, at that moment, a man facing the window, about to drink, suddenly saw something flying rapidly towards them from a distance outside. Kuan. Boom! An RPG missile shot into the room, landing beside the crowd and exploding instantly. The intense shockwave from the explosion lifted them all off their feet, slamming them hard against the wall. 2 or 3 people near the explosion were instantly killed, while others suffered varying degrees of serious injuries. What's happening? Why did it suddenly explode? It's an RPG. The people in this shelter want to take us all out. Koen Go was now lying on the ground, coughing up blood. The intense impact from earlier, combined with hitting the wall, had severely damaged his internal organs. His face was contorted in agony. The once steady as a rock demeanor was now enveloped in endless fear. The others were the same. Especially when they saw their companions blown to pieces beside them, their fear intensified instantly. I don't want to die. Swish, swish, swish. Boom, boom, boom. Several more RPG missiles came in succession, breaking through the windows and exploding inside the room. The entire second villa had its ceiling shattered, heavy walls blown apart, and the ground in ruins. As Zhang Chen and the others ceased fire, half of the second villa collapsed, burying Koen Gu and his group under the rubble of steel and concrete. Zhang Chen looked at the results of the battle and said, "Job done." Handing the RPG launcher to Jingling, he said, "Next time we encounter such people, just kill them, no need to hesitate." Jingling and the others were dumbfounded, staring blankly at the ruins in front of them, still not recovered from the recent explosion. The other 5 were gleaming with excitement. It was their first time using an RPG, and they couldn't deny the thrill of it. Zhang Chen said, "Alright, things here are settled, let's deal with the zombies outside now." The zombies that followed this group of people might riot after hearing the explosion just now. Dealing with them sooner will help us finish sooner. Rat-a-tat-tat. 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 On the wall, Zhang Chen and Song Gu and the other 5 were firing wildly downwards. The commotion caused by using the RPG to eliminate Koen Ji's group had led to the zombies following them to collectively riot. They all crazily lunged towards the walls of the shelter. They piled up one after another, stepping on other zombies' bodies, trying to climb over the high wall and enter the shelter. There weren't many zombies, just over 2,000, but when they all rioted, the scene was still very frightening. Fortunately, Zhang Chen's firepower was sufficient. After distributing 10 magazines and 10 grenades to each of Song Gu and the others, Zhang Chen took out a Gatling gun from the storage space. As Zhang Chen flipped the switch, the 6 gun barrels of the Gatling gun began to spin rapidly, unleashing a torrent of bullets as if they were free. Although the Gatling gun in his hands used only 7.62mm bullets, its firing rate was incredible. Almost every zombie in its path was shredded to pieces by the bullets. This sight left Song Gu, Feng Chang, and the others in awe. Li Lai exclaimed, "Oh my god, boss is so fierce, even has this kind of weapon, my god. Hu Bai Mei, this gun is so powerful. Is this a Gatling gun?" Song Gu, Gatling M134 machine gun, the rate of fire is really fierce. Zhang Ye, I also really want a gun like this. Feng Chang? Feng Chang, this weapon weighs 16 kilograms, are you sure you can handle it? Hearing Zhang Ye's words, the others subconsciously imagined a scene. It's Zhang Ye's petite figure, holding a huge Gatling gun, the contrast is quite impactful. However, although the 5 of them were talking, their guns didn't stop shooting. They even didn't stop throwing grenades into the zombie horde. But with Zhang Chen's Gatling joining in, it didn't take long before the zombies outside were all eliminated. And looking around, outside the shelter walls were all limbs, even some smashed pieces of flesh. Seeing this scene outside, Song Gu and the others couldn't help but furrow their brows slightly, their faces not looking too good. After all, anyone seeing this scene would probably feel uneasy inside. Zhang Chen put away the Gatling, then instructed Jingling, arrange for some people to burn all these zombies outside, to prevent any viruses when they rot later. Jingling, enduring her discomfort, nodded and quickly walked away. Zhang Chen then instructed the other 5, when cleaning up these zombie bodies later, you guys stand guard on the side to protect them. Hearing Zhang Chen's arrangement, Song Gu and the others all nodded. However, just as Zhang Chen was about to leave, Zhang Ye suddenly asked, "Boss, can I have a Gatling gun?" Zhang Chen turned to look at Zhang Ye, seeing her eager expression, raised an eyebrow slightly. Then he smiled and said, "Sure, all of you have a chance, but it depends on your performance." Zhang Chen felt that they all pretty much had AKs by now, but if they really liked the Gatling, it was also possible. Let them perform well and earn it in the future. If they want it, just give it to them directly, it would be too easy to get, and they wouldn't cherish it. These things are quite expensive. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, the eyes of the 5 lit up instantly. No man could resist the temptation of a Gatling gun, including Song Gu and the other 2 men. They really wanted to experience what it was like to fire a Gatling. They also understood Zhang Chen's words. But Zhang Ye's face turned red after hearing Zhang Chen's words, and she started to feel a bit shy. Obviously, this girl seemed to have a different understanding from Song Gu and the others. Soon, night fell. After Zhang Chen finished supper and took a shower, he returned to his room and prepared to open the portal to go back to his world to sleep. However, not long after he entered his room, someone knocked on the door. The knocking was very light, as if afraid of being noticed by others. Hearing this knocking, Zhang Chen was slightly surprised, because the 2 girls, Li Yufu and Jingling, who lived in the 2 rooms next to him, never knocked so cautiously when entering. Zhang Chen then opened the door and saw Zhang Ye looking like a thief. Zhang Ye was wrapped in a blanket, covering her body tightly. When she saw Zhang Chen open the door, before Zhang Chen could speak, she immediately entered his room. Phew! First time doing something like this, a bit nervous and exciting, hee. Zhang Chen? Zhang Chen, what are you up to? Zhang Ye came to Zhang Chen's front, looking up at Zhang Chen's chin. Didn't you say that if you want to join the Gatling team, you have to see my performance? I'm just here to perform. As she spoke, Zhang Ye's ears started turning red. Zhang Chen, do you think it's possible that when I mentioned performance, I meant to see the merits you will establish for the shelter in the future? What? Zhang Ye was shocked, and the blanket on her slipped to the ground. Zhang Chen looked at Zhang Ye in front of him, his eyes widening. Wow, nothing special? But Zhang Ye didn't seem big, but she was quite capable, usually wearing loose clothes that didn't reveal it. Most importantly, this guy was actually bald. There's a term for this, what was it, tiger something? Zhang Ye seemed completely unaware of her own condition. I've been working on myself for a long time. If it were you, it wouldn't be impossible. And the performance you mentioned turned out to be this? Zhang Chen shrugged, a faint smile playing on his lips, but since you're here, let's just go with your way of performing. Ha! Before Zhang Ye could react, Zhang Chen hugged her and threw her onto the bed. Wait, it's too big. After pressing Zhang Ye down, Zhang Chen covered her with a blanket and prepared to sleep. However, at that moment, knock, knock, knock. Another round of knocking sounded. Along with the knocking, Jingling's clear voice came from outside. Zhang Chen, are you there? I want to talk to you about some matters regarding the shelter. Hearing the voice outside, before Zhang Chen could respond, Zhang Ye, who was still under the blanket, became nervous. Ha? Not here? After waiting for a moment without Zhang Chen's response, Jingling shook her head and left. Because of Koan Ji's incident, she realized that there were still many issues with the shelter, so she wanted to discuss and decide on some solutions with Zhang Chen. But finding Zhang Chen absent, she could only wait for another time. After Jingling left, inside Zhang Chen's room, Zhang Ye finally peeked her head out from under the blanket. That was close. I almost got caught. Zhang Chen, don't you find this exciting? Zhang Ye, it's exciting, but it would be embarrassing if we were caught. Zhang Chen chuckled and shook his head, not delving further into the topic. Instead, he patted her firm flesh. Turn around, lie down. The night passed quickly. Early the next morning, Songgu and the other four gathered to start patrolling the perimeter wall. However, Zhang Ye, with panda eyes, yawned from time to time. Moreover, upon closer observation, one could see her legs trembling slightly. Hubaimei looked at Zhang Ye's appearance and asked with concern, Ye, are you feeling unwell? Should you and Jingling take a day off to rest? Zhang Ye, who was still a bit groggy, suddenly woke up and quickly shook her head. No need, I just didn't sleep well last night. I'll take a nap at noon. Hubaimei looked at her suspiciously. Is that so? But why do I feel like your legs are shaking? Tripped. Zhang Ye felt her brain had never worked so fast before. Yes, that's right. I slipped this morning. It'll be fine in a while. I see. Although Hubaimei felt like Zhang Ye was trying to hide something, she saw that apart from these symptoms, there didn't seem to be any major issues. So, she didn't delve any further. Zhang Ye, well, today I'm in charge of guarding the watchtower, so I'll head there first. Without waiting for their response, Zhang Ye dashed towards the direction of the watchtower in the shelter. Compared to the current shelter, the watchtower was considered the most leisurely job. With no zombies outside, she could take a short nap up there to refresh her mind. Zhang Ye muttered, Zhang Chen is such a donkey. He kept me up all night. Hiss. Her strides were a bit too long while running, causing a sharp pain that made her gasp for breath. This made her resolve not to act impulsively like last night ever again. Although it felt comfortable, it was really dangerous. As for Zhang Chen, he slept until noon without a care in the world. When he came downstairs, he coincidentally met Jingling, Yufu, and Songgu along with others having a meal together. Seeing Zhang Chen coming down, everyone greeted him warmly. Jingling, hungry? Let's eat. Zhang Chen nodded, then sat down at the table and said to Li Yufu, Yufu, bring out a bottle of white wine and a bottle of red wine from the warehouse. Hearing this, Songgu, Li Lai, and Feng Cheng's eyes lit up immediately. Although they had vouchers for white wine, they only received one bottle per month. They were reluctant to use it and had been saving it. They never expected the boss to ask Yufu to bring out the wine, which meant they could also enjoy a good meal. Zhang Ye and Hubaimei were also delighted because they hadn't had red wine in a long time. Although the quality of the red wine in the warehouse was not great, it was better than nothing. Even Jingling had a faint smile on her face. She often dined with Zhang Chen, so they were never short of drinks and beverages. However, she was also uplifted by the joy of Zhang Ye and Hubaimei. Zhang Chen naturally noticed the reactions of the five of them and said with a smile, we rarely gather for a meal like this, so let's have a drink to celebrate the peace of the shelter. Soon, Yufu came over with a bottle of white wine and a bottle of red wine. Seeing this, Songgu volunteered, boss, let me pour the wine. Hubaimei was also happy and took the red wine and corkscrew, saying, I'll pour the red wine for the ladies, hee hee. After everyone's glasses were filled with wine, they cheered, "Cheers!" Yeah! The atmosphere instantly became lively. They all had a very enjoyable meal. Song-gu looked at everyone's smiling faces and the abundant dishes on the table, feeling sentimental. When the zombie outbreak first happened, I couldn't see where the future was. Later, I was deceived into the shelter organized by someone surnamed Wu, and the days became even darker. Originally, I thought of ending it all. Living like this was no better than dying. But I couldn't let go of my child, so I kept going, living one day at a time. At this point, Song-gu's eyes welled up, and his voice choked slightly. At that time, I couldn't imagine this kind of life now. It feels like a dream. To survive in such a paradise in the apocalypse is my luck. Thank you, boss, I toast to you. As Song-gu's voice fell, the others also raised their glasses. Boss, my experience is similar to Song-gu's. Thank you for giving us a peaceful place. Boss, and me. As time passed, after a meal, the group ended up drinking 6 bottles of white wine and 2 bottles of red wine. Except for Zhang Chen, everyone else got a bit tipsy. Zhang Chen looked at them. Even though they were a bit drunk, they were still expressing their gratitude to him. They talked about coexisting with the shelter, protecting this piece of land, and other similar sentiments. Honestly, Zhang Chen was a bit uncomfortable with such words because they were too cheesy. Originally, Zhang Chen's initial purpose in setting up the shelter was to establish his own power in this post-apocalyptic world and bring more wealth to himself. However, the hope he brought to these people was real. For a moment, Zhang Chen's heart also began to change slightly. Of course, the pursuit of money would still remain unchanged. However, perhaps he could expand his shelter a bit in this post-apocalyptic world, make this sanctuary a bit larger, or even create a dreamland within this wasteland. The next evening, under Jingling's arrangement, the people in the shelter were currently clearing the ruins of Villa No. 2. With Villa No. 2 destroyed, the vacant land could be cleared. The cleared land could then be used for planting. Just when everything in the shelter was in order, Song-gu hurriedly ran to Zhang Chen. Boss, there's a situation outside. Upon hearing Song-gu's words, Zhang Chen immediately became serious. Following Song-gu, he quickly ran towards the shelter's wall. When they reached the wall of the shelter and looked out, they saw that it was filled with zombies. However, it was not a zombie tide. These zombies were wandering aimlessly on the streets, just like when the outbreak first occurred, moving towards any sound they heard. Seeing this scene, Zhang Chen furrowed his brows. Song-gu said, Feng Chang and Li Lai went out to check the situation as well, and there are many zombies on the nearby streets. These zombies should have come from that side of the mall. But we still haven't figured out why these zombies gathered at that mall and why they are now coming out. Zhang Chen was also puzzled by this. Originally, Zhang Chen thought that if these zombies gathered at that mall, there might be a zombie tide. But now, although there was no zombie tide, the situation inside the mall seemed even more serious. Otherwise, these zombies wouldn't have gathered at that mall for no reason. Song-gu then said, Boss, do we need to go to the mall again to investigate? Zhang Chen pondered for a moment, then nodded, yes, investigating the situation is fine, but we must be fully prepared. It's getting dark now, visibility is limited at night, it's too dangerous to go out, let's wait until tomorrow. Song-gu nodded at his words and went to inform the other armed personnel. Zhang Chen returned to Jingling's villa with a furrowed brow. Since he heard that the zombies were gathering at that mall, it had been like a thorn in Zhang Chen's heart. Later, Zhang Chen purchased so many weapons from Saeed to prevent a zombie tide. But now that there was trouble at the mall again, even Zhang Chen, who was usually calm, couldn't sit still. After all, the mall was not far from their shelter. If something really happened there, it would be too late to deal with it. Back at the villa, Jingling immediately noticed the expression on Zhang Chen's face. There was a hint of surprise in her eyes, then she asked, "What's wrong?" Zhang Chen shook his head. "There's a change in the zombies outside. I plan to take Song-gu and 4 others to investigate tomorrow." Looking at Jingling, Zhang Chen continued, "While we're away, keep everything in the shelter as usual." Jingling nodded, "I understand. You also need to be careful when the time comes." Night soon arrived. After taking a shower, Zhang Chen decided to sleep here, as he needed to prepare to go out and investigate the situation early the next morning. However, when Zhang Chen finished showering and came out of the bathroom, he suddenly froze for a moment, because he saw that at this moment, the quilt on his bed was puffed up. Obviously someone had sneaked in while he was showering. But was this hiding method a bit too special? As long as she couldn't see Zhang Chen wouldn't know where she was hiding? Zhang Chen shook his head with a smile, thinking that only Li Yufu, this little girl, could come up with such a thing. Zhang Chen walked over, lifted the blanket, and the next second saw Li Yufu curled up in bed, looking dazed. "Zhang Chen, can't you hide with a bit more skill?" "Li Yufu, huh? I think I hid seamlessly, didn't I?" Zhang Chen shook his head with a smile, then walked over and lay on the bed, embracing Li Yufu. Being held by Zhang Chen, Li Yufu's face immediately showed excitement, then quickly nestled in Zhang Chen's arms, finding a comfortable position to rest her head. Then she leaned close to Zhang Chen's ear. "Fan Ji, today is a safe period." Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "You even know about that?" Li Yufu blushed a bit, but still nodded excitedly. "Yes, I specifically consulted a sister at the shelter, so I know." "Impressive." Zhang Chen chuckled, pinching Li Yufu's cheek. He said, "But let's skip tonight, need to conserve energy, I have things to do early tomorrow morning." "Oh." Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Li Yufu felt a bit disappointed, but obediently lay in Zhang Chen's arms. Holding such a soft girl was indeed a pleasant experience. The two fell asleep in each other's arms until the next morning. When Li Yufu woke up, Zhang Chen had already left. Although Zhang Chen usually liked to sleep in and be comfortable, he had to focus now as what he needed to do was crucial for the future of the shelter. At the same time, outside the shelter on the streets, Zhang Chen led Song-gu and the other five quickly through the streets with few zombies, then arrived at the next hiding spot. However, there were just too many zombies roaming the streets. By the time they reached their destination, it was already noon. The sun was scorching hot. Zhang Chen and Song-gu were now inside a building next to the mall. Through the window, they could see the entire mall below. At this moment, the six of them were resting here to regain their strength. Zhang Chen took out 6 bottles of cold water from the storage space. "Have some water to quench your thirst." However, all 6 of them were stunned. "Zhang Ye, wow, that's huge. I wanted to ask last time, how did you get these things out?" Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow, still using the explanation he had given to Jing Ling last time. After all, he couldn't hide his abilities forever. It was better to guide them in a different direction of thinking. "This is my ability." Indeed, as Zhang Chen spoke, everyone's attention was drawn. Hu Baimei's eyes lit up. "My goodness, superpowers really exist?" Li Lai was also excited. "The move you just made, could it be a spatial ability?" Hearing Li Lai's words, Zhang Chen paused for a moment, then nodded, considering it as a spatial ability. Zhang Chen then explained his ability to them. Of course, he only mentioned the type of ability he wanted to tell them, exactly the same as what Jing Ling knew. After Zhang Chen finished speaking, the 5 of them suddenly realized. "Fengchang, so that's it, I was wondering why you took us to raid the jewelry store, it was because of this." Song-gu said, "Doesn't that mean, as long as we keep collecting gold and jade, your abilities, big brother, will keep growing?" Song-gu and the other 4 were very excited, sharing the same thoughts as Jingling. Although they didn't understand why Zhang Chen had special powers, they all knew that the stronger his abilities, the safer their sanctuary would be. For a moment, Song-gu and the others began to think about where they could find the most gold. Just then, Zhang Chen's gaze casually shifted to the shopping mall below, his expression turning serious in an instant. "Everyone, focus up, something's happening at the mall." Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, Song-gu and the others snapped back to attention, rushing to the window to look down at the mall below. When they saw the scene unfolding in the square in front of the mall's entrance, their faces turned pale. A zombie slowly emerged from the mall and onto the square outside. This zombie stood at least 2 meters 3 tall, with a robust build resembling a mountain of flesh. An overwhelming aura emanated from it. Compared to this giant, the surrounding zombies looked like tiny ants. "My goodness, has this guy been eating gold soil? He seems much more powerful than the other zombies. I don't know if it's just me, but it seems like this guy isn't moving slowly at all." With these words, everyone around was drawn to watch the movements of this giant zombie. They soon noticed that this zombie moved and walked smoothly, without any sluggishness. The 5 of them were all shocked. If it weren't for the giant zombie's blood-red skin and decaying body, they would have suspected it was human. Zhang Chen pondered, it might be a mutated species born among the zombies. I reckon the previous zombies gathered here because of it. Seeing this zombie below, Zhang Chen furrowed his brow slightly, forming a conjecture. Perhaps the other zombies had gathered here under the summon of this giant zombie. Their goal was to protect it and aid in its transformation into what it was now. Of course, this was just Zhang Chen's speculation, and he couldn't be certain. Song-gu then asked, "Big brother, what should we do now?" Zhang Chen glanced at the giant zombie in the square. With the appearance of the giant zombie, the aimless wandering zombies around seemed to be drawn towards it, converging around it. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Chen took out an RPG and distributed it to everyone. He said, "Let's try to take it down. After firing, regardless of whether we can kill it or not, we must leave this place. If the zombies below start to riot, it will be difficult for us to escape." Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, Song-gu and the others nodded earnestly, understood. They then hoisted the RPGs, aiming at the giant zombie below. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 6 RPG rounds were fired in succession, landing among the group of zombies in the square. Boom! 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 6 consecutive explosions tore through the flesh and blood, sending them flying with immense force. One RPG round landed right in front of the giant zombie, shattering its legs with the powerful blast, flipping its entire body and crashing heavily to the ground. Roar! Despite suffering severe injuries, the giant zombie did not die, only losing its legs. With a roar, all the zombies in the square suddenly began to riot, rushing frantically towards the location of the recent explosion. Even the zombies outside the square were converging towards it. Seeing this scene, Zhang Chen could basically conclude that the source of all this chaos was caused by this giant zombie. Zhang Chen then ordered, "You all leave first, go back as much as possible, and stay safe." Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, everyone was stunned. "Boss, what about you?" Zhang Chen smiled and said, "Don't forget, I can teleport directly. Hurry, or else there won't be time." Hearing this, everyone finally reacted, remembering Zhang Chen's superpower. They nodded, turned without hesitation, and left. They knew that if they continued to linger here, with more and more zombies outside, they probably wouldn't be able to escape. After Song Gu and the others left, Zhang Chen didn't idle. He took out the M24 sniper rifle he had bought earlier but had been gathering dust in his storage space. After assembling the sniper rifle, Zhang Chen looked down and confirmed that Song Gu and the others had retreated outside the square. He then raised the sniper rifle, aiming at the giant zombie still alive in the square below. Bang! The gunshot echoed through the entire area, immediately drawing the attention of the zombies below, who started rushing towards the building where Zhang Chen was. The frenzy with which these zombies surged towards him was enough to make one's scalp tingle just by watching. What embarrassed Zhang Chen was that the shot he just took actually missed. He had aimed for the zombie's head but ended up hitting its shoulder. Damn! Fortunately, Song Gu and the others were not around, otherwise, he would have lost all face as their leader. However, seeing all the zombies converging towards the building, Zhang Chen remained calm. After summarizing his experience just now, he aimed again at the giant zombie below. Bang! After another gunshot, the giant zombie in the square below, still roaring, fell to the ground. The oppressive presence of this giant zombie could easily be the kind of final boss that tortures and challenges the main characters in a zombie movie. Yet here, it ended so hastily. After all, it encountered Zhang Chen, who greeted it with a rocket-propelled grenade launcher. Who could withstand that? However, with the death of the giant zombie, the surrounding zombies became even more frenzied. They all rushed towards the building as if they had no regard for their lives. After seeing the giant zombie being taken down, Zhang Chen calmly stored the sniper rifle back into his storage space. He then opened a teleportation portal and without hesitation, stepped inside. Just as Zhang Chen had entered the teleportation portal, the door of the room was smashed by the zombies outside, flooding in. As more and more zombies entered the room, it became increasingly crowded. Some zombies near the window were even pushed out and fell from the window, crashing onto the ground. Of course, Zhang Chen was unaware of all this. At this moment, after returning to his own world, Zhang Chen's first stop was naturally the warehouse he had bought in Baba Yang. Upon returning, Zhang Chen immediately checked his phone for any recent messages. There were 3 messages in total, one from Gangzi. It informed Zhang Chen that he had met a very attractive girl and asked where he was, wanting to show off to him. Seeing Gangzi's message, a faint smile unconsciously appeared on Zhang Chen's lips. He replied, "I'm at Baba Yang now." After sending the message, Zhang Chen opened the second one, from Saeed. The message was still as convoluted as ever, roughly inviting Zhang Chen to a party as his phone was out of service and couldn't be reached. However, looking at the party time sent above, it was obviously outdated. Nevertheless, Zhang Chen still replied, "Just got back, let's get together next time when we're both free." After editing, Zhang Chen thought for a moment, then edited another message, "Boss, do you happen to have access to some heavy firepower?" After sending it, Zhang Chen opened the last text message. To his surprise, the third message turned out to be from Zhang Manju. Moreover, the content of the message was a thank you to Zhang Chen for taking care of Gangzi, inviting him over for a meal at her place. Upon reading this message, Zhang Chen was completely stunned. Me? Taking care of Gangzi? What a joke! Shouldn't a father take care of his son as a matter of course? No! This woman actually invited me to her house for dinner under this pretext? There's something wrong with this woman. However, shortly after sending the message, Zhang Manju's call came through. Hello? Zhang Chen hesitated for a moment at the caller ID, but decided to answer. Hello, Miss Zhang Manju. Mr. Zhang, your phone is finally reachable, have you returned to the country? Zhang Manju's voice on the phone carried a hint of coldness, yet it did not give off a sense of distance. Zhang Chen, I'm currently in Baba Yang, preparing to return to Longwa. I see. Zhang Manju teased over the phone. Mr. Zhang is indeed a busy man. I wonder if I'll have the pleasure of inviting you for a meal after you return to the country? No problem. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Chen's mouth. Really? That's great. Thank you very much. By the way, Mr. Zhang, the bracelets you entrusted to me have already been scheduled for auction, at the auction 4 days from now. Will you be attending? Zhang Chen thought for a moment, then declined. Let's forget about it. I might not be in Longwei in 4 days. All right. Zhang Chen, well, you don't have to call me Mr. Zhang, just use my name. Let's talk later, after I return to the country. With that, Zhang Chen hung up the phone, rented a car, and headed towards the airport. Along the way, Zhang Chen began to ponder what Zhang Manju was really up to. In his opinion, even if Zhang Manju invited him for a meal under the pretext of thanking him for entrusting the emerald to her for auction, it would be more reliable than what he saw in the text message. Inviting him to dinner under the guise of taking care of Gangzi. Ridiculous, what could he possibly? Suddenly, just as Zhang Chen was about to mock Gangzi in his mind, he remembered the scene when he first met Zhang Manju. He recalled that when Zhang Manju learned that he was doing gold business abroad, her attitude seemed to have subtly changed. Could it be because of this? However, what does this gold business have to do with Gangzi? Because of Gangzi's family's gold recycling business? It couldn't be, he only traded with Gangzi twice. Could there be an issue with the identity I fabricated? Zhang Chen furrowed his brows slightly, pondering back and forth. He even thought of Saeed and Andy. Suddenly, Zhang Chen sat up straight. Oh my! No way? Zhang Chen thought of a possibility. Could it be that these people mistook him for some big shot in Africa? However, Zhang Chen decided to confirm this after returning to Longwa. Upon returning to Longwa, Zhang Chen contacted Zhang Manju by phone. Shortly after, Zhang Manju sent him a location. Swan Lake Community? Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow. The price of this community was not cheap, around 70 to 80,000 per square meter. It was a top-notch property in Yangchang. However, considering Zhang Manju's status, it made sense. As time passed, when Zhang Chen arrived at the entrance of Swan Lake Community, he immediately saw Zhang Manju waiting there. When Zhang Chen saw Zhang Manju, a professional smile immediately appeared on her face. Mr. Zhang, you have great timing. I just finished cooking. Zhang Chen shook his head with a faint smile. I mentioned on the phone before, don't call me Mr. Zhang, just use my name. Zhang Manju hesitated for a moment at his words but eventually nodded slightly. Alright. Zhang Chen, please come in. Then, Zhang Manju led Zhang Chen into the residential area. After entering Zhang Manju's home, she poured a glass of water for Zhang Chen and then busied herself in the kitchen, bringing out the hot dishes. Zhang Chen took a moment to survey the layout of the house. It was indeed exquisite and luxurious. Before long, Zhang Manju brought all the dishes to the table. Zhang Chen, you can start eating and taste my cooking. With that, Zhang Manju took out a bottle of vintage Maotai from the wine cabinet and poured a glass for Zhang Chen. Seeing Zhang Manju's attentive gestures, Zhang Chen was slightly surprised. Her hospitality was a far cry from their first meeting. Zhang Chen understood that Zhang Manju probably had a request for him. Although she didn't say it, he didn't bring it up either, knowing that there would come a time when Zhang Manju couldn't hold back. As they ate, Zhang Manju and Zhang Chen chatted intermittently. When Zhang Manju talked about herself, it was mostly work-related trivial matters. However, when the conversation turned to Zhang Chen, she was subtly probing for information. But Zhang Chen always evaded the questions. It wasn't until they finished eating that Zhang Manju couldn't contain herself any longer. She directly asked, Zhang Chen, where exactly do you conduct your gold business? She quickly added, of course, I'm not prying into your affairs. I have a friend who wants to open a gold and jewelry store in China, so I'm just asking. A typical I have a friend scenario. Zhang Chen's lips curved slightly, but he didn't reveal anything. He replied, in Africa, with a few gold mines under my control. Zhang Manju exclaimed, Africa is a chaotic place. Aren't you afraid of military unrest in those areas? Zhang Chen shook his head, a hint of a meaningful smile on his face. What's there to fear? I have good connections, and everyone is willing to give me face, so we coexist peacefully. Zhang Manju thought to herself, I don't believe you. At this point, Zhang Manju was certain that Zhang Chen's identity was far from simple. She mocked herself inwardly, of course. Doing business with gold in such a place, how could it be simple? Good connections? In a chaotic place like Africa, with control over several gold mines, if you don't have armed forces, you would have been wiped out by local militias long ago. Zhang Manju fell silent again. She looked at Zhang Chen in front of her, wanting to speak several times but held back each time. Seeing her hesitation, Zhang Chen said directly, if you have something to say, just say it. No need to hold back. Hearing this, Zhang Manju felt a moment of embarrassment. However, she quickly composed herself and tentatively asked, "I wonder, Zhang Chen, do your activities abroad have any implications for the domestic situation?" The underlying meaning of Zhang Manju's question was to inquire whether Zhang Chen's activities in Africa, whether related to arms or danger, would affect the domestic situation. Zhang Chen subconsciously pondered the shelter of the end times, as well as the trade with this world and Said. He would never bring people from the end times into this world. But as for the weapons traded with Said, he still had quite a few in his storage space. However, it was clear that Zhang Manju's question didn't concern this. Zhang Chen shook his head slightly. No way. It was all a joke. The African affairs were something he made up on the spot, and they couldn't be verified by these people anyway. Nonsense, how could it possibly have an impact? It's just that Zhang Manju doesn't seem too willing to believe it. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Chen said with a slightly teasing tone, half jokingly, "What impact could there be? I've prepared dozens of guns, nearly 1,000,000 bullets, hand grenades, I'm not sure how many, and a few RPGs. With these conditions, it's a matter of life and death. How could there be any impact? Those people aren't fools." Zhang Manju. "No. You're not being affected, you're actively causing trouble." Zhang Manju was dumbfounded, unsure if what Zhang Chen said was true. If there really were so many weapons, and they could be brought into the country, how much power does this Zhang Chen really have? After finishing his meal, Zhang Chen wiped his mouth with a tissue and stood up. Seeing Zhang Chen getting up, Zhang Manju wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Zhang Chen. At first, Zhang Chen didn't understand why this woman suddenly invited him. But after coming, this woman, besides mentioning trivial matters about work, talked more about Gangzi. And she invited him in the name of taking care of Gangzi. By now, he had almost understood. It was nothing more than thinking his job was too dangerous, hoping he would stay away from Gangzi, or not involve Gangzi in his affairs. After all, Gangzi was just an ordinary person and couldn't afford such changes. "Zhang Chen, don't worry, I will handle my affairs cleanly abroad. I won't bring trouble back home, nor will I affect Gangzi. He's my brother, I won't let him get into a dangerous situation." Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Zhang Manju was stunned for a moment, but eventually nodded, feeling slightly relieved. In her subconscious, someone like Zhang Chen was not a good companion. To be able to say so much to her, and even willing to give face by accepting the invitation, was probably because of Fang Gang's face. She just didn't know if Fang Gang's brother having such a friend was a good or bad thing. However, as she was still lost in thought, Zhang Chen's words brought her back. "Zhang Chen, you cook very well, it was delicious, thank you for the meal, see you next time. I'm off." With that, Zhang Chen waved his hand and walked towards the door. Zhang Manju hurried to catch up. "Let me walk you out." The two arrived at the door, and Zhang Chen caught sight of the woman beside him, suddenly feeling a bit mischievous. "I came over earlier and didn't bring you any gift." Saying that, Zhang Chen handed something to Zhang Manju, placing it in her hand. "Consider this my first visit gift, hope it can protect you when you're in danger." "Alright, no need to see me off, I'll leave first." With that, Zhang Chen waved his hand, turned around, and quickly left. Standing at the door, Zhang Manju was stunned, staring at Zhang Chen leaving. It wasn't until Zhang Chen entered the elevator that Zhang Manju lowered her head to look at the gift Zhang Chen had given her. However, when she saw what was in her hand, she suddenly felt her scalp tingle, almost dropping the item in her hand out of fear. In her hand was a hand grenade. Feeling the weight in her palm and the texture, Zhang Manju was certain that this thing was definitely real. Gulp! Zhang Manju widened her eyes, full of shock and disbelief. This guy carries a hand grenade with him? And what's with giving a hand grenade as a gift? Then, Zhang Manju quickly cradled the hand grenade, carefully placing it in a box, afraid that her movements might cause the grenade to explode. However, despite the shock, she also confirmed something in her heart. That is, what Zhang Chen half-jokingly told her about those weapons before, he definitely truly possesses them. This guy really brought so many weapons into the country. This thought made Zhang Manju gulp down another mouthful of saliva. At the same time, a label was placed on Zhang Chen in her heart. Madman. Only this explanation could account for Zhang Chen's array of weapons. I wonder if it's good or bad to have Gangzi as a friend. Meanwhile, on the other side, after leaving Zhang Manju's house, Zhang Chen passed by the security booth at the entrance and was met with the security guard's strange gaze. The security guard had observed Zhang Manju waiting at the door for Zhang Chen, her polite demeanor when welcoming him, even a hint of flattery. He had taken note of it all. At that moment, he was shocked, not understanding who Zhang Chen was to make the cold and elegant woman like Zhang Manju act so obediently. Now, seeing Zhang Chen come out, over an hour had passed since the whole process began. Was this man a beast? He finally understood why Zhang Manju behaved so pleasingly in front of Zhang Chen. The security guard on duty said, "Brother, you can handle a strong woman like Zhang Manju." Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow. "Of course, don't you see who I am?" The security guard asked, "Brother, teach me, how can I get such a beautiful girl?" Zhang Chen replied, "No tricks. Long enough, thick enough, able to endure exercise like me for over an hour." The security guard's expression froze. He felt that asking Zhang Chen this question was a huge mistake. He felt struck by Zhang Chen's words. "Hey!" Zhang Chen looked at the security guard's expression and chuckled. Without saying more, he left the Swan Lake community directly. "Zhang, I contacted my arms dealer friends as soon as I saw your message. Whatever heavy firepower you need, I can get it for you." Just as Zhang Chen returned home, he received a call from Saeed. Saeed sounded confident on the phone. Zhang Chen joked, "Can you get me a tank armor?" Saeed replied. Saeed hesitated, that might be a bit difficult. Zhang Chen laughed and quickly said, "I was just kidding, I'll send you the list of what I need later. After you've arranged everything I need, I'll bring the cash over, how about that?" Saeed assured, "No problem, my brother, I trust you, wait for my good news." After hanging up, Zhang Chen listed the KPV heavy machine gun and the required ammunition, then sent it to Saeed. Once done, Zhang Chen arrived at his home. Standing at the entrance of his courtyard, watching the taxi drive away, Zhang Chen frowned slightly. "Looks like I need to buy a car." His home was quite a distance from the city, and taking a taxi every time was inconvenient. Besides, with his current wealth, not having a car was unacceptable. In the following days, Zhang Chen bought a commuter vehicle and roamed around every day. During this time, he also visited the post-apocalyptic world to check the situation. However, the place he had crossed to still had a large number of zombies, so Zhang Chen decided to relax and have fun in his own world for now, considering it a break for himself. As the days passed and Zhang Chen was about to drift into isolation, Saeed's call finally came. He informed Zhang Chen that everything he needed was ready and waiting in his shop. Upon hearing this news, Zhang Chen's spirits lifted instantly, and he quickly packed up and headed to Baba Yang. Upon arriving at Saeed's shop in Baba Yang, as soon as Zhang Chen entered Saeed's office, he eagerly asked, "Brother, where are the things I need?" "Right here, he." Saeed, seeing Zhang Chen's expectant look, smiled and pointed to several wooden crates in the corner. "This is the KPV heavy machine gun you need. It took me a lot of effort to get my hands on this weapon." As Saeed opened two long wooden crates, two brand new KPV heavy machine guns were revealed inside. The smell of gun oil hit their noses as the crate lids were lifted. Zhang Chen's eyes lit up at the sight of this machine gun. Initially, he had just listed it on a checklist without much hope of actually acquiring a KPV. But to his surprise, Saeed had managed to get it. It seemed he had quite the connections in the arms trade. No wonder he dared to boast that there was no weapon he couldn't obtain. Getting hold of this weapon was no easy task. Zhang Chen had come across this heavy machine gun online by chance. The most common sight of the KPV in public was two guns assembled together and mounted on a vehicle. Of course, they were also individually mounted on armored vehicles. Weighing 45 kilograms without including the tripod or other accessories, it used 14.5mm bullets that could easily penetrate armored vehicles, even shattering an anvil with a single shot. What's more, this big guy could even fire continuously. If brought to the post-apocalyptic world and mounted on the walls of a shelter, it could obliterate any evolved zombie lord. Excited, Zhang Chen ran over and effortlessly lifted one of the KPV heavy machine guns. The weight of 45 kilograms felt like nothing in Zhang Chen's hands, as if it were featherlight. Saeed, witnessing this scene, was almost wide-eyed in amazement. "Zhang, how are you so strong?" Zhang Chen chuckled and replied, "It's natural strength." He quickly changed the subject. "Open the other crates for me to see what's inside." "Okay." Saeed glanced deeply at Zhang Chen, somewhat envious of his strength. He then proceeded to open all the other crates. Inside each of them were more KPV heavy machine guns, totaling 5 in all. Saeed proudly said, "I've also got the bullets you need, a total of 50,000 rounds." Zhang Chen nodded, "Just deliver them to my usual warehouse." Saeed's face immediately lit up at the response, but he still cautioned, "Zhang, although it's been a pleasure doing business with you, I must remind you, the price is a bit high." Zhang Chen looked at him and asked, "How much?" Saeed smiled, "You know, I sourced these from others, so the prices might be a bit steep." He then extended his hand, spreading out 5 fingers. "For the guns and bullets combined, it's $55,000. Of course, the bullets are the most expensive, they are armor-piercing." Before he could finish, Zhang Chen interrupted, "No problem, my friend. I trust you won't cheat me." Hearing this, Saeed's smile grew even wider. "Then let's congratulate ourselves on a pleasant cooperation." Zhang Chen also smiled. "This time, I'll continue with the gold trade, how about that?" Saeed replied, No problem. As I've said, I love gold the most. After the transaction, Saeed had the weapons delivered to Zhang Chen's warehouse. This time, Saeed invited Zhang Chen, who agreed since he wasn't in a hurry to go to the post-apocalyptic world. Saeed was thrilled to have Zhang Chen join him. He took Zhang Chen to the best hotel in the area and brought along many girls. It must be said that the beauties in Babayan had a unique exotic charm. Zhang, they are all here for their first time and are available for your pleasure, Saeed said, making Zhang Chen's eyes light up. What a great feeling. This buddy, Saeed, sure knows how to make an entrance. That night in Zhang Chen's room, the sounds of women in pain and pleasure filled the air, their screams almost hoarse by the end. It wasn't until the early hours of the morning that the commotion finally ceased. Saeed in the neighboring room was deeply affected. He made up his mind that next time he played with Zhang Chen, he would definitely not stay in the room next to his. The next morning, Zhang Chen woke up, opened the portal as usual, and stepped inside to see if the zombies that had gathered there had left. In the next moment, Zhang Chen found himself in the post-apocalyptic world. As he stepped out of the portal, it instantly closed behind him. Before he could assess the situation, a gunshot rang out, followed by a bullet whizzing towards him. Bang! The bullet hit Zhang Chen square in the forehead, sending him crashing to the ground with tremendous force. Hiss! Lying on the ground, Zhang Chen felt the intense pain in his forehead, causing him to gasp for air. As he reached up to touch the spot where the bullet had struck, a sharp pain shot through him. A huge bump. Damn it! Shot in the head right after crossing over, damn. It took him a while to recover from the shock. Despite cursing under his breath, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. With each use of the portal, he had developed the ability to withstand bullets. Although being shot still hurt, he could take it. With this level of defense, could those zombies even breach his defenses? Zhang Chen got up from the ground and went to the window, wanting to see who had fired the gun. But as he looked outside, he was stunned. It wasn't a person who had fired the gun, but a zombie. More precisely, it was a zombie wearing a police uniform, holding a police pistol and mindlessly firing around. The gunshot that hit Zhang Chen was just bad luck, stumbling upon this scene right after crossing over. The commotion caused by this zombie's actions attracted the attention of other zombies, who swarmed towards it, engulfing it in their midst. As more and more zombies gathered, it also gave Zhang Chen an opportunity. Taking advantage of the distraction, he hurried towards the direction of the shelter where he hadn't been for almost a week, unsure of what might have happened there. With his current speed and determination, covering 5 kilometers wouldn't take much time, and soon he arrived at the wall of the shelter. At that moment, Song-gu, who was on the lookout tower monitoring the situation outside, spotted Zhang Chen running towards the shelter and his face lit up with excitement. He quickly shouted, "Open the gate! The boss is back!" Below, the patrolling Zhong Yeye and Feng Cheng heard Song-gu's words and immediately opened the gate. Before long, Zhang Chen rushed in. Of course, the noise from opening the gate attracted the attention of a few nearby zombies, but they were easily dealt with by Song-gu from the lookout tower. Once Zhang Chen entered the shelter, Feng Cheng and Zhong Yeye quickly closed the gate and ran up to him with joy on their faces. "Boss, you're okay? That's great." Zhong Yeye looked at him with a hint of reproach. "You have teleportation powers, why didn't you come back or let us know after so long?" Ling Jie was so worried. At this moment, Song-gu also came down from the lookout tower and ran to Zhang Chen's side. "Boss, you have no idea. In the days you were away, Jingling and Zhongyu would come to the lookout tower every day. They were both very worried about you." Exposed by Song-gu, Zhongyu became anxious. "You're talking nonsense." "I wasn't. Stop making things up." Blushing, Zhongyu looked guilty. Quickly changing the subject, she said, "Forget it, I won't argue with you. As long as you're okay, I'll go back to patrolling." With that, Zhongyu hurriedly left. Seeing this, Zhang Chen shook his head with a smile but didn't say anything. Finally, he explained to Feng Cheng and Song-gu, "I didn't come back these days because I was busy with something big." Hearing this, both Song-gu and Feng Cheng were stunned. Instinctively, they asked, "What big thing?" Zhang Chen casually gestured, and a large rectangular wooden box appeared on the ground. Zhang Chen smiled, "Open it and see." Upon hearing this, Feng Cheng and Song-gu exchanged glances and then pried open the lid of the wooden box. When they saw the weapons inside the box, Feng Cheng and Song-gu were wide-eyed. Song-gu exclaimed, "Wow, is this also a gun? It's huge." Zhang Chen took out a 14.5mm bullet and tossed it to Song-gu. "This is the bullet for this big guy." Song-gu quickly caught the bullet. However, when they saw the size of the bullet, both Song-gu and Feng Cheng were stunned. The bullet was as long as their palms. If it hit a person or a zombie, wouldn't it just tear them apart with one shot? Feng Cheng said, "Oh, I remember now, I think I saw this gun in a video. Is it the kind of anti-aircraft cannon?" The one that can blow up planes with one shot? Zhang Chen nodded. Yes, some countries do use this type of gun for anti-aircraft purposes. This is the KPV heavy machine gun, and it uses 14.5mm bullets, currently considered the most powerful heavy machine gun. This weapon is either mounted on pickup trucks or armored vehicles, and of course, as you mentioned, used for anti-aircraft purposes. Gulp. Hearing Zhang Chen's explanation, both of them subconsciously swallowed. This is too powerful. The boss actually got hold of such a fierce weapon? Did he discover an arsenal or something? Seeing the shocked expressions of the two, Zhang Chen chuckled. He then took out 4 more KPV heavy machine guns and 50,000 bullets. He instructed, there are brackets and fixtures in the wooden box. Call Li Lai over later, and you 3 will install these guns on the 4 walls. You can also place one on the lookout tower. There are installation instructions inside, just follow the steps on the diagrams. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, the two finally came to their senses. When they heard Zhang Chen asking them to install the guns, excitement sparkled in their eyes. They eagerly nodded. Don't worry, boss, leave the installation to us, it will be done properly. Zhang Chen nodded in response and then waved his hand. Alright, Songgu, go call Li Lai. Fengchang, you stay here and watch, I'm going back to the villa. With that, Zhang Chen turned and headed towards Jingling's villa. Zhang Chen, you're back. Jingling, who was in the living room handling things, suddenly heard a voice from the door. Jingling instinctively turned her head and saw Zhang Chen walking in from outside. The moment she saw Zhang Chen, a smile lit up Jingling's face. She abandoned what she was doing and ran over to throw herself into Zhang Chen's arms. You, where have you been all this time? Zhang Chen laughed. I went to get some new weapons. Right now, I'm having Fengchang and the others install the weapons on the walls. So that's what you've been up to. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Jingling nodded in understanding and didn't delve further into what Zhang Chen had said. As long as Zhang Chen, the backbone of the group, returns, the shelter will not have any problems. Zhang Chen closed the door smoothly, then sat down on the sofa and asked, how has it been at the shelter while I was away? Jingling replied, everything is fine, no major issues, just that we are running low on food at the moment. Zhang Chen nodded, I see. Regarding the food, make a list for me, and I will figure out a way to bring more back. Jingling added, oh, there's one more thing. Jingling suddenly remembered something, rummaged through the documents on the coffee table, pulled out an A4 paper, and handed it to Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen was puzzled. What is this? Jingling explained, this is a list of individuals in the shelter, apart from the 5 of them, who have been identified as having suitable character, execution skills, and courage. I see. Zhang Chen was slightly surprised that Jingling had taken note of the selection criteria for armed personnel he had mentioned last time. It made things easier for him. Glancing at the list of names on the A4 paper, there were a total of 8 people, 5 men and 3 women. Zhang Chen nodded, bring all 8 of them here for me to see. Jingling nodded and then left. Shortly after Jingling left, Zhang Chen heard a slight noise coming from the stairs. He turned to look and saw Li Yufu sneaking down from upstairs. Seeing only Zhang Chen in the living room, she asked softly, has my mom left? Zhang Chen nodded with a smile. Li Yufu was instantly excited when she saw Zhang Chen nod, showing her true nature. She ran happily towards Zhang Chen, then threw herself into his arms, nuzzling comfortably against him. Li Yufu said, you're finally back. I was so worried. Zhang Chen shook his head with a smile. Worried about what? Have you forgotten my abilities? I haven't forgotten, just worried, Li Yufu replied. She then glanced outside the window, and seeing no one, blushed and whispered in Zhang Chen's ear, I won't lock the door tonight, and I prepared lettered black stockings. Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow. If you say that, I'll be excited. You have those? Li Yufu nodded shyly, yes, just as a welcome back surprise. After speaking, Li Yufu quickly ran off. This young lady was a bit shy and couldn't handle such situations. Zhang Chen watched Li Yufu leave, shaking his head with a smile, without saying anything. He figured that he shouldn't expect anything from Li Yufu tonight. He guessed that Jingling wouldn't let him leave, or maybe even Zhong Yaya, who had waited so long for his return, wouldn't let him go easily. In any case, Zhang Chen felt that tonight would be quite busy. As time passed, Jingling soon brought the people in from outside. Besides bringing in the 8 individuals, after receiving the news, Songgu and the others also came along. After all, among these people, some might become their teammates in the future, so it was good to come and see. When everyone arrived in the living room, the 8 newcomers stood neatly in front of Zhang Chen. Before they came, Jingling had informed them of the reason for their visit. At this moment, they were nervous but also filled with anticipation. It could be said that almost everyone wanted to become an armed member of the shelter. Not for anything else, mainly because the treatment of the armed members was just too good. The other survivors in the shelter barely earned enough work points from their daily tasks to feed themselves. Perhaps after a month, they could exchange a few candies with the work points they saved. But compared to the armed members, it was like heaven and earth. As long as you become an armed personnel, not only do you have decent benefits every month, but every time you go out on a mission and return safely, you will receive a lot of rewards. Like last time when Zhang Chen took Songgu and the others out, when they came back, each of the 3 men, including Songgu, received a bottle of liquor, a piece of cloth, a pound of bacon, and 10 pounds of rice. And these were just the rewards for one mission. Although missions come with risks, in this post-apocalyptic world of scarce resources and extreme danger outside, being able to receive such generous rewards in just one go is irresistible. Who wouldn't be tempted by that? It was precisely because of this that when Jingling informed them that they were selected as candidates for armed personnel among the 8 newcomers, they were so excited that they couldn't sleep all night. Their friends who worked with them were all looking at them with envy, satisfying their vanity to the fullest. Now they stood in front of Zhang Chen, the owner of this shelter. How could they not feel nervous and excited? After all, as long as Zhang Chen spoke, he could determine whether they could become armed personnel. Zhang Chen glanced at these people and then nodded in satisfaction. Although he hadn't interacted much with them, at least from their first glance, these people didn't seem gloomy or fierce. Although it might sound unreliable, in reality, one's appearance can indeed give a rough idea of their personality. Zhang Chen, alright, since you were all chosen by Jingling, I also trust Jingling's judgment and insight. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, the 8 people in front of him couldn't contain their joy. Each of them seemed to radiate an excited glow in their eyes. After some thought, Zhang Chen waved to Songgu and Zhong Yeye, you two, come here. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, Songgu and Zhong Yeye approached with confusion. Zhang Chen, Songgu, your abilities are good, and compared to the other 4 people you've been with, you should have a deep understanding. Upon hearing this, Zhong Yeye and the other 4, Feng Chang, subconsciously nodded. Zhang Chen continued, as the number of armed personnel increases, let's divide into several small teams for better management. With these 8 newcomers, there are currently a total of 13 armed personnel. Songgu, you will be in charge of 6, and Zhong Yeye, you will be in charge of 5. You two will temporarily become the leaders of these 2 teams. As for Feng Chang, Li Lai, and Hu Baimei, you 3 will have to wait for now. Once there are more armed personnel in the shelter, we will form more teams, and you will be the leaders. Yes. Songgu and the others responded in unison. After all 8 newcomers were assigned and given the benefits and weapons of armed personnel, they almost immediately used their vouchers to exchange for things they wanted from Li Yufu. For example, snacks, alcohol, meat, and so on. Among these 8 newcomers was Gong Yangchang. This young man was the one who, after seeing Zhang Chen and Songgu sweeping through the jewelry store, proposed to his parents to come to the shelter with Zhang Chen. Now, after receiving the benefits of being an armed personnel, Gong Yangcheng immediately exchanged all his vouchers. 20 pounds of rice, a bottle of liquor, a box of beer, a bottle of red wine, 2 pounds of meat, a large cabbage, a pound of candy, and various other snacks, totaling about a pound. There were also clothes, shoes, and other items. These things were almost worthless before the apocalypse, and no one would cherish them. But now, after so long since the zombie outbreak, everyone realized the importance of these things. Gong Yangcheng looked at all the supplies he had exchanged for, and he was ecstatic. Before coming to the shelter, his family of 3 hid in their home, fearing that one day their home would be breached by zombies. And then, all 3 of them fell victim to the zombies. As for food, they wished they could split a grain of rice into 3 pieces to eat. Every time they went out to find food, they not only had to worry about the danger of zombies but also had to constantly watch out for other survivors to avoid being killed for their supplies. Every time they found even a tiny bit of food, they would be happy for half a day. Now, suddenly exchanging for so much food, Gong Yangcheng was not only happy and excited but also a bit at a loss. The other 7 people felt the same way, and even the women among them cried with excitement when they saw that they had truly exchanged for so many supplies. Before joining the shelter, they had truly been scared of hunger. Now, suddenly seeing so many supplies in front of them, all of which were theirs, and knowing they would have them every month from now on, how could they not be excited? In the courtyard of the villa, there were also many people gathered at the moment. Everyone looked at the piles of supplies in front of the 8 people, unable to hide their envy in their eyes. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd, and soon several people pushed through the crowd from behind. When they saw the target they were looking for among the 8 newcomers, especially when they saw so many supplies in front of them, their faces immediately lit up with the same excitement. When Gong Yangcheng saw his parents arriving and saw the happy look on their faces, he thought of the days when the apocalypse broke out, and for a moment, Gong Yangcheng felt like crying. Son, your decision back then was right. Gong Yangcheng's father patted his shoulder, his eyes filled with pride and satisfaction. The woman beside him, who remained silent, looked at Gong Yangcheng with a hint of worry in her eyes. She was happy for her son, but she also knew that now that her son had become an armed member of the shelter, he would face much greater dangers in the future. But despite her worries, she would not restrict her son. After coming to the shelter, she realized how good it was here. If she let Gong Yangcheng give up his position as an armed member because of her selfishness, it would be irresponsible to everyone in the shelter. So she could only silently pray in her heart, hoping that Gong Yangcheng would always be safe during his missions. In addition, the other 7 people were in a similar situation to Gong Yangcheng at the moment, surrounded by their families, all looking very happy. In the villa, Zhang Chen listened to the noise outside, and the curve of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Jing Ling, who was beside him, smiled and said, "Aren't you going out to sea? It would be good to inspire the others in the shelter." Zhang Chen shook his head with a smile. "No need, the supplies these 8 people exchanged for are actually the best publicity and inspiration, better than any pretty words." Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Jing Ling nodded in agreement. She then said, "Well, things are basically settled for now. Although there isn't much food left, it can still support us for a while longer. During this time, you should rest well." Zhang Chen nodded in agreement and then got up to walk towards Jingling. Jingling, huh? Jingling was stunned, a little puzzled about what Zhang Chen was going to do. However, the next moment, Jingling found herself being lifted up in a princess carry by Zhang Chen. "Zhang Chen, let's go, I'm a bit tired right now. Could you give me a full-body massage to relax?" With that, in a state where Jingling blushed and dared not look at him, Zhang Chen carried her upstairs. Meanwhile, after delivering the supplies needed by the 8 people, Li Yufu, who had just finished counting how much of each type of supplies was left in the warehouse, walked out. However, when she arrived in the living room, she found it empty, a slight look of surprise on her face. "Huh? Where did Brother Fan and Mom go? Didn't I just hear them talking in the living room? Did they go out?" Li Yufu glanced outside, where the people gathered in the courtyard of the villa and the 8 armed personnel had all left, leaving the outside empty. Li Yufu shook her head and decided not to think about it. Wiping the sweat off her forehead, she headed upstairs. She planned to take a comfortable bath first and then discuss driving skills with Zhang Chen. However, as she reached the door of her room, she was surprised to find Zhang Chen's door wide open. "Fan Ge didn't go out?" Curious, Li Yufu gently pushed the door open. Finding no one in the room but hearing the sound of water splashing from the bathroom, along with some indistinct murmurs. This strange sound was barely audible if not listened to carefully. Li Yufu then knocked on the bathroom door. "Fan Ge, are you showering?" As soon as Li Yufu's voice appeared, the strange sound in the bathroom immediately stopped. Zhang Chen, who was enjoying a massage while showering, shuddered upon hearing Li Yufu's voice. "SSS. Jingling, massage properly, don't bite. Be careful, if Yufu finds out, you won't be able to explain it." After quietly warning Jingling, he replied, "Ah, yes, I'm showering." Upon hearing Zhang Chen's reply, a glint of mischief flashed in Li Yufu's eyes. "Showering? In the bathroom?" Subconsciously, Li Yufu associated it with the action movies she had watched on her tablet before. It seemed to fit the theme. With a puff, Li Yufu's face turned red. She hadn't tried this theme yet. "Li Yufu, Fan Ge, do you want me to come in and help you scrub your back?" "No need, you go back to your room first." "Okay." Li Yufu felt a bit disappointed but still turned and left. In the following days, Zhang Chen took the list and traveled back to his world, purchasing all the items needed on the list and bringing them back to the post-apocalyptic world. Meanwhile, the auction of emerald and jade bracelets by Zhang Manju's company finally concluded. After deducting the fees, the auction proceeds amounted to 6,140,000. After purchasing these items and adding the remaining money in the account, there were still around 58 million left. However, during this time, Zhang Chen was not idle. Almost every day in the post-apocalyptic world, he would lead a team of armed personnel to search the surrounding houses for gold. However, compared to the gold originally owned by every household in the shelter, the amount of gold found in the houses outside was pitifully small. Some houses didn't have any gold at all. The ones found were mostly basic gold, with a few pieces of 5 or 7 gold. As for gold bars, forget about it. After a few days of searching, Zhang Chen and his team only found about 10 kilograms of gold. However, Zhang Chen was satisfied and had the gold jewelry melted into 500 grams gold bars upon returning. After all, he planned to use gold directly for trading with Saeed and Andy in the future, so presenting gold jewelry wouldn't suffice. Despite finding only this amount of gold, Zhang Chen was quite content. However, the armed personnel in the shelter seemed a bit disinterested. Each time they returned with gold from outside, they would receive a substantial material reward. But now, the amount of gold collected during each outing was too little. This led to their rewards being lower each time they returned. Now, they just wanted to find an address with a large amount of gold, go there directly, empty the place of all gold, and bring it back. Some armed personnel even dreamt about this, only to wake up with a smile. Early one morning, Zhang Chen arrived in the post-apocalyptic world, where the team led by Zhong Ye was already waiting outside the villa. Seeing this, Zhang Chen waved his hand. All the surrounding buildings have been searched. Let's not go out today. Take a rest for now. Upon hearing this, Zhong Ye and the others turned and left. However, not long after they departed, Jing Ling walked up from behind. When she reached Zhang Chen, she said, "Zhang Chen, should we expand the shelter a bit?" Zhang Chen looked at her, waiting for her to continue. Jing Ling went on, "Although the current shelter can still accommodate these people, if the number increases in the future, our shelter, with only this much space, probably won't be enough. During this time when you all are out collecting gold and clearing the surrounding zombies, maybe we can expand the shelter's walls while there are no zombies around. With a larger area, it would be more convenient for us to do things, right?" After listening to these words, Zhang Chen nodded slightly. "Alright, you handle these matters." Next, Zhang Chen and Jingling discussed and decided on how much to expand the shelter. After some deliberation, they ultimately decided to expand it slightly due to the current shortage of personnel, enlarging the shelter to an adjacent residential area. They only needed to build a connecting wall between the villa area and the neighboring district, then reinforce and raise the walls within the district. This was the smallest plan they came up with, yet it would significantly increase the area. Although the neighboring area was just a commercial residential district, its size was not smaller than the villa area. If the two areas were connected, the shelter's area would be much larger, accommodating more survivors. In this post-apocalyptic world, there were brick factories and materials like cement and lime. However, it was time-consuming and laborious to arrange for shelter personnel to transport them, and the quantity transported was uncertain. So Zhang Chen decided to purchase them from his own world since he had a storage space that could hold a considerable amount in one go. It was just a few extra trips back and forth. After Zhang Chen brought back all these items, the shelter began its ambitious expansion. Unbeknownst to Zhang Chen, because they had been out collecting gold for some time, the existence of such a shelter had become known to other survivors in this area of the city. As the shelter began its expansion, these survivors started sneaking around outside, trying to gather information about the shelter. With each passing day, more and more people arrived outside the shelter, all there to investigate. In a room of a tall building far away from the shelter, two people stood by the window, watching the shelter from a distance. The woman, pale and thin, asked in confusion, "Brother, why are there no zombies around this shelter?" The man beside her furrowed his brow slightly and pointed to the dark red stains covering the streets outside the shelter. "See those dark red marks on the ground? Those are dried blood stains. It seems they've cleared out the zombies around here." "Cleared them out?" The girl widened her eyes in shock upon hearing this answer. She seemed unable to imagine how they could have cleared out so many zombies. "Doesn't that prove how powerful this shelter is?" The man nodded, but remained silent. Seeing his nod, the woman's eyes lit up with hope. "Brother, do you think, if we join this shelter, will they accept us?" "Well." Upon hearing the woman's question, the man's face showed a hint of hesitation. He knew very well how much security a powerful shelter could provide in this post-apocalyptic world. However, in this world, all resources were extremely scarce. Similarly, it is precisely because of this that the quality and requirements for personnel in the shelter are very strict. It might be difficult to join such a shelter without a specific skill. However, even though he understood this, he didn't want to tell his sister about this reality. He was afraid she wouldn't be able to handle the blow. If it were just an ordinary shelter, maybe they would really have hope of joining. But this powerful shelter. He turned around, about to tell the woman to leave. However, when he met the woman's eyes, which finally had a glimmer of light, the words he was about to say got stuck in his throat. What came out was, "I'll go talk to the people at this shelter and see if we can join. Wait for me here, lock the door after I leave, and don't come out." Upon hearing the man's words, the woman obediently nodded. "Brother, be careful. If they don't accept us, don't get into conflict with them." The man smiled and nodded, "I got it." With that, he lifted his foot and walked outside. As the man walked out of the building towards the shelter, he immediately caught the attention of the people on the other floors of the building. They were a group of people who had come to inquire upon hearing the news. Now, seeing the man heading towards the shelter, they naturally paid close attention. They also wanted to see if this man could enter the shelter. Under the gaze of the crowd, the man arrived at the gate of the shelter. Feng Chang was standing on the watchtower at that moment. When he saw the man approaching, he immediately pulled out his AK and pointed it at him, coldly saying, "Stop right there." Upon hearing the voice, the man immediately stopped in his tracks. However, when he looked up and saw the gun in Feng Chang's hand on the watchtower, he shuddered and felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. "Feng Chang, what are you here for?" The man was frightened, but thinking of his sister waiting behind him, he mustered up the courage and said, I want to ask if I can join your shelter?" "Join our shelter?" Feng Chang glanced at him, then said to an armed personnel patrolling below the watchtower, "Go inform Madame Jingling, tell her someone wants to join our shelter." Upon hearing Feng Chang's words, the armed personnel nodded and immediately ran towards Jingling's villa. He quickly arrived at the villa and relayed the message to Jingling and Zhang Chen, who was lying on the sofa at that moment. Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. He smiled and said, "Someone wants to join our shelter? That's good news. Our shelter is currently short of personnel. Let him in. In the future, any survivors who want to join our shelter, bring them directly." "Yes." The armed personnel received the order and immediately went to convey Zhang Chen's instructions. However, after he left, Jingling, who was massaging Zhang Chen's temples, smiled and said, "Wouldn't it be a problem if everyone joined the shelter? What's wrong with that?" Zhang Chen laughed. "Who can tell what kind of people they are at the beginning? Right now, the shelter needs people, no matter who they are, I want them all. If anyone causes trouble after joining, breaks the shelter's rules, just throw them out to feed the zombies." Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Jingling nodded. Some time passed, and the armed personnel who had left earlier returned with the man who had come to seek refuge. Along the way, although the man didn't speak, when he saw the smiles on the faces of everyone in the shelter, each filled with hope for life, at that moment, his heart was indeed deeply touched. He had visited another shelter about 20 kilometers away from here before. However, the leader of that shelter was a tyrant, doing as he pleased. The survivors in that shelter had almost lost hope in life, living each day in a daze. Compared to the situation in the shelter before him, it was really a world of difference. At this moment, infinite hope arose in his heart. He hoped that he and his sister could join this shelter. That way, they wouldn't have to live in fear or worry about food every day. When he arrived at the villa and saw Zhang Chen and Jingling, his heart suddenly tensed up, because he knew that the man and woman in front of him were probably the leaders of this shelter. Zhang Chen glanced at him, dirty all over, with a waxen complexion. Apart from a hint of vitality in his eyes, his whole body exuded a sense of hunger and exhaustion. "Zhang Chen, what's your name? Tell me about your situation before." The man nodded at the words and quickly replied, I'm Zhou Yang. I used to live in the Yashalin Garden community on Hangshur Avenue." Zhou Yang then recounted his situation, even including everything about the shelter he had visited last time. Because after seeing the situation in the shelter, he really wanted to join it, so he basically said everything without reservation. After he finished speaking, Zhang Chen nodded slightly. As for the existence of a shelter 20 kilometers away, Zhang Chen was not surprised. "Zhang Chen, do you want to join my shelter?" Zhou Yang, yes. Zhang Chen smiled faintly. "It's simple to join my shelter, just follow our rules." With Zhang Chen's words, Jingling immediately handed a piece of A4 paper filled with content to Zhou Yang. Zhang Chen said, "The rules written on this paper are the rules of our shelter. As long as you can abide by them, I am very welcome." "Can you do it?" Zhou Yang roughly looked at the content on the paper. Basically, it was about obeying arrangements after joining the shelter, the work point system for ordinary survivors, and some other taboos. After reading it, Zhou Yang breathed a sigh of relief, feeling like a heavy burden had been lifted from his heart. Excitement shone in his eyes. "I can do it. I will definitely not break the rules of the shelter." Zhang Chen nodded. "Alright, Jingling, make arrangements for him." Zhou Yang then spoke up. "I have a sister outside, and she also wants to join the shelter." Just as he finished speaking, Zhou Yang quickly added, "I can guarantee that my sister will also abide by the shelter's rules." "I see." Zhang Chen smiled. "Alright, go and bring your sister here. Then let this woman beside me be in charge of arranging things for you." Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, Zhou Yang's face lit up with joy, and the excitement in his eyes intensified. Thank you. I will work hard, absolutely no laziness." Zhang Chen waved his hand. "Go on, your sister is in danger outside alone, bring her here." "Yes." At that moment, Zhou Yang seemed to have 1,000 words stuck in his chest, wanting to express them, but in the end, he only said one word. He silently vowed in his heart to work hard in the future as a way of repayment. If possible, he also wanted to protect this place and provide a stable living environment for his sister. Soon, Zhou Yang hurried all the way to where his sister was, and then he told her everything he had seen and heard. Hearing this, the woman's eyes began to light up. She quickly asked, So, did the owner of this shelter agree for us to join?" Zhou Yang's face was filled with joy, and he nodded excitedly, yes. Agreed. And as long as we follow the arrangements to work, we won't go hungry every day. Hearing this, the woman was also excited. Really? Of course. Zhou Yang exclaimed, didn't I just tell you earlier, the survivors in this shelter all have smiles on their faces. Each one is beaming with joy, completely unlike us. The woman became even more excited. That's great. As long as there's food and we won't go hungry. Brother, let's go now. Zhou Yang nodded, then led the woman downstairs, and the two of them quickly ran towards the shelter. On the other floors of the building, there were survivors who had come to observe and gather information. At this moment, seeing this scene, a glint of light appeared in their eyes. Seeing Zhou Yang return again, this time with a woman and running back to the shelter, even the most clueless among them understood that the man had joined the shelter. Not only had he joined, but the people with him could also join the shelter. This sight made everyone restless because they also wanted to join the shelter. At this moment, on a floor of the building where these survivors were, by the window, a man took a pair of binoculars from his friend and intended to observe the shelter. As he was looking through the binoculars, his friend behind him said, this person was just like us before, coming to check the situation, and now they have joined the shelter. Should we also join? Before anyone could respond, another person in the room spoke up. When they were gathering things downstairs at my place earlier, I saw that they all had guns. It seems that the strength of this shelter is quite high. If we join this shelter, we won't have to worry about zombie dangers anymore. Seeing the urgency in the steps of this man and woman rushing over, could it be that the owner of this shelter treats survivors well? Bullshit. Aren't all shelters the same, just varying degrees of bad? Even so, it's better than starving to death. While the people in the room were discussing, the man who had been observing the shelter through binoculars suddenly became excited. Damn! Is this really happening? His sudden outburst caught the attention of everyone in the room. A woman asked, what's wrong? What did you see? The man turned around, his face full of excitement, and said, just now, the man who went to the shelter, he took a woman with him. Everyone nodded in agreement, we all know that. The man continued, I saw just now, as soon as they arrived at the shelter's entrance, they had food to eat. Everyone. Upon hearing this, everyone's attention was immediately focused. The man continued, right at the shelter's entrance, come and see, they are still eating. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone rushed to the window and looked towards the shelter. Due to the distance, they couldn't see clearly, but they could make out several figures moving at the shelter's entrance. Some people brought the telescope over to observe. When they saw the scene at the door clearly, they were excited. It's true. Just by joining the shelter, we can have food. Others also clamored to look through the telescope. When they saw that it was indeed as the man had said, everyone was thrilled. Joining means food, proving that this shelter is not only powerful but also has an abundance of food. From what we see now, it seems they treat new survivors very kindly. Do you want to join? Join. I'll go ask right now if I can join. I really don't want to go hungry anymore. I'll come with you, I don't want to go hungry either. At that moment, all the men and women in the room couldn't sit still. They all left the room, quickly went downstairs, and ran towards the shelter. Not only them, almost 90% of the people in the entire building who were still watching also ran downstairs when they saw this scene. They all ran towards the shelter. In the apocalypse, the temptation of food is no less than 1,000,000 in the stable society before the apocalypse. As for those who didn't go downstairs, they were basically people sent by other shelters to investigate the situation. But at this moment, among these people, some began to hesitate upon seeing the food. They were torn inside, whether to join Zhang Chen's shelter or not. At this moment, inside the shelter, in Jing Ling's villa, after hearing the armed personnel report about the situation at the door, Zhang Chen's smile grew even wider. After the armed personnel left, Zhang Chen looked at Jing Ling and gave her a thumbs up. He said with a smile, impressive, Jing Ling, you've got a tight grip on people's hearts. This method suddenly occurred to Jing Ling after Zhou Yang left. She thought that Zhang Chen had caused such a stir around the area a couple of days ago, it would definitely attract some survivors' attention. Now that Zhou Yang had arrived, there would surely be others watching, so she proposed this method, directly placing food at the door. When Zhou Yang brought his sister over, they could eat right at the door. This way, the publicity they created would be a big hit for those who were watching. The effect was remarkable. After seeing Zhou Yang and his sister eating at the door, indeed, they attracted all those who were watching. Now the shelter was in great need of people. If this group joined, the expansion of the shelter would speed up significantly. Zhang Chen, pay close attention to these new joiners. Once you spot anyone disrupting the order of the shelter, show no mercy, throw them out to feed the zombies. Jing Ling nodded at his words. At this moment, Zhang Chen seemed to remember something and added, also, people with a martyr complex, this type of person needs to be eliminated from the shelter. In the apocalypse, kill the martyrs first. If there are any martyrs in the shelter, kill them too. Right. After briefing about the shelter, Zhang Chen remembered something he encountered during his previous time travels. Zhang Chen, a few days ago, when I just got the KPV heavy machine gun, I encountered something at the mall. Hearing this, Jingling asked casually, what happened? Zhang Chen, I encountered a zombie that could shoot. Hearing this, Jingling's eyes widened in shock. Zhang Chen continued, that zombie used to be a police officer, had a gun in hand. Perhaps after turning into a zombie, it retained some human habits. Jingling hurriedly asked, where is that zombie now? Will it come to our shelter? Zhang Yifei shook his head and smiled, don't worry, after the gunshot, the sound attracted the surrounding zombies, and then they were eaten by other zombies. That's good. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Jingling finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, Zhang Chen continued, but judging from the performance of this zombie, it's not hard to imagine that there are probably many more of these zombies in other places. Jingling wasn't stupid. As soon as Zhang Chen said that, she immediately thought of it. Soldiers, police officers, both types have guns. After becoming zombies, they might really turn into the kind of zombies Zhang Chen just mentioned. If these zombies appear in large numbers at once, it could really cause trouble for the shelter. And there's the giant mutated zombie they encountered at the mall before. That kind of mutated zombie can attract ordinary zombies around it. If these zombies launch an attack on the shelter, it would definitely be a terrifying zombie wave. To ensure the safety of the shelter, it's necessary to make sure that the area where the shelter is located doesn't have those giant zombies. Jingling, these zombies do need to be taken seriously. The other armed personnel still don't know about this. You should remind them when the time comes. Zhang Chen nodded and then stood up decisively, alright, I'll go check out the watchtower over there. I just remembered, it's a good time to talk to them about this. Jingling nodded at his words and also got up, saying, I don't have anything to do right now, I'll go with you. Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow, then naturally put his arm around Jingling's waist and walked outside like that. However, just as the two had only walked halfway, they suddenly heard a burst of gunfire coming from the direction of the shelter entrance. Upon hearing the gunfire, the expressions on Zhang Chen and Jingling's faces changed instantly. They no longer walked leisurely but quickened their pace, running towards the direction of the watchtower. When they reached the edge of the wall, they immediately saw Songgu and several other armed personnel, along with Feng Cheng on the watchtower, frantically shooting towards the outside perimeter of the wall. On this side of the shelter entrance, there were over 20 newly joined people, all with frightened expressions, obviously quite scared. Seeing this scene, Zhang Chen didn't hesitate anymore and ran straight to the watchtower. When he saw the situation outside, a hint of surprise was evident in Zhang Chen's eyes. Outside the wall, 3 zombie dogs were crazily tearing and devouring a corpse, blood everywhere on the ground. Obviously, this unfortunate person should be one of the group who wanted to join the shelter but unfortunately ran too slowly and was pounced on by these zombie dogs. There were also 7 or 8 other zombie dogs swiftly moving around, dodging bullets at a very fast speed. However, even under the intense attack from Feng Cheng and the others, some zombie dogs still couldn't dodge and were hit by bullets. Some were hit in the body and legs, while others were shot in the head. The zombie dogs shot in the head fell to the ground lifeless, while those hit elsewhere continued to rush towards the shelter entrance. At this moment, other armed personnel heard the gunfire and ran over from all sides, joining the team attacking the zombie dogs. Zhang Chen took out his M24 sniper rifle, aimed at the 3 zombie dogs still gnawing on the corpse in the distance, and fired. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and one of the zombie dogs gnawing on the corpse was shot in the head. This sudden turn of events not only didn't make the other 2 zombie dogs fearful but even made them more frenzied. They all turned their heads towards the direction of the watchtower. Although they couldn't see after becoming zombies, their hearing was exceptionally sensitive. Bang! Another gunshot, and Zhang Chen didn't hesitate at all. With the sound of the gunshot, another zombie dog was shot in the head. Next to the corpse, the only remaining zombie also began to run quickly towards the shelter. Because it was too fast for Zhang Chen, a novice who couldn't aim properly, he decided to put away the M24 and took out the Gatling gun instead. Fire! The 6 gun barrels started spinning faster and faster. A series of sparks shot out from the barrels, and a large number of bullets were fired at these zombie dogs. With such a rapid rate of fire and such dense bullets, Zhang Chen didn't need to aim at all or hit their heads. As a large number of bullets sprayed out, any zombie dog hit would be directly shredded by countless bullets, turning into a pile of minced meat. Jingling also joined the battle at this point, taking the handgun Zhang Chen gave her and firing towards the zombie dogs. Whether it was luck or something else, she blew off a zombie dog's head with her first shot. Zhang Chen, impressive, Jingling, hiding your skills well. Jingling heard Zhang Chen's praise and smiled, just lucky. Zhang Ye then came to Zhang Chen's side. Fan, let me play with the Gatling gun. Zhang Chen smiled and handed the Gatling gun to Zhang Ye. As soon as she took it, Zhang Ye felt its weight and almost dropped it. So heavy. Zhang Chen chuckled, this thing weighs 16 kilograms. Be careful, don't drop it. Despite Zhang Chen's warning, Zhang Ye showed no signs of backing down. Instead, her eyes sparkled even brighter. Don't worry, I can handle it. With that, Zhang Ye placed the Gatling gun on the wall and started firing wildly at the zombie dogs below. Rat-a-tat-tat. Ha ha. Amazing. It's like a real-life version of Chicken Dinner. The zombie apocalypse has begun. Hee hee. Zhang Chen. Watching Zhang Ye in action, Zhang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. He had thought Zhang Ye was a bit of a cute homebody, but he never expected such a big contrast. As time passed, the zombie dogs were quickly cleared out. Zhang Ye looked at the Gatling gun in her hands, her excitement unabated. It seemed she hadn't had enough fun yet. However, just as Zhang Ye was still excited, Jingling appeared next to her out of nowhere. Jingling, did you just call Zhang Chen fan? Weren't you calling him big brother all along? Zhang Ye's expression froze. Next, Jingling began to arrange for people to clean up the zombie dogs outside and also assigned accommodations to the new arrivals. Despite the seemingly continuous influx of people into the shelter, the total number of people in the shelter so far was only around 200. The houses in the entire villa area were currently sufficient to accommodate them, with many rooms still vacant. As night fell, Jingling, exhausted from a day of work, rubbed her temples and wearily returned to her room. She took off her coat and threw it on the bed, then found a set of pajamas in the closet before heading towards the bathroom. However, as she reached the bathroom door, she heard the sound of water splashing inside. This made Jingling pause for a moment before she opened the door directly. And as the bathroom door opened, Jingling saw Zhang Chen comfortably soaking in the bathtub at that moment. Upon seeing this scene, after a brief moment of surprise, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Jingling's mouth. But she showed no intention of turning away. Zhang Chen naturally heard the sound of the door opening and, upon seeing Jingling at the door, he smiled. He beckoned to Jingling, come give me a massage, my shoulders are a bit sore, perfect timing for you to come. Jingling, with a slight smile on her lips, nodded and then walked in, closing the door behind her. The reason Zhang Chen was taking a bath in Jingling's room's bathroom was simple, his room didn't have a bathtub. Moreover, he had deep conversations with Jingling countless times, so there was no need to hide anything. Jingling came to Zhang Chen's side and also lifted her fair feet to step into the bathtub. The bathtub was large enough that even with two people inside, it didn't feel crowded. Zhang Chen turned his back and leaned on the edge of the bathtub, pointing to his shoulder, give me a massage first, I'm feeling a bit sleepy. After the massage, I'll go to sleep. Just as she finished speaking, a pair of delicate and soft fair hands pressed on his shoulder, and Zhang Chen immediately closed his eyes comfortably. As Jingling finished the massage and watched Zhang Chen turn around, she smiled and said, the massage is done, I plan to take a bath and then sleep. Today's arrangements had indeed been a bit taxing for her, as she personally took care of everything. She even considered whether to discuss with Zhang Chen later about adding a few assistants to help with her work. However, at that moment, Jingling looked at Zhang Chen standing in front of her, her gaze freezing at his eyes. Jingling, Zhang Chen, do you have anything else? Whoosh. Before she could finish her sentence, Jingling suddenly found Zhang Chen pouncing on her. Wait. This is the bathtub. Wait for me to finish bathing first. Zhang Chen, exactly, it's the bathtub. I haven't even tested the quality of this bathtub yet. What a joke. The bathtub is for increasing attack speed buffs. Once you finish bathing, the fun will be gone. Soon, a soft sound filled the entire bathroom. Since the door of the room was not closed, any slight noise could be heard from outside, so Jingling had been trying hard to endure it. Listening to the sounds of endurance, it seemed like a mix of pain and pleasure. Downstairs, Zhang Ye rushed upstairs, wanting to find Zhang Chen in his room. However, as soon as she reached the door, she heard a faint sound coming from the next room. Ha! Zhang Ye looked towards the open door of Jingling's room. What's going on with Jingling? With a sense of doubt, Zhang Ye walked towards Jingling's room. However, as soon as she entered Jingling's room, she saw Li Yufu, who was blushing with a dazed expression, crouching at the bathroom door. Zhang Ye was instantly shocked. Just as she was about to ask what she was doing there, Li Yufu reacted swiftly, immediately pouncing over to cover Zhang Ye's mouth. Shoo! After gesturing to Zhang Ye, she quietly led her away. Zhang Ye, being pulled by Li Yufu, sniffed at her. Yufu, what's that smell on you? It's familiar, like I've smelled it somewhere before. With that said, Li Yufu's face turned even redder. This is not important. Saying that, Li Yufu subconsciously hid her right hand behind her back, as if afraid Zhong Yeye would notice the strange smell on her fingers. Then she quickly changed the subject. Aunt Zhong, why are you coming to my mom's room? Ha? Oh. Zhong Yeye realized, I'm not looking for Lingjia, I'm looking for Zhang Chen. Have you seen him anywhere? Fong Ji. Fong Ji. Li Yufu's mind automatically conjured up the 18+ scene when she heard the sounds from the bathroom earlier. At that moment, her heart raced a bit faster. Realizing her own situation, she quickly shook her head frantically. I don't know, he seems like he hasn't come back yet. I see. Zhong Yeye scratched her head, then looked at Li Yufu in front of her. Yufu, why is your face so red? Are you feverish? Saying that, she reached out and touched Li Yufu's forehead. Puzzled, she asked, No? Li Yufu, I'm not feverish. Zhong Yeye looked at Li Yufu, pondered for a moment, then suddenly realized, could it be that you're feeling amorous? Li Yufu. At that moment, Li Yufu felt her heart leap into her throat. Zhong Yeye widened her eyes. You were just in Lingjia's room. Li Yufu? Li Yufu, no. I didn't. Don't make things up. Hearing this, Zhong Yeye patted her chest in relief. That's good. You scared me. She then turned and walked downstairs, waving, forget it, I'll go find Zhang Chen first, bye. After Zhong Yeye left, Li Yufu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then she remembered what Zhong Yeye had said earlier and muttered to herself, is there really a strange smell? With that, Li Yufu extended her finger to her nose and sniffed. The blush that had just faded from her face returned once more. Upon realizing this, Li Yufu quickly turned and entered the bathroom in her room, turning on the tap to wash herself. She had to clean up thoroughly to avoid any mishaps. After washing up, Li Yufu, afraid of making a mistake, decided to take another shower and change into a new set of clothes inside and out. Only then did she walk out of her room with peace of mind. However, this time, when her gaze fell on Jing Ling's room again, she dared not approach. She was afraid she would have to shower and change clothes again later. Meanwhile, in another shelter 20 kilometers away from Zhang Chen's sanctuary, in a different district, the people who had been sent to gather information at Zhang Chen's shelter during the day had also returned to this shelter. The atmosphere in this shelter was starkly different from that of Zhang Chen's. The people here had lifeless eyes, devoid of any hope for the future. They all looked disheveled, as if they were only physically alive, with their souls dead. Each person mechanically carried out their tasks. Several individuals stood by with whips, ready to strike at the slightest sign of disobedience. The atmosphere in the entire shelter was oppressively heavy. Lega, the shelter made up of the villa area, has plenty of food. Anyone who joins can get food on the spot, but it's a bit harsh. One of the people gathering information spoke up. Upon hearing this, the man known as Lega showed no change in expression, even a hint of disdain. He said, a shelter formed by a group of wealthy people accustomed to luxury. What could be harsh about it? Perhaps they know how to play with people's minds, but do they know how to kill zombies? Don't be surprised if they end up peeing their pants when they see zombies. With that, Lega scoffed. Both his words and expression were filled with disdain towards the people in Zhang Chen's shelter. The man who had spoken earlier furrowed his brows slightly upon hearing Lei Ji's words because he had witnessed firsthand how the armed personnel in Zhang Chen's shelter had eliminated the zombie dogs. So he said, Lei Gu, this shelter is a bit different, their firepower is very strong. Lei Gu raised an eyebrow, revealing a set of yellow, smoke-stained teeth. How strong? We saw them deal with a group of zombie dogs before. The man continued, each of their armed personnel had an automatic rifle, firing bullets like they were free. Upon hearing this, Lei Gu finally took the matter more seriously. The man went on, when they were dealing with the zombie dogs, another person arrived with a Gatling gun. What? A Gatling gun? Are you sure? Upon hearing the name of the weapon, Lei Ji's demeanor changed, sitting up straight. However, the excitement in his eyes was evident, not fear. The man nodded, I'm sure. When he fired, the rate of fire was incredibly fast. When the bullets hit those zombie dogs, they were torn to shreds. This person paused for a moment before continuing. I also saw that they seemed to have weapons installed on the walls of their shelter, but it was too far away to see clearly. And they haven't used that weapon yet, so we don't know what kind of weapon it is. After this person finished speaking, Lei Gu fell into contemplation. After a moment, he looked at the people in the room and said, what do you think if we occupy the shelter of these wealthy people? This statement stunned everyone. Someone quickly said, Lei Gu, they have such firepower, what do we have to occupy with? The only gun in our shelter is in your hands. The rest of us only have knives and fire axes. Lei Gu shook his head. What's there to fear? They are just a group of pampered wealthy people. Do you really think they have much combat power? But, Someone still said, their guns are a fact, a slight encounter could be deadly. Lego said, when they are not paying attention, I will take out their patrol guards at the shelter. Then we'll grab their guns, with guns in hand, what threat do we have to fear from them? Upon hearing this, everyone in the room fell silent, pondering. They had been following Lego from the beginning, so they knew him very well. Although they were subordinate to Lego, partly because of his gun, the main reason was that Lego's marksmanship was indeed excellent. He was originally a criminal with several homicides under his belt, and had been playing with guns for who knows how long. If Lego first took out the patrol guards at the shelter and they grabbed the guns of those guards, it seemed not impossible to take over the shelter. And that shelter, with abundant food, fierce firepower, and even a Gatling gun. If they really took over that shelter, they dared not imagine how comfortable their lives would be then. And they also remembered that there were many beautiful women in the villa area, many of whom were famous throughout the city. If they occupied this shelter, wouldn't they be living in luxury? Whether it was because of Lei Ge's words or based on their trust in Lei Ge's marksmanship, they eventually agreed to Lei Ge's proposal. The final decision was to go over there the next day, hide temporarily in the building next to the shelter, and wait until nightfall. By then, it would be the time when everyone was most relaxed and unsuspecting, and they could launch a swift attack. To ensure that everyone had no doubts, Lego began another round of inspiring words. He also deliberately had 2 survivors brought from the shelter to witness his perfect marksmanship. Losing 2 insignificant people could boost the confidence of his henchmen. For Lego, this was very cost-effective. Early the next morning, Zhang Chen arrived in the post-apocalyptic world through the portal. When he saw Jingling handling things in the living room, he immediately thought of the scene in the bathroom last night. The Jingling at that time, compared to the serious and earnest Jingling in front of him now, was truly a different style. After breakfast, Zhang Chen asked if there were any incidents at the shelter last night. Jingling said everything was fine. Then Jingling continued, Zhang Chen, can you assign me 2 assistants? Assistants? Zhang Chen was slightly surprised, he hadn't expected this. Jingling nodded, yes, although there are not many people in the shelter now, I handle everything myself, and sometimes when I'm busy, I can't manage everything. Zhang Chen nodded at the words, that was my negligence. If you need help, go find it. Choose a good assistant, bring them to me to see, and show me their information. With Zhang Chen's reply, Jingling's face also showed a smile. Good. After lunch, Zhong Yu led her team of 6 people to set out with Zhang Chen to search for gold. The armed personnel of the shelter had not gone out to search for gold for several days. However, just before this, Zhang Chen and Jingling had just finished talking and had lunch, discussing banks. It was then that Zhang Chen and Jingling realized that there were no gold shops around, but there was a bank. Just 10 kilometers away from their shelter, there was a Longbo bank storing a large amount of gold. According to Jingling, many tycoons had stored gold bars in this bank. The bank itself also had its own gold bars for sale. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen couldn't sit still and immediately returned to his world after lunch. To open the bank's vault, conventional methods were not feasible, so some means were necessary. Zhang Chen researched extensively on how to open the bank's vault and, after determining what was needed, he immediately took action. He purchased a large liquid nitrogen device, a drilling machine, and more. This was the simplest and most direct method Zhang Chen could find to open the bank's vault. This method also required a large destructive weapon, which Zhang Chen happened to have. After buying the necessary items, Zhang Chen swiftly returned to the post-apocalyptic world, and that's how he ended up leading Zhong Yu's team on this journey. Originally, Zhang Chen had planned for both teams to go. After all, the gold stored in the bank's vault was incomparable to that of a small gold shop. However, Jingling remained calm and was not carried away by the excitement. She reminded Zhang Chen to leave one team behind to protect the shelter and prevent any mishaps. It was precisely because of this that Song Gu volunteered to stay behind to protect the shelter. Although he was also eager for the generous rewards that would come with bringing back the gold, he valued the safety of the shelter more. What use would those rewards be if the shelter was lost? Zhang Chen led Zhong Yu's team swiftly through the streets towards the bank. After dodging the zombies on the streets and finally arriving at the bank, everyone, except Zhang Chen, was panting heavily, sweating profusely, and collapsed on the bank's floor, gasping for air. Zhong Yu and a few other girls were even worse off, almost collapsing on the ground, their faces contorted in pain. Zhong Yu said, Fan, next time we go out, let's just take a car. The cars in the shelter are going to rust if we don't use them. Seeing everyone in this state, Zhang Chen chuckled and shook his head. Alright. This was something he hadn't considered before. They hadn't used a car before because they were worried about zombie attacks. But now with their firepower, even if the sound of the car attracted zombies, they wouldn't be afraid at all. He then said, after we take all the gold from the bank vault, we'll find a car outside to drive back. As soon as Zhang Chen said this, everyone was excited. Half an hour later, everyone had rested enough. Zhang Chen then said, "Alright, let's get to work." With that, he led the way into the bank to find the location of the vault. Before long, the voice of an armed personnel came, "Boss, I found it, over here." This statement immediately caught everyone's attention, and they all ran over. "Ha!" Seeing the scene before him, Zhang Chen was stunned, then his face lit up with joy. It was beyond words, because the door of the vault was actually open. Standing at the entrance of the vault, at a glance, I saw a shelf at the far end filled with 500-gram gold bars. The walls on both sides were lined with very conspicuous storage cabinets. Moreover, inside the vault, there were 3 zombies with only half of their bodies left, with no hands or feet. Judging from their attire, they were the people inside this bank. It is estimated that after the outbreak of the zombies, in a moment of desperation, these 3 people in charge of the vault keys and passwords wanted to take refuge here. Just as they opened it, they were overwhelmed by the zombies, leading to the current situation. The reason the vault door was not closed was that a counter happened to fall at the entrance, blocking the door. Zhang Chen looked at the 3 zombies inside, unable to conceal the ecstasy on his face. And at this moment, the 3 zombies inside the vault seemed to have heard some noise, starting to tilt their heads and emit a sound similar to giggling. However, due to their lack of hands and feet, they were unable to move. Zhang Chen, kill these 3 zombies, then search all the storage cabinets in the vault for any gold inside. Upon receiving Zhang Chen's command, the armed personnel nodded in agreement. In order not to attract other zombies with gunshots, they used crowbars to smash the heads of the 3 zombies. Then they began prying open the storage cabinets in the vault one by one, searching through them. Zhang Chen went directly to the shelf where the gold was placed, looking at the shiny gold bars in front of him. It must be said that the visual impact of such a large amount of gold in front of him was truly immense. Judging by the looks of it, there were at least 10,500-gram gold bars here. How heavy are 10,500-gram gold bars? A whopping 5 tons. And this is just a bank in a city at the municipal level. If it were a bank in a provincial capital, the storage volume would only be more, not less. As for those international metropolises, the amount of gold stored there is even more staggering. On the other side, Zhong Yeye pried open a storage cabinet and pulled out a rectangular box from inside. The box was very heavy in her hands, almost causing her to drop it. After opening the box, the shiny gold bars caught her eye, making Zhong Yeye immediately excited. "Fan, I found it. There are 10 500-gram gold bars here." The gold found in these storage cabinets should have been deposited by the wealthy before the apocalypse. As for now, this gold is of no use to them, so Zhang Chen said he would take it. Hearing Zhong Yeye's words, Zhang Chen's smile grew even wider. He walked over and directly stored the gold in the storage space, then praised her, "Well done, well done. I will reward you handsomely tonight when we get back." "Really?" Zhong Yeye was excited. "Give me a Gatling gun as a reward." Zhang Chen's smile froze on his face. "The reward I mentioned is not about that." Zhong Yeye, "Oh? Then what is it?" Zhang Chen, "Anyway, there will be a reward. Now hurry up and search, don't waste time." "Oh." Hu Baimei walked over holding a box and asked, "Boss, should we take the diamonds?" "Diamonds?" Zhang Chen's eyes flashed with surprise, then he opened the box in Hu Baimei's hands. When he saw the diamond particles inside, his breathing quickened. The sizes of these diamonds were similar, and their quality was top-notch, estimated to be between 1 and 2 carats each. With such diamonds, the price of one could easily exceed 100,000. And in this box, there were probably over 100 of them, a huge profit. "Take them. Give them to me." Zhang Chen reached out to take the box of diamonds, then stored them directly into his storage space. He then blessed Hu Baimei, saying, "If you find any more of this high-value stuff, bring them all to me." Hu Baimei, "Yes." At this moment, Hu Baimei was also very excited, because she found the diamonds, and it seemed that Zhang Chen really liked them. Estimating that she would receive a nice bonus when she returned, other armed personnel also found gold bars. However, the weights of these gold bars varied, with some weighing 20 grams each, some 50 grams, and others 100 grams or even several hundred grams. Although each gold bar didn't weigh much individually, the sheer quantity was impressive. These were all stored by the wealthy in banks, totaling over 200 pounds. Although Zhang Chen had just harvested 5 tons of gold, who would complain about having too much gold? After collecting all the gold, they also obtained a batch of diamonds. Thrilled, Zhang Chen shouted and led everyone out of the bank. Once outside, they found a pickup truck. Since they had a large group, one car wouldn't be enough, so they opted for the pickup truck. When they opened the truck's door, they were surprised to find a zombie inside. Upon hearing the door open, the zombie immediately snarled at Zhang Chen and the others. However, the zombie was restrained by a seatbelt and couldn't move. Zhang Chun chuckled and quipped, "Is this guy lucky or unlucky?" His comment amused the other armed personnel. The zombie was considered unlucky for becoming a zombie, but lucky for not causing an accident while driving and even managing to turn off the engine. It seemed to retain some driving habits from its past life. However, it only retained a few habits, so even after the engine was turned off, it continued to turn the steering wheel. Zhang Chen chuckled, then pulled out a gun and shot the zombie in the head. He put away the gun and pointed at one of the armed personnel, saying, "Throw this zombie out, and you drive." "Yes." Following Zhang Chen's orders, the person immediately dragged the zombie's body out of the truck and tossed it on the ground. Then he got into the driver's seat and skillfully started the car. Upon hearing the engine start, Zhang Chen sat in the passenger seat, while the others climbed into the back of the pickup truck. Faintly in the distance, they could already hear the sounds of zombies and the noisy footsteps approaching. Zhang Chen said, "Hurry, the commotion just now will attract all the nearby zombies." The armed personnel nodded, then stepped on the gas pedal, and the pickup truck immediately sped forward. The driver's skills seemed impressive as he managed to speed up to 80 on the debris-filled road. This surprised Zhang Chen. The driver, noticing Zhang Chen's gaze, awkwardly said, "I used to love speeding, but I haven't driven since the zombie outbreak, so I'm a bit excited now, hee." Zhang Chen shook his head with a smile, "It's okay, just don't flip the car." "No problem." The driver confidently smiled, but his expression became more serious. Along the way, they encountered zombies on the road, and the pickup truck plowed through them without slowing down. The pickup truck, initially just dusty and dirty, was now covered in blood after a while on the road. In the back of the truck, Zhang Yeye and the other armed personnel felt the cool breeze brought by the speed and were quite happy. The outbreak of zombies had kept them suppressed for too long, and being in the car now made them feel much more relaxed. However, as the car approached a street less than 2 kilometers from the shelter, Zhang Chen suddenly saw over a dozen people standing on the sidewalk next to a building ahead. They all stared wide-eyed, looking at them as if they had seen a ghost. Holy crap! These people actually dare to drive a pickup truck recklessly on the street. They are fearless. It seems like they have spotted us. What should we do, Lei Guo? If we let them continue like this, the noise of the car will eventually attract all the nearby zombies. These guys want to trap us. Upon hearing the words of his subordinates beside him, Lei Guo looked at the approaching pickup truck. So he directly gave the order, "Stop that car for me." They were planning to occupy Zhang Chen's shelter, and the people in this pickup truck might not be from that shelter. To be on the safe side, Lei Guo ultimately decided to take out all the people in the car. Otherwise, if they let these people go and their plan gets leaked, tonight's ambush will be ruined. Following Lei Ji's orders, his subordinates immediately ran to the middle of the road and blocked it. Seeing people suddenly blocking the road ahead, the armed man was stunned. "Boss, what should we do?" Zhang Chen frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, and said, "Stop the car first." As Zhang Chen's voice fell, the pickup truck stopped, just about 10 meters away from Lei Guo and his group. Zhang Yeye and others on the back of the pickup truck also noticed Lei Guo and his group. After the car stopped, Zhang Yeye led her team members to jump off the car. Zhang Chen also walked out from the passenger seat and whispered, "Everyone, release the safety on your guns." At this time, especially when the other party is blocking the car, it is obvious that they are looking for trouble. Zhang Chen did not think that these people came to ask for directions. Following Zhang Chen's orders, everyone took out their AK-47s and released the safety. This scene naturally caught the attention of Lei Guo and the others on the opposite side, as the distance was only a dozen meters. When they saw that everyone coming down from the pickup truck was carrying AK-47s, the group was all stunned. After reacting, looking at the AKs in Zhang Chen's hands, they felt their legs go weak. Damn, did they just block a group of tough guys? However, Lei Guo, who originally came from a gang background, had a much stronger mental quality. After a brief moment of confusion, he quickly realized their target this time was the shelter. Having made the connection, he estimated that the armed people in front of him were from the wealthy shelter. But Lei Ji's expression wasn't good at the moment. Originally, his plan was to sneak in at night, use a pistol to kill a few armed men, and then take their guns. But now, damn it, they hadn't even reached that shelter yet, and they were already facing the other party's armed men. How the hell was he going to handle this? In this situation, with such a close distance, if a conflict broke out between the two sides, even if he was skilled, he would end up with several more bullet holes in his body. Zhang Chen raised his hand slightly, and all the armed men behind him immediately raised their AKs, aiming at Lei Guo and his group. Seeing this scene, Lei Guo also froze. He quickly said, "Brothers, it's a misunderstanding. Just now, it was because the noise of your car was too loud, and we were afraid of attracting zombies, so we had to stop you." Lei Gu, with a smile on his face, walked towards Zhang Chen. At the same time, he took out a cigarette from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Chen. Brother, I'm really sorry, we didn't mean to offend you just now, please don't be angry. Here, have a smoke. Lei Gu had already approached Zhang Chen to a distance of less than a meter. Zhang Chen waved his hand and said lightly, no, thanks. Since it's a misunderstanding, please step aside and don't delay my business. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Chen saw Lei Gu suddenly lunge towards him. Lei Ji's physical fitness was quite good, and his sudden movement speed was very fast, catching the surrounding armed personnel off guard. However, in Zhang Chen's eyes, this speed seemed a bit lacking. Zhang Chen still didn't move, allowing himself to be caught by Lei Gu. From the moment this group of people blocked their way, he knew they were targeting them. He also wanted to see what these people were up to. Anyway, he wasn't worried since his defense was so strong that even pistol bullets couldn't penetrate it. The next moment, Zhang Chen was grabbed by Lei Gu, and the pistol in Lei Ji's hand was pressed against Zhang Chen's head. This sudden turn of events made all the armed personnel tense up instantly, aiming their guns at this group almost reflexively. Lei Gu grinned, unfazed by the multitude of guns pointed at him. He was even a bit excited, surprised at how smoothly things were going. Looking at Zhang Chen, whom he had caught, Lei Gu said, "Kid, you must be the leader of this group, right? Your look just now made me uncomfortable." With that, he harshly hit Zhang Chen's head with the handle of the pistol, intending to teach him a lesson. However, the impact did nothing to Zhang Chen's head, but his hand was almost numb from the force. Zhang Chen looked at him and said, "Having fun?" Lei Gu was still in shock from the recent events. But when he heard Zhang Chen's teasing tone, he suddenly got angry, "You bastard." He then released the pistol safety, saying, "Believe me, I'll blow your brains out right now." This statement made all the armed personnel anxious. Zhong Ye's face turned pale, aiming her AK firmly at Lei Gu. "If you dare to shoot, I will kill all of you, and your bodies will hang outside our shelter." Zhang Chen waved at Zhong Ye. "Don't worry, forgot about my abilities?" After Zhang Chen's reminder, everyone remembered. They had overlooked this point in their haste when they saw Zhang Chen tied up. After all, their leader had the ability of spatial manipulation. A mere pistol couldn't possibly threaten him. After realizing this, the tension eased among the group. Subsequently, they all looked at Lei Gu with mocking expressions. Seeing the reactions of Zhong Ye and the others, Lei Gu furrowed his brows, not understanding what was happening. Why did these people, who had him tied up and a gun to his head, suddenly trust him after just a few words? It was as if they had already concluded that with the weapons in his hands, he posed no threat to this man. What a joke! He had a gun in his hand. Glancing behind him, Zhang Chen seemed to notice Lei Ji's confusion. He said, "You have me at gunpoint now, my life is in your hands. Given the circumstances, could you tell me the truth before I die?" "Why should I tell you?" Lei Gu hadn't figured out the situation with this group yet and, being cautious, he naturally wouldn't reveal anything. However, he didn't dwell on it further, especially when he heard the sounds of zombies approaching. It wouldn't be long before the zombies surrounded them. He ordered his men, "Disarm these people. Don't worry, their leader is in my hands, they won't dare to move." Upon hearing this, Lei Ji's men became excited and rushed towards Zhong Ye's group, eager to grab their guns. One of them was less than 2 meters away from Zhong Ye. He gazed at Zhong Ye's exquisite beauty, feeling amazed once again, becoming even more excited. But just as he started to indulge in some filthy daydreams, he suddenly heard a gunshot. Next, he felt as if something had hit his head, and something drilled into his brain. The next moment, he blacked out and collapsed on the ground. A blood hole, created by a bullet, oozed blood from his forehead. Simultaneously, with Zhang Ye's gunshot, the other armed men, as if receiving a signal, all started shooting. In just a few seconds, Li's dozen or so men were riddled with bullets. "You bastard!" Li's eyes widened at this turn of events. He couldn't understand, were these people insane? Their leader was in my hands, yet they dared to shoot. While he was still in shock, Zhang Chen's calm voice suddenly sounded in his ears. "Forget it, the zombies are coming, I don't have time to play with you." With these words, Li snapped out of it. Seeing Zhang Chen, whom he had caught, turn around, he immediately shot without hesitation. Bang! After the shot, the bullet carried a tremendous force, hitting Zhang Chen's temple directly, causing his head to tilt to one side. "Zhang Chen, I see, you all like headshots, huh?" Zhang Chen slowly raised his head, cracked his neck, feeling refreshed. Then, in Li's shocked expression, he swiftly snatched the gun from him. His speed was so fast, leaving only afterimages, Li couldn't react in time. By the time he realized it, the gun was already in Zhang Chen's hand. Li stared at Zhang Chen with wide eyes, fear evident in his gaze. "Are you human or ghost? Damn, even a gunshot to the head couldn't kill him." "No, The bullets couldn't even penetrate his defense. Is this guy really human? Zhang Chen didn't bother to answer, waving his hand. The zombies are coming. To prevent him from escaping, break his limbs and put him in the car. As Zhang Chen's voice fell, a gunshot rang out. Ah! Leech fell to the ground, a mask of pain on his face, his hands and feet all hit by bullets. Subsequently, 2 armed men carried him and threw him into the back of a pickup truck. The group got back into the car and quickly headed towards the shelter. Thud! Leech was thrown directly onto the ground inside the shelter. Upon returning to the shelter, Zhang Chen didn't rush to reward the armed men who had completed the task but dealt with Leech's situation first. Initially, everyone was puzzled as to why this captured man had been treated so harshly. But when they heard about Leech's deeds, everyone was furious. Especially Song-gu. If it weren't for Feng Cheng's intervention, Song-gu would have almost rewarded him with a bullet. However, Leech, as a prisoner, showed no fear at all, even looking at Zhang Chen with a sneer. My original goal was to take over your shelter. I didn't expect to run into you guys halfway. I guess I'm just unlucky. At the moment his limbs were broken, he knew he wouldn't survive. Instead of begging for his life, he might as well die like this. Hearing this, Zhang Chen chuckled, squatting down and jokingly said, "You really are unlucky." Leech stared at him, his eyes as if trying to devour Zhang Chen. "What did you do to make that bullet not hit you?" This question amused Zhang Chen. "Why do you think that bullet didn't hit me? Idiot!" Leech sneered disdainfully. How could a person possibly stop a bullet? Zhang Chen shrugged, not wanting to explain. When asked, "If I guess correctly, you must be from another sanctuary, right? Tell me the address of your sanctuary, and I'll let you go, how about that?" Lei Go replied, "Do you think I would tell you? If you want to kill, then kill, why so much nonsense?" Zhang Chen shook his head, his biggest flaw being impatience. He then called for Song-gu, who, looking at Lei Go lying on the ground, still had a look as if he wanted to tear him apart. Among these armed men, perhaps no one cherished the peace of this land more than Song-gu. And once Zhang Chen died, the peace of this sanctuary would undoubtedly be shattered. That was why he was so angry. Zhang Chen pulled out a sharp knife and handed it to Song-gu. He said lightly, "I leave the next steps to you. Find a place where no one is around. If he doesn't want to talk, then cut his flesh piece by piece until he's willing to speak." Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, Song-gu's eyes immediately lit up. Then he looked at Lei Go, a cruel smile appearing on his face. "Okay, boss." After that, Song-gu took the knife from Zhang Chen's hand, grabbed Lei Ji's clothes with one hand, and dragged him towards a corner. At this moment, Zhang Chen deliberately reminded, "Be careful, don't cut an artery at once, or you'll make it easy for him." Song-gu, walking away, made an okay gesture with his hand, indicating that he understood. As Lei Go was dragged further away, he finally started to panic. He was a ruthless bandit who feared nothing. But when he heard Zhang Chen say that if he didn't reveal the address of his sanctuary, his flesh would be cut piece by piece until he spoke, it was a damn cruel torture. Just the thought of it made him shudder. He never expected that the man who seemed inexperienced and tender would be so ruthless. As Song-gu dragged Lei Go away, many people around clapped and cheered. In the entire sanctuary, Zhang Chen was almost like their spiritual pillar, a figure of faith. They knew very well what life was like before Zhang Chen arrived and what it became after joining his sanctuary. Now that someone was going against Zhang Chen, none of them could bear it. Seeing everyone indignant, Zhang Chen was somewhat moved. He then smiled faintly and clapped his hands. "Alright everyone, let's not dwell on this matter, to avoid ruining the mood of the day. Next, I call upon Team Zhong Ye to step forward. Due to the incident just now, your reward distribution was delayed, so let's make up for it now. Those with other matters can disperse and attend to their own affairs, if not, you can stay and watch the excitement." As Zhang Chen's voice fell, everyone's anticipation rose. They had all heard that this trip to the bank would yield the sanctuary's biggest harvest ever. They wanted to see the rich rewards these armed men would receive. Even though it wasn't for them, it didn't stop them from being envious. Of course, among them were the families of these armed men. At this moment, they stood excitedly on the side, filled with anticipation and pride for their loved ones among the armed men. Before long, everyone saw Li Yufu leading a group of people carrying boxes of goods out of the villa. They placed them at Zhang Chen's feet. When they saw these goods, everyone immediately knew that this was their reward for this time. So much? At the sight of so many supplies, everyone's mouths watered instantly. Even the armed men who were eagerly anticipating this moment had faces flushed with excitement. Seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, Zhang Chen smiled and said, "Open all the boxes." Bang! 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 As each box was opened, the contents were immediately exposed to everyone's sight. Box after box of white wine, rice, various meats, vegetables, seasonings, and so on. There was even medicine in one of the boxes. However, they were just some common cold medicine, fever reducers, and anti-inflammatory drugs. These medicines might have seemed insignificant before the apocalypse, but now, they were life-saving. Everyone was already very excited when they saw these boxes of supplies. But when they saw the appearance of these medicines, it could be said that they went crazy at that moment. This reward was just too generous. At this moment, the onlookers present, with the idea of joining the ranks of armed members, reached its peak. After distributing the rewards to them, Zhang Chen left to talk to Jingling about some matters. As Zhang Chen left, everyone became even more relaxed, and the atmosphere became livelier. Oh my, I'm so tempted, I really want some. Each person has nearly 20 bottles of white wine, and I haven't had a drink since the zombie outbreak. I really want to drink some. There's still a lot of cigarettes. Everyone was talking excitedly, satisfying the vanity of the members of the Zhongyu team to a great extent. At the same time, they cherished and affirmed their own identities even more. After being praised by her good sisters, who by May waved her hand and said, "Sisters, come to my place tonight for a party. Whether you want white wine, beer, or red wine, I've got it all covered." Sister May is so domineering. Sister May is mighty. The whole scene was filled with laughter. After entering the villa, Zhang Chen planned to return to his own world for a while. He gave some instructions to Jingling, telling her that if Songgu had anything to report while he was away, she should listen first and make some arrangements accordingly. Songgu was currently interrogating Lei Go, and Zhang Chen was quite interested in Lei Ji's shelter. After all, having a shelter meant having people, and what Zhang Chen's shelter lacked the most at the moment was people. With too few hands, sometimes it felt quite limiting to do anything. After giving these instructions, Zhang Chen returned to his own world. As the portal opened, Zhang Chen walked out from it and into his house. After the portal disappeared behind him, Zhang Chen glanced around his house and nodded in satisfaction. He mostly slept on this side of his world at night, so there was no dust accumulating in the room. Then Zhang Chen picked up his phone and made a call. After a moment, the call was answered. "Oh, my God, I finally got your call. I thought you forgot about our cooperation." Hearing the voice on the phone, a slight smile appeared on Zhang Chen's lips. "Mr. Andy, how could I forget our cooperation? After all, it's a big deal. Ha ha." Andy's laughter came through the phone. "Alright, I wonder where you are now, Zhang Chen? I'll bring the check to find you." Zhang Chen replied, "Come to Longhua, I'm waiting for you in Yangcheng." Longhua. Longhua Yangcheng? Got it, I'm in Longhua right now, give me half a day, I'll be there soon. Then the two hung up. Zhang Chen planned to tidy up and go find Gangzi first. But before he could leave, his phone rang again. He took out his phone, raised an eyebrow, and smiled when he saw the caller ID. Then he answered the call. "Hello, Miss Zhang Manju, did you like the gift from last time?" Zhang Manju. Zhang Manju originally called Zhang Chen to inform him that the items he had placed for auction at their Yangcheng International Auction Company had all been sold. However, as soon as the call connected, she heard Zhang Chen say something unexpected. Subconsciously, she recalled the gift Zhang Chen had given her, and she couldn't help but shudder. Who gives hand grenades as gifts, seriously? At that time, she was still holding on to a glimmer of hope, thinking, what if this grenade was just a prank by Zhang Chen and not real? But when she drove to the mountainous area and pulled the grenade's safety pin, tossing it into the ravine, the deafening explosion and slight ground tremor left her dumbfounded. Seeing Zhang Manju silent, Zhang Chen continued, "Miss Zhang Manju, may I know the reason for your call?" Zhang Manju took a deep breath. "Your auction items have all been sold, totaling 6,420,000. After deducting fees, you have 620. Before she could finish, Zhang Chen interrupted, "Alright, I got it. I've been busy lately. If you have time, just leave the money with Gangzi for now. Or you can keep it yourself for now. I'll pick it up when I have time." Zhang Chen had another deal with Andy later, and he was starting to lose interest in these few million. Compared to the 200 kilograms of gold he was trading with Andy, what were a few million? He wasn't worried about Zhang Manju swindling the money. Since the last gift Zhang Chen gave her, he believed she wouldn't have such audacious thoughts. Soon, it was afternoon. In a private room of a hotel in Yangcheng, Zhang Chen was currently seated at the head of the table, browsing through the menu. Just then, the door to the room swung open. Andy, sweating profusely, hurriedly entered. Behind him, a dozen men in black suits followed, each carrying a briefcase. Seeing the sweaty Andy, Zhang Chen immediately put on a smile. "You finally made it, have a seat. The food will be served shortly." Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, Andy quickly sat down, wiping the sweat off his face with a handkerchief, and smiling, "Sure, sure." He then took a seat opposite Zhang Chen. Andy asked, "Mr. Zhang, I wonder if the quantity I need this month is ready?" Zhang Chen smiled faintly, "Of course. Just 200 kilograms. I've said it before, even if you need a ton or two, I can get it for you. With that, Zhang Chen pointed to a cardboard box in the corner of the room. It's all in there, you can check. Upon hearing this, Andy immediately had his assistant go and check the gold. Boss, 500 grams per bar, a total of 200 bars, the weight is correct, and the purity is very high. Hearing his assistant's report, Andy breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Zhang, it's been a pleasure doing business with you. Here, let me offer you a toast, Mr. Zhang. Saying this, Andy poured himself a glass of white wine and raised it to Zhang Chen. However, as he took a sip of the wine, his facial features immediately wrinkled. He wasn't used to the white wine from Manhwa. Zhang Chen smiled and waved his hand. If you can't drink it, don't force yourself. Just give me the money for this batch of gold, and then enjoy your meal and drinks. No problem. Upon hearing that he didn't have to drink, Andy perked up and handed Zhang Chen a check he had prepared earlier. Zhang Chen glanced at the check, $7,300,000. Converted to Manhwa currency, it was around 51 million. Seeing this figure, Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow. It seemed that the price of gold had risen significantly recently. He then put away the check, looking forward to our next collaboration. Hearing this, Andy was even happier and quickly replied, looking forward to our next collaboration. Next, during the meal between Zhang Chen and Andy, Andy's henchmen opened their respective safes. They then loaded all the gold bars into their safes. After they finished eating, Zhang Chen made an excuse about having something to do and left directly. As for the cost of the meal, it was naturally covered by Andy. Andy was very willing to pay for this meal. After all, being able to make friends with someone like Zhang Chen, complete his tasks every month, and receive a large bonus, what did the cost of a meal matter in comparison? After leaving the restaurant, Zhang Chen went to the bank with the check to cash it. Up to this point, with this sum of money, the balance in his bank account had exceeded 1 billion, reaching a whopping 190 million. Looking at the string of zeros in his bank account, Zhang Chen felt particularly beautiful. Then, driving his new car, he happily left the bank and headed towards Gangzi's gold recycling shop. Upon arriving at Gangzi's gold recycling shop, Zhang Chen immediately saw Gangzi sitting at the shop's entrance, holding a remote control. Zhang Chen, hey, what are you doing? Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, Gangzi looked up at him, then pointed to the sky. He smiled and said, I just bought a drone, so I'm trying it out. Following Gangzi's gesture, Zhang Chen looked up and saw a drone hovering more than 20 meters above the ground. When he saw the drone, Zhang Chen's eyes lit up immediately. Because he suddenly thought that if he could use drones in the shelter of the post-apocalyptic world, wouldn't tasks like external reconnaissance be directly replaced by drones? Even installing weapons on the drones could help locate and eliminate the zombie lord in the zombie horde. Damn! Thinking about this, Zhang Chen was instantly excited. He had only thought about acquiring gold, establishing shelters, and enhancing the armed forces of the shelter before. He had never considered drones. Just thinking about what he had done before made him feel a bit depressed. Like sending people to check the situation at the mall, if he had drones, his armed personnel wouldn't need to take such risks. He could even send a few drones directly and blow up the giant zombie lord. This way, there wouldn't be so many troubles later on. Seeing Zhang Chen's expression, Gangzi thought Zhang Chen also liked drones. He said, do you like drones too? Zhang Chen smiled and nodded. Gangzi, if you like it, just buy it, it's not expensive. Gangzi, I have a friend who is the manager of a physical store not far from here. If you want to buy, I'll give you his number. Zhang Chen, okay, give me the number, I'll go and buy some to try. Gangzi didn't mind and directly gave Zhang Chen the phone number of his friend, the store manager. After getting the phone number, Zhang Chen hurriedly left. Back in his car, he immediately dialed the person's number, and the call was answered in no time. Hello, who is this? The voice on the phone carried a soft and gentle tone, making the listener feel tingly. Zhang Chen, hello, I would like to purchase some drones. Fong Gang just recommended you to me. Ah, it's him, then come over, I'm in the store right now. The voice on the phone then gave Zhang Chen the address of the shop. With the address in hand, Zhang Chen started the car and headed towards the destination. 10 minutes later, Zhang Chen arrived at the destination. In the shop, a woman dressed in a white casual shirt was sitting on the sofa in the reception area, holding a phone and chatting with someone. WeChat message, Fong Gang, Nanjie, my brother is coming to buy drones from you, give him a discount. WeChat message, Hua Ke Fugue, sure, what's the name of your friend? WeChat message, Fong Gang, Zhang Chen, his name is Zhang Chen, as handsome as a reader's lord, you'll recognize him at first sight if he comes to the store. Seeing this message, the woman smiled and habitually tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Then she continued typing, is your friend really that handsome? Does he have a girlfriend? WeChat message, Fong Gang, sister, don't set your sights on my brother, your kid is already in elementary school, and my brother is still a single man. The woman chuckled even more at this. She replied, but what if your friend can't resist and pursues me first? WeChat message, Gang Z, don't mess around. I was actually thinking of introducing my cousin Zhang Manju to him. WeChat message, Hua Kefugue, Manju, does your friend like her type? WeChat message, Gang Z, how would I know? Give it a try, maybe they'll hit it off. WeChat message, gotta go now, it's almost time, my brother should be arriving soon, Nan, you have to give a discount. Seeing this, the woman knew the conversation wouldn't continue, so she replied, okay, I'll give him the insider price. Just as she sent this message, a faint sound of the door opening came from the front of the store. The woman instinctively looked up, and the next moment, her expression froze for a second, then her eyes lit up. Was this Fong Gang's friend? Indeed, quite handsome. So she got up and walked towards Zhang Chen. Hello, are you Zhang Chen? Her voice still carried that soft tone from the phone call. Hearing the familiar voice, Zhang Chen turned to look at her. The woman in front of him was about 1.65 meters tall. Should be around that, at least not starving her child. But her whole demeanor gave off a sickly beauty, delicate and weak, quite the opposite of Zhang Manju. Could this image and temperament belong to a store manager? Zhang Chen nodded, yes, I'm Zhang Chen, the one you spoke with on the phone. The woman smiled faintly at his words, no longer the professional fake smile. Introducing herself, she said, I'm Li Yanan, the manager of this store. Then she asked, do you have any preference for drone models? Zhang Chen shook his head. Li Yanan asked again, do you have any specific requirements for drones? I can recommend a suitable model for you. After some thought, Zhang Chen said, I don't have many requirements, just hoping for a higher payload capacity. Li Yadong nodded in understanding and then led Zhang Chen to a large drone. She introduced, this is the DJI-T20 drone, capable of carrying a payload of 20 kilograms, flying at an altitude of 2,000 meters, and a speed of 10 meters per second. These are usually used for tasks like spraying pesticides on farms. There are even larger payload drones, like the T60, with a higher payload capacity. But for personal use, this T20 with a 20-kilogram payload should be sufficient. After hearing Li Yanan's introduction, Zhang Chen thought for a moment and directly shook his head, rejecting this drone model. While the payload capacity was indeed impressive, enough to carry several mortar shells with ease, what if he wanted to mount a Gatling gun on it? A Gatling gun alone weighs 16 kilograms, not to mention the additional equipment like electric drives, adding up to more than 20 kilograms, not to mention the bullets needed for the Gatling gun. In this case, the 20-kilogram payload capacity wouldn't be enough. If he was going to make a purchase, Zhang Chen intended to buy a drone with a higher payload capacity as much as possible. This way, in the future, if he needed to use these drones for any specific tasks, it would be easier to modify them. So he directly said, show me the T60 model you mentioned. In the evening, Zhang Chen returned to the post-apocalyptic world and gathered everyone in the shelter. Once everyone had arrived, Zhang Chen had 10 T60 drones brought out from the villa and placed in the courtyard. The varied expressions on everyone's faces upon seeing these drones were evident. Wow! It's the first time I've seen such large drones. These are agricultural drones. Judging by their size, they can carry quite a heavy load. Did the boss call us here because of these drones? Listening to everyone's discussions, Zhang Chen spoke up, I need to install some weapons on these drones. Among you, does anyone have experience in modifying these? As long as someone can modify them according to my requirements, they and their family will receive a separate residence. Additionally, there will be a monthly allowance as a reward for the modifications. With Zhang Chen's words, the atmosphere became lively, and everyone started discussing eagerly. The allowance was something only armed personnel currently had, and it was given monthly. They had seen armed personnel exchanging these vouchers for goods with Li Yufu more than once. They were all envious of these vouchers, especially since they were given monthly, not just as a one-time reward. How could they not be excited? At that moment, a man with glasses stepped forward from the crowd, looking very excited. He said, B-boss, I can modify them. I used to do this before. Oh? Hearing this, Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow. Initially, he was just asking casually, not expecting much. After all, there were so few people in the shelter, it wasn't likely that he would find the talent he needed just like that. But to his surprise, he had a response. He nodded, pointing to one of the drones, alright, start by modifying this drone for me. It should be able to carry mortar shells and be remotely controlled for bombing. You can ask me for any materials and components you need, and I will help as much as possible. How long do you need? The man suppressed his excitement and, after a moment of thought, said, 1 week. Give me a week, and it will be ready. Zhang Chen replied, "Good, I will come to inspect the finished product in a week. If it meets the requirements, you will receive all the rewards I mentioned earlier." Upon hearing this, the man became even more excited. Along with him, a middle-aged couple and a young woman in the crowd were also excited. They seemed to have great faith in the man's abilities and showed no doubt in his success. Seeing this, a slight smile appeared on Zhang Chen's lips. If it went this way, it would be even better. The man then left with the drone, informing Zhang Chen of the items he needed. They were just some parts and equipment, nothing too difficult to acquire. Zhang Chen returned to his world, purchased the items, and handed them over to the man. After that, there was nothing much to do. Jingling watched Zhang Chen, who was now lying on the sofa, and placed a glass of water on the coffee table in front of him. She smiled, "You've been busy all day, take a rest." Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen looked at Jingling. He hadn't noticed before, but today Jingling was wearing a cheongsam with purple floral patterns. Jingling's figure was already top-notch, and now with the cheongsam, it accentuated her beauty, especially with the slit on the thigh, giving a tantalizing and alluring vibe. Zhang Chen then gestured for Jingling to come closer, and she naturally sat beside him. He rested his head on her thigh, feeling a soft and comfortable sensation at the back of his head. Jingling, as usual, placed her hand on Zhang Chen's head and started gently massaging him. At first, Zhang Chen found Jingling's massage quite comfortable, but as she continued, Zhang Chen realized something was off. This woman's hands were starting to wander. How could Zhang Chen tolerate this? Opening his eyes, he saw Jingling looking at him with a smile. "I can drink cold water today." Zhang Chen's blood boiled instantly. Alright, so she wanted to buff herself up, huh? He immediately flipped over, pinned Jingling down on the sofa, and even tore her cheongsam in the heat of the moment. The two engaged in a fierce battle that lasted until late at night, ending with Jingling surrendering due to exhaustion. However, Zhang Chen was still not satisfied. Looking at Jingling, who had fallen into a deep sleep, he shook his head with a bitter smile. It seemed that with his increasing strength, not everything was going smoothly. While other men were troubled by lasting longer, he was the opposite. The longer it lasted, the less satisfying it became for him. He decided to take a cold shower to cool down his fiery energy. Even after the shower, Zhang Chen couldn't sleep, so he walked out of the villa, intending to wander around the area. The villa area had become his sanctuary, yet he had never explored it thoroughly. Despite the late hour, the buildings were still brightly lit due to solar power, keeping the area illuminated. Walking aimlessly, Zhang Chen finally felt a cool breeze in the summer night. Ha! As he passed by a villa, he casually glanced at the courtyard gate and was surprised to see it wide open. Through the gate, he caught sight of a beautiful scene. Initially thinking he was mistaken, he turned back to look again. Indeed, in the villa's courtyard, several voluptuous women were lounging in skimpy shorts and simple tops, chatting away. Recognizing them, Zhang Chen realized they were the women from the gym who were mistaken for thieves, with exceptional figures and looks. Their dedication to fitness truly showed in their impeccable bodies. The gym girl had even brought along other stunning women, one of whom, though not as pretty as Jingling, had a far superior figure. What struck Zhang Chen the most was her ample assets, capable of feeding 3 to 5 children without any worry of going hungry. However, Zhang Chen had been preoccupied before, spending his leisure time with Jingling, Li Yufu, and Zhang Ye, neglecting them. To his surprise, they were now assigned to live in this villa. Such high-quality ladies shouldn't be wasted here. Just as Zhang Chen pondered whether to invite them to his room sometime, a pleasant voice suddenly reached his ears. "Ha, boss, is that you?" The voice came from inside the villa, indicating that the women inside had noticed Zhang Chen's presence. Upon seeing him, the women in the courtyard immediately ran towards him with excitement. While they were happy, Zhang Chen couldn't help but worry about the strain on their assets as they bounced towards him. "Boss, did you come here for something?" asked one of the women, dressed in just a few pieces of cloth, eagerly looking at Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen looked at them, then shook his head with a wry smile. "Nothing much, just wandering around." "Oh, I see." The women exchanged glances. Zhang Chen then asked, "By the way, what are you currently assigned to do by Jingling?" "I'm in charge of cooking for those expanding the shelter during the day. I help out with odd jobs there too." These women each mentioned what they were currently doing. Zhang Chen nodded in response. Although these women often exercised, they had never experienced the laborious work on a construction site. Instead of letting them get in the way, it was better for them to assist with odd jobs and cooking on the side. Finally, Zhang Chen's gaze fell on the woman in the front. She was the one who had been arrested as a thief before, Zhang Chen remembered. Her name seemed to be Yuan. He asked, "And you?" Yuan hesitated a bit. "I am currently serving as Jingling's assistant, helping her with some shelter work." Hearing this, Zhang Chen was taken aback for a moment. Jingling had indeed mentioned this to him before. Later, Jingling showed him the list of selected personnel, but at that time he just glanced at it and didn't pay much attention. Zhang Chen thought for a moment and then said, "Inform the other assistants to come to my villa tomorrow morning." Yuan nodded, "Okay." After that, Yuan looked at Zhang Chen and tentatively asked, "Boss, would you like to come in and sit for a while? Only a few of us are currently living in this villa, no one else." Zhang Chen glanced at her and then at the other women. "No, maybe another time." With that, Zhang Chen was about to leave. However, before he could make a move, Yuan spoke again. "It's fine, today happens to be a safe day for me." Women from the gym were naturally open-minded, and such suggestive remarks came out easily, leaving Zhang Chen at a loss. Another woman chimed in, "Boss, if it's you, we're all up for it." Zhang Chen, hasn't anyone told you that teasing a man like this can have serious consequences? Serious? I want to experience it. Zhang Chen was sure that this place was a gathering spot for seductive creatures. No, it was a gathering place for succubi. Damn it, they wanted to drain him dry. Seeing such characters in the villa, he was extremely annoyed. He had originally thought about straightening them out, and now he had the perfect excuse to teach these ignorant succubi a lesson. "Zhang Chen, come on, let me tell you what the consequences will be." With that, Zhang Chen pushed past the women and walked towards the villa. Seeing this, the women immediately followed excitedly. They were curious about how strong their boss really was. Time passed quickly, and the next morning, Zhang Chen walked out of Yuan's villa. He seemed fine, just a bit unsteady on his feet. As he left the villa courtyard, Zhang Chen glanced back at the villa. It had to be said, these gym women were really something, their physical fitness was top-notch. Despite taking turns to challenge him all night, it wasn't until they were completely exhausted that they finally gave up, much stronger than Jingling. He shook his head with a smile, then turned and left. When Zhang Chen returned to Jingling's villa, as soon as he entered the room, he saw Jingling in the hall discussing logistics with Li Yufu. Zhang Chen didn't interrupt them, he just lay down on the sofa. Although he hadn't slept all night, he still felt very energetic at this point. It was just more comfortable lying on the sofa. After Jingling and Li Yufu finished their discussion, Li Yufu immediately ran excitedly towards Zhang Chen and threw herself into his arms. "Fan Ge, you're up so early today." Li Yufu was very happy to see Zhang Chen early in the morning, feeling lovely. However, at that moment, Li Yufu's smile turned into suspicion as she sniffed around Zhang Chen. "Li Yufu, huh? Fan Ge, what's that smell on you? It's fishy and stinky. It feels like I've smelled it somewhere before." Li Yufu fell into a memory. And Jingling, who was standing behind her, shook her head with a bitter smile upon hearing this. How could she not know that smell? She noticed it after exercising with Zhang Chen last night. But shouldn't that smell have dissipated overnight? Jingling then remembered that Zhang Chen didn't even return to his room last night. Goodness, did he fight with others all night yesterday? Whose body could handle that so well? This made Jingling a bit envious. She also wanted to have such good physical resilience. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to withstand Zhang Chen's powerful attacks. Zhang Chen chuckled, "Jingling, give those women at Yuan's villa a day off today." Jingling, "Alright, case solved. It's not just one person, it's several." Jingling nodded with a smile, "I got it. I'll arrange for someone to cover their work later." Upon hearing Jingling's response, Zhang Chen didn't say much more. He knew that when he said those words, Jingling probably understood. He then looked at Li Yufu lying on him and said, "Have you figured it out? Do you know what the smell is?" Li Yufu shook her head somewhat discouraged. "I can't figure it out. It just feels very familiar, like I've smelled it somewhere before." Zhang Chen chuckled upon hearing this. This little one had experienced so little and hadn't had a deep conversation with Zhang Chen for a long time, so it was normal not to remember. He patted her back. "Get up, the smell on you is too strong. I'm going downstairs to take a shower." However, as Zhang Chen was about to get up, a faint knock on the door was heard. Seeing this, he gestured for Jingling to open the door. As the door opened, Songgu, covered in dried blood, walked in from outside. As he entered the room, a strong smell of blood filled the air. "Songgu, boss, that guy is dead." Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen was not surprised. He nodded and asked, "Did you find out the location of his shelter?" Songgu, "Yes, we did." He never said it before, even when I used a blade to cut him, he endured and didn't say a word. Zhang Chen was not surprised by this. Just because this Lego didn't say anything didn't mean he cared about the survivors in his shelter. He just wanted to make things difficult for Zhang Chen and didn't want to tell him. Since he was already clear about his fate and had to die anyway, what was the point of saying anything? He just underestimated the torture of 1,000 cuts and eventually couldn't bear it, so he confessed. He just hoped Song-gu would give him a quick death and not torture him anymore. After listening to what Song-gu said, Zhang Chen pondered for a moment and then asked, "Are you sure he wasn't lying?" Song-gu nodded. From his behavior at the time, the likelihood of lying is low. Hearing this, Zhang Chen nodded in satisfaction. "How many people are in this shelter?" Song-gu, 62. Zhang Chen nodded and ordered, "In that case, I'll leave the task to your team to bring all the people from that shelter here." As Zhang Chen spoke, Song-gu's eyes immediately lit up. Last time, when Zhang Chen took Yu and her team on a mission, the rewards they received upon returning were incredibly generous. This time, he had to handle things brilliantly. Zhang Chen waved his hand, "Clean up the bloodstains on you, then let's go." "Yes." Song-gu nodded quickly and then turned to leave. After Song-gu left, Zhang Chen turned to Jingling beside him and asked, "Jingling, can the empty houses in our shelter accommodate these people for now?" Jingling shook her head. "There are not many empty houses in the shelter left. It's definitely not enough to accommodate so many people. But the remaining people can temporarily set up tents or sleep on the floor in the garage. When the expansion of our shelter is completed, and the neighboring community is incorporated into our shelter, there will be more houses by then." Hearing this, Zhang Chen nodded. Currently, all the houses in the shelter are villas. Although they occupy a large area, there are only so many houses. Once the neighboring community is included in the shelter, there will be more rooms available. The neighboring community consists of a total of 25 buildings, all 32 stories high-rise residential buildings. And all of them are 2 elevators and 2 households per floor. Each building has 62 units, totaling more than 1,500 units in 25 buildings. By then, even more survivors can be accommodated. As time passed, on the other side, Song-gu, with his 6 team members, was driving towards Lei Ji's shelter. The speed of the car was fast. Although the noise of the car was loud and easily attracted the surrounding zombies, they couldn't catch up with the speed of the car and could only lag behind. The zombies blocking the way ahead were mostly eliminated. All the armed personnel in the car were very excited, feeling the thrill of speeding in the car again, making them feel exhilarated. The distance of over 20 kilometers was covered in just over 10 minutes. When they reached their destination, Song-gu and the others got out of the car and looked at the dilapidated gate of the shelter in front of them. The shelter in front of them was nothing more than a library. Even the gate of this library was merely symbolic. If a zombie wave really occurred, this gate wouldn't last a minute before being crushed by the zombies. "Knock on the door." With Song-gu's command, the other armed personnel stepped forward, directly prying open the rolling gate in front of them with crowbars and pushing it up. When the gate opened, a wave of fearful screams echoed in the library. However, when they saw the figures at the door, everyone in the library was stunned. They originally thought it was Lei Gu and his subordinates returning, so they were very scared. Because almost every time Lei Gu and his group went out to search for supplies and returned, if they found a lot of food or the like, they might reward them a little. But if they didn't find anything and came back, the men would be beaten, and the women would become tools for venting frustration. But at this moment, when they saw the strangers at the door, everyone was stunned. Song-gu walked in from outside, glanced at the people in the library, and immediately frowned. When he entered, he smelled a faint strange smell. Now, seeing these people, he knew what was going on. The people in this shelter were covered in oil stains. The women who looked slightly better were relatively clean. Obviously, these people had not bathed or changed clothes since the apocalypse began. Perhaps it was not that they didn't want to, but they simply didn't have the ability or conditions to do so. Song-gu didn't waste any more words and shouted loudly, "Everyone, pack up and follow me." Under the oppression of Lei Gu and his group, these people had long become timid. Especially seeing that all of Song-gu's group were armed, they all dared not act recklessly. After a quiet moment in the shelter, everyone began to pack up their belongings, preparing to leave with Song-gu and the others. Perhaps for them, it didn't really matter where they were going. By now, they could almost guess that Lei Gu and his thugs had been taken care of by the group in front of them. Leaving now would just mean moving to another place to continue being oppressed. In this post-apocalyptic world, the desire to live like a normal person was a luxury for them. Looking at the people in front of them, one of the armed men joked, "Captain, do you think we'll get any rewards after we go back this time?" Another armed man chimed in, "Will we get as many rewards as Captain Zhong's team did last time?" Hearing this, Song-gu laughed and scolded them, then said, "The mission of Zhong Yu's team last time was different from ours this time. There might be rewards, but don't expect too much." Hearing this, Feng Chang and Li Lai also laughed, understanding the meaning behind Song-gu's words. As the earliest group of armed men, they knew the secret of their leader Zhang Chen, so they also knew the importance of gold to Zhang Chen. How could these people in the shelter compare to them? At this moment, another armed man jokingly said, "Captain, at least this is a shelter. What if we don't go back and just take over this place? Wouldn't that be more comfortable? Although life here may not reach the quality of our shelter, we can do whatever we want here. We have guns in our hands, and they can only obey us, right? With that, the lively group of armed men fell silent instantly. Especially Song-gu, his expression turned cold, his gaze icy as he glanced at him. Is that what you think? The armed man seemed unaware, nodding. Yeah, Captain, look. With that, he raised the AK-47 in his hand. We have guns, we can be kings here, these women will do whatever we want. Song-gu looked at the others. What about you? Do you have the same idea? No, I think life now is pretty good. Me too, I'm quite satisfied with life now. Seeing everyone's disapproval, the armed man felt a bit bored. He was about to say something else when bang! A gunshot rang out, startling everyone in the shelter. All eyes turned towards Song-gu, their expressions filled with fear. Song-gu calmly retracted his AK-47, dispersing the smoke from the barrel. The armed man who had wanted to speak moments ago slowly fell to the ground, his eyes wide open in shock. There was a bullet hole in his forehead. Perhaps he never understood why Song-gu had taken him out. When everyone was gathered, Song-gu began to usher them onto the vehicles. He had even arranged for a large bus to transport everyone, heading towards their shelter. However, due to the earlier gunshot, a considerable number of zombies had gathered around, moving towards them. When these zombies heard the sound of the vehicles, they became even more frenzied, rushing towards the two cars. The armed men driving the vehicles did not slow down in the face of the approaching zombies, pressing down on the accelerator without hesitation. The large bus led the way, with the other vehicle following closely behind. The outcome for the zombies coming towards them was almost certain, either crushed under the chassis or sent flying by the impact. But there were just too many zombies, so unexpected situations were bound to arise. For instance, the zombies around them leaped towards the two vehicles. Unlucky ones were sent flying, while the luckier ones clung to the sides of the vehicles, frantically pounding on the barriers in front of them. They wanted to break through the obstacles and get inside the cars. As time passed, more and more zombies hung on the sides of the vehicles along the way. The car windows were shattered by these zombies, causing screams from the survivors inside, their faces filled with panic. The armed personnel inside the car took out their weapons and started shooting at the zombies. Due to the close range, almost no aiming was needed, and the headshot rate soared. In no time, the zombies on both sides were cleared. However, the result was, more and more zombies were running behind the two vehicles. Looking around, there was a large group of about 2,000 to 3,000 zombies. And there were still more zombies joining this chase continuously. Song-gu glanced at the zombies behind them and said, each of us only has 2 magazines, so let's save our bullets. If these zombies don't climb onto the car, there's no need to shoot. Once we reach the shelter, we'll be safe. Upon hearing Song-gu's words, the other armed personnel nodded and checked the remaining ammunition they had. At this moment, inside the shelter, Jong-yu's armed team was patrolling on the wall. Just then, the armed personnel on duty at the watchtower spotted something and immediately sounded the alarm. In no time, all the other armed personnel rushed over from different directions. Jong-yu on the wall looked up at the armed personnel on the watchtower and asked, "What's wrong? What did you see?" The armed personnel hurriedly said, Captain Song-gu and his team are back, but they are followed by many zombies. They should reach our shelter in about 2 to 3 minutes. Upon hearing this, Jong-yu immediately made a decision. Call back all the people outside who are building the wall, everyone, be on high alert. Zhang Chen happened to walk over at that moment and furrowed his brows slightly upon hearing these words. He suddenly realized a mistake he had made before. The issue of information transmission. Previously, with fewer people in the shelter and not much going on, there was little activity in terms of defending against zombies, so this point was overlooked. Now, most of the survivors in the shelter were outside building a wall to connect the two residential areas. If zombies appeared outside now, transmitting this information would be a big problem. Zhang Chen looked at the signal being sent from the watchtower to the group building the wall and made a mental note to buy some walkie-talkies next time he went back. With walkie-talkies, transmitting information wouldn't be so troublesome. Among the crowd building the wall outside, Jingling's other assistant was helping to organize and arrange everyone's work. When he saw the signal displayed on the watchtower, his expression immediately changed. Everyone, drop what you're doing and hurry back to the shelter. With these words, everyone understood what was happening and immediately started running towards the shelter. Fortunately, the place where they were working was not far from the shelter, and with full speed, it would only take 3 to 4 minutes. Soon, Song-gu's team arrived at the gate of the shelter, and Jingling immediately arranged for people to receive them. All the survivors from the bus were brought into the shelter. Song-gu's team then went to the wall and joined Zhong-yu's team to confront the approaching zombies. Although Songgu's team had returned to the shelter, they were in vehicles, so the zombies chasing them from behind were not as fast. After the people who were building the wall outside returned to the shelter, more than 10 minutes passed. It was then that the people on the wall saw the figures of zombies running from a distance. Following these leading zombies, a large group appeared, running towards the shelter. There were at least 5,000 zombies. Zhang Chen was stunned when he saw so many zombies. Wow, that's a lot. Songgu, did you guys stir up a zombie nest? Songgu scratched his head awkwardly. The noise from the car was too loud, attracting more and more zombies on the way. Zhang Chen chuckled at his words and shook his head, just teasing. However, after glancing at Songgu's team members, he asked in confusion, "Don't you have one more team member?" Songgu replied, "He's dead. After seeing that shelter, he wanted to instigate us to take over it and become the king, so I took care of him." With that, Songgu took out an AK, a bulletproof vest, and a magazine. These were the equipment assigned to that person. Zhang Chen nodded slightly, then gently brushed over the equipment with his hand and immediately stored them in his storage space. Zhang Chen was not surprised that armed personnel would have such thoughts. He couldn't predict everyone's intentions. However, he didn't care. As the population of the shelter increased, armed personnel would still be recruited. He only needed these people to help him bring back valuable items. As for whether these people would have ulterior motives, Zhang Chen was certain that such situations might arise in the future. But now that Zhang Chen could withstand bullets with his body, he had no worries. He would just eliminate these people when the time came, then recruit armed personnel from the survivors. Rat-a-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat. As the zombies arrived, the wall of the shelter began a frenzy of shooting. However, these zombies had no concept of fear. The ones in front fell with headshots, but the ones behind immediately rushed towards the shelter. In just a few minutes, they reached the base of the shelter's wall. In this elevated position, shooting became more convenient. The zombies in front were blocked by the wall, and those behind trampled over them, creating a growing pile. If the armed personnel turned a blind eye to this, it wouldn't be long before the pile of zombies reached the height of the shelter, breaching it. Fortunately, the speed at which the zombies piled up was far slower than the rate of gunfire. Even Zhong Yaya, holding a Gatling gun on the wall, unleashed indiscriminate fire below, instantly turning the accumulating zombies into minced meat. Seeing the results of her actions, Zhong Yaya was thrilled. It was worth using her strength to please Zhang Chen and earn the Gatling gun. Watching the zombies she shot fall in swathes was incredibly satisfying. The weapon was a bit heavy, though, so she could only prop it on the wall and couldn't shoot as effortlessly as Zhang Chen. At this point, Zhang Chen took out an RPG and fired directly at the area with the most zombies below. Boom! The shell exploded among the zombie pile, the powerful impact shattering the surrounding zombies, sending their remains flying. Then Zhang Chen began loading a second shell to continue aiming at the densely packed zombies. He also brought out over 100 grenades, distributing them evenly among the armed personnel. They were instructed not to be stingy, pull the pins, and throw them directly into the mass of zombies below. Outside the shelter, the explosions never ceased for a moment. Even standing inside the shelter, one could feel the continuous slight vibrations coming from the ground. Under heavy suppressive fire, the number of zombies below quickly decreased by 90%, leaving only 300 to 400 zombies still rushing towards the shelter. As everyone was thinking of finishing them off and ending the battle as soon as possible, suddenly a cone-shaped spike, as thick as 2 fingers and 10 centimeters long, flew through the air. The spike was fast, and by the time everyone saw it coming, it had already torn through the clothing of one of the armed personnel and pinned itself to the wall behind him. Upon witnessing this scene, the armed personnel felt a surge of panic. He quickly checked the area where he had been scratched. Fortunately, it was just his clothes that were torn, not his skin, which relieved him. If this unknown thing had been contaminated with the zombie virus and had pierced a wound on him, he would have been done for. After everyone reacted, they all looked towards the direction from which the spike had come. At a glance, they saw a skinless zombie, with muscles exposed all over its body, limbs twisted into a quadrupedal stance, heading towards their shelter with its mouth wide open. In its mouth, a second spike was slowly emerging. What the hell? What is that thing? Did that zombie shoot it? Damn! If we get hit by that, will we turn into zombies directly? You guys keep dealing with those zombies, leave that freak to me. Feng Cheng spat, raised his AK in hand, and started firing wildly at the mutant zombie. However, this zombie was unusually agile and seemed to have not lost its visual ability like the ordinary zombies. Upon seeing Feng Cheng aiming his weapon at it, it began to move nimbly, faster than the average zombie. This resulted in Feng Cheng emptying a magazine without hitting it once. While evading Feng Cheng's shots, it could shoot another spike from its mouth in retaliation. Perhaps due to its hurried evasion, the spike still missed the armed personnel on the wall. Seeing this, Zhang Chen directly picked up the RPG, aimed at the zombie, and fired. Boom! The shell exploded beside it, tearing its body apart with the fragments and sending it flying. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Chen was somewhat surprised. The physical strength of this mutant zombie was far from the level of the zombie behemoth encountered previously. It was not much different from the ordinary zombies and could be easily dealt with. Its agility and ability to shoot spikes, however, posed a bit of a challenge. It seemed that these mutant zombies all had some special abilities. Like the zombie behemoth encountered before, besides its strong physique, it could also summon surrounding zombies. This particular zombie seemed capable of shooting spikes and had agile speed. The threats posed by these two types of mutant zombies were indeed significant. Whether it was the zombie behemoth initiating a zombie tide or the sudden appearance of zombies, the likelihood of being killed was high. However, Zhang Chen noticed that each mutant zombie seemed to have very obvious flaws. The zombie behemoth was slow and sluggish, while this zombie was simply a fragile creature. As long as these weaknesses were exploited, it was not difficult to take them down. After all the zombies below were cleared, Zhang Chen ordered, "Clean up all the zombie bodies outside. Song-gu, take your team and go out together. If you see any undead zombies, give them a final shot." Song-gu nodded at the words, then left with his team members. Zhang Chen also stored the RPG back in the storage space and stretched his neck before leaving. Not long after returning to the villa, Yuan arrived. Along with Yuan, there were two other women. Zhang Chen had seen one of these women before. She was responsible for arranging and organizing the work of the people building the walls outside. She was a woman in her 40s named Zhang Ya, who had joined later and was not originally from the villa area. The other woman was younger, around 30 years old, with short shoulder-length hair. Her name was Tangwen. She was also a member of the villa area and a former friend of Jingling. Besides inviting Zhang Yuyu, Jingling had also invited her. She was dressed in tight clothes with a denim skirt, her fair and supple skin exuding a charm from within. Zhang Chen remembered that Tangwen's husband had not returned since the zombie outbreak, his phone was unreachable, and his fate was unknown. This made Zhang Chen shake his head in regret silently. Shortly after, Jingling returned. Upon opening the door and seeing the situation inside, Jingling was momentarily stunned but quickly regained her composure. She then approached Zhang Chen and explained to him what tasks Yuan and the other two women would be responsible for. She also explained their respective strengths and abilities. After Jingling finished speaking, Zhang Chen nodded and let the three of them go about their tasks. Initially, Zhang Chen had summoned the three of them just to meet and get to know the assistants Jingling had chosen better. After the three women left, Zhang Chen said to Jingling, "Yuan will assist you with your tasks from now on. Another assistant will be assigned to help her with the workload she's taking over." Upon hearing this, Jingling's eyes lit up slightly, understanding the reason immediately, and nodded with a smile. She had noticed a strange smell on Zhang Chen when he returned earlier. Combined with his current arrangement, it was highly likely that Yuan had become Zhang Chen's woman last night. Jingling didn't mind how many women Zhang Chen had, especially in the post-apocalyptic world where clinging to old beliefs meant certain death. Besides, Zhang Chen had been good to them, and if they were in other shelters, these women would have been treated as mere tools for pleasure. Living comfortably now, there was no need to dwell on such matters. Jingling even considered finding some pretty girls to serve Zhang Chen to make him happy. Zhang Chen's abilities were too strong for her to handle alone. It would be best to have a few sisters to help share the burden. However, she had not brought it up yet, and Zhang Chen was unaware. Seeing Jingling nod, Zhang Chen stood up and said, "I need to leave again to find something. If anything happens in the villa area, you can handle it temporarily." Jingling replied, "Stay safe." Zhang Chen nodded without saying more and opened the portal directly. As the portal appeared, revealing the dark scenery inside, Jingling, despite having seen the miraculous portal before, still felt a sense of wonder. She reached out to touch it, wanting to see if she could feel the dark scenery inside. However, as her fingertip touched the portal, she felt a sharp pain and quickly withdrew her hand. Looking at her fingertip, she saw that it had broken the skin where it had touched the portal. Zhang Chen smiled and explained, "I told you before, only I can pass through this portal. Anyone else entering this door will be cut and crushed by spatial turbulence." Hearing this, Jingling felt a bit embarrassed. "I knew that. I was just curious about the phenomenon of this portal. So out of curiosity, I wanted to touch it to see if I could, but I couldn't even touch it." Zhang Chen shook his head and didn't say more. "Let's go." With that, Zhang Chen stepped into the portal. The next moment, the portal disappeared in front of Jingling. When Zhang Chen walked out of the portal, he was back in his own world at home. Upon his return, Zhang Chen immediately went out, not to buy a walkie-talkie, but to prepare for the trip to Baba Yang. The shelter had experienced a small zombie wave, and half of the grenades were used up, so he planned to replenish them with Saeed. He also intended to buy some new weapons from Saeed. After the small zombie wave, Zhang Chen still felt that the shelter's current firepower was not quite sufficient. It's not that the shelter's weapons were bad. Although the armed personnel had AKs and grenades when facing the zombie wave, the firepower was still insufficient. The KPV had too much firepower, which Zhang Chen specifically used to deal with zombie giants. Using it against ordinary zombies felt like using a cannon to kill a mosquito, too wasteful. Moreover, a new type of mutant zombie had appeared, and the KPV might not be able to hit such agile creatures. If he could get some grenade launchers, it would be much easier to deal with these mutant zombies. It would also be very convenient and fast to deal with zombie hordes. The next afternoon, Zhang Chen once again arrived at Saeed's shop in Baba Yang. When Saeed saw Zhang Chen, a bright smile immediately appeared on his face, and he came over to give Zhang Chen a big hug. "Brother Zhang, welcome. It's been a while since you took care of my business." Zhang Chen nodded with a smile. "Did you get those weapons I mentioned on the phone yesterday?" Saeed replied, "Of course, you are a very important friend to me. After I received your call, I immediately went to get these things for you. They are on their way back now, and I believe you will receive these treasures soon." 15 MGL revolving grenade launchers, 10,040 by 46 mm low-velocity grenades. Saeed seemed a bit proud as he said this. "How about that? Not bad, right?" Zhang Chen gave a thumbs up directly. "Your connections are impressive, to be able to get these things." Saeed waved his hand with a smile. "It's nothing special, in our Baba Yang, these weapons are all replicated." Zhang Chen asked about the price, and Saeed held up 3 fingers. "Give me 3,500 gram gold bars, and all of these are yours." Hearing this price, Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow. It was clearly high, and significantly so. Seeing Zhang Chen hesitating, Saeed explained quickly, "Although we have people replicating these in Baba Yang, it's very rare. I had to spend a lot of money to find the right people for you." Zhang Chen nodded without much fuss. "I trust you, 30 it is." Upon hearing this, Saeed's face lit up again, and he became even more enthusiastic towards Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen knew that even though it cost a lot of money, Saeed would surely make a big profit. But he didn't mind, as he had more than enough gold now. Zhang Chen said, "Saeed, my friend, I just spent a hefty sum buying these things from you. Aren't you going to give me a little gift?" Saeed waved his hand generously. "Of course, whatever catches Brother Zhang's eye in my shop, consider it a gift." Saeed's shop didn't have a wide variety of firearms for sale, especially lacking heavy firepower like Gatling guns and KPVs. That's why he could afford to be so generous. Zhang Chen said, "I don't need any firearms either. How about gifting me 100 PBS suppressors instead?" "No problem." Saeed readily agreed. Compared to the profit he had just made, a few suppressors were worth next to nothing. As the grenade launcher was brought over, the transaction between Zhang Chen and Saeed proceeded as usual, with Saeed's men delivering the goods to Zhang Chen's warehouse in Baba Yang. After Saeed's men left, Zhang Chen stored all the weapons in the warehouse space. The PBS suppressor was a model exclusive to the AK-47. Currently, the shelter only had regular bullets, so the suppressor wouldn't reduce the noise significantly, but any effect was better than none. At least, firing at zombies with a suppressor in the future, although it could still attract attention, was better than without one. After storing everything in the warehouse space, Zhang Chen left to buy walkie-talkies. Walkie-talkies were not hard to find, sold in many places at very cheap prices. Zhang Chen bought a bunch at once and tossed them all into the storage space. After completing these tasks, Zhang Chen returned to Longhua. Upon returning, he opened the portal, walked in without looking back, and appeared in the living room of the villa in the post-apocalyptic world. Jingling, who was preparing food, saw Zhang Chen and immediately smiled. Jingling asked, "Back already?" Zhang Chen nodded with a smile, then waved his hand and took out all the walkie-talkies from the storage space, saying, "I'll give you and Yufu one each later, as well as your assistant and the armed personnel." Jingling nodded. She was familiar with walkie-talkies and knew how to use them. So she called Yufu, and together they moved the walkie-talkies back to the warehouse managed by Yufu. After dinner, Jingling sent Yuan with 12 walkie-talkies and suppressors to find the armed personnel. Since Songgu's team was going to collect gold outside soon, it was best to equip them with these items before they left. This way, if anything happened during their gold collection that caused them to split up, they could communicate in time. Even if they encountered zombies, the sound of gunfire wouldn't attract as many from a distance as before. However, Zhang Chen had not yet handed over the grenade launchers to the armed personnel. When going out to collect gold, all they needed was an AK and 2 magazines. He would also go with them, so if they encountered trouble, like mutant zombies, he could use the grenade launcher directly. The main reason Zhang Chen wanted to go along was that the shelter was just too boring. There was nothing for him to do here. Even if he wanted to engage in some passionate activities with Jingling, Yufu, Yuwen, and the others, he had to wait until evening. During the day, they all had plenty of tasks to handle. So, he might as well go out with Songgu's team to collect gold. In the past, when they went to collect gold together, Zhang Chen had to worry about being bitten by zombies. But now, he could withstand even bullets, so no matter how strong a zombie's bite force was, it couldn't compare to the penetration power of a bullet. He wasn't afraid at all. Even if they encountered mutant zombies that could shoot out spikes like last time, based on the penetration power and speed of those spikes, they couldn't break through his defenses. When the equipment was distributed to each armed personnel, Zhang Chen could clearly see the joy on their faces. After all, with these things, it could indeed have a great impact on their future missions. It could even be said to be life-saving. After everyone had completed all the steps, they deliberately tried out the effectiveness of the walkie-talkies. The sound came out very clearly from the walkie-talkie. The batch of handheld walkie-talkies purchased by Zhang Chen were of very high-quality civilian walkie-talkies, capable of clear communication within a range of 3 kilometers. Originally, Zhang Chen had also considered purchasing professional standard walkie-talkies, or walkie-talkies with greater power. However, for now, their role was not significant. Having these walkie-talkies was enough. Depart! With Zhang Chen's command, Songgu's team followed Zhang Chen and drove out of the shelter in a certain direction at a fast pace. Inside the vehicle, the armed personnel were still fiddling with their walkie-talkies, each with a smile on their face. This thing used to be quite common before the apocalypse, and no one paid much attention to it. But now, in the midst of the apocalypse, having this thing was much more significant. At this moment, Songgu reminded, "Don't play around. If the battery runs out at a critical moment and causes an accident, you won't be able to bear the responsibility." Hearing Songgu's words, everyone finally stopped fiddling with their walkie-talkies. Then they laughed. "Boss, how do you manage to get everything? You're amazing." To this remark, Zhang Chen just smiled and did not reply. Another armed personnel joked, "With the boss's abilities, even if a helicopter were brought out in the future, I wouldn't be surprised." Ha ha ha. The atmosphere inside the car was very good. However, compared to inside the car, outside the car was completely different. As the car traveled further along the route, away from the shelter, some zombies began to slowly follow behind. Before long, the car entered a commercial street. This street used to be very prosperous before the apocalypse, with various shops on both sides, belonging to a densely populated area. But now it had become very dilapidated. Bloodstains, broken glass windows, and doors were everywhere, and the whole street was desolate. After getting off the car, Zhang Chen said directly, "There are several jewelry stores on this street, 2 people per group. Move quickly." The other armed personnel received the order and immediately nodded seriously. Everyone prepared their backpacks and started running towards the direction of the jewelry stores. Zhang Chen and Songgu chose the nearest jewelry store, and after entering, they saw various gold jewelry displayed on the counter. They directly poured everything into the prepared backpack without worrying about these jewelry being collected so roughly causing deformation, as they would be melted into gold bars directly after being brought back. Whether they deformed or not didn't matter. However, just as they had finished collecting, when they were about to notify everyone through the walkie-talkie to leave quickly, a terrified scream suddenly came from outside. Immediately, the faces of the armed personnel in the jewelry store in Zhang Chen's group changed. There were other survivors. This thought immediately crossed Zhang Chen's mind. Since the jewelry stores on both sides had already been collected, he quickly ran out of the jewelry store with Songgu. Just as they exited the jewelry store, Zhang Chen immediately saw at the entrance of the commercial street, 2 girls in school uniforms running towards them in fear. Behind them, a group of zombies was chasing them. Seeing this scene, Zhang Chen's face immediately darkened. They had just managed to shake off the zombies following them before coming to the commercial street, just to have enough time to take away all the gold from these few jewelry stores. And now, what a mess! The zombies they had shaken off were actually attracted back by these 2 women. And it seemed like they had also seen Zhang Chen and the others at the entrance of the jewelry store, and were running towards them. "Songgu, boss, what should we do?" Zhang Chen gestured to the other armed personnel, "Get in the car, we're leaving." Following Zhang Chen's orders, everyone quickly got back into the car and started the engine to prepare to leave. As for rescuing people? What a joke! Could these 2 women be loyal to their precious subordinates? As the car started, 2 female students who had run after it immediately panicked. "Wait! Save us, please wait! Let us get in the car." The 2 women saw the car starting, and at that moment, it seemed as if an endless surge of power erupted in their legs. They ran towards Zhang Chen's vehicle at a much faster speed. Just a second before the car moved, they grabbed onto the car's railing. As the car started moving, the two women were dragged away swiftly. The cement road surface was far from smooth. Being dragged like this, their knees and shins were soon covered in a lot of fresh blood, looking quite horrifying. Despite the pain, the two women's faces twisted in agony, but neither of them chose to let go. After all, compared to this pain, the threat of death made them even more fearful. Zhang Chen watched the scene, furrowing his brows slightly, and eventually had someone pull the two women into the car. "Do you know who I am? Are you trying to kill me?" "Just rescued," one of the students immediately pointed at Zhang Chen and scolded, obviously aware that Zhang Chen was the leader of this group of armed personnel. She didn't seem intimidated even when she saw Zhang Chen and the others armed with guns. It was as if, in her mind, armed personnel like Zhang Chen should serve her. However, what greeted her was a heavy slap across her face. Her once delicate face immediately swelled visibly, with 5 red fingerprints clearly visible. Zhang Chen shook his hand and said calmly, "Hasn't your family taught you how to speak to your saviors? If you dare to speak to me in that tone again in front of me." Saying this, Zhang Chen gestured to one of the armed personnel, who promptly pulled out a dagger. Zhang Chen said, "Cut her tongue off when the time comes." This sudden scene frightened the nearby girl who had been silent, making her tremble as if she were invisible. "Even in the apocalypse, you still don't know your place. Tell me, what status do you have?" After being slapped by Zhang Chen, the woman seemed much more obedient. Holding her swollen face, she looked like she was about to cry but dared not. After hearing Zhang Chen's question, she replied, "My father is the district head of Tianshui." "Oh, the district head's daughter." Zhang Chen chuckled, then his face darkened. "Is that your confidence?" The girl was startled by Zhang Chen's sudden change in expression and quickly said, "My father has set up a shelter in the Tianshui district. I recently contacted him. My father said he would send someone to rescue me, and I thought you were sent by him." "Oh, your father's shelter?" Zhang Chen immediately recalled the city map that Jingling had shown him. Tianshui district was about 20 kilometers away from his shelter, in the opposite direction from where Lei Ji's shelter was. Zhang Chen then turned to the other girl, "And you?" This girl, who had been trying to avoid Zhang Chen's attention, was startled by his question. I'm her classmate." Upon hearing this answer, Zhang Chen nodded faintly, then glanced at her, a hint of surprise in his eyes. "About the same age as Li Yufu, but is this girl's figure a bit too eye-catching?" He hadn't noticed before. As is well known, school uniforms are usually very loose. But the girl in front of me, with her impressive figure, is actually managing to fill out her uniform. This level of presence is probably what one, who takes pride in her figure, would envy. What does this girl eat to grow like this? However, compared to her, the mayor's daughter appears much less impressive. Although both girls look a bit dirty, it's easy to see that they are both beauties. They would definitely be considered school flower-level figures. Before the apocalypse, they were probably the type who had no shortage of admirers in school. The car sped through the streets, leaving the pursuing zombies far behind. While some zombies were still attracted by the sound of the car and joined the chase, their numbers were significantly reduced. When Zhang Chen and the others returned to the shelter, the scattered zombies that had followed them were quickly eliminated with a burst of bullets. Jingling greeted Zhang Chen and the others with a smile upon their return. "Jingling, how did it go? No unexpected incidents, right?" Zhang Chen shrugged and pointed to the two girls behind him. "They are the unexpected ones this time. Take them to the villa area first. I have some questions I want to ask them. If we can get accurate information from them, our shelter might be able to gain a large number of new people." Upon hearing this, Jingling's eyes showed a hint of surprise, and she looked curiously at the two girls. After the events in the car, the two girls were now obedient and no longer displayed their previous spoiled attitudes. Jingling nodded and asked the two girls to follow her. Once they were away from Zhang Chen, the two girls breathed a sigh of relief. They had been quite scared by Zhang Chen, especially his ability to slap them and then speak to them in a calm tone. It was truly intimidating for them. However, before they could relax, Jingling in front of them spoke. "Behave yourselves and don't get any funny ideas, or I will consider you as infiltrators trying to cause trouble in our shelter. If I have to shoot you with my gun, don't blame me if you end up dead." The two women were instantly startled, staring wide-eyed at Jingling who, at some point, had a gun in her hand. Terrifying. The people in this shelter were truly terrifying. At the villa, Jingling had someone apply some medicine to the girls' scraped legs and bandage them up quickly. Not long after, Zhang Chen returned to the villa. As soon as they saw Zhang Chen, both of them tensed up. Zhang Chen sat alone on the sofa, looking at them. "Sit down, there are chairs here. You standing like this makes it seem like I'm interrogating you." Hearing Zhang Chen's words, the two didn't dare to resist and sat down obediently. It was then that Zhang Chen asked, "Tell me about your father's shelter. The girl hesitated for a moment, then said, "I'm not sure either. I only talked to my dad on the phone while the signal was still on." Over the next few moments, the girl shared everything she knew, with almost no concealment. After she finished, Zhang Chen had a better understanding of her father's shelter. It seemed that her father's shelter was somewhat complicated. Although he had established the shelter, he seemed to lack military authority. According to the girl, her father was only in charge of managing the shelter, similar to Jingling's role. The armed forces were under the control of another person. She didn't know who that person was, but her father had only mentioned him briefly during their phone call. The person was not an official member before the apocalypse, but after the outbreak, she collaborated with her father to establish a shelter. Of course, the girl also told Zhang Chen the location of the shelter. When Zhang Chen learned about this, he looked at her and said, "It's been over a month since the signal was lost. Why did you think we were sent by your father to pick you up?" The girl's voice became a little softer at this point. "It takes time for the people my father sent to rescue me to find me." Zhang Chen shook his head slightly. It seemed that this woman in front of him was too pampered in normal times. She didn't understand anything. It was obvious. At first, there were phone calls, but over a month had passed, and no one had come to pick her up. It was obvious that something had gone wrong in this process. Either her father, although managing the shelter, couldn't control the armed personnel there and couldn't deploy them, or her father was just a tool for that shelter, and everything was controlled by someone else. If her father really controlled the shelter, she would have been taken there long ago. Just then, the stomachs of the two girls growled. Hearing the sound, Zhang Chen smiled. He called a staff member from the villa and instructed, "Prepare 2 meals and bring them over." Yes. Upon Zhang Chen's order, the person immediately turned and entered the kitchen. Normally, Zhang Chen cooked his own meals, but in a situation like this, he could just ask someone to do it. As time passed, when 2 plates of delicious dishes and white rice were brought out from the kitchen and placed on the coffee table in front of Zhang Chen, the 2 girls couldn't take their eyes off them. They had been eating very little for the past few days and were now so hungry that their eyes were blurred. Seeing such delicious dishes now, they couldn't even blink. In fact, they were considered lucky. During the zombie outbreak, they were fortunate to hide in a restaurant. However, there wasn't much food in the small restaurant, so they had been scrimping and saving for days. They were almost out of energy from being hungry almost every day. Today, being chased by zombies and barely holding onto the fence of the car, they had almost exhausted all their strength. Seeing the expressions on the faces of the 2 girls, Zhang Chen said, "Do you want to eat?" The 2 girls immediately nodded frantically, their eyes filled with a longing to eat. Zhang Chen gestured to the girl who had just given him the information. "You told me what I wanted to know. As a reward, you can have a meal." Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, the girl's face immediately lit up with joy. "Thank you. Thank you so much." With that, she ran over, picked up the white rice, and started eating heartily. She had been starving for days. Now being able to eat a normal meal was a luxury for her. She felt completely satisfied inside. The other girl, who had more capital, watched her best friend eat, her desire evident in her eyes. But she was timid and a little afraid of Zhang Chen, so she didn't dare to speak up. Zhang Chen looked at her. "Do you want to eat?" The girl was stunned for a moment, then glanced at Zhang Chen and quickly buried her head in her ample capital. Then a weak voice came out. I want to." Hearing this, the curve of Zhang Chen's mouth couldn't contain his amusement anymore. "What's your name?" I'm called Yi Jiuyue." Zhang Chen nodded. "It's not impossible to eat, and I can even let you eat until you're full." Upon hearing this, Yi Jiuyue's eyes immediately lit up. However, what Zhang Chen said next made her brain crash. "Zhang Chen, but you should also be aware of how precious food is in this apocalypse. Would you like me to give you such precious food? Don't you have to give something in return?" Yi Jiuyue asked timidly, feeling a bit scared. What do I have to give?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen stood up directly from the sofa and said, "Follow me." He then walked towards the staircase. Yi Jiuyue hesitated for a moment, then followed him, in order to have a good meal. When Zhang Chen reached the staircase, he suddenly turned to the girl who was eating and said, "The portion left on the coffee table is also yours." With that, Zhang Chen led Yi Jiuyue upstairs. The girl who was eating at that moment became even more excited upon hearing Zhang Chen's words. She was worried about not having enough to eat, but unexpectedly, there was such a good opportunity. As for Zhang Chen taking her good friend away, she was too focused on eating to think about anything else. Second floor, Zhang Chen's room. Zhang Chen pointed to the bed and said, "Sit." Yi Jiuyue obediently sat on the bed and asked softly, What do you want me to do?" At this moment, she realized what was about to happen next, and her heart was beating faster than usual. She was a bit scared, wanted to escape, but didn't dare to. In her mind, there was only one word in the dictionary she had learned, a big coward. Looking at the slightly nervous Lee Jo-yue, Zhang Chen said, Lee Jo-yue, don't you want to continue starving? This Lee Jo-yue was truly exceptional. Her school uniform couldn't contain her upper body's assets, and the same was true for her lower body. When she sat on the bed, the proportion of her peach-like figure and waist immediately became apparent. With such a figure, who could resist her in front of any man? Lee Jo-yue repeated several I words in a row, but didn't know how to respond to Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen was not in a hurry. He didn't want to let go of such a gem easily. He wasn't a saint or concerned about love. Love my foot, it's the end of the world here. Zhang Chen said, think about your friend downstairs, she's enjoying her meal. You could eat even better than her, and you don't need to continue living in fear. Think about it. Zhang Chen looked at Lee Jo-yue sitting on the bed and calmly finished speaking. Of course, Zhang Chen didn't consider himself a good person. If Lee Jo-yue persisted in not wanting to, he would truly let her go. As the saying goes, he couldn't just let such a gem slip away from his hands. It was just a matter of tactics and how he would handle her in the future. I agree. After some inner struggle, Lee Jo-yue's desire to eat overcame her pride. She was afraid of being hungry. At the same time, she knew that having food was much more important in this post-apocalyptic world. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen's face immediately lit up with a bright smile. That's why he said, while it might be the end of the world for others, for him, it was paradise. Just as Zhang Chen approached her, Lee Jo-yue suddenly asked softly, will you abandon me in the future? Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow, become my woman, obey me well, and I won't abandon you. Hearing this, Lee Jo-yue finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, as if resigned, she nodded and her face buried in her cleavage was already blushing. Then, be gentle. I heard. The first time. Her voice was very soft, and Zhang Chen couldn't hear the rest. But just these few words had already maxed out his attack speed. After the girl downstairs finished eating, she sat contentedly on the chair she had been sitting on before. She even felt a bit full because she had eaten too much. At this moment, she truly felt extremely comfortable and satisfied. If only she could be this satisfied with her meals every day in the future. Of course, what she looked forward to even more was returning to her father's sanctuary. Her father was the leader of that sanctuary, and she would still be able to do as she pleased there. Surely, the meals wouldn't be any worse than here. After finishing her meal, she sat on the stool and fantasized about the days she would spend by her father's side in the future. However, as she waited, she started feeling a bit uneasy. How come Lee Jo-yue had been upstairs with that bad guy for over an hour and hadn't come back yet? Just as she was pondering this, the villa's door opened again, and Jing Ling walked in. Upon seeing Jing Ling, the girl instinctively sat up straight. Although Jing Ling didn't speak, her presence exuded a strong aura. When Jing Ling noticed that there was only the girl in the living room, she asked, where is the other person? The girl quickly pointed towards the staircase, saying, my friend was taken upstairs by that man from before to discuss something. Jing Ling glanced towards the staircase, and immediately, Lee Jo-yue's figure came to mind. Similar in age to Li Yufu, with delicate facial features and a pretty face, even among these beauties, she was considered average. Moreover, Jing Ling remembered that the girl seemed to have a good figure, as even the loose school uniform couldn't hide her ample assets. It was no wonder she caught Zhang Chen's eye. Jing Ling naturally knew what would happen after Lee Jo-yue was taken upstairs by Zhang Chen. So, she nodded and said, I understand. You wait here, I'll go up and check. With that, Jing Ling headed upstairs. When Jing Ling reached Zhang Chen's room door, she could faintly hear some sounds coming from inside. After hesitating for a moment, she finally knocked on the door because she had some important matters to discuss with Zhang Chen. Who is it? Came Zhang Chen's calm voice from inside the room. Jing Ling, it's me. As Jing Ling's voice fell, the sounds inside the room stopped. Shortly after, the door opened. Jing Ling saw Zhang Chen opening the door and was about to say something when he suddenly pulled her inside and closed the door firmly. An hour later, just when the girl downstairs was getting impatient from waiting, footsteps could be heard coming down the stairs. The girl hurriedly looked towards the staircase. An hour ago, Jing Ling, who had seemed somewhat exhausted, was now coming down from upstairs. Although she seemed a bit unsteady on her feet, she had a radiant appearance, but the weariness in her eyes seemed even more pronounced. Following her, the girl saw Zhang Chen coming down from upstairs as well, but Lee Jo-yue was nowhere to be seen. After coming downstairs, Zhang Chen glanced at the puzzled girl and calmly said, Lee Jo-yue is upstairs thinking about some things. Don't disturb her, let her come down when she's ready. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, the girl nodded, feeling relieved. As long as Lee Jo-yue was okay. In reality, Lee Jo-yue had already exhausted herself and fallen into a deep sleep. It was precisely because Yu had been leading the way that Jingling had managed to pull through this time. Zhang Chen, Jingling, arrange a temporary accommodation for her. As for Yu, Zhang Chen thought for a moment and then said, let's arrange for her to stay in the villa with Yuwen and the others. There are a few empty rooms there. Jingling nodded at his words and then looked at the girl, saying, follow me. With that, she led the girl away to arrange her accommodation. After the two left, Zhang Chen called someone over and instructed, guard the staircase. When the girl upstairs comes down, prepare a meal for her. Yes. The man immediately took the order and respectfully stood at the staircase, waiting for Yue to come down. She could work in this villa, so her mind was naturally active. Knowing that the girl upstairs, after being taken up by Zhang Chen, might also be considered half a mistress in the future. If she could make friends now, she might get a lot of benefits in the future. During the following period, the shelter welcomed a period of stability. During this time, Zhang Chen did not send the armed squad out to search for gold, but instead had them help build a wall connecting the neighboring community. As for the shelter on the Tianshui district side, Zhang Chen currently had no plans, because from the information obtained from the rescued girl, their shelter probably had a lot of weapons. If he were to rashly take the armed squad over there, he might not encounter any danger with his current physique, but the armed personnel around him might not be as lucky, unless he found a way to make the people in that shelter use up all their bullets. For example, find a way to attract a large number of zombies over there. Only then could he take over that shelter with minimal losses. However, Zhang Chen had not yet thought of a good solution, so this matter had been put on hold without any action. But that didn't mean Zhang Chen did nothing. These days, Zhang Chen spent less time in the post-apocalyptic world and mostly stayed in his own world. And during these days, Zhang Chen did something big. He acquired Saeed's weapon workshop. It all started when Saeed intended to cooperate with his friend to set up a heavy weapon workshop and mentioned it to Zhang Chen during a chat. He said he was currently short of over $4 million. Originally, he hoped Zhang Chen would buy some weapons from him again, hoping to make some money to reduce his financial gap. After learning about this, Zhang Chen directly offered to buy his workshop for $4 million. Saeed definitely made a big profit. Although his workshop produced weapons, it was not large, the equipment was relatively outdated, and the production efficiency was not high. This was also a problem that existed in all the shops on this street in Baba Yang's area. With just these things, a purchase of $4 million, Saeed made a killing. So he didn't even think twice and agreed directly, finally sealing the deal with gold bars. And these days, Zhang Chen spent most of his time in this weapon workshop. He had the staff abandon the production of AK-47s and focus on making M4A1 rifles and their suppressors. They also produced a small number of other weapons, such as pistols, bulletproof vests, grenades, and so on. They also increased the production of bullets, especially various types of 7.62mm bullets. Zhang Chen didn't plan to sell these weapons, he only needed to supply his shelter in the post-apocalyptic world. Although there weren't many armed personnel in the shelter now, if a zombie wave occurred, the consumption of these bullets would be significant. Especially with the presence of Gatling guns, the consumption of these bullets would be even faster. With this production workshop now, it would be more convenient in the future when bullets were needed. Brother Zhang, look at what I've brought you. One day, while Zhang Chen was arranging things for the employees in the weapon workshop, Saeed pushed the door open with a bright smile on his face. In Saeed's heart, he was truly grateful for Zhang Chen's help a few days ago, purchasing his weapon workshop. It was because of this that he had the money to cooperate with his friend to establish a heavy weapon workshop. In the office, Zhang Chen looked up and saw Saeed walking in with a smile on his face. He asked, "Oh? What is it?" Saeed waved from behind, and then about 10 people carried 6 wooden boxes from outside. "Saeed, open them up." Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow. Looking at Saeed's eager expression, he immediately knew that whatever was inside these wooden boxes was not cheap. He took the crowbar directly from Saeed's subordinate and pried open the lid of one of the wooden boxes. Inside was a brand new Gatling gun, the same model as his own. As the box opened, a strong smell of oil rushed out. "Saeed, the other 5 boxes are all the same big guy. They were all produced in my workshop. Just made, and I brought them to you first thing." Hearing this, Zhang Chen was slightly surprised. "Your heavy weapons workshop with your friend, it's already completed so quickly?" No. Saeed shook his head. "You misunderstood, the workshop was completed long ago, I just invested money in it. Currently, I am the manager of this heavy weapons workshop. If you have any needs in the future, you can still come to me." Zhang Chen nodded with a smile. "Alright. Thank you for these gifts. In the future, if I have any heavy weapon needs, I will come to you." With Zhang Chen's response, Saeed's face lit up with a smile, like a blooming flower. In his mind, Zhang Chen was a major client that he must maintain a good relationship with, because by pleasing Zhang Chen, the future profits he could generate would be enormous. Seeing Zhang Chen very pleased with the gift, Said approached, put his arm around Zhang Chen's shoulder. Let's go. Today, it's my treat. You must come with me. This time, I have arranged a group of beautiful women from the ugly country, all models. They will definitely captivate you. Alright. Zhang Chen nodded with a smile. Since he didn't have much else to do, he might as well go and have some fun with Said. These days, he had been busy with the workshop and hadn't spent much time with Jingling and the others. He was feeling quite pent up and needed to release some steam. The two of them joked as they left the office and headed outside. Zhang Chen, bro, are you sure you want to come with me? Haven't you had enough from last time? Last time, Said's room was next to Zhang Chen's, and he could hear the continuous sounds and cries of women coming from Zhang Chen's room. It had quite an impact on him back then. Said laughed. Don't worry, this time the hotel room I booked will definitely not be next to yours. As long as I don't hear anything, I won't be affected. Deal. Zhang Chen gave him a thumbs up. On the other side, inside the shelter in the post-apocalyptic world, Yi Zhouyue was chatting with Li Yufu in the warehouse about some private matters. Since they were of similar age, they easily hit it off and became good friends. Jingling simply assigned Yi Zhouyue to work in the warehouse with Li Yufu, taking care of things there. It also provided her daughter with a companion to chat with, so she wouldn't be bored. Li Yufu, Zhouyue, did you really do it with Fan Ji? Yi Zhouyue blushed, but despite her shyness, she still nodded, yes. Li Yufu immediately became interested. How was it? Is Fan Ji really amazing? Did you manage to handle it? Yi Zhouyue, no. I fainted. Li Yufu, you're really weak, you know, after I finished with Fan Ji, nothing happened to me. Yi Zhouyue. The next day, Zhang Chen woke up in the hotel room, feeling refreshed. After getting dressed, he glanced at the two women lying on the bed. Even though they were asleep, their faces still showed a painful expression. It can be imagined how crazy Zhang Chen and the other two were playing last night. Glancing at them, Zhang Chen shook his head with a smile and then turned and left. It must be said that this Said is really good at socializing. The girls he finds are all top-notch beauties. Although they are just new cars, their skills are indeed top-notch. It is estimated that they have been practicing specifically for this moment to please these people. However, Zhang Chen didn't care, it was just for fun anyway. After leaving the hotel, Zhang Chen called Said and then returned to his weapon workshop. Speaking of this weapon workshop, he was able to continue operating smoothly after buying it, thanks to Said's support from the inside. Said helped with all the procedures. Otherwise, he alone couldn't handle these things. Back at the weapon workshop, Zhang Chen inspected the scene of the employees working. Just as Zhang Chen arrived at the area where bullets were being made, a standard Baba Yang man walked over. Boss, the bullets we prepared for you yesterday are all ready, here they are. The man pointed to a large pile of wooden boxes not far away, all filled with 7.62mm bullets needed for the Gatling guns. After all, Said had brought 6 Gatling guns, adding to his own, there were already 7. This stuff consumes a lot of bullets, so if they didn't prepare more, the bullets they currently had wouldn't last long. The Baba Yang employee respectfully said, a total of 1.3 million rounds, these are all the 7.62mm bullets in our shop now. Zhang Chen nodded at the words, I got it, have these bullets all sent to my warehouse later. Of course, you also supervise the production of bullets well, don't slack off. The employee replied, understood, boss, I will supervise the bullet production staff. I will arrange for the bullets to be sent to the boss's warehouse right away. Zhang Chen waved his hand, go ahead. These people had delivered goods to Zhang Chen's warehouse many times before, so they knew where it was. After receiving Zhang Chen's instructions, the employee went to make arrangements. As time passed, when all the boxes containing bullets were loaded onto the truck, Zhang Chen followed them towards the warehouse. However, just as Zhang Chen was heading towards the warehouse, his phone rang. Looking at it, it was a call from Gangzi. So he casually answered the phone, hello, Gangzi. What's up? Gangzi said, where are you now? A few old classmates came to my place, come out for a drink with us. Hearing this, Zhang Chen hesitated for a moment, then smiled faintly, forget it, you guys go ahead, I'm still at Baba Yang. On the other end of the phone, in Fang Gang's shop. When Fang Gang heard Zhang Chen's words on the phone, he was taken aback. Then he joked, why do you always run to Baba Yang? Are you enchanted by the women there? Get lost. Sure enough, a simple and direct curse came from Zhang Chen over the phone. Hearing this curse, Fang Gang's smile on his face grew even wider. Zhang Chen had the leisure to joke with him, at least proving that Zhang Chen was fine now. Zhang Chen said, I have a business here recently, so my focus has been here, I can't go back home for a while. Fang Gang replied, alright, take care, it seems pretty chaotic over there. After a few more exchanges, Fang Gang hung up the phone. Then he looked at the 2 men and 2 women in front of him, shrugged, and said, you heard the phone call just now, Zhang Chen is a busy man now. One of them asked, Gangzi, what business is Zhang Chen in now? He's even doing business abroad. Gold. Fang Gang replied, now Zhang Chen is the most successful among us. We always want to get together, but never have the time. Fang Gang sighed, I wanted to introduce my cousin to him, but never got the chance. Your cousin? When it came to women, the 2 men immediately became interested. Isn't your cousin Zhang Manju, who works at Yongcheng International Auction Company? Fang Gang confirmed, yes. Hearing their conversation, the 2 women nearby also became interested. Due to their good relationship with Fang Gang, they knew a little about Zhang Manju. In their impression, Zhang Manju was a true career woman, decisive and efficient, giving off an air of being difficult to get along with, but undeniably beautiful. They just didn't expect Gangzi to have such thoughts. So they asked, why are you thinking of introducing your cousin to Zhang Chen? Does your cousin like him? Fang Gang explained, not really, I just think they match well, both workaholics. And Zhang Chen is my brother, I know his personality too well. If my cousin interacts with him more, she will definitely be moved. Moved? Just as Fang Gang was getting excited, a familiar voice suddenly came from the door of the shop. Fang Gang turned to see, his expression immediately awkward. Zhang Manju walked in with a puzzled look, greeted Fang Gang's classmates briefly, then looked at Fang Gang and asked, do you know where Zhang Chen is? Fang Gang. The 4 classmates. Fang Gang was shocked. He thought his cousin and Zhang Chen were not close, even thinking about how to make them familiar with each other. Wow! It seems his brother has been in contact with his cousin a lot behind his back. Indeed, with his cousin being so beautiful, how could Zhang Chen resist? Thinking this, Fang Gang felt a sense of joy. If this works out, they would be real brothers. However, as he laughed inwardly, he felt something was off. No! If it really works out, he would have to call Zhang Chen brother-in-law. Damn! It's outrageous to have to call your own brother-in-law. Seeing Fang Gang still in a daze, Zhang Manju asked again, what are you daydreaming about? Do you know where Zhang Chen is? Fang Gang snapped out of it and quickly said, he's currently discussing business at Baba Yang, don't you have his number? I'll give it to you, just call him if you need anything. Zhang Manju. She did have Zhang Chen's number. But, thinking of the scene where Zhang Chen gave her a grenade, she felt a bit. At Baba Yang, in Zhang Chen's warehouse. After the employees had moved all the bullets into the warehouse, Zhang Chen asked them to return to the workshop. Once the employees had left, Zhang Chen stored all the bullets in the storage space. Then he opened the portal and without hesitation, stepped through. The next moment, passing through the portal, Zhang Chen appeared in the villa in the post-apocalyptic world. Where's Kong Ying? Zhang Chen found Jing Ling and asked. Kong Ying was the girl who initially boasted about her father being the district head of Tianshui, but ended up being slapped by Zhang Chen and became obedient Jingling. She's helping with the construction of the wall over there. Hearing this, Zhang Chen was slightly surprised. Can this kind of rich girl do such rough work? This made Jingling laugh. She said, if you don't work, you'll go hungry, so you have to do it to eat. But her job isn't that tiring, she just delivers water to the workers building the wall or brings them tools and such. Hearing this, Zhang Chen nodded. Jingling pondered for a moment and then asked, when do you plan to make a move on that shelter? Zhang Chen replied, what? Do you have a plan? Jingling shook her head, not really a plan, but currently, there are too few people at the shelter, and there are many things that need to be done. We are short-handed. Moreover, the wall connecting to the neighboring district is estimated to be completed in about half a month. By then, clearing the district will require a large number of personnel. If we have more people at our shelter, things will naturally be handled faster. Zhang Chen nodded but did not answer her question. Instead, he asked, how did Song Gu and his team's reconnaissance go? In the days he was away, although few people came from the shelter, they were not idle. Among them was the arrangement for Song Gu and his team to take a modified drone to investigate the shelter as mentioned by Kong Ying. Now that so many days have passed, they should have gathered some information. They didn't tell me about it. I'll call them over, Jingling said, taking out a walkie-talkie to summon Song Gu. Shortly after, Song Gu walked in from outside. Zhang Chen pointed to a chair beside the sofa, sit. Song Gu nodded and sat in the chair opposite Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen asked, tell me, what did you find in these days of observation? Song Gu pondered for a moment, organized his thoughts, and then said, boss, in the past few days of observation with the drone, we found that the situation at this shelter is complex. It's true that Kong Ying's father is the nominal leader of the shelter. I've met him before, so I recognize him. But the real master of this shelter is someone else. With that, Song-gu took out a photo from his pocket and placed it in front of Zhang Chen. "This is a photo I took with the drone. The man in this photo is the true owner of this shelter." Zhang Chen took the photo and glanced at it. The man in the photo was bald, wearing a vest, with well-defined muscles all over. He bore some resemblance to the liege they had encountered before, both exuding a menacing aura. At a glance, one could tell that this man was no good even before the apocalypse. Song-gu continued, "Also, I found that the armed personnel at this shelter are very lax. When not on a mission outside the shelter, they are either sleeping with women or preparing to do so. In terms of numbers, there are about 300 people, with over 40 armed personnel." Hearing this data, Zhang Chen's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Song-gu quickly added, "However, only half of them are armed. Moreover, our team has basically figured out the movements of these armed personnel. If we deploy the drone, we can easily wipe them out." "I see." With confidence in Song-gu's tone, Zhang Chen began to smile. "Notify your team members to set off early tomorrow morning." "Yes." Song-gu promptly obeyed and relayed Zhang Chen's orders through the walkie-talkie. Zhang Chen glanced at the sky outside. It was only around 1 or 2 in the afternoon. Originally, they could have gone today, but with the back and forth and bringing back so many survivors, it would inevitably take up a lot of time. That's why Zhang Chen decided to postpone the mission to tomorrow, allowing for more time. At this moment, at the construction site outside the shelter where the wall was being built, Lee Jo-yue led several people walking from a distance. Each person behind Lee Jo-yue was pushing a handcart filled with mineral water. This was the drinking water brought out by Lee Jo-yue from the warehouse, belonging to the construction workers' share for today. When the water was delivered, the laborers at the construction site immediately gathered around. Their task now was to distribute this water to everyone working. Jo-yue. From afar, Kong Ying, upon seeing Jo-yue's arrival, visibly brightened up and ran over to Jo-yue. However, as soon as she reached Jo-yue, the contrast between the two became apparent. Originally, Jo-yue was just a nobody next to Kong Ying, but now, Jo-yue was clean all over, with fair and rosy skin. In contrast, Kong Ying's skin had darkened from the sun, even peeling in some places, and she was dirty. Seeing Kong Ying arrive, Jo-yue smiled and handed her a bottle of water. "Here, it's too hot, have some water first." Kong Ying nodded, took the water without hesitation, and started gulping it down. After feeling more comfortable, she looked at Jo-yue with undisguised envy. "Jo-yue, why is the work you're assigned so easy?" Hearing this, Jo-yue blushed and felt a bit embarrassed to answer. I just got lucky." Kong Ying said, "I wish I had been assigned a job as easy as yours. This sun is too harsh, it's making my skin hurt. I don't know when my dad will come to pick me up." Jo-yue hurriedly comforted her, "At least we don't have to worry about going hungry now. It's much better than before." Kong Ying waved her hand, "Forget it, I was just complaining. When my dad comes to pick me up, I'll take you with me, and we'll enjoy good food and drinks together." Hearing this, Jo-yue suddenly felt uneasy. I might. "Oh, let's not talk about it." Kong Ying struggled to lift a case of mineral water. "I'll get to work first, we can talk later." Early the next morning, as everyone began their day's work, they suddenly saw Song-gu gathering his team members at the shelter's entrance. Everyone in the shelter was very surprised and looked towards Song-gu and his team. "Captain Song, do you have another mission?" "There are many zombies outside. It's still very dangerous, Captain Song, please be careful." Captain Song and his team are well armed, they will definitely have a big harvest. Everyone discussed, and Song-gu greeted them with a smile before setting off with his team once they were all assembled. The sound of the departing car also caught Kong Ying's attention. She looked curiously at the people discussing around her, noticing the envious expressions on their faces, feeling a bit puzzled. She asked, "Why are Captain Song and his team going out when it's so dangerous outside? Is the shelter running out of food? Don't talk nonsense." Before she could finish her sentence, she was immediately reprimanded. "Our shelter is not short of food. The mission they are going out on is said to be more important than finding food. They will probably come back with a hefty reward this time. I envy them. If only they were my family." Hearing this, Kong Ying continued, "What mission is it?" "It seems they found a shelter, and the boss sent Captain Song and his team to recruit the people from that shelter. Aunt Jingling and the boss have said that our shelter currently has too few people, and many things cannot be implemented. It is said that the shelter they are going to clean up has over 300 people. If they all join our shelter, we will be able to do more things in the future." "Shelter for over 300 people?" Kong Ying widened her eyes, slightly shocked. "Wow! Zhang Chen's shelter so far didn't even have half the number of 300 people, and the shelter across had over 300 people? However, these days she had a pretty good idea of the armed strength of Zhang Chen's shelter. Although she was well protected before the apocalypse, it didn't mean she was clueless. Before the apocalypse, getting a gun in the Dragon Kingdom was nearly impossible. After the apocalypse, with zombies everywhere outside, getting a gun was extremely difficult. But in Zhang Chen's shelter, all armed personnel had bulletproof vests and AKs, a setup that could probably sweep through all shelters established by ordinary people. She muttered to herself, Zhang Chen actually targeted this shelter, how unlucky. At the same time, she thought of her father's shelter, feeling a sudden surge of pride. In such an apocalypse, one needed some strength. Just like her father's shelter, she had heard her father mention that the armed personnel were equipped with guns. Their strength probably surpassed that of Zhang Chen's shelter. When her father found her, she would make sure he caught Zhang Chen and let her vent her anger. She then imagined an image of Zhang and kneeling and begging for mercy in her mind, instantly feeling pleased. Humming a tune happily, she walked towards where she was working. On the other side, a car was speeding down the street, knocking down all the slow-reacting zombies on the road. In the driver's seat, Song-gu was driving, rushing towards their destination. After all, 20 kilometers was not a short distance. Zhang Chen was sitting in the passenger seat, accompanying them. Since there wasn't much to do in the shelter, he decided to come along and pass the time. As time passed, under Song-gu's skilled driving, the car smoothly stopped below a tall building. Before the zombies in the vicinity could be attracted by the noise, everyone got out of the car and quickly headed towards the building. There were some zombies inside the building, but not many. To temporarily conceal their whereabouts, Zhang Chen directly used a pistol with a silencer to take out these zombies. Although Song-gu and the others' AK-47s also had silencers, the noise was still considerable, and people from the nearby shelter might hear it. When everyone reached the 15th floor, they could clearly see the situation of the shelter across. This shelter was a football field, with a large enough area and high walls on all sides. Using this as a shelter was indeed quite safe. At this moment, an armed personnel released a drone equipped with a Gatling gun and video surveillance, flying towards the sky above this shelter. When it flew over the shelter, through the surveillance, every corner of the shelter was clearly visible. They could also see figures moving in the room behind the stands and a middle-aged man in a suit talking to the people in the shelter in a spacious room. Shortly after, the armed personnel controlled the drone to fly over a room, and through the surveillance, they could see a bald man working hard in the room, with a woman tied up and unable to move beside him. Seeing this scene, Zhang Chen chuckled. Tied up? Wow! Quite a player. Song-gu, boss, should we take him out? Zhang Chen nodded at the question, fire away. With Zhang Chen's command, the armed personnel controlling the drone pressed the button. Above the shelter, a drone was currently monitoring the leader of this shelter, its Gatling gun slowly starting to rotate, the barrel picking up speed. Da-da-da-da. In the next moment, a series of fire tongues gushed out from the barrel. How fast was the Gatling's rate of fire? In almost an instant, a large number of bullets were shot out, shattering the glass of the room and piercing into the interior. For a moment, every spot hit in the room shattered. The bald man hadn't even reacted, and he was sent straight to heaven in a split second, his body torn to shreds by countless bullets before he could even enjoy it. Under the Gatling's barrage, his ordinary body couldn't withstand even a second, directly torn to pieces by numerous bullets. Of course, under the indiscriminate attack of the Gatling on the drone, the bound woman was also turned into minced meat by the bullets, not even able to scream in pain. And when the armed personnel of this shelter reacted, the Gatling on the drone was already aimed at them. Da-da-da-da. Even without aiming, under the drone's Gatling's frantic barrage, the entire room turned into a mess. These armed personnel who had planned to check on their leader's situation were instantly hit by the Gatling's bullets. Upon hearing the gunfire, screams erupted throughout the entire shelter, and everyone began frantically hiding wherever they could. As the ostensible leader of this shelter, Kong Miao, the former district head of Tianshui district, was also trembling in fear. Especially when he saw the scene of the armed personnel in front of him being shot and killed, an endless fear surged in his heart. At this moment, when he saw the drone flying outside, his fear intensified. Afraid that the next second, the Gatling mounted on the drone would target his position. The composure and mental resilience of those in power over the years collapsed at this moment. It wasn't until the drone started flying in another direction that he finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, before he could fully relax, a burst of intense gunfire rang out again. In that direction, some of their armed personnel were being targeted by the Gatling. The sound came and went quickly, and soon the gunfire ceased. But he was sure that after being targeted by the Gatling, those armed personnel must have been killed. He didn't even know what was happening, why someone suddenly attacked their shelter. Pondering left and right, it seemed like their shelter hadn't offended anyone. Soon he saw the drone fly away after eliminating all the armed personnel in their shelter. Only then did he dare to go up and check the situation. However, when he saw the ground covered in minced meat and bloodstains, he suddenly felt a surge in his stomach, vomited directly, and his face turned extremely pale. He had never seen such a gruesome scene before. Still recalling the scene of the Gatling's barrage just now, the people hit by it didn't even leave behind a complete corpse. He dared not imagine how miserable he would be if he were hit by it. Just as he was about to go check if anyone else besides the armed personnel was injured, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching. Kong Miao subconsciously turned his head towards the direction of the stairs, and the next moment, his pupils trembled violently. At the staircase, a group of fully armed men walked over. In their hands, each held an AK-47 with a silencer attached, wearing bulletproof vests. Were they military personnel? Just as this thought arose, he denied it. And as he was still in a daze, Zhang Chen and others walked over. Zhang Chen looked at him. "Are you Kong Miao?" Kong Miao trembled at the words, hastily saying, "Yes, I am Kong Miao." Zhang Chen nodded. "It's you, then. Go gather everyone from the shelter and come with me to a place." After speaking, Zhang Chen instructed the 3 armed men behind him, "Go outside and bring 3 buses, be careful on the way." The 3 armed men nodded at the words and then turned and left. After Zhang Chen finished giving orders, he noticed that Kong Miao was still motionless, furrowing his brows slightly. "Hurry up!" "Yes, yes." Kong Miao was now terrified, no longer daring to hesitate, and quickly turned and left. After a while, Kong Miao returned with a large group of people, all looking fearful. Zhang Chen glanced at them and said, "Everyone, pack your things and follow me." As soon as he said this, everyone looked at each other. I don't want to die, there are zombies outside, I'm not going." One person, upon hearing that they were to follow Zhang Chen and leave, thought of the flesh-eating zombies outside, and their inner fear was suddenly magnified infinitely. Bang! After a gunshot, the person who spoke fell to the ground stiffly. Blood flowed from his forehead. This sudden turn of events scared everyone back a step. Zhang Chen slowly holstered his pistol and asked calmly, "Anyone else doesn't want to leave?" Now, the already fearful crowd dared not make a sound. Seeing the expressions on their faces, Zhang Chen continued, "Since no one wants to stay, then let's all go with us. Don't worry, you will thank me when we get there." With that, Zhang Chen turned and walked towards the stairs, while the remaining armed men guided the survivors to follow. Among the crowd, Kong Miao naturally followed, but his gaze was fixed on Zhang Chen. By now, he couldn't understand why Zhang Chen recognized him. He had never met Zhang Chen before. Did he attack his shelter, take out all the armed men, because of some grudge against him? But he dared not speak, nor ask, so he silently followed in the crowd. At the same time, trying to make himself inconspicuous, not to attract Zhang Chen's attention. After all, the scene with the Gatling gun on the drone just now was too impactful. As Zhang Chen and the other armed men led the people downstairs, the sound of a car engine could be heard from outside. Another armed man had brought a large bus. This large bus could easily accommodate 100 people. Once the bus was parked, Zhang Chen pulled Kong Miao out again and had him organize the survivors to board the bus. He then led the armed men to block the zombies attracted by the noise outside. Gunfire erupted once again. The attracted zombies began to fall one by one. However, due to the gunfire, these attracted zombies also went berserk, rushing towards them frantically. Zhang Chen calmly took out an RPG, aimed at the approaching zombies, and pulled the trigger. The missile shot out in seconds. Boom! With the explosion of the missile, a large number of zombies were torn apart, clearing a space instantly. Seeing this scene, Zhang Chen became interested. After putting away the RPG, he took out a grenade launcher from the storage space, loaded all 6 grenades. Boom! 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 He pulled the trigger 6 times in a row, and the 6 grenades flew out, exploding among the zombie horde. A single grenade launcher might not match the power of a hand grenade, but the destructive power caused by the 6 shots is not something a hand grenade can match. However, despite Zhang Chen's fierce firepower, the number of zombies outside is increasing. At this moment, at the rear of the zombie horde, a large bus suddenly rushed out, directly knocking and crushing all these zombies. It plowed through the zombie horde, then quickly arrived in front of Zhang Chen and stopped. Feng Cheng stuck his head out from the driver's window. "Boss, the bus is here, and Li Lai has also arrived, on his way over." Zhang Chen nodded, then immediately ordered the survivors to get on the bus. As time passed, 3 large buses were speeding down the street. The survivors on the bus looked outside at the increasing number of zombies, their faces pale with fear. Fortunately, these zombies couldn't catch up with the speed of the bus. However, after shaking off one group of zombies, a new batch was attracted, coming continuously. Explosions and gunfire could be heard from time to time on both sides. The main goal was to kill all the zombies trying to jump on the bus, to prevent zombies from breaking the windows and entering the bus. 40 minutes later, the 3 large buses finally entered the range of the villa shelter. The zombies on this side had long been cleared out, and currently, there were relatively few zombies wandering around. After shaking off the chasing zombies and entering this area, basically no more zombies followed. Once the bus stopped, the armed personnel immediately instructed everyone on the bus to get off. On the shelter's wall, Zhang Yeye and others saw the scene and cooperated to open the gate, letting all these people in. The survivors outside who were building the wall also looked towards the people getting off the 3 large buses, curiosity in their eyes. Especially Kong Ying, looking at the people getting off the 3 large buses, her eyes filled with obvious surprise. Which unlucky shelter is this again, targeted by Zhang Chen? Oh no, with so many people joining, my workload is going to increase again. Dad, when are the people you sent to pick me up going to arrive? Ha! Just as Kong Ying was complaining, she suddenly saw a figure getting off the large bus. Why did it feel like her dad? It was just a bit far, she couldn't see the features clearly, and she didn't dare to go closer to check. After all, it was still working hours for her. She didn't want to lose work points, as with fewer work points, she wouldn't be able to exchange for enough food for a day. However, shortly after Jingling and her assistants led this group of people into the shelter, armed personnel came to her. Then, with a bewildered look on her face, the armed personnel said, Kong Ying, the boss is summoning you, go to the villa. After speaking, the armed personnel left, leaving Kong Ying standing there in confusion. However, Kong Ying quickly reacted, put down what she was doing, and started running into the shelter, heading towards Jingling's villa. Inside the shelter, as Kong Ying walked on the road, she could see Yuan and the other assistants of Jingling arranging the new survivors. With the addition of these more than 300 people, the entire shelter began to feel a bit lively. Many people who had just finished their work were now taking a break and watching the commotion. Initially, the survivors brought back by Zhang Chen were all panicking, thinking they had arrived at an even more terrifying place. But upon hearing the conversations around them, these survivors were all dumbfounded. The boss is still amazing, bringing back so many survivors at once. They are truly lucky to be able to join us in this shelter. Who wouldn't be? In this kind of apocalypse, who else has a shelter as comfortable as ours? I used to be in Lei Ji's shelter before, 3 days without food, and if luck wasn't on your side, you might even get beaten up. The women who were a bit prettier had it even worse, nowhere near as good as it is now. In our shelter, as long as you don't break the rules, nobody bothers you. Exactly, and as long as you work, you get food. It's like a dream come true. We can only say our leader is amazing. Only our leader could find so much food to bring back. Listening to the discussions around them, the survivors who had just been brought back were all stunned, even doubting if they had heard correctly. Were they lucky to be brought into this shelter? In this shelter, as long as you work, you get to eat, and as long as you follow the rules, you won't get beaten up? What are the rules of this shelter? The woman named Yuan who led them just explained that as long as they obey orders, don't cause trouble, cheat, or be cunning, it's fine. These rules are just the normal code of conduct before the apocalypse. Is the treatment in this shelter really this good? Thinking about this, the survivors who were initially very anxious now found themselves starting to feel a bit hopeful. Meanwhile, inside the villa at this moment, Jingling poured a cup of coffee for Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen smiled and said, "You really know how to play with people's hearts. To make the new group of people accept the shelter faster, let the people inside the shelter discuss the benefits and treatment of our shelter directly." Tisk. Jingling chuckled lightly, sat down beside Zhang Chen, who then pulled her into his arms. Feeling the softness in his embrace and the faint fragrance, Zhang Chen suddenly felt at ease. Jingling whispered, "If only us official personnel say it, they might not find it very credible. But if it's said by ordinary survivors from our shelter, the effect will be greatly enhanced. They are all ordinary people, and they know that after joining our shelter, they will also be very ordinary survivors." There's a sense of empathy there. Just as she finished speaking, Zhang Chen leaned in, held her face, and planted 2 firm kisses. "Well done, this kiss is a reward for your interest. The real reward will have to wait until tonight, don't lock the door when we sleep." Hearing Zhang Chen's straightforward words, even though she had been intimate with him many times before, Jingling still felt a bit embarrassed. But she nodded nonetheless. There was no way she could resist the temptation Zhang Chen presented. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Zhang Chen said, "Come in." As the door opened, an armed personnel entered with Kong Miao. Kong Miao appeared extremely cautious, not daring to even take a deep breath. After being brought in front of Zhang Chen and seeing Jingling in his arms, he was not only surprised by Jingling's beauty but also quickly lowered his head, afraid to look further. Judging by the fierceness of Zhang Chen and his armed personnel, he was worried that looking at Zhang Chen's woman might upset him and lead to dire consequences. He quickly greeted, boss, hello. Zhang Chen nodded and calmly said, Kong Ying, your daughter, right? Upon hearing this name, Kong Miao was instantly stunned, looking up at Zhang Chen. Why yes, boss, is my daughter. Is she here? Looking at Kong Miao in front of him, Zhang Chen suddenly felt a bit mischievous. He nodded, she's here. Speaking of which, we should really thank your daughter. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have known where your shelter was. Kong Miao. Boss, are you looking for me? Just then, another figure appeared at the open door, and it was Kong Ying. When they heard Kong Ying's voice, everyone in the room turned to look at the door. However, when Kong Ying at the door and Kong Miao inside the room locked eyes, both of them froze on the spot. Seeing this, Zhang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. He waved at Kong Ying, come in. Kong Ying looked at Zhang Chen sitting on the sofa and a terrifying thought crossed her mind. The shelter that Zhang Chen had just raided turned out to be her father's shelter. She suddenly realized that she was the one who had given Zhang Chen the address. At that moment, Kong Ying felt like she was going to faint. She had always thought that Zhang Chen would be wary of her father's shelter. After all, her father's shelter had more people, more armed personnel, and more guns than Zhang Chen's shelter. It didn't make sense for Zhang Chen to go after her old man's shelter. But how long had it been? He had actually gone and even brought her father back as a captive. When Kong Ying stood in front of Zhang Chen, standing side by side with her father, Zhang Chen smiled and said, Congratulations, because of your information, we gained over 300 more people at the shelter and you are entitled to a reward. With that, Zhang Chen gestured to Li Yufu to bring out the prepared items. Before long, Li Yufu came over with a palm-sized box and handed it to Kong Ying. This is the reward from Brother Fan for you, take it. Upon hearing Li Yufu's words, Kong Ying absent-mindedly reached out to take the wooden box. Zhang Chen continued, there are some vouchers in the wooden box. You've been at the shelter for a while, so you should know the purpose of these vouchers. I won't explain further. Take a look, you'll like it. Vouchers? Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, Kong Ying immediately came to her senses and subconsciously opened the wooden box in her hand. A stack of vouchers, about 20 of them, appeared before her eyes. As she looked at the writing on the vouchers, Kong Ying's eyes lit up more and more. There are even electric toys. Wow! She was so excited that she blurted out. But realizing there were many people present, including her father, she immediately covered her mouth. Kong Miao. Watching his daughter like this, he almost couldn't resist giving Kong Ying a big slap. But with Zhang Chen and Jing Ling present, he hesitated to act. Zhang Chen waved his hand, go do your own thing first. Kong Ying then realized, glanced at her father subconsciously, and when she saw Kong Miao looking at her with a dark expression, she shuddered and ran off. Zhang Chen glanced at Kong Miao again, then waved his hand, Jing Ling, arrange his accommodation and his future work. Jing Ling emerged from Zhang Chen's side, nodded gently at Zhang Chen, then turned to Kong Miao, her gentle expression disappearing, follow me. Yes, yes. Kong Miao didn't dare to resist at all. After all, he was now a prisoner, and his life and death were entirely in the hands of the other party. After arranging accommodation for Kong Miao, he was pleased to be assigned the job of building walls outside the shelter. Although the job was tiring, the work points earned were higher compared to other positions. After earning enough for a day's meals, there was some left over to save. Kong Miao's situation was just a minor episode, insignificant to Zhang Chen. But one thing was noticeable, with the addition of more than 300 people, the total number of residents in the shelter was about to reach 500 now. Moreover, outside the shelter, the construction of the walls connecting to the neighboring district was progressing at a much faster pace. In just a few days, one side of the high wall had already been completed. The construction of the other side was also proceeding at a rapid pace. For Zhang Chen, there was no shortage of cement, bricks, and other materials. In the upcoming days, when there were no expeditions to search for gold, the armed personnel would basically take people to the nearest brick factory to help with bricklaying. There was also cement, lime, sand, and other materials. This made Zhang Chen quite content. Until half a month later, the two high walls between the shelter and the neighboring district were finally completed. They were 5 meters wide at the base and 2 meters wide at the top, with a height of 10 meters. However, with the expansion of the shelter, more armed personnel were naturally needed. Currently, only these 12 armed personnel seemed a bit insufficient. Jing Ling, bring me the screen list to have a look. Jing Ling, upon hearing this, handed a document to Zhang Chen. The A4 paper listed some names, but only 10 names were written on it. Beneath each name was a nearly 100-word description. Tao Wenba, 29 years old, joined the shelter a month ago. The detailed description of Tao Wenba's actions since joining the shelter was recorded in great detail. From these records, one could get a good sense of Tao Wenba's character. It was noted that Tao Wenbo would voluntarily do more work after finishing his assigned tasks every day and was very willing to help others. Although it was to earn more work points, his character was commendable. Zhang Chen then looked at the other names on the list, and they were mostly similar to Tao Wenbo. He nodded, "Bring these people over. If I find no issues, they can become armed personnel." "All right." Jingling nodded and then left. At that moment, among the group of people responsible for clearing the shelter of debris, a few of them chatted while working. "Tao Wenbo, I heard that you were selected by Sister Ling as one of the shelter's armed personnel?" Upon hearing this, a burly man who seemed a bit taciturn scratched his head awkwardly. I still don't know if I'll actually become an armed personnel in the end." "Don't worry, you will definitely become one. Just remember to treat us when the time comes." Tao Wenbo blushed. If I really become an armed personnel, I will definitely treat everyone to drinks." "Ha ha. Then we'll hold you to that. After the selection is over, get ready to treat us." Laughter and joy filled the air around Tao Wenbo. Similar scenes were happening in 9 other places. People around were congratulating those who were selected. There was envy, anticipation, and happiness for them. Although there was some worry, compared to the treatment of becoming armed personnel, the slight danger in this post-apocalyptic world was almost negligible. Zhang Chen looked at the 10 names on the list before him and nodded faintly. Then he instructed, "Summon Fengchang, Songgu, and Zhang Ye." Upon hearing this, Yuan immediately left the villa and soon brought Fengchang and the other 2 who were patrolling into the villa. Fengchang didn't know why Zhang Chen had called for him, but when he entered the villa and saw the 10 new armed recruits standing neatly in the living room, his eyes lit up. A thought emerged in his mind, and his heart began to burn with fervor. "Fengchang, Songgu, Zhang Ye, boss, I'm here." Zhang Chen nodded. "From now on, the armed personnel will be divided into 3 teams. Songgu, you choose 3 people from these newcomers to join your team. Zhang Ye, you also choose 1 to fill in your team. The remaining 6 will form a new armed team led by Fengchang." Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, the 10 armed newcomers immediately showed joy on their faces. Among them, Fengchang was the happiest. Initially, Zhang Chen had promised them, the latest batch of armed personnel, that each of them would become a team leader in the future. Now Zhang Chen was slowly making it happen. Fengchang becoming the team leader of the armed team was the best proof. How could Fengchang not be happy about it? Originally, Fengchang was a member of Songgu's armed team, but now Fengchang had formed his own armed team. Songgu's team now had only 5 members, but with the addition of 3, it still remained the largest among the 3 teams. Zhang Ye and Fengchang's teams both consisted of 7 members. Now the number of armed personnel had reached 22, which was currently sufficient. Soon, Zhang Chen allocated bulletproof vests and AK-47s to them. However, when the newcomers saw Zhang Chen taking out these weapons, they were all dumbfounded. They looked at each other in disbelief, completely shocked by what they had just seen. Seeing this, Fengchang explained to his future team members, "Don't be surprised, our boss has spatial abilities. You just need to know this, there's no need to publicize it in the shelter." Hearing this, the already dumbfounded newcomers were even more shocked. Damn! Superpowers? This thing is actually real? No wonder they never ran out of food in the shelter and had such powerful weapons. So, all these things were obtained by the boss using his spatial abilities. Does that mean, as long as the boss is around, their shelter will never lack food and weapons? Thinking of this, the newcomers suddenly became more respectful towards Zhang Chen. After all, with such a great power among them, why wouldn't they show reverence? Seeing the expressions on the faces of the newcomers change, Zhang Chen silently nodded, as this was the effect he most wanted to see. "Alright, after everyone finishes work today, you can receive your welfare benefits from Li Yufu and Yi Zhou. For now, follow your team leader and leave. Your team leader will arrange what you need to do next." Yes. Excitement and thrill were evident on everyone's faces, especially the newcomers, holding the heavy AK rifles in their hands, their sense of security instantly soaring. When all these people left the villa wearing brand new weapons and bulletproof vests, they immediately attracted the attention of the onlookers outside. Especially the families of these 10 newcomers were particularly eager. When they saw them walking out of the villa under the leadership of Fengchang, Songgu, and Zhang Ye, wearing bulletproof vests and holding weapons, it was a moment of pure joy. They knew exactly what this meant. "Wenbo, congratulations." When Tao Wenbo approached his family, he was immediately greeted with congratulations. They had always envied the welfare benefits of the armed personnel, and now it was their turn. How could they not be happy? Although they were equally worried about Tao Wenbo's safety. However, since joining the shelter, there had only been one case of armed personnel death. Moreover, this case was due to treasonous intentions and was personally resolved by their team leader. As for cases of being bitten to death by zombies, there hadn't been a single one. When compared like this, there isn't much to worry about. Just as the newcomers like Tao Wenba were having a lively time with their families, some of their friends also gathered around. Wenba, you promised to treat us, don't forget. Tao Wenba scratched his head sheepishly. Don't worry, after we finish today's activities, I'll take out my vouchers and treat everyone to dinner and drinks. As the excitement died down, everyone started dispersing in the villa courtyard. After all, everyone had their own things to do and no time to linger here. On the other side of the shelter, in the residential area of the commercial building, Kong Miao was staring sternly at Kong Ying, who looked like she had made a mistake. After a while, Kong Miao sighed helplessly and shook his head. Kong Ying asked, "Dad, you have so many weapons, much more than Zhang Chen's gun. How did Zhang Chen manage to defeat us?" Kong Miao felt anger surging inside him as he talked about this. "We have more weapons than Zhang Chen, but he has drones and Gatling guns. Just one Gatling gun can sweep us all." Kong Ying didn't have a good grasp of the destructive power of these weapons. But upon hearing Kong Miao's words, she widened her eyes in shock. Is the Gatling gun really that powerful? What about the armed personnel in your shelter? Kong Miao replied, "They're all dead, their bodies torn apart by the Gatling gun." Kong Ying was stunned to hear this. Kong Miao glanced at his daughter and sighed, but maybe it's for the best. Before, even though I was the leader of that shelter in name, I had no real power. I wanted to send people to rescue you, but they were stopped. Kong Miao sighed again, his face filled with sadness. In this situation, bringing you here might have put you in even more danger. It's better this way now. Although I've lost power in the shelter, at least we won't go hungry. And Kong Miao looked at Kong Ying and said, "Put away your princess attitude. It's the end of the world now, no one will pamper you. I see Zhang Chen as someone who, while not cruel, is the kind of person who won't tolerate anyone going against his will. Do your duties well, and maybe he won't trouble you. But if you continue with your old attitude, even I can't save you." Hearing this, memories of when Zhang Chen saved her flashed through Kong Ying's mind. She shuddered at the thought. Thankfully, maybe because she mentioned her father's shelter, she was somewhat useful to Zhang Chen and he spared her life. Who knows, if she hadn't mentioned it then, she might have been left to feed the zombies. "Hey, Boss Shang, I'm here." At Baba Yang, in front of Zhang Chen's weapon shop, Andy, the big guy, was smiling broadly as Zhang Chen welcomed him at the door. Zhang Chen smiled and greeted him. Seeing Andy's figure, which had gained some weight, it seemed like he was doing well lately. Zhang Chen said, "Mr. Andy, it seems like you've been living well lately." Andy laughed heartily at Zhang Chen's words. "Thanks to you, I haven't had to worry about work at all recently, living the good life naturally. So, have you prepared the gold I need this time, Boss Zhang?" Zhang Chen nodded with a smile, then invited Andy to his office. Earlier, during their phone conversation, Zhang Chen had already taken out the gold from his storage space, and now it was displayed in his office. "Of course, it's all ready. Please follow me." In these days, after almost finishing up things on the other side of the apocalyptic world, Zhang Chen returned to the real world. He had been spending most of his time playing with Saeed these days. Saeed was truly a talented person who could source any kind of resources. These days seemed to confirm a line from a song, "When in Guangdong, your girlfriend goes missing." It was only because Andy had arrived that Zhang Chen managed to find time to visit his weapon workshop. "Mr. Andy, here is the gold you need." Upon entering the office, Zhang Chen pointed to a pile of gold bars on the desk. "They are all 500 grams each, a total of 200 bars. You can count them." Seeing these gold bars, Andy's chubby face immediately lit up with a smile resembling a chrysanthemum. He promptly instructed someone to weigh the gold. After the gold was all weighed, the report came back, a total of 100,052 grams. Although the gold bars were marked as 500 grams each, there was always some margin of error. The 200 gold bars only had a 52-gram discrepancy, which was not unusual. Andy nodded upon hearing this and said, "Zhang, the price of gold has risen again. Congratulations on another big profit." After calculating the price of the gold, Andy took out a pre-prepared check, wrote down the amount, and handed it to Zhang Chen. 5,207,000. Oh! When Zhang Chen saw the number on the check, his eyebrows raised slightly. Had the price really risen to 502 per gram? He casually pocketed the check. Andy was also pleased. "Zhang, you are really straightforward. However, I must remind you that because of our recent transactions, you have attracted some attention as the first to complete tasks in the company. There have been people investigating you during this time." "Oh?" Zhang Chen chuckled upon hearing this. He didn't expect to encounter such a situation. He asked with a smile, "Who are these people?" Andy hesitated for a moment but continued, "They are some of my colleagues. Perhaps they also want to establish a connection with you, or maybe Maybe they want to eliminate you. Eliminate me? Zhang Chen was slightly surprised. Why? For many reasons, the most likely being to get rid of you as a competitor. My company's situation in the European continent is a bit complicated. Your appearance is an uncertainty for them. Other gold traders are concerned about resource control, market monopolies, and whether your presence will have any political or economic impact. It could even be for strategic reasons, to eliminate you, acquire and merge the gold mines you own to expand their business scope and market influence. Andy looked somewhat apologetic. I'm sorry, I've put you in danger because of me. Zhang Chen shook his head slightly. It doesn't matter, it won't affect me. Zhang Chen's tone was casual and indifferent. He truly didn't care, as he didn't actually own any gold mines in this world. He was unfazed by whatever they planned to do, especially since he was not afraid of firearms anymore. With his increasing number of crossings, his physique had become more abnormal, to the point where even the renowned sniper rifle, Barrett, probably couldn't penetrate his defenses. Even if a grenade exploded near him, it would likely just cause him some discomfort. With things being this way, he had nothing to fear. In fact, he was even a bit excited because he found it quite thrilling. However, these words shook Andy to the core. He had already analyzed the dangers for Zhang Chen, yet Zhang Chen seemed completely unconcerned. Moreover, from Zhang Chen's words, one could faintly sense a feeling of anticipation. Either he was extremely carefree, or he had an unimaginable confidence in his own abilities. Andy didn't believe for a second that Zhang Chen was a carefree person. So, the only possibility left was that Zhang Chen had a very powerful armed force backing him, enough to ensure his safety was not threatened in the slightest. Previously, Andy had speculated whether Zhang Chen might be a spokesperson for some African warlord. But now, seeing Zhang Chen's indifferent expression, he realized he had underestimated him. After all, if he was just a spokesperson for some African warlord, he wouldn't be able to protect Zhang Chen. Boss Zhang, do you really not care about these dangers? Andy's heart couldn't calm down for a long time. Zhang Chen thought for a moment and then said, I do care a little. It's just, quite looking forward to it. Andy. Well, the hanging heart finally died. At this moment, Andy almost concluded that Zhang Chen was not worried about these potential threats at all. And Zhang Chen was a complete madman. After all, even if he was confident in his own abilities, he wouldn't put himself in danger. Only Zhang Chen would look forward to such dangers. Then, I won't disturb Boss Zhang anymore, I'll leave first. Andy had conveyed his reminder to Zhang Chen, and seeing Zhang Chen's reaction, he didn't know what else to say. Zhang Chen nodded, well, take care. After Andy left, Zhang Chen went to the bank to cash the check. However, on his way back, Zhang Chen received a call from Fang Gang. Hello? What's up, Gangzi? On the phone, Fang Gang's voice came through. Urza, you're at Baba Yan, right? Zhang Chen? This brat dared to talk to his father like this? Is he trying to reverse the heavens? Before Zhang Chen could say anything, Fang Gang's voice came through the phone again. My cousin, Zhang Manju. Her company needs her to make a trip to Baba Yang, so you help entertain her when the time comes. Let me tell you, try to get my cousin during this time. Don't cheapen good resources to outsiders. Zhang Chen? Hearing Fang Gang's words on the phone, Zhang Chen found it amusing. He joked, are you so worried that your cousin won't find a man? Fang Gang, what nonsense are you talking about? It's not that I don't trust other men, we know each other well, you go after her, I trust you. Zhang Chen's mouth twitched slightly. Goodness, he didn't even trust himself. Give me your current location. Upon hearing Fang Gang's voice on the phone, Zhang Chen casually sent his current location. Okay, I'll have my cousin come find you, with you backing her up, she should be fine over there. After a brief joke, Zhang Chen put away his playful demeanor. He said, no, I really can't entertain her during this time. Asterisk beep beep beep. Asterisk Zhang Chen? Zhang Chen looked at the phone that had been hung up, his mouth twitched fiercely. Goodness, how did he not know before that Fang Gang was so decisive? On the other end, after hanging up on Zhang Chen, Fang Gang called Zhang Manju again. Cousin, Zhang Chen is at Baba Yang, I've already called him, when you get to Baba Yang, you can go find him, I'll send you his address later. Zhang Chen? Upon hearing Fang Gang's words, Zhang Manju was slightly stunned, and in her mind, Zhang Chen's figure and the things he had done involuntarily surfaced. After a moment of thought, she nodded, okay, send me his address, I'll go find him when I get there. Zhang Manju was very clear about what kind of person Zhang Chen really was. The person who could bring back those weapons to the Dragon Kingdom, would his influence be weak? Moreover, the public security on the side of Baba Yang is not as stable as in Longhua. With Zhang Chen there, at least there is no need to worry about her safety. So she simply agreed. After hanging up the phone, she soon received a message from Fang Gang with Zhang Chen's location. Baiwa Sha Arms Street? Zhang Manju. This is so like Zhang Chen. What golden businessman, this guy is probably just a arms dealer. However, Zhang Manju thought about it a bit and thought it was fine. At least this proves that Zhang Chen indeed has some influence on the side of Baba Yang, and once she gets there, her safety should be guaranteed. Next, Zhang Manju at the airport with her belongings boarded the plane to Baba Yang. However, the city where the plane landed was not Baiwa Sha City, but the next one, so she would have to make another trip. Time passed slowly, and soon it was evening. Just as Zhang Chen was about to go out with Saeed, he received a call from Zhang Manju. When he saw the caller ID, Zhang Chen was annoyed. Was Fang Gang so eager to push his cousin onto him? Originally, Zhang Chen was going to refuse Fang Gang, especially after hearing Andy's words. He knew that his current situation was not safe. As long as he was there was nothing to worry about. But with Zhang Manju added, there would be more concerns. Looking at the caller ID, Zhang Chen shook his head and then answered the phone. Hello. As soon as he answered, there was a noisy commotion on the other end of the line. Hearing these sounds, Zhang Chen furrowed his brow slightly. Soon, Zhang Manju's voice came through the phone. Zhang Chen, I'm at the entrance of your street. Zhang Chen. Well, both siblings are so decisive. Zhang Chen then hung up the phone, realizing that he wouldn't be able to go out and have fun today. He then walked out of the office towards the direction of the street entrance. Before long, Zhang Chen saw the intersection, where Zhang Manju, in a white dress, was standing with a suitcase. Compared to the passing locals of Baba Yang, Zhang Manju stood out brightly, like a beautiful scenery. She attracted the attention of many around, as such a beauty was rare to see anywhere. Baiwa Sha Arms Street, known online as one of the top 10 most terrifying streets, was indeed a place where all sorts of people mingled. But they were not fools. Seeing such a pretty girl on this street, clearly waiting for someone, and being able to make such a high-quality beauty wait, was likely a big shot on the street. They dared not provoke such a woman. Before long, they saw Zhang Chen walking over and reaching the side of this beauty. At that moment, the passers-by finally realized. Although Zhang Chen had been relatively low-key on this street for some time, what he did was almost well-known throughout the street. They had heard about the purchase of arms from Saeed. It was said that he was a spokesperson for a warlord and had now directly purchased Saeed's shop. Such a figure was not someone they could afford to offend. Zhang Chen, nice to see you again. Seeing Zhang Chen, Zhang Manju smiled faintly. Zhang Chen shrugged, I'm not happy at all. With that, he gestured to Zhang Manju, come with me. Then the two walked towards his shop. Zhang Manju, you're not happy to see me? Zhang Chen, exactly. I just made plans with friends to go find girls and discuss the mysteries of life, and you've interrupted that. Zhang Manju, well, I'm truly sorry then. Once inside the shop, Zhang Chen took Zhang Manju into the office. Zhang Chen, I have to tell you, it's not safe here for me at the moment. I'll arrange for someone to take you out of Baiwa Sha City tomorrow. Unsafe? Zhang Manju casually remarked, you've made enemies, they might come to get rid of you. Zhang Chen nodded, yeah, I reckon quite a few will come. So, I need to focus on preparing for a fight during this time. If you stay here, you might get caught in the crossfire. Zhang Manju, are you really a gold merchant? Zhang Chen shrugged, absolutely, just finished a deal for 100 kilograms of gold today. Zhang Manju, but why do I feel like you're more of an arms dealer? With that, Zhang Manju even pointed around the office. It did look like an arms shop. Zhang Chen rolled his eyes, the stuff in the shop is not for sale. Zhang Manju, if it's not for sale, why did you open this shop? For personal use? Zhang Chen, exactly, for personal use. I'm a gold merchant with a weapons shop. Makes sense, right? How does that make sense? Zhang Manju was speechless at this point, not knowing how to comment on Zhang Chen's statement. However, just as Zhang Manju was internally commenting, Zhang Chen's words reached her ears again. But it's true that it's not safe here. Some people feel threatened by my gold business and want to get rid of me. You better leave tomorrow. I can't take care of you during this time. Really? Zhang Manju was stunned at that moment. In the evening, Zhang Chen drove Zhang Manju to the hotel. Watching Zhang Chen drive, Zhang Manju couldn't help but ask, is it not a big deal to be targeted by those people? Oh, it's nothing. Zhang Chen said nonchalantly, if you hadn't come, I wouldn't even bother about these things. You being here just increases the risk of you getting caught in the crossfire. Hearing this, Zhang Manju nodded, alright, I'll leave on my own tomorrow. Zhang Chen, exactly, that's more like it. The two of them continued chatting like this. However, as they passed through a secluded street, a car suddenly sped out from an alley, blocking Zhang Chen's car. Zhang Chen, looks like trouble has found us. This car is bulletproof, stay in the car and don't get out. Hearing this, Zhang Manju's face changed instantly. Especially when she saw the person getting out of the car in front holding a gun. Panic and fear started to show in her eyes. After all, she lived in the peaceful Long Kingdom, occasionally traveling abroad but never encountering such a situation. On the other hand, Zhang Chen, the driver, appeared much calmer. He calmly opened the car door and got out of the car. Seeing this, Zhang Manju hurriedly said, "Don't get out, it's dangerous." Zhang Chen paused for a moment, then smiled, "Don't worry, I don't even consider these small fries a threat." With that, Zhang Chen casually closed the car door and looked at the people getting out of the opposite car. Before getting out of the car, Zhang Chen had deliberately observed that there were no surveillance cameras on this street. It was secluded, indeed a good place for violence. On the side of Baba Yang, surveillance was not as common as in the Long Kingdom, and gun violence was quite normal. As the people from the opposite car got out, they didn't waste time and immediately started shooting at Zhang Chen. Gunshots echoed through the street. It was not like in the movies where they exchange words before shooting. In reality, there was no such delay. If someone comes to kill you, they just do it. The sooner they finish, the sooner they can leave. Naturally, Zhang Chen didn't hesitate and took out an AK-47 from the storage space, aiming at them and unleashing a barrage of bullets. Rat-a-tat-tat. In a brief exchange of fire, 2 out of the 3 people from the opposite car fell, while the third one, sensing the danger, immediately got back into the car to flee. Zhang Chen calmly stored the AK in the storage space and took out the RPG. He aimed at a car in the distance that was driving away. Swish! Boom! The rocket hit the car directly, causing a massive explosion with flames illuminating the entire street. Zhang Chen, job done, manual mode. After stowing the RPG, Zhang Chen clapped his hands, opened his car door, and got in. Hearing the door opening, Zhang Manju, who was already quite frightened inside the car, quickly looked up. When she saw that it was Zhang Chen who opened the door, her fear lessened. "Zhang Manju, are you okay?" Zhang Chen smiled, "I'm fine, it's all sorted out. Let's go. The police from Baba Yang might show up soon. If we don't leave now, it could get troublesome." With that, Zhang Chen started the car again, turned the steering wheel, and drove towards another street. Inside the car, Zhang Manju was still shaken. Although she had been hiding inside the car and hadn't seen what happened outside, just hearing the intense gunfire and the final explosion indicated how fierce the confrontation had been. Zhang Manju glanced at Zhang Chen driving, noticing several holes in his clothes. Zhang Manju widened her eyes. "You got shot?" Zhang Chen, "No, I was lucky. The bullets only went through my clothes, not my flesh." Phew! Hearing this, Zhang Manju finally breathed a sigh of relief. The car fell silent again for a moment, then Zhang Manju asked, "Weren't you scared during that situation just now?" Zhang Chen shrugged, "What's there to be afraid of? They were just a bunch of cowards. They came to assassinate someone, but when it came to shooting, they were more panicked than anyone. There's nothing to fear about such people, just take them out." Pausing for a moment, Zhang Chen continued, "But speaking of which, if we were in Longwa, this situation probably wouldn't have happened. Longwa is full of surveillance, and gun control is very strict. A situation like what just happened would probably be impossible in Longwa. Zhang Manju, if you know Longwa is safer, why stay in Baba Yang?" Zhang Chen spread his hands. "Well, I just wanted to add some excitement to life." Zhang Manju. She was now certain that Fang Gang's friend was a lunatic. However, after the scare and tension earlier, listening to Zhang Chen's nonchalant tone while chatting somehow calmed her nerves. After driving for about 10 minutes, they finally reached their destination. "Zhang Chen, stop staring at me, I don't have makeup on. Get off, we're at the hotel." "Ha? Oh, okay." Blushing, Zhang Manju followed Zhang Chen out of the car. At the hotel, Zhang Chen helped Zhang Manju check in, escorted her to the room, and said, "Alright, I should go back to sleep." Today's events didn't go as planned. Not only did he fail to have fun with Saeed, but the assassination attempt came too soon. He might as well go to the post-apocalyptic world to sleep. He needed the company of Jingling, Yuan, and Yi Zhouyue to soothe his troubled mind. However, as Zhang Chen was about to leave, Zhang Manju hesitantly said, "Can you stay tonight?" After such an incident, even though she had calmed down now, she might still feel scared when alone. So, she hoped Zhang Chen could accompany her tonight. Zhang Chen pointed at himself, "You want me to stay here with you?" Zhang Manju didn't speak, just blushed and nodded. She knew that her request was a bit unreasonable, but she was indeed a little scared. Being in a foreign land and having just experienced such a thing, how could she sleep alone? Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow. "I can do it, but if I stay here with you, the price is quite high." "Price?" Zhang Manju was a bit puzzled, but still nodded. "It's okay, I can afford it." "Hey, wait, why are you taking off your clothes?" Zhang Manju stared blankly at Zhang Chen, who was undressing in front of her. Zhang Chen looked at her, "To sleep on the bed." Zhang Manju, "But, But there's only one bed. Zhang Chen glanced at Zhang Manju. She had a good temperament, a cool and elegant demeanor, and a decent figure, just slightly inferior to Jingling. I can take a little loss. Zhang Manju was stunned, then quickly explained, I mean, can you? Can you? Originally, Zhang Manju wanted to ask if Zhang Chen could sleep on the sofa, but then she realized that in this damn hotel, there was only one bed and one bathroom in the room, no sofa at all. What's the difference between this and a cheap hostel in Longwood for $100 or $200? Zhang Chen shrugged, it's too late now, and you've seen it, it's dangerous outside. So for your safety, I can only temporarily find the nearest hotel, even though the facilities in this hotel are a bit lacking. Zhang Manju naturally understood Zhang Chen's words. She looked at Zhang Chen who was still undressing. After a moment of contemplation, she reluctantly agreed. Let Zhang Chen leave? Just after experiencing such a thing, she was a bit scared. But the room in this hotel. Forget it, it's just for one night, judging by his appearance, he probably just wants to sleep here with her. After reassuring herself with these thoughts, Zhang Manju finally convinced herself. After the two of them got into bed, Zhang Chen casually took out a pillow and placed it between them. It was to dispel Zhang Manju's concerns. But seeing this scene, Zhang Manju was stunned. What are you doing? Ha? Zhang Chen looked up at her. If you're going to say that, then I won't be sleepy. Of course not. Zhang Manju? However, as she was still in a daze, the pillow placed between them was thrown away by Zhang Chen. Zhang Manju became anxious. Wait, that's not what I meant. Hey, can you not be so rude? Just wait a moment. Umbrella. Throughout the night, there were a few more hours of noise in the room before it gradually faded away. Zhang Manju, who had already been exhausted from taking a plane and rushing over from the neighboring city, was even more fatigued after the previous gunfight scare. After over an hour of fitness training by Zhang Chen, she had already fallen into a deep sleep. Zhang Chen lit a cigarette for himself, feeling refreshed after everything. However, what Zhang Chen didn't expect was that Zhang Manju, who was initially a bit at a loss, gradually grasped the rhythm as he taught her how to perform standard fitness exercises. She even wanted to teach him in return. This woman appeared cold on the outside, as if everyone owed her money, but privately, she was unexpectedly wild. Early the next morning, Zhang Manju woke up early. She glanced at Zhang Chen who was still sleeping beside her, then looked at the red mark on the bedsheet, her expression changing several times. Finally, she got up, dressed herself, went downstairs, and asked the front desk for a pair of scissors. Back in the room, she went to the bed and cut off the red mark on the bedsheet. Zhang Manju's actions woke up Zhang Chen who was on the bed. Zhang Chen turned his head and saw her folding the piece of bedsheet she had just cut off. Zhang Chen, what are you cutting that for? Zhang Manju glared at him irritably. It's none of your business. After saying that, she got off the bed, put the folded piece of cut bedsheet into her suitcase. Hi! Watching Zhang Manju's actions, Zhang Chen shook his head. Zhang Manju, take me to Islamabad. Okay. Zhang Chen made an okay gesture, not refusing Zhang Manju's request. After all, Zhang Manju had entrusted herself to him, so it was no big deal to give her a ride, especially since he had nothing else to do at the moment. With a simple gesture, after eating, Zhang Chen drove Zhang Manju to Islamabad. It was only 200 kilometers away, not too far, and they arrived in just a few hours. However, as soon as the car left Peshawar, Zhang Chen received a call from Saeed. Zhang, were you attacked last night? Zhang Chen, you found out so quickly? Saeed's voice came through the phone. Andy told me about your situation, and with the commotion last night, I wanted to check in. I didn't expect it to be true. Zhang, rest assured, you are my friend, Saeed. 4 people from Europe to dare come to Peshawar. I will make sure to find all of them. Zhang Chen was surprised to hear Saeed speak so loyally. He smiled and said, then I'll trouble you, Saeed, and I'll come to buy a batch of heavy weapons from you later. Upon hearing this, Saeed's laughter came through the phone immediately. No problem. Zhang, give me a list. Once I root out those rats in the dark, I'll have those weapons ready for you. Zhang Chen, not now, I'm currently taking my woman to Islamabad. I'll be busy. Hearing this, Zhang Manju in the passenger seat glared at him, but she didn't say anything. After all, Zhang Chen was on the phone discussing business, so it was best not to interrupt with irrelevant comments. Saeed, oh? Zhang, you actually have a partner? Damn it! I always thought you were as lonely as I am, and you've betrayed me. Before Saeed could finish, Zhang Chen hung up the phone. He felt that if Saeed continued, he might reveal something extraordinary. Zhang Manju, Zhang Chen, are you really a gold merchant? Zhang Chen grinned. Of course, it's true, guaranteed. If anyone around you wants to hoard gold or anything, have them contact me directly, and I'll reward you later. Zhang Manju rolled her eyes and didn't say anything more. Time passed slowly. When they arrived in Islamabad and Zhang Manju was dropped off at her destination, Zhang Chen said, "I'll send a few people to protect you later. Finish your business on Baba Yang's side and hurry back. I have some things to take care of next, so I won't accompany you for now." Zhang Chen planned to purchase some supplies and visit the post-apocalyptic world, as it had been a while since his last visit. However, when Zhang Manju heard this, she immediately thought back to the phone call Zhang Chen had received in the car earlier. After hesitating for a moment, she cautioned, "Be careful, bullets won't always miss your body." Ha! Zhang Chen was taken aback for a moment, but quickly understood the meaning behind Zhang Manju's words. What he hadn't told Zhang Manju last night was that those bullets didn't just pass through his clothes without hitting his body. There were 7 bullet holes on his body, and all the bullets had hit him for real. It's just that Zhang Chen's physical strength was strong enough to withstand the bullets. Nevertheless, he nodded with a smile, "Got it." With that, he drove away. This time, Zhang Chen purchased a large amount of supplies and brought them to the post-apocalyptic world, entrusting all these supplies to Li Yufu and Yi Zhou to arrange. Sitting on the sofa, Zhang Chen looked at Jingling in front of him and asked, "How has the situation at the shelter been in the days I was away?" Jingling smiled and nodded. "The development of the shelter is going well at the moment. After connecting with the neighboring community, the shelter has more space, and there are many more vacant rooms." Hearing this, Zhang Chen nodded in satisfaction. "That's good." However, at this moment, Jingling spoke again, "But it seems there is a situation outside the shelter." Zhang Chen asked, "What situation? Tell me." Jingling replied, "Yesterday, Feng Cheng's team members, using a drone, observed that just a street away from our shelter, a large number of zombies have appeared again." Zhang Chen was slightly surprised to hear this. Previously, when he led the team out to search for resources, even if it was 2 streets away, he had cleared out most of the zombies. But now, zombies have appeared so close again? Jingling continued, "Among these zombies, there seems to be the mutated zombie giant you described before. And the fast ones that can shoot spikes and the skinless mutated zombies that appeared outside the shelter last time have also shown up. Only one giant has been found, and there are over a dozen skinless mutated zombies and many zombie beasts." Zhang Chen thought for a moment and then asked, "Do you know why this giant came here?" Jingling shook her head. "After observing through drones for the past 2 days, the movements of this giant are erratic, so it seems to have no specific purpose for coming here." Hearing this, Zhang Chen nodded. Dealing with the zombie giant was not difficult, but it had the ability to gather zombies, which could easily lead to a zombie horde if not careful. "How many zombies are there?" Jingling replied, "If we count all types of zombies, there are over 6,000. They are all gathered on that street." Saying this, Jingling took out a map and circled a location on it. Zhang Chen glanced at it, and the circled location was just a street away from their shelter, very close indeed. Zhang Chen remembered passing by this street many times. It was not a very large street, but the fact that over 6,000 zombies had gathered there was quite alarming. Zhang Chen then ordered, "Summon Songgu, Feng Cheng, and Zhang Yu." Upon hearing Zhang Chen's order, Jingling nodded and left. Zhang Chen then took out a large number of bullets, RPGs, grenades, and grenade launchers from the storage space and placed them on the ground. When Songgu and the others arrived, they immediately noticed the weapons on the ground, their eyes lighting up. They immediately understood why Zhang Chen had called them over. Since discovering the zombies yesterday, Songgu and the others had wanted to take out the zombie giant as soon as possible. Otherwise, if it stayed there, who knew how many more zombies would gather there next? However, they only had AK-47s with 1 magazine each and no grenades during normal times. Although they had drones equipped with Gatling guns, they were out of ammunition. With this limited firepower, they might all end up in trouble if they tried to take down the giant. Upon their arrival, Zhang Chen stood up slowly and said, "Take these and distribute them evenly among all armed personnel. Then let's go eliminate this batch of zombies." These zombies being so close to the shelter were ultimately an uncertain factor. With a giant that could attract zombies among them, leaving them unchecked would lead to big trouble in the future. Following Zhang Chen's orders, Songgu and the others immediately sprang into action, calling their team members over the radio and gearing up with their own weapons and ammunition. After the other armed personnel arrived, Songgu, Feng Cheng, and Zhang Yu instructed them to each bring all the things on the ground. Then, following Zhang Chen, they quickly headed towards the shelter's wall. The 22 armed individuals were all excited at this moment. Since they discovered this group of zombies yesterday, they had been eager to get rid of them quickly. In their eyes, the zombies in front of them were not terrifying at all. Instead, they were all damn well-deserved targets. Now that Zhang Chen had equipped them with such strong firepower, basically none of these zombies stood a chance. As Zhang Chen led the group away from the shelter, swiftly arriving at their destination, standing at the top of the building, looking down at the densely packed zombies on the street, including the very conspicuous zombie giant. Ha! At that moment, Zhang Chen's gaze suddenly stopped on one of the zombies. Indeed, among this group of zombies, besides the zombie giant as Jingling described, there were also over a dozen agile skinless zombies. However, Zhang Chen noticed, not far from the zombie giant, 3 different zombies. At first glance, it was hard to distinguish them from ordinary zombies. Same body size, same appearance, wearing tattered clothes. The only difference was that the skin exposed under these clothes all had a metallic gray-white color. Another new mutated zombie? As the zombie outbreak continued, more and more zombies were showing signs of mutation. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to describe it as evolution. The original ordinary zombies gradually began to evolve various abilities in different directions, such as the giant's defense and aggro, the skinless zombie's agility and ability to shoot spikes, and these 3 zombies in front of them, judging from their appearance, should also be related to defense, right? Zhang Chen ordered, use the drone first, loaded with RPG rounds, and take out the zombie giant first. Only by taking out the commanding zombie giant first would the rest of the zombies be much easier to deal with. One of the armed personnel responsible for operating the drone nodded, then carefully loaded the rounds onto the drone. He then controlled the drone, flying towards the zombie giant below. The drone's noise was quite loud. When it flew to a position 20 meters above the heads of the zombies on the street, signs of unrest immediately appeared among the zombies below. They lacked vision but were very sensitive to sound. When the drone reached above the zombie giant, boss, the drone is now aimed at the zombie giant below. Zhang Chen, what are you waiting for? Blast the hell out of it. However, just as the armed personnel were about to press the button to release the rounds, a skinless zombie suddenly shot a spike towards the drone in the sky, hitting it accurately. The immense force made the drone shake violently in the air. Before the armed personnel could stabilize the drone in the air, it was hit by several spikes in succession. 2 propellers were directly destroyed by the spikes, causing the drone to lose balance and fall from the sky. As the drone fell from a high altitude, the mounted rounds were triggered. Boom! The RPG rounds exploded instantly, unleashing a powerful force that directly sent the surrounding zombies flying. Even the zombies closer to the explosion were torn apart by the immense power. Unfortunately, the RPG rounds did not land near the zombie giant. It was merely knocked down by the aftermath of the explosion. Roar! In an instant, all the zombies on the street went into a frenzy, rushing towards the place where the explosion had just occurred. Zombies had no intelligence, advancing one after another. When they arrived at the explosion site, the zombies in front were directly knocked down by the ones behind, while more zombies kept pouring towards the explosion point. For a moment, a large number of zombies piled up at the original explosion site. However, when they didn't find any targets, these zombies began to slowly disperse and wander aimlessly again. On the rooftop, Zhang Chen frowned slightly as he watched the scene below. He hadn't expected to lose another drone. When Zhang Chen saw the giant zombie titan on the street below, disturbed by the explosion sound, slowly starting to move towards the street exit, he decisively took out the M24, ready to take out these troublesome skinless zombies. The M24 was already equipped with a silencer. Of course, Zhang Chen had also asked Saeed for these silencers. The silencer on the AK-47 didn't have a significant effect, but the silencer on the M24 worked quite well. However, at such a close distance, he estimated that if he fired, the zombies below would still hear it. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Chen simply took out another 22 M24 rifles and distributed them to the other armed personnel. Then he said, "First, let's take out those skinless zombies, or their spikes might be a bit troublesome." Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, everyone immediately switched to the M24 and aimed at the skinless zombies below. Bang! 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 The continuous sound of gunfire rang out. Some of the skinless zombies below who hadn't reacted were directly shot in the head. Not all bullets hit the zombies' heads, some hit their legs or bodies, causing them to collapse instantly. Those skinless zombies that weren't shot in the head lost their mobility, although they didn't die. Seeing this scene, Zhang Chen nodded in satisfaction. His armed personnel were not top-notch snipers, but they had done quite well. Zhang Chen then collected their sniper rifles again. Alright, we're about to face a tough battle next, so everyone be careful. The zombies below heard the gunfire from the rooftop and began to riot, rushing towards the building where Zhang Chen and his team were located. Zhang Chen calmly released the safety, then started firing wildly at the zombies on the street below. The other armed personnel followed suit, shooting wildly downwards as if bullets were free. Under such intense firepower from above, the zombies below began to fall in large numbers. Even those skinless zombies that had lost their mobility were unlucky enough to be shot in the head. However, Zhang Chen noticed that some bullets, when hitting the 3 new mutant zombies, only made them step back a bit before being deflected. TSK. This is no ordinary challenge. Although he said that, there was no relaxation on Zhang Chen's face. If those 3 zombies rushed up, they would be in trouble. So he took out grenades, pulled the pins, and threw them towards the position of the 3 mutant zombies. Boom! 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 Under Zhang Chen's successive grenade attacks, one of the grenades exploded at the feet of a mutant zombie. The powerful force of the explosion tore through its defenses without hindrance, tearing its body apart. Seeing this, Zhang Chen smiled, not bad at all. He then signaled to the others, use grenades to deal with the other 2 mutant zombies, blow them up for me. Zhang Chen was dissatisfied with the speed of throwing grenades, so he simply took out a 6-round grenade launcher and fired down below. The zombies that hadn't entered the building were instantly engulfed by the explosion's flames. Among them are the other 2 mutated zombies and the zombie giant titan. When the smoke below dispersed, the ground was covered with fragmented zombie bodies. At this moment, the sound of zombies climbing the stairs inside the building could be heard by everyone, estimating that they were almost reaching this side of the rooftop. One of the armed personnel pulled the pin of a grenade and threw it down the stairs directly. Boom! The grenade exploded right in the midst of the zombie group on the stairs, blowing a large number of them away instantly. Zhang Chen then took out the Gatling gun again, while the other 2 armed personnel controlled 2 drones loaded with Gatling guns, aiming at the stairwell. As soon as the zombies appeared in their sight, they were instantly activated. The compassionate Gatling Bodhisattva directly sent them out of their misery. At first, everyone was quite nervous. After all, they were about to face the zombies up close. But when they realized that these zombies couldn't break through their strong firepower suppression, their tense hearts completely relaxed. After all, the door to the rooftop was so narrow that not even 2 people could pass through side by side. As a result, these zombies became easy targets. Rat-a-tat-tat. The armed personnel aimed at the zombies' heads. At such a close range, there was no chance of missing. Bang! 1. Bang! 2. Bang! 3. Gradually, as they fired, they also counted the number of zombies they took down. However, among the armed personnel, there was one exception, Zhang Yeye. This woman was not like the other armed personnel. She directly got a Gatling gun from Zhang Chen, then found something to place the Gatling gun on, providing her with a support point while holding the Gatling gun. Then, a concentrated fire ensued. Zhang Chen couldn't help but twitch his mouth slightly when he saw this. This woman seemed petite, but the contrast between her actions and her small frame was quite significant. Meanwhile, at the shelter, Jingling was standing on the wall, looking in the direction of Zhang Chen and the others. On their side, the sounds of explosions and gunfire had not stopped. She was a bit worried if Zhang Chen and the others would encounter any danger. As time passed, Jingling continued to stand on the wall, monitoring the situation on Zhang Chen's side. In the anxious wait, after more than 20 minutes of gunfire, it finally ceased. After such a long period of firing, Zhang Chen and the others finally managed to eliminate all the zombies. During this process, even these armed personnel had to switch firearms several times. Otherwise, after such a long continuous firing, their guns would have been rendered useless. However, after dealing with these zombies, Zhang Chen and the others did not choose to return immediately but encountered an unexpected event. As Zhang Chen and the others were preparing to leave, one of the armed personnel accidentally stepped on a sewer manhole cover and fell down. It was this mishap that led them to discover another shelter, a shelter hidden in the sewer. As Zhang Chen and the others descended, the foul smell inside the sewer wrinkled Zhang Chen's brow. And in front of him, these ragged people were huddled together, looking at them with fear in their eyes. What do you want from us? One of the men, the leader, looked at Zhang Chen and the others fully armed, and said shakily, I can give you all our remaining food, please don't harm us. Hearing these words, Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected that under the situation of zombies above ground, there would still be such a shelter underground. But looking at the faces of these people, it seemed like they had been through a lot. Zhang Chen did not answer his question but simply said, with so many zombies above, why didn't you choose to escape? Afraid. Zhang Chen looked at the man with some surprise. The man hurriedly continued, the zombies are above us, and if we make any noise down here, they will hear it. When that happens, we will all die here. Hearing this explanation, Zhang Chen nodded. The man then knelt in front of Zhang Chen with a thud, realizing that, given the current situation, Zhang Chen was the leader among them. He pleaded, please, take our food and don't harm us. They saw Zhang Chen and his group as not to be trifled with in the apocalypse, knowing that while food could be found again, losing people would be permanent. Intrigued, Zhang Chen asked, how much food do you have left? After hesitating, the man had their food brought out. a sack of rice, about 10 pounds of dried fruits, and nearly a pound of vacuum-sealed bread and similar items. There were about 20 people in this shelter. It seemed they had rushed into the sewers after the zombie outbreak. However, with such little food, following their rationing, it would likely run out in a few days. Zhang Chen looked at these huddled people, each looking at the food with reluctance. While not much for Zhang Chen, it was life-saving for them, gathered painstakingly each day at great risk. They couldn't afford to waste any bit of it. Reluctant but realizing the importance of survival, they ate sparingly. Zhang Chen glanced at the food and refrained from teasing them further. He said, "Come with me. If you stay here, sooner or later, you'll either be bitten by zombies or starve." However, as Zhang Chen's words fell, no one moved. Zhang Chen asked, "Don't you believe me?" The man who had spoken before said, "It's safe in the sewers as long as we stay quiet when zombies pass by." "Are you sure?" Zhang Chen smiled. "What do you think is the most common animal in the sewers?" The people opposite him froze. The man hesitated. "Rats?" "Exactly." Zhang Chen nodded. "If dogs can turn into zombie dogs, what about rats?" The people were stunned by Zhang Chen's words. He continued, "You've been in the sewers for so long without encountering zombie rats. Your luck is extraordinary. Even I find it unbelievable. But do you think you'll never encounter zombie rats? The sewers are full of rats, and some must have turned into zombies. You've been lucky so far, but what about the future? Once the zombie rats find you, have you considered the consequences?" Zhang Chen's tone was calm, but each word felt like a sharp knife piercing their hearts. After hearing his words, their faces turned pale. They knew Zhang Chen wasn't exaggerating. They had been fortunate not to encounter zombie rats so far. Zhang Chen scanned them, observing their changing expressions. He calmly said, "I'll ask you one last time, do you want to leave with us and come to my shelter?" Zhang Chen didn't have time to linger here any longer. If they still disagreed, Zhang Chen would turn around and leave. After all, they had just engaged in such intense combat with the zombies here, causing such a commotion. If they delayed any longer, the surrounding zombies would all come rushing over soon. Not to mention the zombie rats in the sewer, it wouldn't be surprising if they arrived here shortly. When dealing with zombies before, the explosions caused by RPG shells, grenades, and mortars were not quiet. And zombies are most sensitive to sound, although they were in the city with buildings blocking the sound. But now the city was devoid of the previous noises, and these sounds could easily travel 2 or 3 kilometers. By then, zombies within a radius of 2 or 3 kilometers would be attracted by the explosion sounds, and the sewer rats wouldn't be an exception. This was also why Zhang Chen didn't want to linger any longer. Dealing with zombies was easy. After all, the zombies' movement speed was not fast, similar to sitting ducks. But zombie animals were different. After turning into zombies, their speed hadn't diminished at all. They were even more ferocious. If they continued to linger and met those zombie rats, apart from him, probably all the armed personnel would perish here. As Zhang Chen's voice fell, the survivors in front of him looked at each other, eventually turning their gaze to the man in front of them. This man was now their backbone, so they all wanted to hear his decision. The man's face showed a moment of hesitation at this moment. After a while, the man finally asked, if we follow you and leave here, what will happen to us?" Zhang Chen replied, "Not much. If you want food, you must follow the shelter's arrangements to work. Those who don't want to follow the shelter's arrangements, want to be lazy, will be thrown out to feed the zombies directly. I have no need to deceive you about these things, and you have nothing worth deceiving me about. Give me a straight answer, to go or not. If not, we will leave." Hearing Zhang Chen's words, the eyes of the survivors behind the man lit up slightly. They didn't pay attention to the rest, but they noticed one thing. That is, as long as they followed the shelter's arrangements to work, they would have food to eat. In other words, they wouldn't need to risk their lives searching for food like now. They could have something to eat. For a moment, everyone's eyes turned to the man, waiting for his final decision. The man took a deep breath and then made a decision. "All right, we will leave with you." Hearing this, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Chen's mouth. "Rest assured, come with us. When you reach my shelter, you will thank me. In such a post-apocalyptic world, whoever can provide food is the boss. They will be greatly appreciated. This is not an empty promise." Afterwards, Zhang Chen instructed the armed personnel to help these survivors pack their belongings. Then they all walked up from the sewer to the surface. And just as they were all about to go up, Zhang Chen suddenly looked towards a dark corner of the sewer. There, Zhang Chen saw a pair of eyes emitting a dim light, looking a bit eerie. And judging by the size of those eyes, the creature's size was probably similar to that of an adult orange cat. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Listening to this sound, it was obviously not a cat but the sound of a rat. With such a large size, a zombie rat. Zhang Chen's expression slightly hardened, not expecting the zombie rats to arrive so quickly. Watching the eyes getting closer in the darkness, Zhang Chen decisively took out a grenade, pulled the pin, and threw it in that direction. Then without looking back, he left the sewer and covered the sewer lid. Zhang Chen said, "Let's go. The zombie rats below have arrived." Asterisk boom. Asterisk as soon as Zhang Chen finished speaking, a loud explosion came from the sewer below, the sound of the grenade explosion just now, shaking the ground. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, the survivors' faces immediately showed expressions of fear. Other armed personnel also began running towards the shelter upon hearing the news. This time, they did not drive over because the distance was relatively close. Seeing the situation, the survivors quickly followed suit. After all, the zombie rats had appeared, and they didn't know when they might come up from the sewer. If they didn't follow these armed personnel, they would only have a dead end later on. On the shelter's wall, Jingling, who was anxiously waiting, finally saw figures running from a distance, finally feeling relieved. When she saw Zhang Chen leading the way, a smile appeared on Jingling's face. She then took out a walkie-talkie, intending to say something to Zhang Chen through it, but suddenly Zhang Chen's voice came through the walkie-talkie. "Jingling, I have about 20 survivors here, have someone arrange for them later. Also, open the gate, we have a lot of zombie rats following us from behind, we can't delay our entry into the shelter." Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words through the walkie-talkie, Jingling's expression changed instantly. She quickly ordered the people below, "The boss and Captain Zhong are back, open the gate for me, quickly." Hearing Jingling's command, the people below quickly opened the gate. As Zhang Chen and the others entered the shelter, Zhang Chen immediately gave orders, "Quickly close the gate. All armed personnel, go to the wall to be on guard, when the zombie rats come later, open fire directly. Jingling, I'll leave these survivors to you for now." At that moment, everyone started to act. The armed personnel ran towards the wall one after another. Jingling nodded and then instructed the survivors they brought back to follow her into the shelter. Zhang Chen also climbed up the wall. Before long, they saw a large group of huge zombie rats rushing towards the shelter from the street outside. These zombie rats were almost the size of adult orange cats, and they were very fast. At least tens of thousands of them could be seen, densely packed, making one's scalp tingle. After loading bullets onto the Gatling guns on the drones, the armed personnel controlled the 2 drones carrying Gatling guns to fly towards the direction of the zombie rats. Zhang Chen took out the other 4 Gatling guns and distributed them to the other armed personnel. There were just too many zombie rats, even more troublesome to deal with than 20,000 ordinary zombies. This was the first time Zhang Chen had taken out all the Gatling guns. As for the others, they were all equipped with grenade launchers. Fire! With Zhang Chen's command, the Gatling gun barrels started spinning, and countless bullets sprayed out from the Gatling gun barrels. On the street below, large swathes of zombie rat bodies were directly shredded. The zombie rats couldn't withstand the bullets from the Gatling guns. Almost as soon as they were hit by a bullet, their bodies were basically shredded. The trouble with them was their speed, too fast. Zhang Chen and the other armed personnel fired the grenade launchers in their hands, exploding in the midst of the zombie rat group, directly killing a large number of them. Inside the shelter, everyone watched the armed personnel on the wall, filled with worry. It was also their first time seeing the shelter using such powerful firepower. It was enough to prove how much trouble the zombies outside brought. Time passed bit by bit. Under the strong firepower suppression of Zhang Chen and the others, these zombie rats didn't even reach the bottom of the wall before being completely wiped out. Similarly, the cost of eliminating these zombie rats was that all of Zhang Chen's 7.62mm bullets were completely depleted. Gatling's consumption of bullets is just too fast. But Zhang Chen doesn't really care about that. Looking at the pockmarked streets outside caused by grenades and bullets, Zhang Chen took a deep breath and then opened the intercom, saying, "Jingling, order someone to dispose of the bodies of these zombie rats outside, burn them all." In the evening, Zhang Chen took a comfortable bath in Jingling's room's bathroom, feeling a bit more exhilarated than usual due to the increased physical activity. Of course, Jingling, who was exhausted, was also there, now sound asleep on her bed. Zhang Chen, dressed in a bathrobe, looked at the sleeping Jingling on the bed, shook his head slightly, then turned and left, returning to his own room. However, not long after Zhang Chen entered his room, the door was quietly opened from outside. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Zhang Chen instinctively turned to look in that direction. At a glance, he saw Li Yufu, this little girl, swiftly sneaking in like a mouse. Seeing Li Yufu, a smile appeared on Zhang Chen's face. It had been a long time since Li Yufu had received any rewards from him. Fan Gu! Li Yufu's face blushed slightly, wearing a windbreaker that didn't quite suit her figure, her hair all tied up on her head. Seeing her attire, Zhang Chen chuckled, "What are you doing? It's scorching hot, even if there's air conditioning indoors, you don't need to wear this outfit, right?" Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Li Yufu blushed again. She then silently took off the windbreaker that didn't match her. Zhang Chen. When he saw Li Yufu taking off the windbreaker in front of him, Zhang Chen's eyes widened. Because at that moment, there was nothing blocking the view in front of Zhang Chen, and a pair of headlights were very prominent. Wait, it's not entirely unobstructed. There was still a sturdy rope. It's just that the way the rope was tied was a bit special. Seeing the beautiful sight in front of him, Zhang Chen's mouth twitched slightly. This little girl, although not as skilled as Jingling in massage techniques, was quite bold. Zhang Chen, what? How did you do this? Li Yufu's cheeks were slightly red but also seemed excited, with a gleam in her eyes. I deliberately learned it. The video said boyfriends really like this, so I learned it, hee hee. Li Yufu, I'm in charge of the warehouse with Zhou Yue, and I'm usually bored, so Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow, so Zhou Yue learned it too? Li Yufu, no, she couldn't swallow her pride. When she first watched the video, she was almost so embarrassed that her brain was congested and she fainted. Zhang Chen laughed and beckoned to Li Yufu, you're quite skillful. Come here, let me test it out and see if your massage skills have improved. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, Li Yufu immediately ran over excitedly. Fangu, just wait and see, this massage will definitely satisfy you. If not, I'll call Zhou Yue over to help. Just kidding. She had deliberately studied this during this period. How could she possibly lose to Zhang Chen? And just now, she knew that Zhang Chen had probably expended quite a bit of energy after the massage. With the right timing, location, and people, Li Yufu felt she had no chance of losing. However, as the massage began, Li Yufu started off confidently, feeling like she had everything under control. But as time passed, her body began to struggle. Her face turned red, and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Yet, the determined Li Yufu didn't make a sound and continued the massage. An hour later, Li Yufu started rolling her eyes, but still didn't make a sound. An hour and a half later, Li Yufu, exhausted, fell into a deep sleep. Due to repeated exhaustion and mental fatigue, Li Yufu wet the bed in her sleep. Zhang Chen looked at the already sleeping Li Yufu, his eyes showing some surprise involuntarily. This little girl is quite something today, her stamina is improving quite fast. He then shook his head with a smile, picked up Li Yufu, and carried her back to her room. Placing her on her own bed, he then left. Walking out of the villa, Zhang Chen took a deep breath, still feeling energetic. He couldn't sleep in his own bed tonight as he had planned to return to his own world to sleep. But considering he was still wide awake, why bother sleeping? He could just continue having fun here. After all, even if he went back to his world, there wouldn't be a woman around. Zhang Manju was currently dealing with her own matters, and Saeed was in Peshawar, unable to find him a quality girl. In that case, why bother going back? Glancing back at the villa, Zhang Chen leisurely walked towards where Zhou Yue lived. Due to Zhou Yue's relationship with Zhang Chen, she was assigned a residence by Jingling that was very close to the villa, right next door. It's worth mentioning that with Zhang Chen bringing all the people from Kong Miao's shelter, Zhou Yue's mother was among them. Currently, Zhou Yue and her mother lived in the neighboring villa. When Zhang Chen first saw Zhou Yue's mother, he finally understood why she had such big headlights on her car. It turned out to be genetic. Zhou Yue's mother, Lin Inhui, 41 years old, took good care of herself and looked almost like a 30-year-old woman. She had a gentle and delicate personality, similar to Zhou Yue in some ways. When they were at Kong Miao's shelter, the leader of the armed men had his eyes on her. However, Kong Miao temporarily protected her due to her daughter's relationship with Kong Ying. But as time passed, Kong Miao became more and more powerless. Just when Kong Miao felt she could no longer protect her, Zhang Chen arrived with his people, and the first one he took down was the leader of the armed men. He then brought Zhou Yue to his shelter. Lost in these thoughts, Zhang Chen arrived at the entrance of their residence and rang the doorbell. Shortly after, a pleasant voice came from inside, coming, just a moment. Soon, hurried footsteps approached the door. Before long, Zhang Chen saw a charming woman in slippers opening the door and rushing into the courtyard. When Lin Inhui saw Zhang Chen outside the gate, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. She quickly opened the door. Xiaofan, you're here, come in quickly. Lin Inhui knew about the relationship between Zhang Chen and Zhou Yue, so she addressed him more affectionately. Zhang Chen nodded with a smile and walked in. Glancing around the room, he didn't see Zhou Yue. He asked, where's Zhou Yue? Lin Inhui replied, she went to see Kong Ying and hasn't come back yet. Hearing this, Zhang Chen nodded slightly. Kong Ying lived in the neighboring residential area. Why hasn't she come back so late? Lin Inhui responded, it seems Kong Ying needed her help with something, so she went over. Glancing at the time, Lin Inhui continued, she's been out for a while, she should be back soon. Xiaofan, why don't you sit on the sofa for a while? Sure. Zhang Chen had nothing else to do, so he agreed and naturally sat on the sofa. Seeing this, Lin and Hui immediately handed Zhang Chen a glass of water and some fruits to entertain him. These fruits were all exchanged by Yi Zhou with her own work points. She and Li Yufu managed the warehouse, earning much more work points than ordinary people. At the end of the month, besides food and drink, there were still plenty of work points left to exchange for many fruits. Originally, these fruits might not have mattered much to them before the apocalypse, but now they were all very precious. Just like Lin and Hui, after Yi Zhou brought back these fruits, she was scolded by her for spending money recklessly for quite a while. These fruits were also kept, and when Yi Zhou wanted to eat them, she would take some out. They could also be used to entertain guests who came to the house. Watching Lin and Hui busy around, Zhang Chen waved his hand and said, "No need to be so troublesome, just relax, sit down." Okay. Lin and Hui nodded, her smile gentle. Looking at Lin and Hui, Zhang Chen suddenly became interested and asked, "Speaking of which, I only see you with Zhou, where is your husband?" Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Lin and Hui's gentle smile froze for a moment. Then she whispered, "He's dead. He died in a car accident when Zhou was just 6 months old." Hearing this, Zhang Chen was stunned. Calculating the time, wasn't that 17 years ago? This woman's husband had been dead for so long, and she hadn't remarried? What kind of woman was she? In his world, he estimated that as soon as a husband died, the person would disappear. Although there were women like Lin and Hui, they were very rare. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked that question. Lin and Hui smiled and shook her head. "It's okay, it's been so long, it doesn't matter if you ask." The two chatted like this, one sentence at a time. Not long after, Zhang Chen heard a faint sound of the door opening in the courtyard of the villa. Shortly after, the main door of the villa was also opened. "Mom, I'm back." With the door open, Yi Zhou walked in from outside, bouncing and looking a bit naive and romantic. Obviously, Yi Zhou was in a very good mood at the moment. However, as soon as she entered the living room, she saw Zhang Chen sitting on the sofa, looking at her with a smile. At that moment, Yi Zhou's face instantly turned red. Fan Ge. Yi Zhou's head instantly buried itself in her big lamp, her voice as soft as a mosquito. If it weren't for Zhang Chen's good hearing, he might not have heard it. Zhang Chen nodded with a smile and then beckoned her, "Come here." Oh, Yi Zhou obediently came to Zhang Chen's side, and Zhang Chen took her into his arms. Seeing this, Lin and Hui showed a faint smile on her face, then got up and left the living room, leaving them enough privacy. Fan Ge, don't do this now, my mom was just here. Watching Yi Zhou's easily embarrassed look, Zhang Chen's desire to tease her grew even stronger. "She's gone," he said, leaning into Yi Zhou's ear and whispering, "Your Fan Ge is really angry right now." Hearing this, Yi Zhou's body reflexively stiffened for a moment, and at that moment, her heart started beating faster. Thinking of Zhang Chen's teasing, Yi Zhou began to feel a bit flustered. Fan Ge, I haven't showered yet." Before she could finish her sentence, Zhang Chen suddenly stood up, holding her in his arms. "Then let's go, I'll wash your back, and later you can wash mine." Yi Zhou, oh. Ha! However, before Yi Zhou could react, Zhang Chen had already carried her into the bathroom. Looking at Zhang Chen in front of her, Yi Zhou felt her blood rushing to her brain, almost fainting. Zhang Chen said impatiently, "What's there to be shy about? Hurry up, don't waste time." Yi Zhou, but, I want to wash by myself. Zhang Chen impatiently said, "Stop dilly-dallying, if you keep dragging, I'll do it myself." Listening to Zhang Chen's tone, Yi Zhou was startled. "You, don't be angry, I understand." Not long after, there was a rush of water coming from the bathroom. However, amidst the sound of water, there were other indescribable sounds mixed in. The weather was too hot, coupled with exercising, making the body even hotter, perfect for cooling down with cold water. Just as he was getting into it, Zhang Chen casually glanced at the bathroom door. The bathroom door was made of frosted glass. Although one couldn't see the other side of the door, if one was close enough, they could still make out the silhouette of a person. Just like now, Zhang Chen saw a smaller figure by the bathroom door eavesdropping. Besides Yi Zhou, the only other person living in this house was Lin and Hui. Thinking of this, a slight curve appeared at the corner of Zhang Chen's mouth. Lin and Hui was gentle, but she also had needs. Moreover, 17 years is indeed a long time. It's just unknown what Lin and Hui's reaction would be if Yi Zhou found out. With this attack speed bonus, Zhang Chen became even more excited, pushing Yi Zhou hard in training. This made Yi Zhou suffer. It wasn't until Yi Zhou was exhausted that Zhang Chen felt refreshed. Lin and Hui at the door heard the noise, immediately woke up, and stealthily left. Back in her room, Lin and Hui's face flushed, feeling a bit ashamed. After coming to her senses, Lin and Hui even started to doubt what she had just done. However, when Zhang Chen's figure suddenly flashed in her mind, and the thought of Zhang Chen's strong physique, enduring intense exercise for so long, her legs subconsciously closed together. If this, can't think about it, shouldn't think about it. Lin and Hui blushed and hid under the covers. Meanwhile, as Zhang Chen emerged from the bathroom, he caught a faint strange smell lingering in the air. Ah! Lin and Hui, who appeared gentle and virtuous on the outside, had such a stark contrast inside. The next morning, as soon as it was light, Zhang Chen left and returned to his own world. This time, he had important things to do. Last time, due to the zombie rats, all the 7.62mm bullets were used up, so this time, he planned to restock some bullets. At the same time, RPG shells, grenades, and grenades also needed replenishing. Dealing with those zombie rats this time had been quite consuming. When Zhang Chen returned to his world, he immediately went to his weapon shop and ordered all the bullets that had been made to be taken out. Just like before, they were to be sent to his warehouse. However, his weapon workshop didn't have RPG shells and grenades, so he had to contact Said again. Hey, Zhang, you finally decided to give me a call. Said's hearty voice came through the phone. Hearing Said's voice, a faint smile appeared on Zhang Chen's face. He said, I've come to patronize Said's business again. Oh? Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, Said on the phone seemed very happy. Welcome, welcome. I wonder what Zhang wants to buy. Zhang Chen then told Said what he needed. Said's voice immediately came through the phone. No problem. I'll have them sent to your shop right away. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen teased, Said, are you so generous? Aren't you afraid I won't pay after receiving the goods? Said replied, hey, we've cooperated so many times, can't I trust you, Zhang? Wait a moment, I'll have it sent over to you soon, won't take long. After Said's voice on the phone finished speaking, there was a pause, then he continued, Zhang, I found out who attacked you last time. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen, who had been smiling, looked slightly surprised. He wasn't too concerned about this group of people, but still inquired, who are they? Said replied, they are a gang from Peshawar City. Their leader received a remittance from Europe and sent someone to assassinate you that same night. Do you need me to give you the current address of this gang leader? Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow. Tell me, where is he? Said jokingly said, currently, he is in Islamabad, having a showdown with his lover at the Palazzo Hotel. Said then sent Zhang Chen a photo, and upon opening it, Zhang Chen saw a very lean man with bronze skin, eyes filled with fierceness and gloom. Just by looking at his face, one could tell he was not someone to be trifled with. At the bottom right of the photo, there was a name written in Dragon Country script, ODBO. When Zhang Chen saw this name, the corner of his mouth twitched. Goodness! ODBO. Instead of peacefully selling bananas in Africa, he came to be a gang leader in Baba Yang. Zhang Chen shook his head with a smile. Of course, he was just making a sarcastic comment. Shortly after, Said sent another message with ODBO's current location. Even Zhang Chen was surprised that Said, who used to run a small arms shop, had such influence in Baba Yang. Zhang Chen then checked the address, not far from his current location, about 10 kilometers away, which wouldn't take much time to drive there. Thanks, I'll treat you to dinner when I'm done with this. Zhang Chen sent this message to Said before putting away his phone and driving towards the direction of the Palazzo Hotel. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhang Manju, who had finally finished her work, returned to her hotel room feeling exhausted. But before she could lie down, there was a knock on the door. Zhang Manju looked towards the door with a hint of confusion in her eyes, then went to the door. Looking through the peephole, she saw two stern-faced Baba Yang men outside. Seeing this scene, Zhang Manju furrowed her brows even deeper. Ms. Zhang Manju, we were sent by Mr. Zhang Chen to protect you discreetly, one of the men said. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's name, Zhang Manju understood and remembered what Zhang Chen had told her when they parted ways. This eased her mind slightly. Ms. Zhang Manju, we are truly sorry for intruding and disturbing your rest, one of the men outside said. But there will soon be danger here, so we must appear to remind you. We hope you can leave quickly. If you doubt our identity, you can call Mr. Zhang Chen to confirm, the man outside added. Without hesitation, Zhang Manju immediately called Zhang Chen. Soon, the call was answered. Are you done with your work? Zhang Chen's voice sounded casual over the phone. Hearing Zhang Chen's voice, Zhang Manju felt more at ease. She then asked, did you really send people to protect me? Zhang Chen on the phone replied, yes, I asked a friend to help hire 2 bodyguards to protect you discreetly. You should have met them by now, right? Zhang Manju confirmed, yes, they asked me to leave the hotel quickly. Zhang Chen interrupted her, I instructed them to remind you. Go with them and find another hotel to stay in. Hearing this, Zhang Manju was stunned and instinctively asked, why? In her opinion, this was the capital of Baba Yang, and it was the Palazzo Hotel, so the security shouldn't be that bad, right? On the phone, Zhang Chen's voice remained calm, with a hint of teasing, because the leader of the group that tried to assassinate me a few nights ago is staying in this hotel. So, I plan to blow up this hotel. Zhang Manju, what's with the I have C4 explosives ready, not much, just 50 kilograms. Zhang Manju's eyes widened, you're crazy, ha ha. Zhang Chen's laughter immediately followed over the phone. After laughing for a while, Zhang Chen said, just kidding, I don't have C4 explosives. Hearing this, Zhang Manju breathed a sigh of relief. However, Zhang Chen's voice came through the phone again, I have an RPG prepared. Zhang Manju. Of course, Zhang Chen wouldn't be so bold as to launch an RPG directly at the hotel. If it were in the post-apocalyptic world, Zhang Chen could act without restraint. But in his own world, it was better to keep a low profile to avoid unnecessary trouble. Shortly after, Zhang Chen arrived at the hotel's underground parking lot. After turning off the car engine, he waited inside the car. He didn't know which room the gang leader was in, only that it was in this hotel with his lover. But Zhang Chen didn't mind, he had plenty of time to wait. Before long, Zhang Chen saw Zhang Manju coming out of the elevator, followed by two bodyguards. Zhang Chen took a glance at the two behind her and then looked away, knowing they were the guards sent by Saeed to protect her. Zhang Chen got out of the car. Hey, miss, want to go out? Zhang Manju rolled her eyes at Zhang Chen's playful demeanor. Only Zhang Chen could joke around in such a situation. She then led Zhang Chen towards the car. As they walked, she said, Zhang Chen, let's go back to our country. It's too dangerous for you to stay here. The shootout from last time had a significant impact on Zhang Manju's psyche. She believed Zhang Chen had been lucky to survive the thugs' attack, and luck might not always be on his side. She didn't want her first man to be killed. Zhang Chen just smiled faintly, not answering Zhang Manju but looking at the two bodyguards in front of him. He reached into his pocket, pretending to take something out but actually pulling out two 200-gram gold bars from the storage space. He casually handed them to the guards. Thanks for these days, consider these as your bonus. You can leave now. Receiving the gold, the two guards were ecstatic. We were just following orders to protect this beautiful lady. Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Zhang. Although they were Saeed's subordinates, their income wasn't high. The value of the gold bars Zhang Chen gave them exceeded their annual income. How could they not be excited? They had followed Saeed before and knew Zhang Chen was generous, but they didn't expect this level of generosity. A wealthy gold merchant indeed. Mr. Zhang, do you want us to take care of that oddbio in the hotel? Zhang Chen shook his head, no need. But then added, if it doesn't bother you, guard the hotel's main entrance for me. Zhang Chen was not sure if Oddby would definitely come to the underground parking lot of this hotel. So after some thought, he decided to let the two people in front of him guard the hotel entrance, just in case. No problem. The two of them readily agreed. Mr. Zhang, please rest assured, if Oddby comes out from the hotel entrance, we will deal with him directly for you. Zhang Chen nodded with a smile. Thank you, I will reward you with a great gift after this is over. At the mention of a gift, the eyes of the two men lit up, and their smiles grew wider. You're too kind. We'll head over now. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen waved his hand, signaling for them to leave. He then returned to the car with Zhang Manju. The waiting time always felt long, and if nothing was done, it would become boring. Snap. Zhang Manju, sitting in the passenger seat, glared at Zhang Chen. What are you doing with your hands? Zhang Chen replied, well, waiting is boring, so I thought I'd pass the time. Zhang Manju's beautiful eyes turned, and she leaned towards Zhang Chen, a faint fragrance emanating from her. Then let's leave here, go back to Longwa with me, and you can pass the time however you like. How about that? Zhang Chen suddenly straightened up. I suddenly feel like waiting isn't so boring after all. Hearing this, Zhang Manju felt a surge of frustration. She wanted to punch Zhang Chen right in the eye. He was so handsome, yet he had such a foul mouth. Ha ha. Seeing the expression on Zhang Manju's face, Zhang Chen chuckled. But just as Zhang Manju was about to lose her temper, Zhang Chen continued, that's more like it, why be so serious all the time? A more expressive face can make people feel closer to you. But I suggest you smile more, not make that face. Hey, why did you bite me? Are you a dog? Zhang Manju glared at Zhang Chen again. Seeing the 2 rows of bite marks on Zhang Chen's arm, she felt somewhat relieved. And at that moment, Zhang Manju suddenly froze, because she realized that after that night, her interactions with Zhang Chen seemed to have many actions that were unlike her usual self. But as she was still lost in thought, she suddenly heard a faint sound of a door opening. Zhang Manju immediately snapped out of it and instinctively looked towards Zhang Chen in the driver's seat. She saw that Zhang Chen had already opened the door and stepped out of the car. She also noticed that as Zhang Chen got out of the car, he pulled out a gun and loaded it. Seeing this, Zhang Manju instinctively looked towards the elevator, and she immediately spotted a slim man. This man was lewdly hugging a voluptuous, slightly chubby woman as they walked out of the elevator. The slim man's gaze was fixed on the woman, chatting away with a lewd smile on his face. At that moment, Zhang Manju knew instantly that this man was Zhang Chen's target. She stared wide-eyed at Zhang Chen, not daring to even breathe, as if afraid that her breathing might attract the man's attention and put Zhang Chen in danger. She even held onto the door handle tightly, palms sweating from nervousness. And just as she prayed that the man hadn't noticed Zhang Chen waved at the man. "Hey, Oddby." Oddby, who was chatting with his mistress, turned to look at Zhang Chen upon hearing his name. When he saw Zhang Chen, Oddby furrowed his brow slightly, because he felt like he had seen Zhang Chen's face somewhere before, but couldn't quite remember. On the European side, they asked him to assassinate Zhang Chen, giving him a photo of Zhang Chen. However, he casually gave it to the subordinates who were supposed to carry out the assassination of Zhang Chen. "You are." Zhang Chen approached Oddbio with a smile on his face, reaching out to hook his shoulder. "It's me, good friend Ice Room." "Oh, Oddbio, right? Don't you recognize me?" Oddbio looked at Zhang Chen, who came over and hooked arms with him, feeling a bit puzzled. Although he felt Zhang Chen looked familiar, he couldn't remember who Zhang Chen was. "I am Zhang Chen. Zhang. Fan." Oddbio, the assassin, was still trying to figure out who Zhang Chen was. The next moment, a muffled sound. Oddbio's heart was pierced by a bullet. His mistress beside him saw this scene, screamed in fear, and ran away as if mad. With his heart hit, Oddbio's eyes widened, trying to break free from Zhang Chen. But he found he couldn't break free no matter how hard he tried. And because his heart was hit, he felt his strength rapidly draining away. Zhang Chen still had a smiling face. "Relax, although this process is painful, don't worry, it will be over soon." Another shot, the heart that was already hit was struck again. The gun with a silencer wasn't loud, not even the person on the other side of the underground parking lot making a call noticed what was happening here. Zhang Chen slowly laid Oddbio down on the ground, then used his clothes to wipe the blood off the gun. He then turned and returned to the car, started the engine, and left with Zhang Manju. When they left the underground parking lot, Zhang Chen immediately saw the two Baba Sheep bodyguards outside. At that moment, they were pulling a woman by her hair towards a van. Seeing this scene, Zhang Chen was delighted. At a glance, he recognized the woman as Oddbio's mistress. Unexpectedly, these two Baba Sheep people were somewhat useful after all. Then, Zhang Chen drove up to the van and said to them, "Follow me." With that, Zhang Chen stepped on the gas pedal and quickly drove forward. The two Baba Sheep men on the van quickly started the car and followed Zhang Chen's vehicle. Together, they left Islamabad and headed quickly towards Peshawar. In the afternoon, Zhang Chen's car parked steadily at the entrance of his shop. Zhang Chen and Zhang Manju got out of the car and entered the office. Shortly after, the van behind them also arrived. The two Baba Sheep men hurriedly entered the shop carrying a bloody box, heading straight to Zhang Chen's office. Soon, they arrived at the office. "Mr. Zhang, we're here." Zhang Chen nodded, then looked at them and asked, "Where is that woman?" One of the Baba Sheep men immediately took out the box and opened it. A strong smell of blood wafted out. In the box, there was a head covered in bloodstains. It was indeed Oddbio's mistress. Seeing this scene, Zhang Chen didn't feel much. After all, when dealing with zombies, he had seen bodies smashed into pieces, so just a head didn't have much visual impact on him. But Zhang Manju beside Zhang Chen couldn't handle it. Her face turned pale. With a wow, she vomited. Seeing this, Zhang Chen waved to the two Baba Sheep men, and they promptly closed the box. Zhang Chen then took out two 200-gram gold bars and placed them on his desk. Waving his hand, he said, "Go clean up this box, and when you come back, these two gold bars on the table will be yours." Upon hearing this, the two Baba Sheep men were overjoyed. So generous! Just helping Zhang Chen with such a small matter would earn them such a generous reward. How could they not be excited? If Zhang Chen could see loyalty points, he would probably see the numbers above their heads increasing. +1, +1, +1. After all, who wouldn't want to work for such a boss? "Mr. Zhang, please rest assured, we will handle everything cleanly and not cause you any trouble." With that, the two of them turned and left with the boxes. It took a while before Zhang Manju could somewhat relax. Looking at Zhang Chen, she asked with concern, "Is everything really okay?" Zhang Chen smiled and shook his head. "It's fine, these things are quite common in Baba Yang, they have experience dealing with such matters. And even if it's discovered, the local police won't offend the boss of the White Sands Arms Street for a dead person." You finally admit you're a arms dealer boss. Zhang Manju stared at Zhang Chen, seizing on a point in his words, which left Zhang Chen feeling a bit annoyed. Zhang Chen, if you say so, then so be it, but my main business is still gold. Oh right. Changing the subject, Zhang Chen said, after you return to the country, keep an eye out for vacant houses in Yangqing for me, pick one, preferably a villa. If that's not possible, a large flat in the Swan Lake community will do. Let me know once you've chosen, I'll transfer the money to you to buy it for me. Zhang Chen, besides a courtyard in his hometown, didn't own a house in the city area of Yangcheng. He wasn't short of money now, and keeping it like this was pointless, so he might as well use it to get himself a better place to live and enjoy. Zhang Manju frowned. Aren't you coming back with me? It's dangerous here. Zhang Chen shook his head with a smile. Don't worry, I won't let another assassination attempt like last time happen again. There's still something I need to take care of here. Once I'm done, I'll return to the country. Zhang Chen joked, then patted Zhang Manju's perky buttocks, earning him an eye roll from her. Zhang Chen, I'll definitely reward you well when I return to the country, trust me. Hearing this, Zhang Manju's face immediately turned red, subconsciously recalling the absurdity of that night. But she remained stubborn, saying, who cares? With that, Zhang Manju turned and left, saying, I'm leaving, no need to see me off, and hurriedly left Zhang Chen's office. Seeing this scene, Zhang Chen smiled. He then called 2 employees from the store and instructed them to protect Zhang Manju in secret until she boarded the plane. Time passed slowly, and evening soon arrived. Just as Zhang Chen was getting impatient waiting in his office, he suddenly heard the roar of a car outside the window. Shortly after, he heard Saeed's hearty laughter from outside. Hearing this voice, a slight smile appeared on Zhang Chen's lips. Zhang brother. Saeed entered the room, and when he saw Zhang Chen sitting in the main seat, his smile widened. I've brought everything you asked for, want to take a look? Zhang Chen nodded with a smile, of course, I've been waiting for you here. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, Saeed waved his hand, calling the people outside to come in. Several people then began to bring in several large wooden boxes into the office, opening their lids. MPSAA-12 automatic shotgun, M120 heavy mortar, Type 69 anti-infantry bouncing mine. When Zhang Chen saw these items, his eyes lit up. He had to admire Saeed's influence in Baba Yang. These things weren't something the shop owners on White Sands Arms Street could easily get their hands on. It seemed he had underestimated Saeed's power in Baba Yang. Saeed looked at Zhang Chen, smugly asking, how about it? Are you satisfied with these items, Zhang brother? Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen nodded with a smile, of course, I am satisfied, or rather, I am extremely satisfied. No matter what, it seems that I can't avoid treating you to a meal today. With that said, Saeed burst into laughter, of course. I have been looking forward to it. Zhang Chen nodded with a smile, then let's put all these things into my warehouse and go for a meal. No problem. This time, Zhang Chen settled all the ammunition he needed, along with the weapons Saeed brought, all at once. Gold was still being used. That evening, although it was Zhang Chen who was supposed to treat, halfway through, Saeed wanted to liven things up a bit, so he called in several thoroughbred horses to set the mood. After it was over, Zhang Chen casually put his arms around 2 of them and went to the hotel. The next morning, Zhang Chen left the hotel early, while the 2 thoroughbred horses didn't come out until noon. When they emerged, their legs were still a bit shaky. Zhang Chen made a trip to the warehouse, stored everything in the storage space, and then returned to the office in the shop. Looking at the 2 Baba Yaga men in front of him, they were the 2 who had dealt with Odbio's mistress's head the previous evening. At this moment, both of them were looking at Zhang Chen with great anticipation. Without any delay, Zhang Chen threw 2 gold bars to them. Seeing this, they immediately caught them carefully and put them in their pockets. One of them hesitated for a moment and tentatively said, Boss Zhang, my brother and I thought all night last night. We want to follow you, is that possible? Hearing this, Zhang Chen was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and nodded, sure. These 2 were clever and knew how to handle things, making it easier for him. He didn't mind having 2 subordinates like them, who could take care of many things for him and ease his mind. So he took out his phone, you are still Saeed's employees after all, I'll give him a call. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, the 2 men immediately showed excitement. Their relationship with Saeed was merely that of employees and employer, without any loyalty involved. But now, wanting to follow Zhang Chen meant they wanted to be loyal to him, which was different. When Saeed received Zhang Chen's call and understood his intention, he agreed without a second thought. After all, they were just 2 employees, and he could always hire 2 more if needed. Agreeing to Zhang Chen's proposal would also earn him a favor, so why not take advantage of this opportunity? After hanging up the phone, Zhang Chen looked at the 2 men, it's settled. Upon receiving the confirmation, the 2 men's faces lit up with joy. Zhang Chen said, I plan to return to Longwa, why don't you come along? With these two men, he could delegate any trivial matters to them without having to bother himself. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, the two men immediately nodded. After returning to Longhua, Zhang Chen headed towards Yangchang with the two men. On the way, Zhang Chen instructed, "Once we arrive in Yangchang, I want you to take care of something for me." As soon as they heard about the task, the two men became serious. "Please give us your orders, boss." Seeing the seriousness of the two men, Zhang Chen couldn't help but chuckle, waving his hand. "No need to be so serious, it's not something dangerous. I plan to register a technology company, and I want you to handle it for me when the time comes." Upon hearing this, the two men were momentarily stunned but still nodded in agreement. Zhang Chen's idea was simple. He had been collecting gold in the post-apocalyptic world and had now earned enough funds. It was time to bring the technology from the post-apocalyptic world here. Although the technology there was similar to this world, there were still many differences. For example, lithium batteries. The technology in the post-apocalyptic world is much more advanced in this aspect than the technology in his world. If they could get their hands on technology like photolithography in the post-apocalyptic world, the significance would be completely different. And the technology for those civilian products can also bring in huge profits. After all, in the post-apocalyptic world, everything has been market tested, so bringing them over and producing them doesn't involve any risks at all. On this day, when he returned to Yang City, it was already dark. Zhang Chen didn't go back to his old home but went straight to Zhang Manju's place, where he would spend the night. Of course, Zhang Chen is a man of his word. He promised to reward Zhang Manju when he returned, and he would definitely keep his word. So, another battle lasted until late at night, ending with Zhang Manju exhausted and falling asleep. The next morning, Zhang Chen was awakened by the doorbell. He put on a pair of shorts and went out, opening the door. Fang Gang at the door. Fang Gang, who came to see his cousin early in the morning, was stunned to see Zhang Chen inside wearing only a pair of shorts, his eyes wide open. "Damn! You got her?" Seeing Fang Gang's shocked expression, Zhang Chen chuckled, raising an eyebrow. "It's not a big deal, it's a piece of cake for me." Fang Gang gave him a thumbs up. "You're awesome." He had only come to discuss some family matters with Zhang Manju, but he didn't expect such a surprise. He was also amazed at how quickly Zhang Chen acted. Damn it! He had just asked Zhang Chen a few days ago to get his cousin, and now it had happened so quickly? Is he a love guru? Should he ask him for advice? He's still single. Where's my cousin? Zhang Chen pointed to the room, still sleeping. She probably won't wake up before noon. Ha ha, Fang Gang, so should I call you brother-in-law from now on, or just stick with Fonzie? Zhang Chen grinned. Let's keep it casual, you call me brother-in-law, and I'll call you Gang. Fang Gang. Somehow, when he heard this, Fang Gang suddenly felt a bit awkward. He regretted introducing his cousin to Zhang Chen. So he changed the subject. When did you come back? Zhang Chen shrugged, not dwelling on the topic. Just last night. With that, Zhang Chen stepped aside to let Fang Gang in. What's up with your cousin? Fang Gang, family matters. Uncle couldn't reach her on the phone, so he came to me. Uncle's friend's daughter is coming to Yang City today and wants to stay with your cousin. Hearing this, Zhang Chen nodded slightly. He wouldn't make decisions for Zhang Manju in such matters. It was better for her to handle it herself. Zhang Chen, alright. When is she arriving? Fang Gang, probably in the afternoon. Zhang Chen, then let's wait for your cousin to wake up before discussing it. Compared to Zhang Chen's leisurely life, Jingling in the post-apocalyptic world was much busier. Due to the recent incident with the zombie rat swarm, Jingling had arranged for a large number of personnel to search every corner of the shelter to prevent the presence of zombie animals inside. After all, these things could easily hide, and if there were zombie animals in the shelter, it would be a disaster. In the following days, Zhang Manju went to the high-speed rail station with Fang Gang to pick up someone. Zhang Chen, on the other hand, simply washed up and then opened the portal, entering the post-apocalyptic world. Zhang Chen, you're back? Seeing Zhang Chen, Jingling's tired face immediately lit up with a smile. Zhang Chen nodded faintly. What's wrong? Why do you look so exhausted? Didn't you say you found an assistant to help you with your work? Why are you still doing everything yourself? Jingling smiled faintly and shook her head. It's because of the zombie rat swarm that appeared last time. Jingling explained. So I want to check to see if there are any hidden zombie rats in our shelter. If there are, we need to eliminate the danger immediately. Hearing Jingling's explanation, Zhang Chen nodded slightly. Then he said, I see. But you look so tired now, you should rest well. The management of the shelter can do without you for a while. Leave whatever needs to be done to your assistants for now. Jingling nodded. I understand. So I'll leave the matters of the shelter to you for now. I'll go get some rest. Hearing this, Zhang Chen was stunned. Me? However, watching Jingling already heading upstairs, Zhang Chen smiled and shook his head. He didn't want to deal with the trivial matters in the shelter, he would just leave them to Jingling's assistants. Zhang Chen then turned and left the villa, heading towards the direction of the lookout tower. On the way, he met Yuan. Yuan, you've come at the right time, there's something I need you to take care of. Hearing this, Yuan asked in confusion, Brother Fan, what is it? Zhang Chen said, you and the other assistants are temporarily in charge of handling all matters within the shelter. If you can't make a decision, come and ask me. Yuan was taken aback, but there are many important matters in the shelter that Jingling has always been in charge of, and we. Zhang Chen smiled and shook his head, it's okay, let her rest for a day or two. With this clarification, Yuan understood and nodded with a smile, alright, I'll go inform Jingling's other assistants. Zhang Chen waved his hand, go ahead. However, Yuan didn't leave at all, instead, she leaned in close to Zhang Chen's ear, Brother Fan, me and my sisters in our villa have come up with a new way of fighting these days. Can we have a real combat opportunity tonight? Hearing this, Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow, looking at Yuan provocatively. Ha! Am I afraid? Wait. With that, Zhang Chen strode away. Behind him, Yuan, upon receiving a response, immediately showed an excited expression on her face. Among all the women around Zhang Chen in the shelter, Yuan was probably the most insightful. Jingling relied on her abilities, and those who followed Zhang Chen first could have a place by his side. Although Li Yufu was proactive, her initiative was more about seeking excitement. Yi Zhouyue was like a quail when facing Zhang Chen. Although Zhong Yeye had a stark contrast, she wasn't very proactive in this regard. Yuan was very clear about her position. She was just an assistant, with nothing special besides her figure and appearance. In the shelter, there was no shortage of beauties like her. If she wanted to live better in the shelter and not be forgotten by Zhang Chen, she had to constantly give him a sense of freshness, so he wouldn't get tired of her. Perhaps in terms of strength, Jingling surpassed her, so she could only think of other ways. And the easiest among them was undoubtedly those private matters. After Zhang Chen left, Yuan hummed a tune happily and walked away. On the shelter's wall, Zhang Chen had all the armed personnel patrolling elsewhere called over. When everyone was gathered, he took out 22 magazines from the storage space. Zhang Chen said, replace these magazines. Upon receiving Zhang Chen's orders, everyone's faces lit up, and each person took a magazine to reload their guns. These days, they had run out of bullets, and their magazines were empty. This made them very uneasy, fearing that zombies might appear at this time. Now that they had bullets, there was nothing to worry about. Zhang Chen looked at the smiles on everyone's faces and said with a faint smile, I have a task for you next. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to Zhang Chen, waiting for his next words. I've heard from Jingling before that there is a technology company in our city, and their lithium battery technology is leading nationwide. I need you to bring back this technology for me. As long as you can bring back this technology, each person will be rewarded with 200 vouchers. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the crowd lit up. Zhang Chen then took out 3 small wooden sticks and placed them in his palm. Zhong Yeye, Songgu, Fengchang, the 3 of you draw lots. The 2 who draw the shortest sticks will stay at the shelter with your team. The one who draws the longest stick will take their team to this company to find the lithium battery technology. As Zhang Chen's words fell, Songgu and the others were all eager and came to Zhang Chen with anticipation on their faces. After the 3 of them each drew a stick from Zhang Chen's hand, Zhong Yeye proudly raised her stick. I'll take on this task. Upon hearing Zhong Yeye's words, Songgu and Fengchang both smiled wryly. Their luck was just bad, no one else to blame. But as they looked at Zhong Yeye, envy was almost overflowing in their eyes. 200 vouchers. If they got them, they would be so comfortable. In contrast, Zhong Yeye and her team were ecstatic, their faces beaming with excitement. They were already thinking about how they would indulge themselves after bringing back the technology and receiving those rewards. Seeing everyone's reactions, Zhang Chen smiled faintly. He then took out 7 magazines, some grenades, and an RPG launcher with 7 RPG rounds from the storage space. For safety reasons, take these things with you and get ready to depart. Yes. Zhong Yeye's team responded strongly. Then, a team of 7 people, amidst the envious gazes of the other 2 teams, drove out of the shelter and headed quickly in one direction. When Zhong Yeye's team left, Zhang Chen smiled at Songgu and Fengchang. Don't be disappointed, like this. Zhang Chen took out a long and a short stick and said, you 2 can also draw lots. Whoever draws the longer stick will go out to collect gold. Upon hearing this, Songgu and Fengchang immediately perked up, smiling and approaching. Even the people in the 2 teams were very excited and eager at this moment. I got it. Fengchang excitedly raised his stick, his smile genuine. Songgu, on the other hand, looked at his short stick and threw it away in frustration. Fengchang lightly tapped Songgu. It's okay, this time it's up to my team. next time I'll let your team have a go. Watching their interaction, Zhang Chen shook his head with a smile. He then said, alright, now that the lots have been drawn, Feng Chang, gather your team, equip yourselves, and set off. The sooner you leave, the sooner you'll return. With that, Zhang Chen took out weapons and equipment similar to Zhong Ye's team for Feng Chang and the others. Seeing this, Feng Chang and his team quickly loaded the magazines and an RPG round onto themselves. Carrying an RPG round was not troublesome, it had a long tail at the back, so there was no need to worry about triggering the fuse. Feng Chang hoisted the RPG with a smile on his face, eager to use it. With a wave of his hand, he led his team, driving off in a van. After Feng Chang and his team left, Zhang Chen briefly instructed Song Gu and then turned and walked away. As time passed, Zhong Ye's team had already arrived at their destination, parking their car in the underground parking lot of an office building. When getting off the car, they encountered a few zombies attracted by the noise and directly shot them down. At first, Zhong Ye was scared when facing zombies, but as she became an armed personnel and killed more and more zombies, she no longer feared them. As long as they were ordinary zombies without mutations, their speed was not fast, just like normal people, only a bit stronger. There was nothing to fear about such zombies. After dealing with these zombies, Zhong Ye ordered, everyone, be careful. There should be many zombies trapped inside this office building. Don't be careless and get bitten by zombies. Upon hearing Zhong Ye's reminder, everyone nodded. Although Zhong Ye appeared small and petite, she had a commanding presence that earned the respect of her team members, mainly because of the fierce and crazy way she dealt with zombies. Subsequently, the group headed towards the stairs. The company they were going to was located on the 10th to 12th floors of this office building. However, when they reached the 10th floor, they found nothing. This floor was the employees' office area, as was the 11th floor. But it was not without gains. In an office on the 11th floor, Zhong Ye found something useful and learned where the lithium battery technology was stored. Zhong Ye said, let's go. We're heading upstairs. The blueprints for the lithium battery technology are all in the safe of the R&D department. Upon hearing Zhong Ye's words, everyone nodded and followed her towards the 12th floor. However, when they arrived at the door of the staircase on the 12th floor and Zhong Ye was about to open it, she suddenly paused and signaled for the team to stop. Hu Baimei approached Zhong Ye and whispered, what's wrong? Zhong Ye made a shoe gesture and whispered, listen, there's a sound. Upon hearing this, everyone listened attentively. Soon enough, they heard faint sounds. The voices were low, but audible. It was mostly foul language and sounds of hitting. Upon hearing these sounds, everyone frowned. Let's go. Zhong Ye waved her hand, let's try to walk quietly and not attract attention from inside. Everyone nodded at her words. After Zhong Ye opened the door, they all entered quietly. Damn! Brother, stop fooling around, there are zombies coming. Unfortunately, all the rooms in the office building had glass doors. Zhong Ye and her team had just left the staircase door when they were spotted by someone. However, the frosted film on the glass doors only revealed vague silhouettes, not faces. At a time like this, no one would expect visitors, so it was understandable that Zhong Ye and her team might be mistaken for zombies. As the sound inside the room rang out, several figures immediately moved to the company's main door to close it. But when they ran over and saw Zhong Ye and her team already inside, they were all stunned. They held blades, baseball bats, and a large lock for the door. Each of them looked like tough and fierce characters, with tattoos adding to their intimidating aura. However, as these people hurried to the main door to lock it, they were dumbfounded to see Zhong Ye and her team already inside. Zhong Ye and her team were all wearing bulletproof vests, holding AKs with silencers, carrying grenades and ammunition belts, and equipped with walkie-talkies. To top it off, one of them was aiming an RPG at them. At that moment, these few people suddenly felt a chill down their spines, their heads buzzing. A cold sensation emanated from their hearts, spreading throughout their bodies. Gentlemen, can you please not point that thing at us? It's a bit unsettling. Zhong Ye looked at them expressionlessly. Drop whatever you have in your hands and crouch in the corner. Clatter. Under the threat of so many guns, the few individuals obediently dropped their weapons on the ground and squatted down. Zhong Ye gestured to a team member to continue, collect these things. If these people show any signs of resistance, kill them all. Do not hesitate. Upon hearing Zhong Ye's orders, these few people shuddered. They quickly said, no, we are all very obedient. However, Zhong Ye didn't even look at them, but led Hu Baimei towards the company. Soon, the two arrived at the office where these people had been violent. When they saw the scene inside, Zhong Ye and Hu Baimei immediately frowned. On the sofa in front of them, two naked, lifeless women lay there. Their bodies were covered in whip marks and bruises from being beaten. With the arrival of Zhong Ye and Hu Baimei, a hint of color finally appeared in the numb eyes of the two women. One of them turned to Zhong Ye and Hu Baimei. Please, kill me. Seeing these two, there was no desire for survival in their eyes. It was the first time Zhong Ye had encountered such a situation, truly understanding how difficult it was to survive in the apocalypse. They were mainly lucky to have encountered Zhang Chen, a leader who shielded them from the darkness of the apocalypse. If it weren't for Zhang Chen, they might have been taken over by Wu Go from the villa and ended up like these two women. In the post-apocalyptic world, shelters like theirs were few, while the darkness of cannibalism prevailed. After a moment of silence, Zhang Ye released the safety on her gun and aimed at the two on the sofa. The two women, seeing this, finally showed a relieved smile on their faces before closing their eyes slowly. Thank you. For them, death was the best release. Bang, bang. After 2 gunshots, the 2 women on the sofa left this world with a smile. Hu Baimei, who was watching from the side, looked at Zhong Ye with some concern. Zhong Ye shook her head. I'm fine, let's go. With that, Zhong Ye turned and walked towards the exit. Hu Baimei followed quickly. Among the people outside at that moment, when they heard the gunshots coming from the office, they trembled in fear. Although they were fierce in character, they were not foolish, they valued their lives. Before the apocalypse broke out, they had to suppress their inner selves. Now that the apocalypse had erupted, they were free to indulge in their desires, experiencing what true freedom felt like. They hadn't had enough fun and didn't want to die just yet. However, when Zhong Ye came out, she didn't waste any time. She picked up her AK and aimed it at these people. Bang, bang, bang. Before the few individuals could react, she fired directly, emptying a round of bullets. At such a close range, there was no possibility of missing, and all the bullets hit these people, leaving each of them with 7 or 8 bullet holes. Watching the few people lying lifeless in a pool of blood, Zhong Ye felt some of the restlessness in her heart dissipate. She waved her hand and ordered, "Alright, don't delay any longer, search for what you need, notify immediately via the walkie-talkie, and then leave." Everyone nodded and headed towards the Research and Development Department. When the safe in the Research and Development Department was found, they immediately notified the others, who all hurried over. When Zhong Ye saw the safe in front of her, it was about 1.5 meters in length and width, made of alloy, giving off a heavy feeling. Several men in the group tried to move it, managing to do so but with great effort. After moving it only 4 or 5 meters, they had to stop and rest. Originally, Zhong Ye had planned to blast the safe's door with an RPG, but she was afraid of damaging what was inside once it was opened. So, she had to resort to the most foolish method, finding ropes and tools to hoist the safe down and then load it onto a cart to take it back. In the afternoon, when Zhong Ye and the others returned to the shelter, Zhong Ye remained silent. Zhang Chen looked at her. "Tell me, what happened?" Zhong Ye looked up at Zhang Chen, then simply buried her head in his chest, hugging him tightly. Zhang Chen was taken aback by Zhong Ye's sudden gesture. "What's wrong?" Zhong Ye said, "Thank you. I only realized today that if it weren't for you back then, I wouldn't have the life I have now, let alone still be alive." Hearing this, Zhang Chen furrowed his brow slightly. He estimated that this time when Zhong Ye's team was on a mission, they must have encountered others. Then Zhang Chen looked at Hu Baimei beside him. Hu Baimei finally spoke up. "We encountered a group of people in that company." Then, Hu Baimei carefully recounted everything she saw and heard in the company to Zhang Chen. After listening, Zhang Chen nodded in understanding, but he did not comfort Zhong Ye. He simply said, "This is how it is in the apocalypse. Without moral constraints and legal bindings, a person's desires will be greatly magnified. That's just the way it is." Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, Zhong Ye in his arms had no reaction. After a while, she said softly, "Actually, I understand it all and knew it would be like this. It's just that. Seeing such a scene for the first time, I find it a bit hard to accept." With that, Zhong Ye pulled away from Zhang Chen's embrace, sighed softly. "It's mainly because life in our shelter is too good. It made me overlook this reality, and I wasn't mentally prepared for it." After saying that, Zhong Ye didn't want to dwell on the issue. Instead, she said, "By the way, when we arrived at the company, we only found a safe in the R&D department, and we brought it back. If all goes well, the technical drawings of the lithium battery should be inside this safe." Zhong Ye added, "Because we've searched everywhere else in this company, and we found some information in one of the offices, saying it's inside the safe. The people from the shelter have gone to move it, so it will take a while before the safe can be brought over." Hearing this, Zhang Chen nodded slightly. Before long, Zhang Chen and the others saw a few people pushing a cart with the safe towards them. When they stopped in front of Zhang Chen, Zhong Ye looked at the safe. "I wonder if the cutting machine can open this safe." Songgu, who was beside her, then suggested, "Oh, last time when we went to the bank to get the gold, didn't you prepare liquid nitrogen and a drilling machine? This should be able to open the safe." Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen rolled his eyes directly. "With these things, What about the documents inside? Songgu scratched his head awkwardly and stopped talking. Zhang Chen didn't give any other instructions. He walked up and fiercely punched the corner of the safe's door, denting it directly. This scene stunned everyone, and they all stared wide-eyed at what was happening. This is definitely made of alloy, and just by its thickness alone, it doesn't seem like something a person could dent with just one punch, right? Is our boss really that strong? If this punch were to land on a person, wouldn't it be fatal? However, what was even more shocking was yet to come. Right after that, they saw Zhang Chen extend his finger to the dented spot, then slowly tear off the entire door of the safe. Everyone! The series of harsh sounds produced when Zhang Chen tore off the alloy door made everyone around get goosebumps. Everyone dumbfoundedly watched the scene unfold before them, their brains completely shutting down. It wasn't until Zhang Chen tore off the entire door and threw it on the ground, the sound echoing, that everyone snapped out of it. As they looked at the now doorless safe, the interior was fully exposed. At that moment, everyone shuddered, realizing just how strong their boss really was. Despite it just being the door of the safe, the strength required for this was enough to lift a heavy truck with just one hand effortlessly. Seeing their shocked expressions, Zhang Chen shook his head with a smile. He hadn't really tested the extent of his current strength. Every time he used the teleportation gate, his physique would enhance a bit, and with enhanced physique came increased strength. With his current power, it was believable to say he had a power-based ability. Jingling was the first among them to react, quickly approaching the safe. Jingling, all the documents inside. After examining a few documents, Jingling smiled and said, although I'm not a researcher, I can roughly tell that these documents are technical drawings of lithium batteries. With so many detailed drawings, it shouldn't be difficult to reproduce the lithium batteries as per the drawings. Hearing this, Zhang Chen also smiled, then directly stored the entire safe into his storage space. With the increasing use of the teleportation gate, the storage space had also expanded significantly. From an initial 10 cubic space, it had now grown to about 100 cubic in size. The storage space still held quite a few items, but even after storing the safe, there was still plenty of space. After putting away the safe, Zhang Chen was in a very good mood. Looking at Zhong Yeye and her team, he said, "Follow me to the villa, your rewards are ready. Various types of vouchers, totaling 1,400, you can choose what you want, 200 each." Upon hearing this, all members of the armed squad immediately beamed with smiles. This trip was basically devoid of any danger. After all, they only took down a few zombies and a group of survivors. To receive such a generous reward was almost like picking it up for free. How could they not be excited? Soon, Zhong Yeye led her team members into the villa cheerfully to claim their rewards. One of the team members, upon receiving the vouchers, immediately exchanged them for a large amount of supplies with Yi Zhou Yue, then happily called their family and friends to help transport all these supplies back. There were a lot of supplies, but it was evident that the smiles on their faces never faded while moving them. This made the onlookers envious for quite a while. This was exactly the effect Zhang Chen wanted. Only by showing everyone these scenes could they be more motivated and look forward to joining the armed squad. At this moment, Zhang Chen looked at Jingling. After a whole day of rest, Jingling's mental state was noticeably better than in the morning. Zhang Chen smiled and waved at her. "Jingling, come here." Upon seeing Zhang Chen calling her, Jingling walked over with a smile. "What's up?" Zhang Chen took out a stack of vouchers and placed them in Jingling's hands, then said, "You hold on to these vouchers for now, and wait for Feng Cheng's team to return later. See how much gold they've collected this time, and then decide how many supply vouchers to reward them based on the total amount of gold they've collected." Upon hearing this, Jingling was momentarily stunned and instinctively asked, "Are you going out later?" Zhang Chen nodded, "Yes, planning to leave for a bit, estimating it will take 2 to 3 days to return." Jingling replied, "Understood." Nodding, then continued, "Don't worry, I'll take care of things at the shelter these days." Zhang Chen smiled, "I truly appreciate your abilities, with you around, everything will be fine." After that, Zhang Chen opened a portal directly and walked in. Back in his own world, Zhang Chen immediately called his 2 subordinates. "Have the company's location and license been sorted out?" A quick response came over the phone, "Boss, everything's sorted out. They saw us as foreigners and prioritized our processing, we didn't even have to wait." Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen's mouth twitched slightly. These flatterers! But despite the criticism, the fact that the procedures were processed so quickly was convenient for him. So he asked, "What about the company's address? Where is it located?" The voice on the phone replied, "It's located in Chaoyang Tower, an entire floor on the 15th floor. Chaoyang Tower in Yangchang was the best office building and a landmark in the city." Zhang Chen was very satisfied with this address, as the layout inside Chaoyang Tower was quite good. He inquired about the price, and the voice on the phone said, if you buy it, it will cost 5 million. We've only paid a 3 million deposit so far, the rest is up to you, boss. Zhang Chen nodded, alright. Arrange for the landlord to meet me at Chaoyang Tower, I'll be there soon. After that, Zhang Chen hung up the phone, got in his car, and quickly drove towards Chaoyang Tower. The distance from here to Chaoyang Tower was not far, and it only took about 10 minutes to drive there. At this moment, Zhang Chen was full of anticipation. With all the blueprints of this technology in hand, it was like picking up money off the ground. The lithium batteries in the post-apocalyptic world were much more advanced than in his world. Just by cooperating with the automotive industry, he could make a fortune. And the value of lithium batteries was far more than just that. When Zhang Chen got out of the car, his two subordinates were already waiting. Seeing Zhang Chen's arrival, the two immediately approached him. Zhang Chen asked, is the landlord here? One of them nodded, yes, the landlord has a company in the office building, right below our floor. After calling him, he can meet you anytime, boss. Zhang Chen nodded at the news and then led the two towards the building. The receptionist, upon learning of their purpose, politely led them to the elevator, and when the elevator opened, they entered it together. Mr. Zhang, it's an honor to meet you. As soon as Zhang Chen and his two subordinates arrived on the 15th floor, a man in his 50s immediately greeted them with a smile. From what the landlord had said, it was clear that his two subordinates had already introduced him to the landlord. Zhang Chen also smiled and shook hands with the landlord. I didn't expect Mr. Zhang to be so young and accomplished. The future is limitless for someone as young as you. Listening to these business compliments, Zhang Chen just smiled. He then got straight to the point, Mr. Landlord, let's talk about the matters concerning this floor. Sure, no problem. The landlord smiled and led Zhang Chen inside. After entering a spacious office, the landlord personally poured a cup of tea for Zhang Chen. Then he said, regarding the cost of Mr. Zhang buying this floor, I have already discussed it with your two employees, and I believe they have informed Mr. Zhang about it. Hearing this, Zhang Chen nodded lightly, waiting for him to continue. The landlord continued, your employees have already paid a deposit of 3 million. If Mr. Zhang really wants to buy it, he just needs to pay another 47 million. After signing the contract, if Mr. Zhang finds it troublesome, I can help you with the remaining procedures. Zhang Chen nodded slightly, not saying much. At least for now, on the surface, this landlord was quite polite. At that moment, one of Zhang Chen's subordinates behind him answered a phone call. After the call ended, he approached Zhang Chen and said, Boss, we contacted the Yangcheng law firm before. They have sent their top lawyer, who is now downstairs. Hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Zhang Chen's face. He told the landlord in front of him, perfect, my lawyer has also arrived. You can prepare the contract now. Okay. The landlord naturally agreed. Mr. Zhang, please wait a moment, I'll be right back. With that, the landlord got up and left, probably to his own company to arrange for the contract. As time passed, the landlord brought the contract, and after the lawyer reviewed it without issues, Zhang Chen signed it. Then the payment was made swiftly. For the following procedures, Zhang Chen naturally wouldn't let the landlord handle them alone. So, he arranged for one of his people to go along. Zhang Chen strolled around the office area on the 15th floor, looking at the empty rooms. He instructed, next, find a renovation company for the office renovation, budget around between 5 to 10 million. Okay, boss. The person immediately nodded. Zhang Chen looked at him, a slight curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. It had to be said that the execution of these two subordinates was really good, and he was truly satisfied. So, he took out 2 gold bars weighing 200 grams each and tossed them to the person, saying, this is a reward for you both, one for you and one for Abu. Seeing the gold bars, the person quickly caught them, his face instantly filled with joy upon hearing Zhang Chen's words. Indeed, their decision was right. The boss now was really generous. In just this short time, he had rewarded them so much. If they stayed with Zhang Chen for a year, they would probably earn enough money to become the wealthiest individuals in their village. Immediately, he excitedly said, don't worry, boss, Abu and I will handle everything properly. Zhang Chen nodded with a smile, then I'll leave this matter to you. With that, he patted the person's shoulder, turned, and left the office. He had no interest in getting involved in these tedious matters, it was better to leave them to his subordinates. After leaving the Chaoyang building, Zhang Chen drove directly to Zhang Manju's house. Using a spare key, he opened the door. However, as soon as Zhang Chen opened the door and saw the scene inside, he was stunned. He even deliberately stepped out to check the door number. Confirmed, he hadn't entered the wrong place. But how did this girl, wearing only a few strips of cloth, end up here? Ah, Obviously, the girl inside the room also noticed Zhang Chen and let out a scream before quickly running into the guest room. In the master bedroom, Zhang Manju, who heard the commotion, hurried out from the bedroom. What's wrong? What's wrong? Dui, are you okay? Then Zhang Manju saw Zhang Chen walking in from the doorway and rolled her eyes speechlessly. Okay. She seemed to know what had happened. Zhang Manju looked at Zhang Chen speechlessly. You came back without even giving a heads up. Zhang Chen shrugged indifferently. If I had given a heads up, how would I have discovered the beautiful scenery just now? With that said, Zhang Manju immediately rolled her eyes at him again. Zhang Manju continued, her name is Chen Dui, a friend of my dad's daughter. She is currently preparing to study at Yangchang University. Since the school hasn't started yet, she will stay at my place for a few days. Hearing this, Zhang Chen nodded slightly. He wasn't interested in the name of the girl from earlier. However, this girl was indeed quite something, having such big bright eyes at such a young age. In the future, she might end up overreading and becoming chubby. Zhang Manju looked at Zhang Chen. Are you thinking of something dirty? Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow. Was I that obvious? Yes, you were. Zhang Chen shrugged. Okay, I was just thinking that her eyes are bigger than yours. With that, Zhang Manju exploded. Zhang Chen, you're dead. She then lunged at Zhang Chen. Her cold and aloof image was completely shattered by Zhang Chen. However, the next moment, Zhang Chen lifted Zhang Manju onto his shoulder and said, since you're being so proactive, why don't you give me a massage to help me relax? Zhang Manju exclaimed, what? Before Zhang Manju could react, Zhang Chen carried her into the master bedroom. After closing the door, Zhang Manju's shocked voice could be heard from inside. Wait, Dui is still at home. Let's talk about it later in the evening. Otherwise, if she finds out, it would be too. Oh, hiss. Let it be. MMM. In the guest room at that moment, Chen Dui, who had been exposed by Zhang Chen earlier, still had a flushed face. She had changed into normal clothes by now. She never expected to run into Zhang Chen right after taking a shower, thinking that there was only Manju at home. She knew that Zhang Chen was Manju's boyfriend. But now, how should she face Manju? Just as she was pondering, she suddenly froze. She heard rhythmic sounds coming from the wall, as if they were coming from the adjacent master bedroom. Hello, how did you sleep last night? Early the next morning, Zhang Chen woke up and stretched lazily at the door, feeling refreshed. It was then that he saw the girl next door coming out with panda eyes. Zhang Chen remembered her name was Dui, Chen Dui. Seeing Chen Dui looking tired with heavy panda eyes, he couldn't help but smile. Knowing that Chen Dui was staying in the guest room next door, he was quite excited last night, and his movements were more vigorous. Manju, who exercised with him, must have suffered a lot. Now it seemed that not only Manju was suffering but also this girl next door. Zhang Chen glanced at the girl in front of him. Although she was only wearing loose pajamas, her impressive figure was still evident. Especially those big bright eyes, they lifted up the whole outfit. Quite something. Chen Dui blushed upon seeing Zhang Chen. After eavesdropping all night yesterday, she knew what was happening in the master bedroom next door. And now, at 19, she understood everything she needed to. She just didn't expect that the seemingly handsome man in front of her was actually so fierce. From 8 o'clock last night until midnight, he kept exercising. Was his physical fitness that strong? Wasn't he tired at all? Once Chen Dui imagined herself as Zhang Manju who exercised with him. The next moment, she shuddered. She was well aware of her own physical condition and knew she couldn't handle such intensity. She forced a stiff smile at Zhang Chen, then turned and slipped away immediately. Captain Zhang Chen just smiled and didn't mind. After finishing washing up, he left Zhang Manju's house and drove back to his countryside estate. Upon arriving at the estate, Zhang Chen did a quick check to see if there were any intruders. Once he confirmed everything was fine, he opened a portal and stepped through. Currently, there was nothing in his world that required his attention. The company's renovation couldn't be completed in a short time. As for the house Zhang Manju was tasked to buy, Zhang Chen wasn't in a rush to acquire it. The post-apocalyptic world had been out of his focus for quite some time. When Jingling saw Zhang Chen upon his return to the post-apocalyptic world, she was stunned. Jingling, didn't you say it would take 2 to 3 days to come back? Zhang Chen shrugged, then walked up to Jingling, embraced her, and said with a smile, I missed you, that's why. Hearing this, Jingling also smiled. Although she knew Zhang Chen's words were insincere, they were still endearing. Jingling didn't dwell on why Zhang Chen had returned after just one day. She went straight to report to Zhang Chen, yesterday, I issued a task at the shelter. Saying this, Jingling went to the coffee table, pulled out a map from the drawer, and spread it out. Pointing to their shelter's location, she said, I thought since there are no zombies around our shelter, we might as well include the surrounding residential areas in the shelter. So, I arranged for the people at the shelter to start building a wall connecting this residential area. Jingling pointed to one of the residential areas. This residential area was right in front of the shelter, situated between the villa area and the commercial building area. Once this residential area was connected, the shelter's area would form a triangle, making it even larger. However, the distance between the shelter and this residential area was a bit far. If they were to build a wall, it would be around 200 to 300 meters long, much longer than the previous project. But Zhang Chen just nodded and said, "You handle the arrangements." Zhang Chen had always maintained an indifferent attitude towards the people in the shelter. Their existence only served to provide him with the armed personnel he needed. Then Zhang Chen asked, "How much gold did Feng Chang and the others collect last time?" Jingling's smile grew wider upon hearing this. She pointed to the warehouse managed by Li Yufu and Yi Zhouyue, saying, "A lot, I can't move them, you'll see when you go in." Hearing this, Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow slightly and followed Jingling into the warehouse. Well. As soon as they entered the warehouse, they saw two small hamsters sitting in their workstations, watching a movie and munching on snacks. Upon seeing Zhang Chen and Jingling enter, the two little ones woke up. "Li Yufu, Yi Zhouyue, brother fan. You're here. Zhang Chen, what are you guys doing?" Yi Zhouyue quickly blushed and explained softly, "These snacks were exchanged with coupons by me and Yufu, we didn't steal them." Zhang Chen chuckled and shook his head, "I didn't say you stole them, forget it. Carry on playing." With that, Zhang Chen walked towards the inside of the warehouse and immediately noticed a wooden basin on the ground. The basin was about the size of a drawer, filled with gleaming gold bars, each weighing 500 grams. Jingling said, when Feng Chang and the others went to collect gold, they found several jewelry stores, and this gold was collected from inside those stores. Following your instructions, after retrieving it, all of it was melted down and made into gold bars weighing 500 grams each. Zhang Chen nodded at the words, then counted and surprisingly found over 60 gold bars. Quite capable. A brilliant smile spread across Zhang Chen's face. He then directly stored all these gold bars in his storage space and asked, "What about the reward for Feng Chang and the others, was it given?" Jingling nodded, "It was given." Saying this, Jingling took out some vouchers and handed them to Zhang Chen, saying, "These are the remaining ones from the vouchers you gave me." Zhang Chen nodded but did not take the vouchers. "You keep them for now, occasionally you can use them to reward your assistance. And for the ordinary survivors in the shelter, select a few outstanding examples every month, reward them appropriately to improve their work efficiency." Jingling nodded in agreement, "Alright, then just leave these vouchers with me for now." After that, Jingling smiled and collected the vouchers again. After finishing, Jingling said, "Oh, there was one more thing yesterday." Zhang Chen asked, "What is it?" Jingling replied, "A survivor came to our shelter yesterday, saying they have a group of people who hope to join our shelter." Hearing this, Zhang Chen was slightly surprised. "Who are they, do you know?" Jingling shook her head slightly. When asked, he said their group are all bodyguards. "But when I saw him yesterday, he looked completely devoid of energy, very haggard, and it was hard to tell anything." Zhang Chen nodded slightly, "I see, where is he?" Jingling said, "He's currently settled on the side of the commercial building, if you want to meet him, I can bring him over now. He has been waiting for your response, after all, without news, those people with him might all starve to death." Hearing this, Zhang Chen nodded slightly, "Alright, bring him over." Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, Jingling picked up the walkie-talkie and said, "Hey, who is currently at the commercial building?" Not long after, Yuwen's voice came through the walkie-talkie, "Jingling, I'm here right now." Upon hearing this, Jingling immediately replied, "Alright, Yuwen, bring the person who came to our shelter yesterday into the villa." "Okay." Yuwen's response through the walkie-talkie was very decisive. After ending the call, more than 10 minutes passed, and Yuwen brought a thin man into the villa. When Zhang Chen saw this man for the first time, he was slightly surprised. The man had eaten and rested at the shelter for a night, and his spirit seemed much better. He exuded a resolute aura all over, with a military demeanor, indicating he was probably a recently retired soldier. A person's aura could reveal a lot about their background. For example, a ruffian would have a shady aura. Those with a fierce nature, even if they tried to hide it, couldn't conceal the ferocity in their eyes. It was precisely because of this that when Zhang Chen saw him for the first time, he thought he might be a retired soldier. After all, if he were an active duty soldier, he wouldn't be in such a miserable state. Zhang Chen looked at him, "You are the one who came to my shelter yesterday, wanting to join us?" The man, upon hearing this, glanced at Zhang Chen, then at Jingling beside him. He immediately understood that Zhang Chen was the real decision-maker of the shelter. So he nodded and said, "Yes, I hope your shelter can take me in." Zhang Chen nodded slightly, "You must be a retired soldier, right?" The man nodded. Zhang Chen continued, "First, tell me, how did you know about our shelter after the zombie outbreak?" The man then slowly began to recount what happened to him and his companions after the outbreak. His name was Long Yi. When the outbreak occurred, he was having a gathering with some fellow ex-soldiers at a KTV. This fortunate circumstance saved them. However, by now, all the food in that KTV had been depleted. In order to survive, they had to venture out to find food. It was during this search for food that Long Yi stumbled upon this shelter. After observing the situation at the shelter, he came here with a mindset to give it a try and seek refuge. To his surprise, upon entering the shelter and stating his intentions, he was not turned away but instead received a hearty meal. He couldn't remember the last time he had eaten his fill. Moreover, he heard that the people in this shelter seemed to eat their fill every day without worrying about food shortages. Upon hearing this news, Long Yi became even more determined to join this shelter. After he finished speaking, Zhang Chen nodded slightly and said, "So that's how it is." Then, looking at him, Zhang Chen smiled faintly and said, "Coincidentally, our shelter needs to expand its personnel, so we welcome your group to join us. You can call your friends over now. Anyone who joins my shelter just needs to follow the rules, obey the arrangements, work, and you won't go hungry every day." Upon hearing this, Long Yi was momentarily stunned, then his face lit up with joy. He never expected that what he heard was actually true. The people in this shelter could really eat their fill every day. And the cost of being well-fed was simply following the work arrangements every day? It was just too easy. He quickly said, "Thank you. I am very grateful. I will go back now and bring my friends over." Zhang Chen nodded with a smile. "Go ahead. Wait. I reckon it might be troublesome for you and your friends to come all this way. I'll arrange for an armed team to accompany you back. It'll be safer that way." Without waiting for his response, Zhang Chen gestured to Jingling, who brought a walkie-talkie. After turning it on, Zhang Chen said, "Is Song-gu there? Gather your team immediately and come over to my place." "Yes." Song-gu's voice immediately came through the walkie-talkie. Before long, Song-gu arrived with his team members. 8 people in total, all fully armed. Zhang Chen introduced, "This is Long Yi. Later, you will follow him to leave the shelter and bring back his friends." Song-gu glanced at Long Yi upon hearing this, then nodded. Zhang Chen waved his hand, "Off you go." Following Zhang Chen's instructions, Song-gu's team and Long Yi left the villa and headed outside. Just as Song-gu was about to leave, Zhang Chen stopped him. Looking out the window at Long Yi, who had already left the house, Zhang Chen turned to Song-gu and said, "Long Yi is a talent, a retired soldier. If he joins our shelter, he will likely enhance our shelter's armed strength in the future." Upon hearing this, Song-gu also nodded in agreement. He was not conceited and was well aware of the vast difference between his people and real soldiers. Zhang Chen continued, "Talent is one thing, but once you follow them and find that they pose a threat to you, you can shoot them directly without any hesitation." Compared to talent, Zhang Chen valued people who were loyal to him. Upon hearing this, Song-gu nodded slightly. "I understand, boss. I'll go now." "Go ahead." Not long after Song-gu left, Jingling came to Zhang Chen's side and asked, "Do you think this Long Yi could be a bait?" Zhang Chen shook his head slightly and said with a faint smile, "I don't know either. But you know, in these times, the most unpredictable thing is human nature, so it's best to be cautious. It won't hurt anyway." Hearing this explanation, Jingling also nodded and didn't say much more. At that moment, Zhang Chen suddenly noticed a radio placed in the corner of the sofa. He joked, "Even your villa has this thing?" Jingling nodded with a smile, "Yes, I used to like these retro things a lot and bought quite a few." With that, Jingling walked over to the radio and picked it up. "This thing is still quite new and functional." Jingling turned on the radio, and static filled the air. As she casually changed stations, she said, "But now, I guess we can't listen to anything." Initially, Zhang Chen was hoping for some information to be broadcasted through the radio. However, Jingling scanned through all available channels, but all they got was static. Jingling then turned off the radio and placed it aside. She said with a smile, "I was quite happy when I found this thing, thinking we could receive official broadcasts or something. But after turning it on, it's just like the current situation, nothing." Zhang Chen replied, "It doesn't matter. We have enough armed forces here and don't need to rely on the authorities." Jingling nodded in agreement, "Indeed, but in this post-apocalyptic world, I always want to find more people. After all, if more people join our sanctuary, it's not impossible to form a new small country within it." Hearing Jingling's words, Zhang Chen chuckled, "We only have a few hundred people in our sanctuary now, so what you said is still far-fetched." "That's true." Jingling smiled faintly, "But we need to have goals. After all, I also want to experience what it feels like to be a queen in the future." With a cautious look, Jingling glanced at Zhang Chen, as her words carried a hint of intention. Zhang Chen understood her implication but didn't reveal it, jokingly saying, "Well, you might have to wait a long time for that idea to come true." As Zhang Chen spoke, Jingling's smile grew broader. It's okay, patience is a virtue. Life is good as it is now. Just then, Jingling stood up and approached Zhang Chen, delicately placing her slender hand on his shoulder. Leaning in close to his ear, she said in a seductive tone, just like the bravery of a king, I want to experience it now. Zhang Chen. Goodness. Is this woman asking for trouble? How dare she provoke him? Zhang Chen looked at Jingling with a hint of surprise. Jingling then slightly distanced herself from Zhang Chen and teasingly lifted her pant leg, revealing black stockings underneath. It seemed that Zhang Chen's previous response had pleased her greatly. Although not explicitly stated, his response at least indicated her position among the women around Zhang Chen, which was why Jingling became so bold all of a sudden. Zhang Chen chuckled coldly. You devil! I demand your assistance in my cultivation. Ah! He rushed forward, rudely lifted Jingling up, and headed towards the staircase. Straight to the second-floor master bedroom, he closed the door. Meanwhile, Yi Zhouyue and Li Yufu, who heard the commotion in the warehouse, came out of their room. They peeked outside but found nothing in the hall. Li Yufu, I think I heard Fan Gu talking just now. Yi Zhouyue, it seems like he was talking about monsters or something. Could it be that there's a new mutated zombie appearing again? Li Yufu scratched her head. Forget it, let's go, let's continue watching movies. As soon as she mentioned movies, Yi Zhouyue's face turned red. When Li Yufu used to drag her to watch those movies, she would never agree, but now she had loosened up a bit. However, hearing Li Yufu speak so bluntly still made her feel a bit embarrassed. Li Yufu, what's there to be embarrassed about? It's all valuable experience. Do you want to be passive when training with Fan Gu in the future? Don't you want to take charge and sing your own song? The more Li Yufu spoke, the brighter Yi Zhouyue's eyes became. Yi Zhouyue, don't say anymore, let's go inside first. Saying that, Yi Zhouyue pushed Li Yufu back into the warehouse. Then the two continued to hide in the office to watch movies. While watching, Li Yufu explained the actions in the movie to Yi Zhouyue. Nowadays, Li Yufu could be considered a theoretical master, but in practice, she was still quite inexperienced. While they were still studying theory, Zhang Chen and Jingling had already been in practical combat on the second floor. In the evening, Zhang Chen walked out of the room feeling refreshed. When he arrived at the hall, he coincidentally met Yi Zhouyue and Li Yufu coming out of the warehouse looking for food. At the sight of Zhang Chen, Li Yufu and Yi Zhouyue were slightly surprised. Huh? I thought Fan Gu had left. Zhang Chen, yeah, I just took a nap upstairs and just came out. You two go ahead and eat. I have something to do. After speaking, Zhang Chen turned and left. Although he also wanted to chat with these two girls, he remembered there were more important matters to attend to, so he had to let them go for now. When Zhang Chen went outside, he happened to meet Song Gu running over. When Song Gu reached Zhang Chen smiled and said, "What's up? Why aren't you using the walkie-talkie?" Song Gu shook his head. "My walkie-talkie ran out of battery, it's charging." "Boss, the mission is completed. There were a total of 6 people on Long E's side, and we brought them all back." Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen nodded slightly. "Okay, where are they?" "Song Gu, they are all at the main gate, having their meal." At this point, Song Gu also smiled and joked, "These people are so hungry that they have no spirit left, so as soon as we bring them back to the shelter, we'll arrange food for them immediately." Zhang Chen, "Alright, let's go over and take a look together." Saying that, he led Song Gu towards the entrance of the shelter. When they arrived at the entrance, they could see a lively scene from afar. Apart from Long Yi, the other 5 faces that Zhang Chen had never seen before were eagerly eating their food. They were wolfing down their meals, clearly terrified of hunger. Zhang Chen stood aside, silently watching them until they finished eating, then he had Song Gu bring them in front of him. The moment Long Yi saw Zhang Chen, he got excited. "Thank you, boss, for being willing to take us in. I will definitely repay you with practical actions." Zhang Chen shook his head slightly and looked at the others. The other 5 people quickly introduced themselves and expressed their gratitude like Long Yi. Initially, when Long Yi came back to find them and explained the situation here, they didn't believe it. After all, it had been so long since the apocalypse, where could such a shelter still exist? It seemed like a fantasy land where everyone lived happily as long as they worked and didn't worry about food. In this post-apocalyptic world, such a shelter was like a fantasy land. But when they really arrived here and saw the people in the shelter bringing them food, they truly believed. Looking at the smiles on the faces and the spirits of the people inside the shelter, it felt no different from before the apocalypse. They never dreamed that one day they could live a life similar to before the end of the world. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Chen just smiled faintly. Then he said, "It's okay, as long as you work diligently in my shelter and earn enough work points to feed yourselves." After that, Zhang Chen gestured to Yuan. When Yuan came forward, Zhang Chen calmly said, arrange accommodation for them, and then plan what they should do next. Yuan nodded at the words, then led Long Yi and the others away. After they left, Zhang Chen called Song Gu and instructed, keep an eye on them during this time. If they behave well for a month, showing initiative and maintaining the shelter, then they can be arranged to become armed personnel of the shelter. These few people were originally retired soldiers, and if they could become armed personnel of the shelter, the combat effectiveness of the shelter would be greatly enhanced. This was also the reason why Zhang Chen asked Song Gu to keep an eye on them. Besides this, there was another reason. Also because they were retired soldiers, if they had any thoughts or actions against the shelter or him in the future, the losses would be considerable if he happened to be away from the shelter at that time. Zhang Chen did not believe that his armed personnel in the shelter could outmatch these retired soldiers. Once they seized the guns, it would be a one-sided crush. Hearing Zhang Chen's instructions, Song Gu nodded. Zhang Chen waved his hand, go busy yourself with your own affairs. After that, Zhang Chen turned and returned to the villa. In the same place, Song Gu glanced in the direction where Long Yi and the others had left, pondered for a moment, and then left as well. Song Gu naturally understood what Zhang Chen had said. He would naturally take this order from Zhang Chen very seriously. Days passed quickly. During these days, the shelter remained relatively calm. With the armed personnel of the shelter going out every day to clear the zombies, there were hardly any zombies around the shelter. Any that appeared were immediately taken care of. As long as there was no zombie wave, there was hardly any trouble lurking around the shelter. Zhang Chen had the armed personnel of the shelter do this mainly to ensure the safety of those building the wall outside. However, today, something significant happened in the shelter that caught everyone's attention. Because yesterday, Jingling instructed her assistants to inform all the survivors in the shelter. Starting today, there would be a monthly summary for the survivors in the shelter. The most diligent and efficient workers in each work sector would be rewarded. Today at noon, after everyone finished their tasks, they were all called back by Jingling's assistants to gather in the open space near the villa area. At this moment, everyone's faces were filled with excitement and anticipation. When they were in the shelter before, just having something to eat was already very satisfying. But now, they never expected there would be rewards. Although they didn't know what the rewards were, it was precisely because of this that they were even more eager. When everyone had gathered, Zhang Chen and Jingling, along with Li Yufu and Yi Zhouyue, also arrived at the front. Seeing Zhang Chen and Jingling's arrival, the lively scene immediately quieted down. They were afraid that their voices might be too loud and they wouldn't hear Zhang Chen speak. After Zhang Chen arrived in front of everyone, he didn't feel anything special despite all eyes being on him. Instead, he casually brought over a chair from somewhere and comfortably sat down. Clearly, he showed no intention of speaking. Jingling, who was beside him, smiled and nodded, then stepped forward and said, yesterday, my assistants informed everyone of the purpose of today's meeting. Starting today, there will be a monthly evaluation, and the most outstanding individuals in each sector will be rewarded. The criteria for evaluation this month were selected by my assistants, and in the future, it will be based on votes from everyone, followed by my assistants' review. Anyone found cheating will immediately lose their eligibility for the monthly evaluation, and for the next year, they will be disqualified from evaluations. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Initially, when they heard it would be based on a vote, some were considering lobbying for themselves next month, maybe giving gifts or the like. However, Jingling's subsequent words quickly extinguished that thought. The risk of being accused of cheating was too great a loss. Jingling observed the reactions of the people in front of her, a faint smile appearing on her lips. She continued, as for the rewards for this evaluation, they are 1,000 work points, equivalent to 10 days average earnings, and a snack voucher. Now, those whose names I call can come forward to receive their rewards. Upon hearing about the reward, everyone became excited. Although the reward might not be as much as what armed personnel earned from a mission, for these ordinary residents of the shelter, it was a significant income boost. Their usual earnings were just enough for daily expenses. Now, with an additional 1,000 work points, they could go to the warehouse and buy whatever they desired from Li Yufu and Yi Zhouyue. And the snack voucher, a rare commodity, would surely bring joy to the children at home for quite some time. Everyone was filled with anticipation, their eyes fixed on Jingling. Agricultural staff, Feng He. Cleaning staff, Bai Luodi. Construction staff, Ing Song, Huan Zijin, Guang Xiu. Logistics staff, Kong Ing. Cafeteria, Zheng Chao. There were more personnel for the construction team, so 2 extra names were called compared to other sectors. As Jingling announced all the names, those called out were instantly thrilled. Only Kong Miao remained somewhat stunned in her place. Me. I was chosen? She never expected to be selected just for doing her job. When she snapped out of it, Kong Ying also jumped up in excitement. Zhang Chen watched Kong Ying in the crowd and shook his head with a smile. Logically, Kong Ying was unlikely to be chosen, as there were others who worked just as hard as she did. However, her previous contributions to the shelter had brought in a large number of people, hence this special selection. There wouldn't be such preferential treatment next time. Subsequently, those selected began to come forward one by one to Jingling, lining up to receive their rewards. Their faces were filled with uncontrollable smiles and happiness. Similarly, this reward they received was like a shot of adrenaline for the others. Although not substantial, the effect was even more exciting for them than seeing armed personnel receive rewards. After all, these were their own people, friends they worked with before. Seeing them receive such generous rewards made others naturally envious. Even each and every one of them had a thought in their hearts: if they worked a little harder, could they also receive these rewards next month? 1,000 work points might not seem like much, but it could be used to buy things they wanted most when the need arose. After all, no one could guarantee they wouldn't fall ill in the future. With the work points they earned daily, there was hardly anything left after daily meals to save. Saving enough work points to afford medication seemed like a distant dream. But with these 1,000 work points, all those worries would vanish. Was this just a matter of 1,000 work points? No, this was a matter of life. In today's world where zombies roamed outside, even a minor cold, if left untreated, could cost them their lives. That was the real reason for their excitement. As soon as they received the snack vouchers, they went to Liu Fu to redeem them. There wasn't much, just one jean. It was filled with various snacks like spicy strips, candies, chocolates, and more. When they brought this bag of snacks to their children, seeing the snacks inside made their children drool with desire. Opening a candy and seeing their child's face light up with a brilliant smile. These snacks might have been ordinary before the apocalypse, but after months of only having meals and no snacks, anything they ate now felt like a delicacy. Watching their children enjoy these snacks so happily, the smiles on their faces grew even brighter. However, as they smiled, tears unconsciously streamed down their faces. Not because of sadness, but because of the genuine joy of being able to live through these days happily. Of course, as these children happily ate their snacks, there were other children watching eagerly, almost crying with envy. Perhaps it was due to experiencing the apocalypse, even those mischievous children had grown more sensible. They didn't throw tantrums just because they wanted something, making their parents embarrassed. Maybe it was because of the days of hunger they had endured that made them cherish the present. Yet, amidst the joy within the shelter, less than 2 kilometers away on a street, something completely opposite was happening. A bright pickup truck was speeding down the street, followed by a large group of zombies. Whether it was due to bad luck or not, just when the truck was about to shake off the pursuing zombies, it suddenly broke down. Seeing the zombies getting closer from behind, the people in the truck panicked. Without bothering to fix the vehicle, they abandoned it and ran. Although regular zombies couldn't run as fast as a normal person at full speed, the zombies never tired out. What made them even more desperate was that among the chasing zombies, there were several mutated zombies. All these skinless mutated zombies were swiftly passing through the zombie horde, heading straight towards them. The skinless zombies were much faster than regular zombies, even twice as fast as their full-speed running. Although they had managed to create some distance from the zombies, they could see the skinless zombies catching up. The most dangerous part was the spikes shot from the mouths of these skinless zombies. If one got hit, it would be game over. Just as they saw the skinless zombies closing in, one of the survivors made a bold decision. "You guys go ahead, I'll hold them off." With that, they stopped abruptly, watching the skinless zombies getting closer, feeling their heart pounding in their throat. Others did not hesitate either, knowing that he was giving them a chance to survive. Without a moment's pause, they continued to sprint forward. The man who had stopped tore a piece of cloth from his clothes and tightly wrapped it around the hand holding the knife. As the skinless zombies approached, unable to dodge due to their momentum, he swung the knife, cleaving one of the zombies in half. Seeing this, the other skinless zombies adjusted their targets and lunged towards him. However, as one of the skinless zombies got close, he kicked it away, sending it flying more than 10 meters. The power he displayed was clearly beyond that of a normal person. Yet, the next moment, all the other skinless zombies pounced on him, knocking him to the ground and viciously tearing at him. Ah! A scream echoed through the street. The few people still running for their lives heard the sound, a hint of sorrow on their faces. But now was not the time to grieve. Their comrade had sacrificed himself to give them a chance, and they couldn't waste it. As they reached another street, one of them hurried to a car parked by the roadside and tried to open the door. To his surprise, it actually opened, with the key still in the ignition. His face lit up with joy as he started the car. Success! As the car started, the others quickly piled in. The vehicle raced off in a single direction. The fuel gauge inside showed only 1 bar left, but it was enough to leave the pursuing skinless zombies far behind. Watching the skinless zombies in the distance getting further away, the people in the car finally breathed a sigh of relief. They knew they had been saved this time. Little did they expect that their team, which had set out to find supplies, would encounter these mutated zombies. If they were just ordinary zombies and in small numbers, they could have managed with the knives they had. But these new mutated zombies were unbeatable. Incredibly fast and agile, they could even shoot out spikes from a distance. Out of their original team of 10, 5 had died directly under these spikes. Now their leader, in order to let them survive, had also died in the jaws of these mutated zombies. Their leader was the only evolved individual in their shelter. But now their leader was gone. Even if they made it back to the shelter alive, the difficulty of going out to find supplies in the future would greatly increase. The atmosphere inside the car suddenly became heavy. Unbeknownst to them, they suddenly realized that as the vehicle drove onto a new street, all the zombies seemed to have disappeared. Although the street was still dirty and messy, there was not a single zombie in sight. The whole street was eerily quiet. What's going on? Unconsciously, the speed of the vehicle slowed down significantly. The people in the car looked out the windows at the empty street, feeling a bit uneasy. Could there be some kind of zombie boss here? Don't jinx it. As soon as this person spoke, he was immediately opposed by the other 3 people in the car. They had already come this far, and if some mutated boss appeared, they would all be doomed here. However, after the vehicle had traveled a distance, they began to hear intermittent sounds. Do you hear that? What's that sound? It sounds like the sound of bricks being hammered at a construction site. It can't be, right? The 4 people in the car looked at each other, unsure if the sound they heard was indeed the sound of bricks being hammered. But just as they were still uncertain, the car reached a bend in the road. After turning the corner, they were stunned by the scene before them. In the distance ahead, a large number of people were busy laying bricks. It seemed they were building a wall that spanned the entire road, connecting one residential area to another. Such a sight in this post-apocalyptic world seemed somewhat surreal. They also noticed people handing out water to those working. This harmonious scene made it seem as if there had been no zombie outbreak here at all. Who are you? Get out of the car. Just as they were still in shock, a cold voice ahead snapped them back to reality. They saw 7 individuals in bulletproof vests in front of their car, aiming AK-47s at them. This sight sent shivers down everyone's spine, prompting them to quickly exit the car with hands on their heads. Feng Chang, with his team, observed the 4 men who got out of the car, scanning them briefly. He had noticed the suspicious car approaching their shelter while he was patrolling the perimeter wall. So, he decided to intercept the car with his team. When Feng Chang's gaze fell on one of the men, he paused in surprise. Ma Dai? At the mention of his name, one of the 4 men instinctively looked up. But upon seeing Feng Chang, he too froze. You're Feng Chang? It's really you. Feng Chang appeared pleasantly surprised, gesturing for his teammates to lower their guns. Looking at the tired faces of Ma Dai and his companions, he asked, "What are you all doing here?" Ma Dai sighed and began recounting his story. Ma Dai and Feng Chang were former classmates with a decent relationship. After graduation, they got busy with work, losing touch over time, only to unexpectedly meet here. Following the outbreak, Ma Dai joined a shelter and became one of the members tasked with scavenging for food outside. Their shelter was about 40 kilometers away, on the other side of Young City, housing over 200 people with 3 food scavenging teams of 10 members each. Ma Dai was fortunate to be in a team led by the only evolved individual in the shelter, possessing great strength. He shared their current predicament. After listening, Feng Chang nodded and patted Ma Dai's shoulder. "You've been running for your lives, you must be exhausted. Come rest at our shelter for a while." "Okay." Ma Dai readily agreed, acknowledging their fatigue and need for rest. If Feng Chang's shelter could provide them with food, it would be even better. However, he knew it was unlikely. Food was scarce in all shelters, a precious commodity not to be shared with outsiders. Yet, a brief respite here would suffice. So, Ma Dai and his companions followed Feng Chang towards the shelter. "Sister-in-law, it's Feng Chang." Along the way, Feng Chang called Jingling over the radio. Shortly after, Jingling's voice came through. "This is Jingling, go ahead." Feng Chang explained, "I've encountered 4 individuals from other shelters outside ours, one of whom is my former classmate. I'm bringing them into the shelter." Jingling responded, "All right, take care of them and ensure they don't cause trouble inside the shelter. If they cause any trouble in the shelter, you will be held responsible for it." Feng Chang replied, "All right, I will keep an eye on them." After that, Feng Chang used the walkie-talkie to call Song Gu and arranged for Song Gu to take over his patrol duty later, with Feng Chang replacing Song Gu next time. After completing all these tasks, Feng Cheng turned around and smiled at Ma Dai and his 3 companions. He said, "It's been a while since we last met, let's catch up later." Of course, Feng Cheng had some plans in mind as he did all these. He remembered that Ma Dai used to run a clinic before the apocalypse, being a doctor himself. Their shelter happened to lack such talents. Upon hearing Feng Cheng's words, Ma Dai just smiled in agreement without saying much. However, as soon as they entered the shelter, Ma Dai and his 3 companions were immediately stunned. They had already felt strange passing by the construction workers earlier. Despite sweating profusely, these workers seemed full of enthusiasm, not oppressed at all, each working harder than the next, as if afraid of doing less than others. Inside the shelter, they were greeted by a peaceful and serene scene, like a utopia in troubled times. Everyone wore happy smiles, devoid of the lifeless grayness, instead radiating satisfaction with their current lives. When Feng Cheng and his group arrived, people in the shelter even reached out to greet them. Such scenes were normal in the shelter, but to them, it felt surreal. In their shelter, those who ventured out to find food held the highest status. Everyone feared them, unlike the people in this shelter who seemed no different from zombies. What kind of magical shelter was this? By the way, where are you now? How are you doing? Among the 4 who entered the shelter, the other 3 were taken away by Feng Cheng's team members. Only Ma Dai was led by Feng Cheng towards a direction inside the shelter. As they walked, Feng Cheng initiated a conversation. Hearing Feng Cheng's question, Ma Dai shook his head with a bitter smile. "Currently, I am in another shelter on the other side of Yangcheng, working as a scavenger." It's okay, I guess. If he hadn't seen this shelter, perhaps he would have been more content with his life in the previous one. In his shelter, although the leader was powerful, he didn't oppress the scavengers like them. The leader was not foolish, he needed them to continue gathering supplies in the future, so he wouldn't offend them. After all, scavenging was a dangerous job, not something everyone was willing to do. That's why he could live relatively well in that shelter, at least having a meal every day. But it was just about having enough to eat. As for the quality of the food, in such a post-apocalyptic world, there was no room for pickiness, as long as it was edible. Being a scavenger himself, he knew how difficult it was to gather supplies. Almost every time they went out, they would return with fewer members. Isn't that right? Feng Cheng nodded with a smile. That's good to hear. Many shelters can't even provide basic food stably now, so being able to live decently is already considered good. With Feng Cheng's words, Ma Dai forced a smile beside him. Although he didn't know how well the people at the shelter where Feng Cheng was located were eating, at least from the vitality he saw in these people so far, it was not difficult to see that their lives in the shelter were probably better than theirs. As they chatted, they arrived in front of a villa. Feng Cheng walked up, entered the password to open the door, and invited Ma Dai in. After the two entered the house, Ma Dai subconsciously looked around at the interior decoration of the villa. Seeing this, Feng Cheng smiled and explained, "This villa was given to me by the boss after I became one of the armed personnel in our shelter. The decoration inside was done before the apocalypse. After getting this house, I had my wife and parents move in together." Feng Cheng then walked to the refrigerator, opened it, and casually asked, "What would you like to drink? Soft drinks or beer?" "Ha!" Upon hearing this, Ma Dai was completely stunned. Weren't these things scarce in the apocalypse? Could they really be offered so casually? In their shelter, every time they went out to search for supplies, the top priority was food, so they couldn't possibly choose to bring these heavy and space-consuming drinks and alcohol. This was almost the choice made by all shelters, which led to the scarcity of these items. If they collected less food on a particular occasion and chose to bring back some drinks and alcohol, they would basically be taken directly by the leaders and higher-ups of the shelter, leaving none for them. Seeing Ma Dai's stunned expression, Feng Cheng shook his head with a smile. "Forget it, let's have beer together." With that, he took out 2 cans of cold beer from the refrigerator and placed them on the table. He also took out some leftovers from the refrigerator. Looking at the variety of leftovers, there were braised fish, shredded pork with green peppers, fried peanuts, and winter melon soup. There were a total of 4 dishes, and it seemed like there was still about half of each left. These were originally prepared for Feng Cheng's family to have for dinner, but now Feng Cheng had taken them out to treat Ma Dai. Since he didn't lack resource coupons and had plenty of food supplies at home, he could just exchange them later. Feng Cheng smiled faintly and said, "I'm too lazy to reheat these dishes, so let's just eat them as they are." With that, he handed Ma Dai a bowl and chopsticks, and opened the beer for Ma Dai. However, at this moment, Ma Dai, looking at the dishes on the table, was truly taken aback, even losing control of his expression. Is this what you all eat in your shelter? Damn, even in the shelter, they still managed to have 3 dishes and a soup. What kind of family was this?" Thinking back to the food he had eaten in his previous shelter, Ma Dai's mindset was momentarily shaken. Upon hearing this, Feng Cheng immediately shook his head. No, the ordinary people in the shelter can't eat these things. Hearing this, Ma Dai felt slightly relieved, at least the disparity wasn't too big. However, what Feng Cheng said next shattered his composure once again. Feng Cheng said, the ordinary people in our shelter earn enough work points in a day to afford 2 full meals. As for the dishes, Feng Cheng thought for a moment and then said, it's usually about 1 dish and 1 soup. Construction workers earn a bit more work points each day and can exchange them for a meat dish and a soup dish. For others, it takes several days to afford a meat dish. Ma Dai, are you calling this poor food quality? Are you saying that the food we ate in my previous shelter was pig feed? At this moment, Ma Dai's hand holding the chopsticks began to tremble slightly. Feng Cheng saw this scene, a slight curve appearing at the corner of his mouth, but he quickly concealed it. Then he asked with concern, what's wrong with you? Ma Dai, and nothing. He then forced a smile and said, the people in your shelter eat quite well. Feng Cheng, well, it's just like that. Not talking about that. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Hurry up and eat. It's been a long time since I had a good chat with someone. I'll take this opportunity to relax a bit, hee hee. Ma Dai remained silent, his gaze fixed on the food on the table, watching Feng Cheng casually picking and eating. Then he picked up some food and put it in his mouth. The food was a bit cold, but soon, the delicious taste of the dish exploded on his taste buds. At that moment, Ma Dai's eyes were a bit teary. Since the outbreak of the zombies, he hadn't tasted such a normal dish. Feng Cheng looked at Ma Dai at that moment and asked with a smile, how is it? Tastes good, right? My wife cooked it, but she's still working now, otherwise, I would ask her to cook a few more dishes for us. Ma Dai, no, this is fine. It's good. The two of them ate and drank like this. Ma Dai was clearly hungry, but he ate very slowly. He was afraid that if he ate too quickly, the time to enjoy this delicious meal would be over. However, as he was drinking, his beer ran out. Feng Cheng shook his beer bottle in his hand, shrugged helplessly, and said, it's gone, and it's not even satisfying. Upon hearing this, Ma Dai quickly said, it's okay, I'm already content to have these things to drink. But before he could finish speaking, Feng Cheng retorted directly, content with what? Come with me, let's go get some beer, we'll have a good drink first. Ha? Ma Dai was stunned, not understanding what Feng Cheng meant. Wasn't the beer finished? However, before he could think too much, Feng Cheng pulled him out, heading towards Jingling's villa. In fact, there were several bottles of beer in Feng Cheng's fridge. However, Feng Cheng wanted to make him stay. Naturally, he had to show some strength of their shelter, making him not want to leave. Soon, the two arrived at Jingling's villa gate and rang the doorbell. Ma Dai looked at Feng Cheng's actions, a little puzzled. Feng Cheng, what are you doing? Feng Cheng, getting beer. Ma Dai? Before long, the door opened, and Zhang Chen's figure appeared in front of the two. Upon seeing Zhang Chen, Feng Cheng immediately greeted, hello, boss. Zhang Chen smiled and nodded. Ma Dai on the side, seeing this, also hurriedly greeted, hello. Hello. Zhang Chen just nodded lightly. Then he looked at Feng Cheng and asked, why are you here? Feng Cheng, we ran out of beer at home, so I wanted to get some more. Zhang Chen nodded, glanced at Ma Dai next to Feng Cheng, and immediately understood. Well, this Feng Cheng is really a clever one. This idea is not bad. Then he said, come in, just find Yufu or Zhou Yue directly.